Chapter 1. Who is my father? On a golden beach, upon a rocky outcrop, a man and a woman nestled closely together. The man possessed striking handsomeness, while the woman was breathtakingly beautiful, standing at a height of 1 meter 80. Enveloped in a flowing crimson robe, her sea blue hair cascading down her back. Beside her lay a golden scepter, towering 3 meters high, its apex adorned with a spear-like protrusion, embedded with a resplendent golden gem. Faintly, the woman's abdomen appeared slightly rounded. Leaning tenderly against the man's shoulder, her eyes filled with sorrow, she asked, "Are you truly going to leave?" The man, resolute, nodded. "I have discovered a place, a legacy left by a powerful deity, and I must journey there." She understood that ascending to divinity was his loftiest aspiration. Having reached the pinnacle of strength in this world, there remained no other path for them. As her fingers grazed her gently swelling abdomen, she felt a bittersweet longing, yet for the sake of the man she cherished, she would honor his promise. "Go ahead, I will nurture our child with love and care," she said lovingly, anticipating the arrival of their offspring. The man gazed at her, a profound sense of indebtedness filling his heart. "Wait for my return. Once I ascend to godhood, I will marry you," he vowed, a promise uttered from the depths of his soul. With that, he left behind a small hammer, casting one last glance at the woman he adored before vanishing in a flash of crimson light. Unbeknownst to them, 7 years slipped by unnoticed. The man had been gone for 7 years, and their child had now reached the age of 6. Tomorrow marked the day of the child's soul awakening. In the same place, atop the rocky outcrop where they once shared their moments, the strikingly beautiful woman remained, waiting for her beloved's return. Beside her sat a 6-year-old boy, handsome and a testament to their love. "Mom, who is my father?" the boy asked, echoing a question that had lingered in his mother's heart since his earliest memories. The woman smiled gently, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. "Finger, your father is the mightiest being in this world. He promised your mother that he would return once he fulfilled his dream." They were on Sea God Island, and the boy's mother was named Poseidon. Indeed, she was one of the 3 unparalleled Douluos of the world, the sea god Douluo. The boy was named Bofeng, a soul who retained memories of his past life, having traversed realms, albeit with diluted recollections due to the mingling of water in the Mengpa soup. He consumed before arriving here, but he grasped the entirety of this world's history and its unfolding narrative. Indeed, his mother was none other than Poseidon, a revered high priestess of Sea God Island, boasting an astounding rank of 99. Her prowess was regarded as the zenith of this realm. This world is known as Douluo Continent, a realm where martial souls exist. These souls can manifest as weapons, spirit beasts, or even common farming tools. Soul masters are esteemed as the most noble profession in this land. 6 years have passed, and Bofeng has grown accustomed to everything on Sea God Island. Aside from having a formidable mother, he has never laid eyes on his mysterious and powerful father, leading him to receive the same response from Poseidon whenever he inquires about him. As time progressed, Bofeng gradually came to terms with this reality. "Finger, tomorrow marks your soul awakening. If I am not mistaken, your soul will undoubtedly be that of the sea god, just like mine," Poseidon said with a smile, harboring great hopes for this child who has always been endearing and obedient. "The sea god?" Bofeng murmured. "This is a divine-level soul, akin to the 6-winged angels of the continent, both of which are formidable presences. As Poseidon's child, inheriting the sea god soul is only natural. The legacy of a soul is derived from a more powerful lineage of one's parents. "Mother, I wish to," Bofeng tentatively began. Poseidon listened with a serene expression. "I do not wish to remain on Sea God Island forever. I have heard from others that Douluo Continent is filled with many exciting places," Bofeng stammered. As the saying goes, a mother's heart beats in sync with her child's, and Poseidon immediately understood her son's yearning. "You wish to venture into the continent?" Poseidon chuckled. Bofeng nodded silently. As one of the countless souls who have traversed to this realm, he could not afford to languish on Sea God Island without purpose. There is a certain Tang San who, in the future, would undergo the sea god's 9 trials, and his mother would have to make sacrifices. Such an eventuality was utterly unacceptable. In this new life, every moment spent with his mother over the past 6 years has etched a profound imprint on Bofeng's heart. As for the enigmatic father, from what his mother has inadvertently mentioned, he hails from Douluo Continent and is not a resident of Sea God Island. In his previous life, he was orphaned, but in this life, he has finally formed a family. His mother has always been by his side, yet his father left 6 years ago, bound by a promise. During these 6 years, Poseidon has never departed from this place, waiting for that man's return. For his mother and his father, Bofeng has resolved to venture into the continent. As the high priestess of Sea God Island, Poseidon governs the entire sea area and cannot easily leave. There are also 7 sacred pillar guardians, all of whom are titled Douluo powerhouses, among whom the sea dragon Douluo stands as the mightiest, a level 95 title Douluo. You are destined to govern Sea God Island in the future. With that in mind, let us make a wager. Poseidon proposed with a smile that if you reach level 30 by the age of 12, I shall permit you to explore the continent for a few years. However, if by 12 you have not attained level 30, you must stay by my side and diligently learn how to manage Sea God Island. Level 30? The Sea God is a divine level soul, and upon awakening, it is certain to possess innate full soul power. With 6 years ahead of him, this period should suffice for Bofeng to cultivate to level 30 without hesitation. Bofeng nodded, agreed. The mother and son clasped hands to seal their pact. With that, Poseidon departed, for as the high priestess of Sea God Island, overseeing its affairs is a significant responsibility. But on a solitary rock, the young man gazed at the boundless sea before him, filled with anticipation for what the continent might hold. In his heart, he silently devised a series of training regimens, hoping to enlist the aid of the 7 sacred pillars guardians entities of unparalleled strength beneath his mother, the reigning deity of Sea God Island. With their support, he was confident that his modest goal of reaching the 30th level in 6 years would be realized. He had once heard his mother mention that his father was a being of equal strength to her. Who, then, was this father of his? Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Martial Soul, a Hammer. Today, the guardianship of Sea God Island was exceedingly stringent, as the awakening of the martial soul for the young man signified a momentous event for the island. This foretold the birth of the next leader of Sea God Island. Upon reaching the age of 16, he would have the opportunity to stand before the sacred pillars and undergo the requisite trials to secure his future position as a high priest of the island. Atop Sea God Mountain, within the Sea God Temple, was where the young man had resided for the past 6 years alongside his mother, Poseidon. Poseidon sat regally above, while below stood 7 elevated platforms, each occupied by the 7 sacred pillars guardians, the esteemed protectors of Sea God Island. The young man stood at the center, facing a circular altar upon which rested a black staff. According to his mother's description, this was the divine artifact of the sea god, the trident of Poseidon. Only those who were destined to inherit the mantle of the sea god could wield it. Boom, 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 the appointed hour had arrived. Poseidon, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, slowly opened her captivating gaze. She looked down at her son with a gentle smile. The ritual for the awakening of your martial soul is about to commence, my dear wind. Are you prepared? The young man nodded gravely. Mother, I am ready and can proceed at any moment. Upon receiving her son's affirmation, Poseidon gracefully rose from her seat and descended directly to stand before him, at the place where the trident was embedded. After respectfully bowing to the trident, Poseidon raised her golden scepter, which radiated a brilliant golden light. As the golden energy surged into the trident, the entire Sea God Temple was illuminated, enveloping Sea God Mountain in a resplendent blue and gold radiance. The brilliance lingered, intensifying in its splendor. Wind, step into the beam of light and attune yourself to the essence of your martial soul, Poseidon instructed. Following his mother's guidance, the young man slowly entered the light. In that moment, he was enveloped in a warm, comforting world, a sensation beyond description. Under the influence of this warmth, it felt as if something within him shattered. Then, under the watchful eyes of Poseidon and the 7 sacred pillars guardians, a majestic figure emerged behind him, wielding a golden trident, clad in a blue and gold robe, and adorned with a golden crown. This was his martial soul, the sea god. Like Poseidon's martial soul, he perfectly inherited this divine essence, rivaling the 6-winged angel of the martial soul hall. The 7 sacred pillars guardians were filled with excitement, kneeling reverently on one knee, for they were the most devoted protectors of the sea god. Poseidon also knelt, partially gazing upon her son, who was bathed in golden light, alongside the divine sea spirit that mirrored her own, that if all went according to plan, the next high priest of the sea would indeed be him. However, what transpired next was utterly unforeseen. In the grasp of his left hand, he sensed an additional surge of power, or rather, another spirit. Slowly lifting his left hand amidst the scrutiny of all present, a hammer of deep ebony materialized, its handle approximately half a foot long, the head a cylindrical form adorned with faint, intricate patterns winding across its dark surface. This was another spirit of Poseidon, and while the 7 great pillar guardians were left in bewilderment, Poseidon understood all too well. This second spirit, the hammer, was a legacy from her beloved, who was also the father of her son. Tears welled in Poseidon's eyes after 6 long years. To once again behold this hammer was an overwhelming joy. The weight of the hammer began to press down on Poseidon's left hand, causing it to sink slowly. Who could have imagined that such a small hammer could bear such immense weight? Wiping away the remnants of tears from her eyes, she looked at her son, who was exerting himself, and swiftly waved her staff. The golden light enveloping her son dissipated, and the divine sea spirit gradually faded back into him. Yet, the hammer, held firmly in his left hand, showed no intention of vanishing, instead floating serenely in his palm. Hastily, Poseidon urged, "Wind, channel your soul energy and retract your hammer." Following his mother's guidance, Wind circulated his soul energy, and the dark aura around his left hand faded, the heavy force lifting as the mysterious hammer was withdrawn. It turned out this was the essence of soul energy. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wind realized the hammer's weight was at least 300 to 500 pounds. Fortunately, having consumed numerous precious resources in his youth, he was able to withstand this burden. Otherwise, it would have been truly exhausting. "Mother, what is this hammer?" Wind inquired, puzzled. If it was indeed inherited alongside his mother's divine sea spirit, then the original bearer of his hammer spirit must surely be his father. Poseidon extended her delicate hand to wipe away the remaining sweat from Wind's forehead, smiling gently. "In due time, you will understand. Promise me, my dear, that you shall never use that hammer spirit, especially once you set foot on the mainland." A bold conjecture began to form in Wind's mind. Could it be that this hammer was? Suppressing his curiosity, Wind nodded. "I understand, mother." Seeing Wind's agreement, Poseidon rose and retrieved a crystal ball from the table behind her. This crystal ball displayed the values of soul energy, allowing for a precise reading of Wind's current soul power. Wind placed his right hand upon the crystal ball. The 7 great pillar guardians and Poseidon held their breath in anticipation. Under the collective gaze of all, the crystal ball radiated an unprecedented brilliance, enveloping the entire dark expanse of Sea God Island in a blue light. "Innate full soul power," exclaimed the sea spear Douluo, standing on the platform with a golden spear, overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, in the next moment, the crystal ball in Poseidon's hand suddenly shattered with a resounding crack. Such a force that could shatter the crystal ball must have exceeded its limits. What Poseidon had just presented was indeed a crystal ball, the pinnacle of which was rated at level 10. This signified that Bofeng's soul power had evidently surpassed the 10th level. Poseidon, far from being taken aback, expressed delight and promptly instructed a maid to fetch another new crystal ball. After a brief interval, a new crystal ball was brought forth, capable of measuring soul power up to level 20. As Bofeng placed his right hand upon it once more, the soul power within him was drawn forth, converging frantically towards his hand. The previously unadorned crystal ball suddenly glimmered with a hint of blue light, which swiftly intensified. Bofeng's gaze sharpened as his entire soul power surged into the ball. The crystal ball held by the maid instantly radiated a dazzling blue light, eclipsing the brilliance of the earlier display. Possessing innate full soul power is a mark of unparalleled genius, and at this moment, it was evident that he achieved innate full soul power at level 20. Poseidon remarked with a smile. This outcome was anticipated, as she herself had awakened her sea god martial spirit with innate full soul power at level 20. The sea god martial spirit, being a divine level entity, stood alongside the 6-winged angel martial spirit as one of the most revered existences on the Douluo Continent. Incomparable to other martial spirits. Chapter 3. The First Soul Ring. The century-old evil demon Orca. With the martial spirit awakening ceremony successfully concluded, Bofeng's martial spirits were revealed to be the sea god and a mysterious hammer. He intended to prioritize the sea god as his primary martial spirit, with the mysterious hammer as his auxiliary. Given that Bofeng possessed dual martial spirits and innate full soul power at level 20, his mother, needing to attend to affairs on Sea God Island, arranged for Xiaobai to accompany Bofeng in hunting the corresponding sea soul beasts after a day's rest. Early in the morning, Bofeng ventured alone to the beach, gazing out at the boundless ocean before him, the refreshing sea breeze caressing his face. Today marked the day of their sea expedition, and Xiaobai had been waiting for quite some time. Xiaobai, the guardian beast of Sea God Island, was originally the mount of the sea god, the evil soul great white shark. In her human form, Xiaobai was exceptionally beautiful, with long gray hair cascading down her back. Her gray-blue eyes sparkled, and her exquisite features and striking figure exuded an indescribable charm. "Xiaobai Jia," Bofeng exclaimed, running excitedly towards her. As the guardian beast of Sea God Island, and being the son of the high priest, their bond was naturally strong. Xiaobai playfully smiled and embraced Bofeng warmly. Little Feng, it has been a while. Have you missed your sister? Xiaobai chuckled, then playfully planted a hearty kiss on Bofeng's youthful cheek. Of course I have. What have you been busy with lately? Xiaobai jia. Bofeng inquired. The last time they had met was 2 years prior. It was said that Xiaobai had led her kin into a fiercely brutal war. During that chaotic battle, the evil soul, Great White Shark clan, tasked with safeguarding Sea God Island, suffered significant losses. Even Xiaobai returned injured, prompting Poseidon to personally tend to her wounds. Conflicts among soul beasts are inevitable, particularly for entities like the evil soul, Great White Shark, which rarely encounter rivals in the vast ocean, save for the greatest nemesis, the evil demon Orca from the magic Whale Sea region. They are the merciless predators of the ocean, their remnants no less formidable than that of the monstrous whale in the depths of the sea, and at times they do not spare even their own kin. Xiaobai let out a bitter smile and shook his head. I have been quite idle, aside from the heavy responsibility of guarding the Sea God Island. I have had little to occupy my time. This time, with your awakening of the martial soul, we urgently need 2 suitable first and second soul rings, as the high priest has informed me. Time is of the essence. Let us set forth without delay. With that, Xiaobai embraced the waves and leapt into the sea. The moment of contact with the ocean, he transformed into a magnificent 20-meter-long soul demon Great White Shark, adorned with exquisite golden stripes that exuded an air of nobility. Bofeng settled upon Xiaobai's back as the pair glided gracefully into the depths of the ocean. In accordance with his mother's directives, the maximum age for the first soul ring is 423 years, while the second soul ring may reach up to 764 years. The finest sources of soul rings include the malevolent orca, seahorse, starfish, and the sea serpent. Among them, the malevolent orca is the most precious, standing shoulder to shoulder with the soul-devouring Great White Shark. Regrettably, the malevolent orca is a social sea soul beast, seldom straying from its group, which also harbors a formidable 10,000-year-old malevolent orca king, whose power is even more terrifying. Presently, Xiaobai, accompanied by Bofeng, is swimming in the opposite direction of the malevolent orcapod. Along their journey, the encountered sea soul beasts have either surpassed their age limit or are merely 10 years old, with none suitable to their needs. As the sun rises high in the sky, Xiaobai has located a secluded island where the two are taking a brief respite. On the soft sandy beach, Bofeng and Xiaobai lay languidly, as the refreshing sea breeze swept away the weariness of the day. Xiaobai, it has been an entire day without encountering a suitable sea soul beast, Bofeng lamented weakly. Xiaobai, with a playful hand over her mouth, chuckled, patience is key. Finding an appropriate sea soul beast is not a trivial matter. Just as Bofeng was becoming increasingly exasperated over his quest for the first soul ring, a figure emerged on the surface of the water, capturing his attention. It was a gray whale, its massive head looming, and as it opened its mouth, rows of sharp teeth glinted, capable of rending any object with ease, while its dark red eyes were filled with an insatiable bloodlust. The evil Orca, Bofeng exclaimed, springing to his feet and gazing intently at the creature feasting not far away. The beast measured approximately 3 to 4 meters in length, whereas the adult evil orcas can reach up to 30 meters. Upon hearing this name, Xiaobai immediately stood up, her eyes fixed on the feeding evil orca. This name represented all that she loathed, for it was at the hands of the evil orca king that her brother had met his demise, leading to her grievous injuries sustained in battle against the Orca clan 2 years prior. Conflicts between the two races were a recurring cycle, a grim law of survival among the sea soul beasts. Indeed, it is the evil orca, Xiaobai remarked, a hint of excitement in her voice. This creature, measuring 3 to 4 meters, is between 300 to 400 years old, perfect for your first soul ring. Swiftly, her expression shifted to one of fury as she declared, "Wait here. I shall capture it for you, allowing that monster to become your first soul ring." For Xiaobai, the evil orca had always been a target of her contempt, and she was determined to take action herself this time. Although Poseidon had advised that Bofeng should attempt to engage, with Xiaobai merely observing unless the situation became dire, the presence of the evil orca stirred her deepest animosities. Bofeng promptly embraced the slender legs of Xiaobai, halting her advance. "Sister Xiaobai, leave this creature to me. This is my inaugural battle. It is an honor to combat the sinister demon whale." However, Xiaobai struggled to suppress her inner fury. For the purpose this time was to facilitate Bofeng's growth, not to indulge in her own long-standing grievances. After much effort, she had found such a rare and precious demon whale, and a single misstep could lead to disaster, should it perish at her hands. Bofeng would miss the chance to absorb this remarkably suitable soul ring. Rest assured, Sister Xiaobai, here and now, I assure you that when I ascend to the rank of title Douluo, I will personally slay the demon whale king, allowing it to serve as a soul ring for the sea god martial soul, thus avenging you, Bofeng declared with unwavering resolve. As she gazed at Bofeng, her heart swelled with warmth upon hearing his words. Fondly ruffling Bofeng's hair, she smiled and cautioned, "You must exercise utmost caution. The demon whale possesses formidable strength. Its whalebone is the toughest part of its body, so when it strikes, aim for its lower abdomen, where it is most vulnerable." Bofeng solemnly nodded, then gradually approached the ravenous, evil orca before him, with a formidable length of 3 to 4 meters. Its pitch-black body and those malevolent crimson eyes marked it as one of the most sinister and lethal creatures of the ocean. The malevolent orca seemed to have noticed Bofeng, regarding the diminutive figure that dared to challenge it. Chapter 4. The malevolent orca king approaches. One must understand that in this vast expanse of sea, apart from the one in the realm of the magic whale, even the formidable soul-devouring great white shark would not dare to confront them. How could this mere human possess such audacity? The malevolent orca opened its gaping maw and leaped into the air, its robust physique not hindering its speed. It sought to devour Bofeng in a single bite. At that moment, a phantom of the sea god emerged behind Bofeng. The sea god, ruler of the ocean, instinctively caused the malevolent orca to retreat. Seizing this opportunity, Bofeng extended his right hand, and a striking blue trident materialized in his grasp. It was indistinguishable from the trident of the sea god housed in the sea god temple. When imbued with the sea god's martial spirit, the trident would momentarily serve Bofeng. However, this was not the true trident of the sea god. It could only harness a mere fraction of its power. Yet, for dealing with the century-old malevolent orca before him, it would prove more than sufficient. The trident wielded by the wind struck directly at the vulnerable abdomen of the malevolent orca, the most tender part of its body. As expected, the infernal creature was instantly repelled, crashing into the ocean with a thunderous roar, sending waves splashing high into the air. Observing this, the young one finally breathed a sigh of relief. The malevolent orca possessed formidable combat prowess. Even after a century, one could not afford to be complacent. As it was flung away, the orca narrowed its eyes, beginning to regard this adversary with newfound seriousness. With its powerful tail thrashing against the waves, it conjured towering surges of water. Riding the crest of these titanic waves, the malevolent orca launched another assault. Bofeng stood resolutely, wielding his trident with a sense of pride, not daring to show the slightest hint of carelessness. As he swung the weapon with exuberance, colossal waves crashed upon him. Yet he remained unfazed, akin to one untouched by the chaos around him. Possessing the divine spirit of the sea, he felt no threat from any entity associated with the ocean. With the trident as his focal point, Bofeng sent the malevolent orca tumbling upon the surface of the water, then thrust the trident forward once more, intent on delivering a final blow to the beast. However, at that moment, another malevolent orca, measuring 5 meters in length, emerged unexpectedly from the adjacent waters. In an instant, before Bofeng could react, it clamped down on the tip of his trident. Simultaneously, the forceful tail of the ancient deep-sea whale lashed against Bofeng's shoulder with tremendous impact. Bofeng felt a sharp pain coursing through his arm, which suddenly became ablaze. He hurriedly broke free from the grasp of the malevolent orca and retreated to a safe distance. To his dismay, another malevolent orca appeared. This creature appeared to be a formidable 5 meters in length, signaling that he had met a worthy adversary. Bofeng's companion, Xiaobai, was visibly displeased. The orca that had ambushed Bofeng was clearly a newly entered millennium beast, whereas the other was a century-old entity. This situation surpassed Bofeng's capabilities, rendering him ill-equipped to confront them. Just as Xiaobai prepared to step forward, Bofeng quickly interjected, "Sister Xiaobai, allow me to handle this." Xiaobai furrowed her brow in discontent, retorting, "These two malevolent orcas possess considerable strength, and the one is a newly entered millennium beast. How could you possibly be their match? Trust me, let me deal with them." At that moment, the aura of 100,000-year soul beast surged forth, causing the two malevolent orcas before them to tremble uncontrollably. On the opposite side of the ocean lay a vast colony, home to numerous malevolent orcas, each exceeding 30 meters in size, all fully grown, with most being over 10,000 years old. At the heart of this formidable assembly, a massive malevolent orca suddenly opened its blood-red eyes, sensing the aura radiating from Xiaobai. Several years prior, during their last encounter, Xiaobai had suffered grave injuries, yet the orca had not emerged unscathed either. Presently, sensing only Xiaobai's presence after her departure from Sea God Island, even as the sea goddess steed. Facing such a multitude of malevolent orcas seemed a daunting challenge for her alone. Commanding the vast horde, the orca surged swiftly toward the position of Xiaobai and Bofeng. However, given the speed of the malevolent orcas, it would take considerable time for them to reach the island where Bofeng and Xiaobai stood. On the island, under Bofeng's insistence, Xiaobai quickly reined in her aura. Observing Bofeng's swollen arm, inflicted by the malevolent orca, a mixture of rage and heartache surged within Xiaobai. Since their first encounter, she had come to regard Bofeng as her younger brother. Had it not been for Bofeng's fervent intervention, the two malevolent orcas before them would have long since been eradicated, leaving nothing in their wake. The tempest no longer remained serene. As he gripped the trident tightly in his hand, a golden circlet materialized upon his forehead, adorned with numerous sapphires. His attire transformed into a magnificent and imposing ensemble, with blue and gold patterns shimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays. This manifestation arose from the embodiment of the sea goddess martial spirit. For reasons unknown, Xiaobai perceived the shadow of the sea god within Bofeng. It was reminiscent of the ancient battles fought alongside the sea god in the ocean, as he wielded the trident with unparalleled majesty. Without the overwhelming presence of Xiaobai, the two malevolent orca demons before him began to unleash their full fury. Their gaping maws, lined with sharp teeth, incessantly gnawed at the trident in Bofeng's grasp, sparks flying in a dazzling display. In the moment the malevolent orca leapt, Bofeng, holding the trident, became one with it. With a burst of crimson, the trident pierced through the century-old malevolent orca, decisively ending its nefarious existence. The other millennium-old malevolent orca, however, remained unperturbed by the demise of its companion. Such is the nature of the malevolent orca, capable of consuming its own kind, devoid of any semblance of emotion. Seizing the opportunity, the millennium-old malevolent orca opened its massive jaws and lunged directly at Bofeng, just as Xiaobai was poised to strike. As the shimmering black light flashed from the left hand of Bofeng, the hammer-like martial spirit instantaneously expanded, delivering a devastating blow to the head of the millennium-old evil demon tiger whale, shattering it into countless pieces. Apologies, but I possess a twin martial spirit. The 500-pound hammer inevitably brought an end to the life of the evil demon tiger whale. Thus, both of the formidable creatures met their demise here. The first soul ring had found its place, but as the other was over 1,000 years old, it exceeded the absorption range for the second soul ring. Consequently, Bofeng had no intention of absorbing it. Following his mother's guidance, Bofeng sat cross-legged, allowing his soul power to guide him. From the lifeless body of the evil demon tiger whale, a yellow soul ring gradually ascended. This marked Bofeng's first absorbed soul ring. Therefore, Xiaobai remained vigilant, meticulously guarding him until the absorption was complete. The evil demon tiger whale, renowned for its ferocity, exuded a wild force that frequently furrowed Bofeng's brow during the absorption process. Such overwhelming power was daunting, causing him immense agony, as if flames were scorching his very being. While enduring the power of the soul ring, the evil demon tiger whale harbored an intense resentment at the moment of its death, leading Bofeng to dangerously teeter on the brink of failure in absorbing the soul ring. Meanwhile, the clan led by the Whale King was hastening towards their destination, leaving Bofeng and Xiaobai with little time, as they still had 2/3 of the distance to cover. Chapter 5, The Second Ring of a Millennium. As time passed, the first century soul ring enveloping Bofeng gradually calmed, a phenomenon that occurs only upon the completion of absorption. His internal soul power surged rapidly, a searing warmth coursing through his body, affirming the evil demon tiger whale's status as a top predator of the ocean. Encountering two of these creatures at once was fortuitous, although one was over a millennium old and regrettably outside Bofeng's absorption range, rendering it a wasted opportunity. Xiaobai had been silently guarding him, and upon witnessing Bofeng complete the absorption, her anxious heart finally found peace. Now, they awaited Bofeng's awakening to continue their quest for the next sea spirit beast. Suddenly, Xiaobai seemed to sense something, her expression shifting to one of terror as she gazed at the tranquil ocean nearby. Observing intently, her countenance turned grave. It was approaching. The clan led by the evil demon whale king was drawing near, leaving them in a precarious situation. Even with all the soul sharks present, faced with such a multitude of malevolent orcas, their only recourse was retreat. A single malevolent orca could contend evenly with two soul sharks. Ever since that battle years ago, Xiaobai had harbored a hidden injury that had yet to heal. With the looming crisis, she had to consider Bofeng. He was a dual martial soul, destined to be the master of Sea God Island. Xiaobai could not allow any harm to befall him. After all, Bofeng had promised her that he would eliminate the malevolent Orca horde. At that moment, Bofeng slowly awakened, having absorbed the first spirit rings, which granted him a fitting initial spirit ability. Just as he was filled with joy, he noticed Xiaobai's troubled expression. "Sister Xiaobai, what troubles you?" Bofeng inquired with concern. Taking a deep breath, Xiaobai urged, "We must leave this place at once. The malevolent Orca King is approaching." "The malevolent Orca King?" Bofeng exclaimed in astonishment. That was 100,000-year-old soul beast. Despite Xiaobai also being a 100,000-year-old soul beast, she could not guarantee victory against such an adversary. Without a moment's hesitation, Bofeng cast a final glance at the vanishing purple 1,000-year spirit ring before shaking his head. It was not something he ought to touch. Life and death were at stake. Such thoughts could not occupy his mind, especially since it exceeded the second spirit ring's 200-year limit. Just as Xiaobai and Bofeng prepared to depart, Bofeng suddenly halted. Under Xiaobai's puzzled gaze, the sea god martial soul manifested behind him, brandishing the sea god trident and gazing intently ahead. For a brief moment, Xiaobai was left in awe. "Lord Sea God, is it truly you?" The calm demeanor of the wind god suggested that the sea god had imparted some words to him. Shortly thereafter, the sea god vanished from sight. Bofeng stepped forward, dragging the long-dead 1,000-year-old malevolent Orca towards the ocean. Xiaobai, puzzled, remarked, "Xiaofeng, we should disregard this malevolent Orca. Preserving our lives is of utmost importance." Bofeng inquired earnestly, "Sister Xiaobai, how long will it take for you to reach Sea God Island at your fastest speed?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiaobai replied, "At most an hour and a half. Is there a problem?" She continued, "I have heard my mother speak of the Orca swarm. They are colossal in size, and in terms of raw strength, the malevolent soul great white shark is no match. However, when it comes to speed, you are truly experts." "Indeed." Xiaobai proudly patted her chest, causing the waves to surge. Subsequently, she plunged into the sea, transforming into a 20-meter-long malevolent soul great white shark. Bofeng sat upon the back of Xiaobai, channeling his soul power into his hand, as the nearly dissipated Millennium Soul Ring soared towards him in an instant. Simultaneously, the first soul ring beneath his feet glimmered, with a purple Millennium Soul Ring swiftly spiraling above the yellow one. "Xiaobai, we must hurry. The evil demon killer whale king is approaching," he urged, commencing the absorption of the Millennium Soul Ring. Xiaobai nodded, her gaze fixed upon the direction of Sea God Island, hastily propelling herself forward with Bofeng on her back. As the most formidable among the demon soul white sharks, her speed was unparalleled in the ocean. In the blink of an eye, Xiaobai whisked Bofeng towards Sea God Island. The belated evil demon killer whale king, witnessing the lifeless bodies of two of its kin, unleashed a wave of energy to survey the surroundings, discovering no trace of Xiaobai or the human. Enraged, the king devoured the remains of its fallen comrades. The sound of crunching bones echoing ominously, blood staining its sharp teeth. "We pursue," commanded the evil demon killer whale king, as swarms of its brethren sped towards Sea God Island. Across the boundless ocean, Xiaobai swam with remarkable swiftness, now less than a third of the distance from Sea God Island. Bofeng, seated on her back, was absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring, which had just reached its millennium threshold. Unlike the first-century-old whale, this evil demon killer whale was imbued with far more volatile power. The oppressive force of the Millennium Soul Ring inflicted excruciating pain throughout Bofeng's body, as if his internal organs were ablaze. His complexion darkened, for this was the first time he had attempted to surpass the limits of soul ring absorption. It was the divine intervention of the sea god that compelled him to undertake such a perilous endeavor, surpassing a limit of over 200 years. This agony was beyond Bofeng's capacity to endure. Xiaobai keenly sensed the immense suffering Bofeng was enduring at that moment, though her heart ached for him. This path was one he had to tread alone, impervious to any interference. As time elapsed, the silhouette of Sea God Island gradually came into view. How wonderful! Once we reach Sea God Island, the evil demon killer whale horde will pose no threat to us. Yet, just then, Xiaobai caught a whiff of impending danger. A cerulean beam of light surged towards them at breakneck speed, prompting Xiaobai to evade desperately. Behind them, the evil demon killer whale king led a formidable force in pursuit. Xiaobai felt overwhelmed, the injuries sustained from their battle 2 years prior resurfacing, coupled with their hurried journey. This allowed the evil demon killer whale king to close in on them. "Xiaobai, how dare you slay my kin?" The king bellowed, its enormous body looming ominously, eyes aflame with fury. "Evil tiger, you brought this upon yourselves. Mark my words, one day, the evil demon killer whales will vanish completely from these waters, restoring tranquility to the sea. Xiaobai spoke with resolute determination, vowing to ensure the absolute safety of Bofeng. The malevolent Orca king let out a thunderous laugh, recalling a century past when Xiaobai's brother met his demise at his hands. I must confess, your brother's flesh was truly exquisite. Yet, I wonder, how shall you fare? Xiaobai trembled with rage, fully aware that the Orca king was deliberately provoking her, aiming to cloud her judgment with fury. However, Xiaobai could not succumb to such temptations, presently. Bofeng, seated upon her back, was on the verge of successfully merging with the ancient violet soul ring that had begun to resonate with his being. Chapter 6. The bone of the 5,000-year-old evil Orca's right leg. Suddenly, the Orca king noticed something amiss. Gazing at the unfamiliar figure on Xiaobai's back, he realized what it was. Ah, Xiaobai, you slaughter my kin for the sake of a mere human. The Orca king's fury ignited as he conjured a column of blue light, directing it towards Xiaobai and Bofeng. This commotion could not escape the notice of Poseidon. Atop the sacred mountain, within the sea god temple, Poseidon suddenly opened her eyes, her left hand moving gently. Before her, the surface of the water rippled, and within the watery veil, Xiaobai was frantically evading the attacks of the malevolent Orca king. On her back, her son was absorbing the second soul ring. Through the shimmering water, Poseidon could clearly see that her son was indeed absorbing the second soul ring, its hue unmistakably purple. A millennium. Was this a jest? He was her only child. Since his departure, Bofeng had become Poseidon's sole source of solace. She swiftly evaded the sea god palace, hastening towards the battlefield. Xiaobai darted in frantic evasions, gathering energy to repel the pursuing malevolent orcas along the way. Ensuring Bofeng's safety was paramount. They must leave this place securely while stalling for time to guarantee the arrival of reinforcements. Seated atop Xiaobai, Bofeng acutely sensed the imminent danger. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, the second Millennium Soul Ring fully integrated with him. The first soul skill, Spear of the Sea. With the manifestation of his sea god's martial spirit, wielding a blue trident, Bofeng attained the ability to command a fragment of the ocean's formidable force. At that moment, he was still feeble, capable of harnessing merely a modicum of the oceanic power. Blue orbs of light gradually coalesced along the shaft of the trident, while golden luminescence amassed at its pinnacle. Aiming at the approaching malevolent Orca behind Xiaobai, he thrust the trident, which decisively pierced through the Orca's skull. The 30-meter-long creature thrashed violently in the water, dragging Bofeng into the depths of the sea alongside it. This was a 5,000-year-old malevolent Orca, and the pressure exerted by the 10,000-year sea spirit beast rendered Bofeng breathless. Vivid crimson blood flowed forth, staining the ocean expanse. Xiaobai's eyes widened in alarm. Should the malevolent Orca pull Bofeng into the depths, his fate would be dire. Die, malevolent tiger, she exclaimed, unleashing her domain skill in a bid to confront the Orca king directly. Simultaneously, Bofeng, submerged in the ocean's embrace, drew upon his upbringing by the sea, his physical prowess far exceeding that of an ordinary person, endowed with remarkable aquatic agility. To match a 5,000-year-old malevolent Orca, one would typically require 2 fully matured spirit great white sharks. Yet, in this instance, Bofeng was merely a great soul master. Even with the divine martial spirit of the sea god, faced with such a colossal adversary, he stood little chance of retaliation. The trident had penetrated the creature's skull, and Bofeng, enduring the immense underwater pressure, forcefully withdrew the trident. Flesh and bone parted as the Orca's brain was brutally cleaved. This marked Bofeng's inaugural confrontation with a 10,000-year soul beast. He had, through the might of the trident and the ocean's power, managed to shatter the Orca's brain, albeit insufficient to claim its life. The Orca, acutely aware of its dwindling vitality, was not inclined to relinquish Bofeng so easily. It sought to drag him down into the abyss, determined to take him down with it before succumbing. Bearing the excruciating pain, it forced open its massive maw and surged towards him with alarming speed. In its final desperate struggle, Bofeng positioned the trident against his chest. The second soul ring illuminated beneath him, and a continuous surge of oceanic energy flowed into the trident. The second soul skill, Ocean Goddess Guardian. This is the second soul skill of Bofeng, harnessing the power of the ocean to create an impenetrable defense against the foes. A sea blue barrier forms, isolating the malevolent tiger whale. The beast, in a frenzy, relentlessly assaults the sea god's shield, driven by a desperate resolve in the last vestiges of its strength. Launching one final, desperate strike. Here in the ocean, Bofeng, endowed with the sea goddess martial spirit, draws upon an inexhaustible wellspring of power. However, the second soul ring, being a millennium old, means that his soul energy is gradually waning. Though he possesses exceptional aquatic abilities, he remains human. In that moment, the malevolent tiger whale's eyes lit up, enveloped in a dark crimson lightning, as it prepared for one last, fatal onslaught against the sea goddess guardian. This was its final assault. Bofeng had reached his limits, utterly depleted of physical and soul energy. With a resounding crash, the sea goddess guardian stood unscathed, while the tiger whale's eyes dimmed, its belly turning white as it sank into the depths. Following suit, Bofeng began to descend as well, his eyes filled with reluctance. He could not perish. His mother awaited him, and his father was still searching. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he began to swim upward swiftly. At that moment, a flicker of red light emanated from the lifeless tiger whale, and a bone-like object burst forth from its body. It moved with astonishing speed, and for reasons unknown. That bone fell into Bofeng's embrace. With its power, he gradually began to rise to the surface, utilizing the might of the ocean and the sea goddess trident. Bofeng ultimately vanquished the 5,000-year-old malevolent tiger whale. On the surface, Poseidon, wielding a golden scepter, summoned the true power of the sea, driving away the gravely wounded tiger whale king, thus preserving the tranquility of Sea God Island. Xiaobai, battered and bruised, had exerted herself to protect Bofeng. But what of Bofeng? Poseidon anxiously searched and finally spotted his unconscious son on the nearby surface of the sea. In a state of urgency, he swiftly flew over to retrieve the drifting figure of his offspring, the soul bone, gazing at the soul bone tightly clutched in his son's hand. It appeared to be a right leg bone from the malevolent Orca. Soul bones are inherently precious, and this one, belonging to the sinister Orca, held a value far exceeding anything Poseidon had ever encountered, save for that of the 10,000-year-old malevolent Orca king. It was a relief that his son was unharmed. Thus, Poseidon departed from the scene with his companion, Little White. The waves have been unaware of how long they have slumbered, lost in a haze of oblivion. Aside from attending to his numerous responsibilities, Poseidon devoted much of his time to caring for his slumbering son. The evil soul bone of the ominous Orca radiated a blood-red glow, capturing Poseidon's gaze in a trance. The commotion surrounding their first outing was indeed considerable. As conveyed by Xiaobai during their journey, his son's first soul ring was that of a century-old evil Orca, while the second was derived from a millennium-old counterpart. And he had even acquired a soul bone, an extraordinary relic with an age of 50,000 years. Even Xiaobai, upon encountering this soul bone, was left utterly astounded. An adult evil Orca requires the prowess of two formidable great white sharks to confront. How could it be possible for Naruto to achieve such feats at merely 6 years of age? Indeed, the current Naruto is incapable of such accomplishments. However, if one were to harness the power of the ocean, it might become attainable. As the gentle waves of consciousness washed over him, Bofeng slowly opened his hazy eyes, gazing at the ceiling that was so familiar it felt like home. At that moment, he found himself lying in bed, relieved to realize that the crisis had passed. Truly, the gift of life was precious. Chapter 7. The Hammer Technique Left by father.My. The tender voice pierced through Poseidon's heart. During Bofeng's days of unconsciousness, she had been consumed with worry. Seeing him awaken from his slumber allowed Poseidon to finally release the anxiety that had gripped her. Gently, she helped Bofeng sit up, letting out a sigh. My dear, you nearly frightened your mother to death. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't know how to continue living. Mom, please don't say such foolish things. Am I not perfectly fine? Bofeng reassured her. By the way, where is Sister Xiaobai? Is she all right? He inquired with concern. Poseidon gently shook his head, assuring that Xiaobai was unscathed, merely bearing some external injuries. However, it is you who should be concerned. For your confrontation with a malevolent Orca that has existed for 50,000 years is what plunged you into slumber. You must not allow such a situation to recur. Wave Wind nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze swiftly shifting to the soul bone placed beside him. This object was a first for Wave Wind. According to the remnants of his memory, the crimson, bone-like artifact resembled something that had fallen from the sinister demon whale. What on earth is this bone? Wave Wind inquired. Perplexed, I distinctly recall it having fallen from that malevolent demon whale. Poseidon extended his left hand, and the soul bone, which had been steadily resting upon the table, flew directly into his grasp. This is a soul bone, a rare treasure that drops from soul beasts upon their demise, with only a minuscule probability. Your fortune is remarkable. This particular soul bone was derived from the 50,000-year-old evil demon Orca you inadvertently vanquished. It is a right leg bone of commendable quality, approximately 50,000 years old. Poseidon patiently elaborated. Gazing at the soul bone held in his mother's hand, Bofeng finally comprehended that this was indeed a soul bone. Having traversed through time for 6 years, this marked his first encounter with such an object. It is said that when a soul bone is affixed to a soul master, it can yield impressive soul skills. When the time is right, you should absorb this soul bone. Feng. Both your first and second soul rings originate from the evil demon Orca, and this soul bone is also a remnant of the same creature, boasting a commendable age. When harmonized with your first and second soul skills, it presents a splendid opportunity. However, upon mentioning this, Poseidon's demeanor shifted abruptly, and her expression grew grave. Furthermore, did I not instruct you that one must not absorb soul rings that exceed the age of the soul master? Why then did you proceed to absorb that millennium-old ring for your second? Are you truly intent on giving your mother cause for distress? Faced with his mother's reproach, Bofeng felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Mother whispering softly, Bofeng remarked, "If I were to say that it was the sea god who compelled me to act in this manner, would you still hold it against me?" Upon hearing this, Poseidon momentarily paused in surprise and then inquired, "My dear wind, have you clarified everything with your mother? What did the esteemed sea god convey to you?" The wind of waves recalled, "The Lord of the Sea has commanded me to journey to the Douluo Continent in search of the lost heart of the sea god. He has also bestowed upon me this millennium soul ring, assuring me that with it, I shall encounter no peril." The heart of the sea god? As the high priestess of Sea God Island, I am well aware of its significance. It is the divine artifact of the sea god, the trident of the sea god. The most vital part of it has unfortunately been lost for many years, since the sea god himself has specifically chosen you for this task. What are your intentions for departure? When the sea god issues a directive, it undoubtedly pertains to matters of utmost importance. While others may be oblivious to the heart of the sea god, the wind of waves comprehends its essence with clarity. The heart of the sea god resides within the imperial palace of Tiendo, enshrined as a national treasure. Wavewind smiled gently and then said, "Mother, there is no need for such anxiety. I am well aware of the location of the heart of the sea god." "Oh," Poseidon inquired, intrigued, "where might that be?" "Rest assured, mother, the heart of the sea god is situated in a place where no one dares to venture. Did you not promise me that once my soul power reached the 30th level, I would be permitted to journey to the mainland?" Wavewind expressed with fervent anticipation. Having spent 6 years on Sea God Island, he was intimately familiar with its people and matters. It was the mainland that truly captivated him. And Wavewind eagerly looked forward to the adventures that awaited. Poseidon chuckled, covering his mouth. "You little rascal, with your innate soul power at level 20. Reaching level 30 will only take a few years. Once your injuries have healed, I shall commence your special training. Furthermore, you will visit one of the 7 guardians each week to learn their unique skills. Only when I am satisfied with your progress will you be permitted to leave Sea God Island." With a solemn nod, Bofeng affirmed, "Absolutely no problem. By the way, it is time to entrust this to you." As he spoke, Poseidon retrieved several tomes from behind him, resembling ancient martial arts manuals. The pages, imbued with a sense of antiquity, bore titles that had long since faded into obscurity. "What is this?" Bofeng inquired as he accepted the tome. Poseidon's gaze stirred with emotion as he smiled gently. "This is a legacy left for you by your father." The mention of his father caused Bofeng to widen his eyes in astonishment, regarding the tome he held in his hands as a precious treasure. "Your second martial soul is, in fact, your father's martial soul. These tomes pertain to the art of hammer techniques. You may practice them during your leisure time," Poseidon advised. "Mother, do these tomes bear any names?" Poseidon contemplated for a moment, recalling that he had once heard his father mention something akin to the method of chaotic hammers and the great hammers. The chaotic wind hammer technique. The great Sumera hammer. He instinctively remarked. "Exactly." Poseidon clapped his hands together in delight, exclaiming, "It is indeed the chaotic wind hammer technique and the great Sumera hammer. However, your mother never spoke of this to you. How did you come to know?" Observing the puzzled expression on his mother's face, Poseidon hastily chuckled and fabricated a casual excuse. After Poseidon departed, a complex expression crossed the face of Poseidon as he gazed at the great Sumera hammer and the chaotic wind hammer technique left behind by his father. Each of these tomes is renowned across the continent. Particularly, the great Sumera hammer is a closely guarded secret of the Haotian sect, a technique that could be deemed divine. The most remarkable aspect of the great Sumera hammer is its ability to detonate soul rings, thereby enhancing one's own strength. Unfortunately, Poseidon primarily possesses the sea god martial soul. Had he embraced the mysterious hammer as his primary martial soul, It would undoubtedly have caused quite a stir upon his arrival on the continent, especially with the spirit hall. It seems his father is indeed the one. If memory serves correctly, he is currently in the distant city of Slaughter. How well has he fared in the trials of Azura? I hope he remains untainted by the malevolent thoughts of the Rakshasa. Meanwhile, within a dim crimson palace, a man with a pale complexion and silvery hair, devoid of any color in his face, was exploring this new body, astonished. What a magnificent physique! All thanks to the Rakshas's sinister thoughts. No matter how exceptional your talent, completing the 7 trials of Azura consecutively over 6 years means nothing in the end. For I have seized the opportunity. From this moment forth, this territory shall be mine. I am the King of Slaughter. Chapter 8. Father, Mother, the Chronicle of Affection. After several days of recuperation, Wave Wind's injuries had healed completely. Before the sea god's temple, guided by his mother, he held prominently in his hands his second martial soul, a hammer, which had grown to an imposing size, weighing 500 pounds. With practiced ease, Wave Wind wielded it skillfully. Following the hammer techniques left by his father and under his mother's vigilant supervision, he embarked on formal training. The chaotic gale hammer technique was a secret of the Houghton sect, requiring a series of 81 strikes, each strike's power compounding upon the last. Currently, Wave Wind was drenched in sweat, his upper body bare, as he rhythmically struck with the hammer. He had managed to execute a meager 16 strikes in succession, a considerable distance from the required 81. As for the great Sumeru hammer, it remained a distant aspiration for him at that time. Nonetheless, he diligently absorbed its principles and essence, knowing that once he ascended to the rank of titled Douluo and infused the hammer with spirit rings, the true power of the great Sumeru hammer would be unleashed. Posey stood solemnly by, observing Bofeng as he wielded his hammer. She couldn't help but reminisce about the myriad moments they had shared throughout their decades together. He had forsaken the Houghton sect for her sake. Those days spent together constituted the most cherished memories of Posey's life. Both possessed powers that reached the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. The union of such formidable beings made the prospect of offspring exceedingly rare. They had chosen to retreat to Sea God Island, aspiring to attain divinity, ensuring their eternal bond. Finally, just months before his departure, Posey discovered she was with child. Without having had the chance to meet their son, he hastily left. Now, 6 years have passed since his departure, and their son has grown. She wonders where he might be. Thud. Naruto plopped down onto the rock, panting heavily as he stowed away his hammer. Poseidon smiled gently as he approached his son, tenderly wiping the sweat from the brow marked by the winds. Though his heart ached for his child, this was an inevitable path toward strength. Kaze no Kaze is a child who spares his mother from worry, diligently training and making significant progress in his abilities. At this moment, Kaze no Kaze proposed, "Mother, I wish to tread upon the light of the sea god." Poseidon was momentarily taken aback. What is the reason behind this? The pressure borne by the light of the sea god is beyond what you can currently endure. In order to master the hammer technique left by my father, one must train in a place of immense pressure. In such an environment, wielding the hammer will yield results far exceeding expectations. Moreover, should I face the sea god's trial in the future, I cannot evade the challenge posed by the light of the sea god. Wind, have you truly made up your mind? Poseidon inquired repeatedly, with a resolute nod. Bofeng acknowledged her words, and Poseidon refrained from adding anything further. Grasping Bofeng's small hand tightly, the two vanished from their location. In the blink of an eye, mother and son found themselves at the foot of the sea god mountain. This was the essential path to the sea god temple, comprising a total of 1,001 steps, illuminated by the shimmering azure and golden light of the sea god, perfectly casting its glow upon the staircase. As one traverses through the radiance of the sea god, one's body would endure immense pressure. Mother would ensure that this pressure remained within the limits one could bear. Exercise caution, and do not act recklessly, Poseidon earnestly advised. After nodding, Bofeng began to walk towards the light of the sea god, holding his second martial soul, the hammer, in his right hand. Upon stepping onto the first stair, Bofeng felt as though the hammer in his grasp had become significantly heavier, making it exceedingly laborious to lift. With the weighty martial soul of the hammer, Bofeng pressed on step by step, soon finding his forehead drenched in perspiration. Standing firmly on the 10th step, Bofeng wielded the chaotic wind hammer technique with utmost effort, enduring the immense pressure of Poseidon's light. Unlike many traversers who possessed a system to rely on, he lacked the formidable techniques akin to those of Tangsan, relying primarily on his own strength. He understood that survival in a world governed by the law of the jungle necessitated his own empowerment. Despite the formidable forces behind him and his parents being the strongest in this realm, the path ahead was one he must traverse alone. With a resounding strike of the hammer against the ground, a thunderous roar erupted. Bearing the tremendous burden and under the comprehensive guidance of Poseidon, he successfully completed today's training regimen. The night on Sea God Island was exceptionally tranquil, the starry sky twinkling above. As he stood on the steps before the Sea God Temple, Bofeng nestled in his mother's embrace, while Poseidon tenderly massaged her son's shoulders to alleviate the stress of a day's training. "Mother, could you share with me the story of how you met father?" Bofeng suggested, seeking a moment of leisure. Upon hearing this, Poseidon offered a faint smile. "Your father is a formidable soul master. When your mother first encountered him, she was profoundly captivated. However, at that time, your father was already married, prompting your mother to return alone to Sea God Island. After several decades, your mother successfully passed the trials set by the sea god and officially assumed the mantle of High Priestess. One day, your father, accompanied by a peerless Douluo of the Qian surname, challenged your mother. In that fierce battle, your mother, leveraging the advantages of the ocean, triumphed against both your father and the six-winged angel Douluo. Then, what transpired?" The eager Bofeng inquired. "Subsequently, both your father and the six-winged angel soul master developed feelings for your mother. Ultimately, it was your father who took the initiative to express his feelings, leading to their union. Thus, your father voluntarily severed ties with his sect and chose to live alongside your mother for nearly several decades. Our powers have reached the zenith of this world in his quest to remain eternally by your mother's side. Your father resolutely departed in search of a path to divinity." Poseidon smiled gently. "It has been 7 years since your father departed, and by the time you left, your mother was already expecting you. He never had the chance to witness your birth. He was gone before that moment could unfold. I wonder how he fared in his divine trials." Bofeng appeared lost in thought, hesitant to reveal what he knew to his mother, fearing that she might not be able to bear the true circumstances of his father's plight. After speaking, Poseidon retrieved the bone of the right leg of an evil orca and bestowed it upon Bofeng. "Tomorrow, during the cultivation under the light of the sea god, absorb this ancient bone, which has been steeped in the essence of a 50,000-year-old evil orca. The light of the sea god possesses the power to evolve all things in this world, yet the resentment emanating from this orca, which you vanquished, is exceedingly potent. Your current abilities are insufficient to endure it." Noticing her son's lack of response under the radiant light, Poseidon looked down to discover that Bofeng had already succumbed to slumber in her embrace, utterly exhausted from a day of rigorous training. Poseidon smiled helplessly, cradling the slumbering wave wind as he slowly made his way toward the temple of the sea god. Chapter 9. The blinded demon Orca King. Beneath the radiance of the sea god, Wave Wind sat cross-legged upon the steps. In his hands rested the right leg bone of the demon Orca. Under the illumination of the sea goddess light, the overwhelming resentment clinging to the soul bone was instantaneously eradicated. The soul bone began to merge with Wave Wind's right leg, further integrating into his being. Freed from the influence of the demon Orca's malice, Wave Wind's absorption of the soul bone accelerated significantly. The sensation of bloodlines intertwining solidified the connection between the right leg bone and Wave Wind's right leg. Power, immense power. Soon after, an eerie red glow began to envelop Wave Wind's right leg. As Bofeng gazed upon the tranquil surface of the sea, the crimson glow emanating from his right leg flared once more, sweeping forward with an elegant motion. The water was instantaneously cleaved in two, colossal waves surging forth with a thunderous roar that reverberated in his ears. Observing this spectacle before him, he recognized the formidable power of the soul bone, a remnant of the malevolent demon Orca, which exuded an aura of despair. Had this soul bone belonged to the demon Orca King? Its effects would undoubtedly have been even more profound. One must not be overly ambitious. This 5,000-year-old soul bone was already immensely precious, coveted even by tidal Douluos who would salivate at the mere thought of it. Poseidon nodded in satisfaction, then settled onto a nearby rock to continue supervising the training of Bofeng, who was embarking on yet another round of practice. As the seasons passed, the visage of Bofeng became a familiar sight upon the shores of Sea God Island. Over the course of 5 years, the once 6-year-old child had blossomed into an 11-year-old handsome youth. Before the sacred pillar of the sea spear, a boy standing at a height of 1.85 meters was currently wielding a hammer spirit, engaged in combat with the sea spear Douluo, who brandished the Nonic spear. The sea spear Douluo, one of the 7 sacred pillars, possessed formidable strength, ranking among the top 3. With a clang, the hammer met the spear, and the boy, with grit and a smile, exclaimed, "Uncle Spear, do give it your all." The sea spear Douluo radiated a surge of soul power, effortlessly sending the boy flying. I have triumphed. Uncle Spear, you are indeed using soul power. With a resigned smile, the sea spear Douluo retracted the Nonic spear, saying, Young master, the 5 years have come to an end. You have successfully completed our trials. It was said that upon your completion, you would be permitted to journey to the Douluo Continent. With gratitude, the boy withdrew his hammer spirit and made his way towards Sea God Mountain. This youth was none other than Bofeng, who had, over the span of 5 years, passed each trial posed by the 7 sacred pillars, elevating his soul power to level 36. Achieving such a level at his tender age surpassed that of his peers on Sea God Island and was likely unparalleled across the continent. Upon reaching the base of Sea God Mountain, there remained one final trial, that of his mother. Before setting foot on the Douluo Continent, Bofeng must not only fulfill the trials of the 7 sacred pillars but also that of his mother, Poseidon. This entailed traversing the light of the sea god and ascending 100 steps. Only by accomplishing this feat could Bofeng venture alone to the Douluo Continent, where the waters were perilous. 5 years prior, Bofeng had vanquished 3 evil demonic orcas, one of which was a formidable 50,000-year-old beast. Consequently, the name Bofeng had been indelibly inscribed in the records of the Orca King. In the waters surrounding Sea God Island, evil demonic orcas occasionally appeared, vigilantly watching the island with the singular aim of confronting Bofeng. A mere 6-year-old child had provoked such ire, resulting in the loss of 3 orcas, a species already scarce and difficult to reproduce. Had it not been for this, the evil demonic orcas would scarcely regard even the deep-sea demonic whale. With unwavering confidence, Wave Wind ascended the staircase. Over the past 5 years, he had diligently honed his hammer techniques under the radiant guidance of the sea god. Both the chaotic wind hammer technique and the great Sumeru hammer had reached a level of mastery. During his leisure moments, Wave Wind would also ascend the staircase, confronting traps that led to significant breakthroughs each time. The pressure of the staircase felt remarkably familiar. With a confident demeanor, he began his steady climb. Before the sea god temple, Poseidon observed her son scaling the water curtain, a smile of satisfaction gracing her features. This child had never disappointed her. As a mother, Poseidon had invested considerable effort into his upbringing. It was evident that her son had surpassed her expectations. His growth exceeded what she had anticipated, for he excelled even beyond his father. At this age, his father had not attained such heights. The student had indeed surpassed the master, continuously evolving into an even more remarkable individual. The light of the sea god impeded Wave Wind's progress, and before he realized it, he had reached the 60th step. The pressure here was double that of the previous level. A year prior, in preparation for overcoming the sea dragon Douluos trial, Wave Wind had trained for several months, perfecting his hammer techniques and mastering the use of the trident. The environment was now so familiar that it felt almost like home, and the soul rings beneath his feet began to glow, 1 yellow and 2 purple. The 3,000-year soul ring was derived from the abyssal tiger whale, indeed a formidable creature. This tale traces back 2 years, when, after relentless effort, Wave Wind finally reached the 30th level. Following a distressing incident at the age of 6, Poseidon could not bear to see her son face danger again. Consequently, she instructed her subordinates to capture a random sea spirit beast for him. However, Wave Wind was not inclined to obey. This marked one of his most rebellious phases in recent years. Every individual experiences a moment of defiance, and Wave Wind was no exception. Thus, under the cloak of night, he seized the opportunity while his mother was momentarily distracted. Bofeng departed alone from Sea God Island, heading towards the lair of the malevolent killer whales. These colossal creatures, known for their formidable strength and strong territorial instincts, would not hesitate to eliminate any intruder. Fortunately, due to the remnants of their aura infused in his own leg bone, Bofeng went unnoticed. After a prolonged selection process, he ultimately employed his trident to deliver a fatal blow to one of the ancient killer whales. The scent of blood ignited a fury among the pod. Yet Bofeng was well prepared for the ensuing chaos. Nearby, Xiaobai was positioned to provide support. Together, they hastily dragged the corpse of the fallen killer whale back to Sea God Island. As he departed, Bofeng took a moment to bestow a parting gift upon the Whale King, utilizing the soul skill derived from the bone of the killer whale. Known as Evil Whale Demon Slash, he struck one of the Whale King's eyes, blinding it. Consequently, the Whale King's animosity towards Bofeng reached an unprecedented peak, leading it to prowl around Sea God Island in search of an opportunity for vengeance. Thus, it became a blind creature of the deep, alongside the deep-sea demon whale king, both of whom bore the marks of the sea goddess wrath, one blinded by divine intervention, the other by Bofeng's hand. The following morning, when Poseidon awoke, he discovered that his son was already absorbing his third soul ring, accompanied by the lifeless body of the long-dead killer whale. Chapter 10, A Mother's Charge. Upon learning of the events from Xiaobai, Bofeng, having finished absorbing his third soul ring, faced his mother's furious gaze. In that moment, he felt like a balloon filled to the brim, enduring a lengthy reprimand from Poseidon. Poseidon is her only one. Since his departure, Poseidon has regarded his son with utmost importance. Now, he dares to venture alone into the lair of the malevolent Orcas to hunt them down. Most crucially, he has succeeded and even managed to blind one of the eyes of the malevolent Orca king. This incited Poseidon's fury. What kind of creature is the malevolent Orca king? It is an exceedingly bloodthirsty being, surpassing even the deep-sea demon whale king in ferocity. Therefore, to punish his son, Poseidon had initially intended that once his son surpassed level 30, he would send him to the Douluo Continent. However, this incident has shattered their agreement. Poseidon arranged for the 7 sacred pillars to guard Douluo, and commanded Bofeng to ascend 100 steps. Only upon the completion of these 2 arduous tasks could he officially depart from Sea God Island and journey alone to Douluo Continent. On the staircase, Bofeng gasped for breath, gazing at the seemingly insurmountable 100 steps, as if they were separated by an ocean. He had expended all of his soul power. Indeed, traversing the sea god's light proved to be one of the formidable trials, far more taxing than he had anticipated. As Bofeng's hand finally touched the centennial step, his figure vanished from the sea god's staircase, only to reappear calmly before the sea god palace, where his mother awaited him. Poseidon solemnly inquired, "Do you recognize that you are in the wrong?" Bofeng nodded affirmatively, realizing that it was unwise to venture alone into the lair of the malevolent Orca, especially after blinding the Orca king. This act had caused the Orcas to intermittently harass Poseidon Island, leaving his mother perpetually exhausted in her attempts to manage the situation. Acknowledging one's mistakes is commendable. It is essential to avoid repeating them, Poseidon remarked. Tomorrow, you shall set forth to the Douluo Continent, and I shall send Xiaobai to accompany you. Xiaobai? Bofeng inquired, perplexed. Mother, if Xiaobai accompanies me, who will safeguard Poseidon Island? Poseidon smiled gently. Isn't there still your mother? And your 6 uncles along with your mermaid sister? Everything has been arranged on Xiaobai's side. A 9,000-year-old magical soul great white shark has taken her place in her clan. With Xiaobai accompanying you, your mother can rest easy. As the saying goes, a mother worries for her child even when they travel 1,000 miles. It is time to give you this. With that, Poseidon retrieved an object from within his robes. Bofeng took the small, ancient-looking hammer in both hands. Its design exquisite yet unpretentious. Mother, why does this resemble my hammer so closely? He inquired, a note of confusion in his voice. Poseidon elucidated. This hammer is a relic left by your father upon his departure, whose name is Tang Chun, the former leader of the Haotian sect. This hammer signifies the position of the sect's adjudicator, holding an unparalleled status. However, through your mother's inquiries over the years, it has become evident that the Haotian sect has not fared well, even going so far as to seal its gates. The reasons behind this remain elusive, as your mother cannot articulate them. In any case, should you venture into the continent, remember to avoid any conflict with the Spirit Hall. The Haotian sect's seclusion is intricately linked to the Spirit Hall, which, decades ago, mounted a significant invasion against our sea god island, rendering them our adversary. Engaging with them would be unwise. Do you understand? Nobody comprehends the intricacies of this relationship better than Bofeng. Zheng nodded affirmatively, replying, I understand, mother. After retrieving the hammer, Bofeng expressed his concern. Mother, if I depart, what shall we do if the evil magic killer whale king returns? The evil magic killer whale king? Poseidon chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Ever since that creature was sent flying by your mother, it inexplicably intruded upon the territory of the deep-sea magic whale king, resulting in significant casualties among the evil magic killer whales, even blinding one of its eyes. In addition to the one you had previously injured, the current evil magic killer whale king is, indeed, a thoroughly blinded king. Furthermore, under the leadership of Xiaobai, the clan launched an offensive, successfully avenging their losses. The evil magic killer whale king, leading the remnants of its forces, has retreated from this marine territory to languish in another. Presently, aside from the formidable group of soul magic great white sharks, our only significant foe remains the deep-sea magic whale king. Fortunately, The latter does not pose a threat to Sea God Island, thanks to the prowess of Lord Sea God's spear from years past. At this juncture, Bofeng proposed, "Mother, shall we not strike against the evil magic killer whale king and eradicate it?" Poseidon inquired, perplexed. "When did you become so belligerent? With your diminutive stature, do you truly believe you can contend with the evil magic killer whale king?" With a playful smile, Bofeng scratched his head and remarked to Sister Xiao by that one day he would inevitably vanquish the malevolent Orca king. This creature had long been a source of conflict for them, causing considerable destruction to the island structures and inflicting suffering upon certain coastal inhabitants. His intentions were noble, aimed at the betterment of Sea God Island. It is commendable that you possess such resolve, however. It is imperative that your strength ascends to that of a sole Douluo or a titled Douluo. Otherwise, you must refrain from provoking the malevolent Orca king further. Mother, do you mean to suggest that the Orca king become my soul ring? Bofeng inquired. Indeed, Poseidon affirmed with a nod of satisfaction. Once you attain the status of titled Douluo and possess the capability to confront it, let it then become your ninth soul ring. Your second martial spirit is the Haotian hammer, which belongs to your father, Tang Qin. On the Douluo Continent, one must never wield it lightly. Once you have collected your first soul rings and achieved the rank of titled Douluo, you will then be able to augment your second martial spirit. At that time, you shall stand as the mightiest being on the Douluo Continent. Perhaps even the sea god will bestow upon you the sea god's 9 trials. The waves of memory etched deeply within, he nodded emphatically. Ah, there is yet another item. No sooner had the words left his lips than Poseidon produced another object to present to the waves. Bofeng took the crown with both hands. A magnificent diadem of blue and gold. It bore minimal embellishment, consisting instead of a simple circlet interwoven with hues of azure and gilded tones. Adorned at its apex with the emblem of a trident. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of this object, Bofeng inquired, "Mother, what is this crown?" Poseidon explained. "You may find it hard to believe, but this is the very crown that came to light when I gave birth to you. Initially, I felt a sense of familiarity with this object. However, after a thorough investigation by Xiaobai, it was revealed that this is indeed the crown once worn by the great lord of the sea. It embodies the boundless power of the ocean, a force I once attempted to fathom. Historical records indicate that this crown can only be worn by the true master of the sea. Your birth coincided with the appearance of this crown. Perhaps it signifies a profound destiny." Bofeng gazed at the crown in his hands, lost in thought for a considerable time. Instinctively, he began to raise the crown above his head. Chapter 11. The Coronation of the Sea God. As the crown ascended, the entire Sea God mountain began to transform. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating Bofeng, who shone with an extraordinary brilliance. The 7 sacred pillars radiated an unprecedented golden glow, their beams soaring into the heavens, drawing the gaze of the 7 individuals towards the Sea God mountain. On the beach, a sizable ship lay anchored, where Xiaobai was busy counting the cargo. Accompanying Fengdi on this journey to the mainland, they intended to engage in trade there to ensure his safety. Box after box of goods was loaded onto the ship, and as a traveler from another world, Bofeng possessed knowledge of things unknown in this realm. Thus, after much experimentation, he invented a series of innovative seafood dishes, which received unanimous acclaim on Sea God Island. This voyage to the mainland was also an opportunity to expand their business, aiming to penetrate the seafood market across the continent while also earning some gold soul coins. This was indeed Sea God Island, where the ocean represented their immense wealth. Suddenly, a golden beam shot into the sky, causing Xiaobai, who was counting the goods, to pause in astonishment. Then, her expression shifted to one of excitement as she quickly knelt down, for she beheld the shadow of the sea god, emerging from the clouds, wielding a golden trident. Poseidon swiftly knelt, while the figure of the sea god stood proudly before him, holding the golden crown in his hands. Before the gathered multitude of Sea God's Island, the deity himself bestowed the crown upon its rightful heir. In an instant, the atmosphere around Bofeng transformed into an oasis of tranquility. He attentively listened to the rhythmic crashing of the waves, feeling as though he had become one with the ocean. At that moment, Bofeng appeared remarkably regal, the golden crown glistening under the sun's rays. Prominently etched in the center was the emblem of the trident, which seamlessly merged into his brow. A wealth of knowledge regarding the seas and the spirits of the ocean was swiftly imprinted in his mind as he absorbed the wisdom with closed eyes. After a considerable passage of time, the island gradually returned to its serene state. The people resumed their daily labors, and Poseidon looked on with exhilaration. The sea god's personal coronation signified that Bofeng was destined to become the true master of the ocean. Eventually, Bofeng slowly opened his eyes, having comprehended the significance of the crown. "How do you feel, Wind?" Poseidon eagerly inquired. Wave Wind touched the crown upon his head and smiled, saying, "This crown embodies the might of the ocean, allowing me to obscure my essence and render myself inscrutable to others." As he spoke, Wave Wind summoned his martial spirit. Yet, remarkably, in his right hand, he wielded a trident, while no semblance of the sea god materialized behind him. Moreover, the soul rings beneath his feet had transformed entirely into one yellow and one purple. Poseidon gazed in disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes. His divine trident, an emblem of the sea god, was far too conspicuous. Thus, the crown served to obscure it, perfectly aligning with his future endeavors on the continent. Currently, his martial spirit manifested as a trident. Bofeng smiled as he elucidated that this guise would evade the scrutiny of various factions, particularly the Spirit Hall. "I see Xiao Bai is busy organizing the cargo. Are you bound for the continent or engaging in trade?" Poseidon inquired with a smile. On Sea God Mountain, Bofeng surveyed the enchanting scenery of Sea God Island, where he could faintly discern Xiao by orchestrating the arrangements, the ship laden with numerous wooden crates. With a playful smile, Bofeng exclaimed, "Mother, the 50,000 gold soul coins you provided are hardly sufficient. I intend to journey to the mainland and, in doing so, earn some extra income to support our household. Our family lacks for nothing, yet when you depart tomorrow, it will be just you at home. Please take good care of yourself while you are out there. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek assistance from Xiao Bai. With her formidable strength, it is unlikely anyone would dare to threaten her. Furthermore, should the Spirit Hall harass you or if others wish to create trouble and Xiao Bai cannot handle it, you may seek aid from the Haotian sect. Your father is the founding master, and by all accounts, you were considered a member of Haotian's sect, with an undeniably elevated status. At that time, simply present the hammer your mother bestowed upon you. You need not concern yourself with anything else." Poseidon continued. "There is one more matter to attend to. Once we arrive on the Douluo Continent, please find a prospective daughter-in-law for your mother. It is imperative that she comes from a family of equal standing. I do not require her to possess ample curves, but she must be capable of bearing sons. Above all, she must possess beauty. I will not entertain the idea of an unattractive match." "Mother," Bofeng exclaimed, his cheeks flushing, "I am only 11 years old. I do not wish to marry so soon." "What do you mean, only 11? Poseidon retorted, visibly displeased. "Many children on Sea God Island are already married by the age of 12 or 13, and some have even started families. I, too, missed the opportunity with your father and only bore you when I was over 100 years old. Do not be deceived by my age. I was once a beauty in my youth, the most admired flower of Sea God Island, with suitors lining up as far as the magic whale sea. Your father, too, was remiss in expressing his feelings. It was only after a century that he finally confessed. I spent over 100 years in solitude, waiting for your father's declaration. Therefore, it is said." Poseidon patted Bofeng's shoulder with considerable force and, with a tone laden with earnestness, said, "The responsibility of continuing our lineage now rests upon your shoulders. I entrust you with a mission upon your next return to the island of the sea god. You must bring home a daughter-in-law for me. Otherwise, do not bother returning. Simply go and feed the deep-sea demon whale king in the abyssal waters." Naruto, with a furrowed brow, nodded reluctantly and said, "I shall do my utmost." What is meant by doing one's utmost should more aptly be termed striving diligently, Poseidon added. Moreover, the cosmetics you have invented, do leave some for me, will you? Wave Wind queried. "Mother, do you use those cosmetics so rapidly?" Poseidon cast a sidelong glance at his son, questioning his assumptions. "Ever since you devised those peculiar foundations, masks, and collagen products, everything has been a delightful chaos. I must admit, the results are remarkably effective. Upon use, it feels as though one has regained a significant portion of their youth. When your father returns, I shall ensure he experiences firsthand what it truly means to be rejuvenated to the age of 18 once more." Bofeng nodded silently, and then spoke. "Mother, could you enlighten me as to where father has truly gone? If I recall correctly, he should be in the city of Carnage at this moment. I can only hope he has not succumbed to the title of the King of Carnage, otherwise." As this thought crossed his mind, Posey's gaze dimmed, and with a tone of resignation, she replied, "Your father has indeed gone to the city of Carnage, where the legacy of the Azura god lies. At this time, he should still be enduring trials. 11 years have swiftly passed, and you are now 11 years old. When will your father return to reunite with us? I implore that he does not make me wait for several more decades. Although I am an unparalleled Douluo with a lifespan of 1,000 years, the greatest adversary for a woman is time. During the days without your father, I often ponder if I should have restrained him. Yet, that was his aspiration, and I ought to support him in his pursuit. Poseidon wiped away the tears from his eyes and said with a smile, "No more words. Speaking too much only brings tears. The city of slaughter is, in fact, a transcendental realm left by the gods, much like the Isle of the Sea God. Your mother sees hope in you." Chapter 12. Encounter with Pirates. After a moment of silence, Bofeng spoke. "Mother, if one day I journey to the city of carnage in search of father, you must not allow it." Poseidon quickly interjected, cautioning him that the city of carnage operated under unique and perilous rules. Those who entered were seldom able to escape. Once ensnared, one could only emerge from the hellish arena of slaughter after achieving 100 victories, a feat that was exceedingly difficult to accomplish. With honest concern, Poseidon gazed at Bofeng and solemnly urged, "Promise me, my dear, that you will never venture to the city of carnage. You must have faith in your father. He will surely return." With tears glistening in his eyes, Bofeng understood that his mother meant well for him. If his conjecture was correct, his father's current predicament was indeed the most dire. That night, after sharing their final meal together, the mother and son engaged in deep conversation beneath the starry sky for quite some time. At last, the following day, they arrived at the dock of Sea God Island. The 7 sacred pillars of Douluo and Poseidon had come to bid farewell to Bofeng, who was embarking on a journey to the mainland, the duration of which remained uncertain. As they parted ways, Poseidon repeatedly reminded him not to forget the task that his mother had assigned him. "What task, you ask?" "To find a daughter-in-law?" Bofeng, with a resigned smile, nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, the sails unfurled, and under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the vessel gradually departed, slowly drifting towards the continent until the island of the sea god faded from view. Standing on the deck, amidst the boundless expanse of the ocean, Bofeng gazed longingly at the now invisible island, nostalgia beginning to swell within him. After 11 years of residence, the place still held a profound significance. At that moment, Silbai approached, gently patting Bofeng on the shoulder. "What is this? Are you already yearning for the island of the sea god?" Bofeng smiled gently. After all, having lived for 11 years, could little white not feel a tinge of nostalgia? It was my inaugural departure from Sea God Island, a place where I had resided for 100 millennia. This time, I intended to relish a comfortable sojourn on the mainland, where I had heard there was an abundance of culinary delights, distinct from the seafood of our beloved Sea God Island. By the way, what shall we do with these goods? How should we proceed? Little White inquired. Sitting upon the deck, Bofeng retrieved a meticulously prepared map of the continent, which delineated the entirety of the geographical features of Douluo Continent. "Let us venture here," he proclaimed, pointing toward a specific direction. Xiaobai followed his gaze. "Tiando City? If my memory serves me correctly, that is the capital of the Tiando Empire." "Indeed," Bofeng affirmed, nodding in acknowledgement. "The capital of a nation. It is likewise one of the most bustling areas of the continent. This time, we have a substantial cargo, and the journey to Tiando City is quite extensive. The boatmen here hail from Sea God Island, and they spoke of an enterprise we possess in Hanhai City. We can store our goods there and subsequently transport them in batches to Tiando City for sale. Being the capital, it is teeming with people, and our merchandise is sure to fetch a handsome price. At that point, acquiring wealth will merely be a matter of time." Upon hearing Bofeng's plan, Xiaobai subtly nodded in agreement. "Young master, we have a situation." At that moment, a crew member urgently reported, as the wind swept across the ship's edge. He gazed into the distance and was astonished to discover a multitude of vessels in the opposing waters. There were no fewer than several dozen ships, with the central one proudly displaying a purple flag resembling that of a pirate. "The pirates are upon us," a crew member shouted, prompting everyone to prepare for battle. "It is the Purple Pearl pirate crew." Someone recognized the ship. In the depths of the waves, a hazy azure hue enveloped the scene, as the crown began to unveil its power, piercing through the fog of confusion. Before their eyes stood a band of pirates, steel blades glinting ominously, their intentions unmistakably directed towards the ship, Bofeng. To their astonishment, scarcely half a day had passed since their departure, and already they had attracted unwanted attention. Merely a band of pirates, they thought. I shall swiftly deal with them. Just as Xiaobai contemplated descending into the fray, Bofeng interjected, "Let them approach. I have heard that their leader, the purple pearl, is quite a character. It would be prudent for us, on our maiden voyage, to broaden our horizons. Thus, Bofeng commanded the vessel to advance slowly. Before long, the pirates had encircled them completely. On the deck of the ship belonging to the sacred island of the sea gods, Wind and the white-haired figure stood alongside a group of soul masters. A considerable number of pirates, each wielding steel blades, had gathered there. Suddenly, the pirates were struck dumb with disbelief. This was the vessel of the sacred island. It was revered as a sanctum in the hearts of soul masters, and they never expected to be intercepted here. My goodness! We are truly sorry. We shall take our leave at once. The one speaking was a purple-haired woman in her 20s, possessing a strikingly alluring figure, contemplating her escape from this precarious situation. Halt! Wind called out to the woman. She froze in place, fully aware that those who emerged from the sacred island were not to be trifled with, even though they considered themselves the rulers of these waters. The deity of the sea was an entity that could not be desecrated in the minds of soul masters. The striking visage of Bofeng instantly captivated the violet-haired woman. Her cheeks flushing slightly as she timidly inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to command?" The myriad pirates, witnessing their leader's unusual demeanor, stared in wide-eyed astonishment, questioning whether this was indeed their captain. With a cough, K's announced his presence. The Purple Pearl pirate crew is renowned in these waters, and their captain is quite a figure. The purple-haired woman smiled gently, introducing herself as Purple Pearl. "What may I do for you?" she inquired, marveling at the serendipity of their encounter. With a cough, Bofeng exclaimed, "So it is you, the Purple Pearl. Your fleet of numerous ships has encircled us. Are you not here to commit murder and seize treasures?" The Purple Pearl, filled with trepidation, quickly replied, "I dare not. You hail from Sea God Island, and I have once dwelled there myself. This is indeed a grave misunderstanding. If there are no further matters, I shall lead my brothers away." Just as he prepared to depart, Xiaobai stepped forward. "Oh, you think you can come and go as you please? It is not so simple." With that, Xiaobai leaped into the sea, causing the once tranquil waters to churn violently. An increasing number of sea spirit beasts surfaced, encircling the pirates. Under the gaze of all, a formidable soul demon great white shark emerged. As pirates who grew up by the coast, they were well aware of the significance of the soul demon great white shark. It had once been the mount of the sea god. The very fact that this vessel was protected by such a creature spoke volumes of its extraordinary nature. Moreover, the great white shark transformed into a human form. This was the king of the soul demon great whites, the 10,000-year guardian of Sea God Island, and the steed of the sea god himself. The sea god represented an unwavering faith in the hearts of all sea spirit masters, and the pirates were no exception. The leader, Purple Pearl, slumped onto the deck, realizing the gravity of their predicament. Initially, they sought to profit, but the current situation was far from straightforward. They had trespassed upon the ship of Sea God Island and provoked the king of the soul demon great whites. "Allow me to offer you a chance," Bofeng said with a serene smile. The Purple Pearl quickly responded, "Please, command me. I shall do what I can." Chapter 13, Arrival at Vast Sea City. You see, our ship is bound for the mainland to conduct business. With so many of you pirates, it would be fortuitous if you are willing to accept my command. We can consider today's events settled. What say you? Command? Purple Pearl inquired. As the gentle breeze caressed his face, Bofeng smiled faintly. For what he lacked most at present was manpower, and the arrival of these pirates was indeed timely. These goods were destined for sale in Tiando City, and your task, both this time and in the future, is to transport cargo from Sea God Island to Hanhai City. Of course, the decision to accept or reject this integration rests with you. Whether to continue as unruly pirates or to become fishermen who earn a living, you, as captain, must ponder carefully. With that, Bofeng approached the edge of the ship. "Sister-by, you may come aboard." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the soul-eating great white shark transformed back into its diminutive form, landing gracefully on the deck. This spectacle rendered Zhejian Pearl and the band of pirates utterly astonished. What remarkable influence must this individual possess to command the king of the soul-eating great white shark so effortlessly? "We accept the integration," came the unanimous declaration from all the pirates in a fervent chorus. In light of this, the first order of business upon your acceptance of incorporation is to cast aside all remnants of your piratical past and bid farewell to your former selves. From this moment forth, you shall be designated as auxiliary personnel of the Sea God Island, primarily tasked with transporting goods to Hanhai City, which also includes deliveries destined for Tiando City, my sole objective on this occasion. Rest assured, each individual shall receive compensation. with a foundational wage of 10 gold soul coins per month. The more cargo you transport, the greater the profits you shall reap. What are your thoughts on this proposal? Upon hearing these words, the pirates exhibited expressions of exhilaration, for this signified their transformation from fearsome marauders into officially recognized auxiliary members of Sea God Island. Not everyone is afforded the privilege of entering the Sea God Island. Only those who pass the Sea God's trial are deemed worthy, while others face expulsion. This opportunity is not one they can afford to overlook. They hastily gathered their belongings, and under the guidance of Captain Purple Pearl, swiftly set sail toward the nearby shore. As the pirates distanced themselves, Bofeng commanded the large vessel to continue its journey. You have just incorporated so many pirates. Exercise caution, for they may be difficult to tame. Xiaobai advised. Were it not for the dire circumstances they faced, they might have been ordinary fishermen. Our expedition to the mainland serves two purposes: to expand our business and to maintain a facade. The Wuhan Temple stands as our adversary. They returned empty-handed in the past. And since then, they have labeled Sea God Island as Devil Island, forbidding all mainland soul masters from setting foot there. Cracked open a coconut, inserted a straw, and handed it to Xiaobai, continuing, Sister Bai, as a sea soul beast, if you encounter a tidal Douluo and your identity is recognized, it could spell disaster. Xiaobai took a sip of coconut juice and replied with a smile, You can assist me by utilizing the crown of the sea god. This crown was once worn by the sea god in his youth. It not only possesses the power of the ocean, but also has the ability to obscure all traces of presence, along with the capacity to see through all illusions. Oh, as he spoke, the crown adorning Bofeng's head, engraved with a trident emblem, began to radiate brilliance. The azure light enveloped Xiaobai, bathing her in its glow, leaving her with an indescribable sense of comfort. After a moment, Xiaobai emerged revitalized, stretching languidly. Now it is sufficient. Even a tidal Douluo would struggle to discern my true identity. With a subtle smile, 9 soul rings arranged themselves neatly beneath her, while a colossal soul demon great white shark loomed behind her. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. Bofeng was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the situation. Sister Bai, what is this? Xiaobai smiled gently, retracting the 9 soul rings beneath her feet. As you know, I, your Sister Bai, am a 100,000-year sea soul beast, holding a status comparable to that of a tidal Douluo among humans. We aquatic beings cannot stray far from the ocean. Otherwise, after 2 hours, the consequences could be dire. Thankfully, you possess the sea god's diadem, which contains the power of the ocean, allowing me to completely transform my body structure. There is no need for concern on that front. One might as well say that your Sister Bai has become human. Upon hearing this, Bofeng ceased his inquiries, realizing he was under the protection of a tidal Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring. With his worries alleviated, the next step was to venture onto the mainland. Curious about the peculiarities that awaited, the vast sea stretched endlessly, and after 2 days of navigating through treacherous waters, Bofeng's ship finally arrived safely at the port. This place was Hanhai City, located in the western part of the Tiando Empire. Upon entering the city, Bofeng promptly attended to his tasks and, alongside Xiaobai, ventured further into the urban landscape. Everything within the city was so novel. The two wandered about, captivated by their surroundings. The streets were lined with stalls selling fresh seafood and various local specialties, all operated by the coastal inhabitants who thrived on the ocean's bounty. The air infused with a subtle briny scent. Before long, they arrived at a grander structure, the Hanhai Grand Soul Arena. As Bofeng perused the name inscribed on the sign before him, he found himself at the Grand Soul Arena, a venue present in every city. It served as a battleground for soul masters to engage in friendly competitions and confrontations, ranging from one-on-one duels to 2-on-2 skirmishes and even 7-on-17 battles. Sister Bai, shall we venture inside for some amusement? Bofeng proposed. This is the Grand Soul Arena, a place dedicated to the sparring and contests among soul masters. What? Are your hands itching for a challenge? Xiaobai replied with a smile. Bofeng nodded slightly. This time, my mother provided me with 50,000 gold soul coins. The journey to Tiando City is quite distant, and this sum is far from sufficient. Zhenzu and the others will take several days to arrive, and the Great Soul Arena offers the opportunity to earn profits through betting. This could accumulate a considerable amount of funds for our subsequent endeavors. I intend to engage in several matches here over the next few days. Sister Bai, I would appreciate it if you could place my bets, ideally wagering as much as possible. Once Zhenzu and the others arrive, we shall set off for Tiando City. No problem, leave it to me, Xiaobai confidently replied. The two then entered the expansive Great Soul Arena, where a throng of people filled the space. Xiaobai headed towards the betting area, while Bofeng proceeded to register for the upcoming battle. Name: Bofeng. Age: 18. Martial Soul: Trident. What level? Great Soul Master. After a series of formalities, Bofeng successfully registered. The reason for the fabricated age was primarily to maintain a FAAD, standing at an impressive height of 1.85 meters. Claiming to be 18 would raise no suspicions, especially as a Great Soul Master. Most importantly, he was cloaked by the presence of the Sea God's crown, concealing the original Sea God Martial Soul, with his soul rings now transformed into one yellow and one purple. Otherwise, the moment the Sea God Martial Soul manifested, it would undoubtedly shock the entire city of Hanhai, where the majority were Sea Soul Masters. How could they not recognize it? Chapter 14. Couples Hotel. Xiaobai leisurely sat above, sipping from her glass of fine wine, as it was soon Bofeng's turn to battle. During their time on Sea God Island, Xiaobai had trained Bofeng, particularly during the onslaught of the Demon Soul Great White Shark Swarm, which had proven to be quite the challenge for him. Additionally, with guidance from 7 titled Douluo and the personal instruction of Poseidon, Bofeng practiced the Haotian hammer technique daily under the illumination of the sea god's light. His strength was now well concealed. The Great Soul Arena of Hanhai was vast, with the stands filled to capacity even before the battles commenced. Regardless of which city on the continent, the Great Soul Arena is undoubtedly the most vibrant venue. This arena was designated for one-on-one combat, with every seat occupied. Below lay a massive pool, measuring 108 meters in length and 10 meters deep. Any participant who fell into the pool would be deemed the loser. The water shimmered crystal clear, the azure sea rippling gently. The host stepped onto the stage, exuberantly announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Great Soul Arena of Hanhai." The audience erupted in cheers, the atmosphere electrifying as everyone eagerly anticipated the impending battles. After a cumbersome drawing ceremony, Bofeng's opponent was formally revealed, a Great Soul Master with the martial soul of a sea turtle, named Haiguei. The name Wave Wind is rather unique, of course. In such a vast continent, peculiar names abound. It is merely a name, not worth excessive scrutiny. The opponent is a formidable 29th level Soul Master, with soul power tantalizingly close to the 30th level. It is said that he has achieved 5 consecutive victories in the vast arena of the Sea of Souls, thus earning a modest reputation. As for Wave Wind, under the guise of the Sea God's crown, his martial soul has manifested as a trident. With a soul power of 28, though his true soul power stands at 36, certainly a case of feigning weakness. Such is the necessity of concealment. At this moment, the host's voice resonated once more, announcing the first match of the one-on-one soul battle, Wave Wind versus the Sea Turtle. Allow me to briefly introduce the contenders. The Sea Turtle has secured 5 victories, relying on the impenetrable defense of its martial soul. In contrast, Wave Wind, participating in his inaugural soul battle tournament, wields a trident as his martial soul, suggesting a clash between offense and defense. Esteemed audience, let us warmly welcome both participants into the arena. With the host's fervent introduction, the atmosphere surged with excitement, igniting the passions of many spectators. In the stands, Xiaobai smiled faintly, aware of the sea turtle's winning streak. Many high-stakes gamblers had placed hefty bets, with only a scant few wagering on Wave Wind, given his debut in the tournament, which inherently carried substantial risk. Having emerged from Sea God Island, Poseidon had provided Xiaobai with a total of 40,000 gold soul coins. Thus, she placed all her bets on Wave Wind, convinced that he would triumph effortlessly, even though the Sea God's crown obscured the Sea God's martial soul. Wave Wind's trident was, after all, the Sea God's divine artifact, the Sea God Trident. Cracking a turtle shell would be a trivial task. As the two entered the arena, Wave Wind stepped onto the floating platform in the water, participating in a soul battle for the first time. The multitude of spectators around him stirred a sense of nervousness within him. His opponent was a muscular brute, appearing to be in his late 20s, with bulging muscles. Observing Wave Wind's youth, the sea turtle could not help but laugh heartily. "Boy, have you ever seen such perfect muscles?" As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves to showcase his brawn. The expression on Bofeng's face darkened as he helplessly remarked, "With a simple mind and strong limbs, he bears no distinction from a true sea turtle." The sea turtle, momentarily at a loss for words, was now poised and ready to deliver a well-deserved lesson to Bofeng before him. As the host declared the commencement of the soul duel, the sea turtle let out a resounding roar, and before him appeared a shimmering emerald shell, its limbs adorned in a dense and evenly distributed armor that offered impenetrable protection, with not a single gap in sight. Beneath him, 2 yellow soul rings illuminated, causing the waters of the pool to tremble ever so slightly. A gentle smile graced the lips of Bofeng as he raised his right hand above his head, revealing a resplendent blue trident. The moment the trident emerged, an inexplicable sense of reverence washed over all the sea spirit masters present. Why was this so? Upon the trident, a yellow and a purple soul ring illuminated, representing 100 years and 1,000 years. The atmosphere of the competition site fell into an eerie silence. The second soul ring, 1,000 years, left the spectators in awe of how this Bofeng had achieved such a feat. The sea turtle felt a surge of trepidation, not from cowardice but from the palpable dread emanating from the trident. The weapon hovered close to Bofeng's heart, and the waters of the pool began to surge violently towards him, the crown upon his forehead glimmering with a faint golden light. In that moment, Bofeng sensed a continuous flow of power from the ocean, coursing through the trident. As the tip of the trident was aimed at the sea turtle, a shiver coursed through the creature's heart. To secure victory in this battle, the sea turtle had no choice but to confront its fear of the trident and initiate an assault. Its first soul skill, rippling waves, was unleashed. The waters beneath the sea turtle began to coalesce frantically, and its shell displayed an ancient and mysterious azure-green emblem. With a powerful strike, it unleashed its fists towards Bofeng, as if the mighty waves aimed to engulf him. Yet Bofeng remained unperturbed, standing resolutely in place. Just as the waves were about to crash upon him, a miraculous spectacle unfolded. The trident emanated a dazzling sea-blue radiance. The waves, inexplicably subdued, left the sea turtle utterly perplexed. Resolute, it decided to exert its strength once more, summoning an ever-increasing number of surging waves. Kazekage stood as if unperturbed, calmly rooted in place, utterly dismissive of the onslaught before him. The presence of the trident rendered any soul technique related to the sea incapable of inflicting genuine harm upon him, which could be considered a significant flaw in the system. Now it is my turn. The right leg of the wave wind glimmered with a blood-red radiance, heralding the activation of his soul bone skill, Evil Whale's Demon Breaking Slash. The pressure exerted by this move was suffocating, akin to the menacing presence of the demonic Orca. The sea turtle reacted swiftly, its second soul ring flaring to life. The second soul skill, Shell Retreat, was employed. True to its name, the sea turtle withdrew entirely into its shell, which now gleamed even more brightly, indicating a substantial enhancement in defense. However, this was a soul bone derived from a 50,000-year-old demonic Orca. The evil whale's demon-breaking slash could cleave through mountains, rendering the turtle's shell seemingly inconsequential. As the dark red scythe descended towards the shell, the skill emitted by the soul bone abruptly altered its trajectory, soaring directly upwards. Noticing the delayed attack, the sea turtle cautiously peeked out from its shell, realizing it was unharmed, and let out a sigh of relief. Why do you hesitate to strike? Just moments ago was the perfect opportunity. Why did you intentionally misdirect your soul skill? Do you look down upon me? The sea turtle inquired, perplexed. As the gentle waves of the sea swayed, they shook their heads slightly and then gestured upwards. Following the direction indicated, their pupils dilated in shock. Above, on the ceiling, a slender fissure had appeared, its cutting shape impeccably precise. Had that previous strike landed upon them, even the hardest of shells would not have been spared from the fate of being cleaved. Realizing this, the sea turtle inhaled sharply, promptly conceding to the referee. After thorough confirmation, the referee declared, in the first match of the one-on-one soul duel, Wavewind emerges victorious. The venue erupted in fervent applause, as the audience eagerly anticipated the opportunity to become acquainted with this young prodigy, for no one on the continent had achieved the second ring of a millennium. At the conclusion of the battle, Xiaobai hastily proceeded to settle the bill, reaping a substantial profit. With a golden card in hand and a buoyant spirit, they walked towards the exit, where Wavewind had been waiting patiently. As the night deepened, the siblings decided to indulge in a fine meal. They arrived at one of the larger restaurants in Han Hai City, a place uniquely charming, adorned with vibrant rose petals that blanketed the floor and surroundings, resembling a sea of blossoms. There was an inexplicable oddity about the atmosphere, a sensation that was difficult to articulate. At that moment, a waiter approached, bowing respectfully before inquiring. Esteemed guests, how may I assist you? In the establishment, Bofeng Dao commanded, bring forth all the delectable dishes available, serve as much as you possess. The expense here is truly unparalleled in Han City, a luxury few can afford. The server, taken aback by such ostentatious customers, promptly guided the pair toward their designated room. Along the way, they encountered patrons adorned in exquisite attire, each couple exuding an unmistakable aura of affection. The corridor was adorned with exquisite decor, with walls embellished by a myriad of artworks. Thanks to the divine crown of the sea god, Bofeng's hearing had sharpened significantly. He could discern the sounds of hurried breaths and other indescribable noises wafting through the air. As a time traveler, he instantly recognized the nature of this place. Just as he contemplated an exit, the server had already prepared the room. Before him lay a spacious suite, sprawling over 200 square meters, decorated with an air of sophistication. Plush sofas, elegant carpets, and pristine marble floors were complemented by a heart-shaped arrangement of vibrant red roses at the center of the room. The sight was enchanting, and Xiaobai, witnessing it for the first time, eagerly entered, captivated by the beauty that unfolded before her. Under Bofeng's gaze, filled with regret, he had yet to utter a word. The server hastily departed, leaving behind a parting wish. May you have a splendid evening. With that, the server secured the door, indeed locking it as you heard. Naruto struggled to break free, yet the door seemed akin to a preservation chamber. No matter how he twisted and turned, it would not yield even a fraction. Through the crevice of the door, a note was wedged in. The door shall be automatically opened at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Should you attempt to force it open, please be prepared to pay a compensation of 10,000 gold soul coins at the reception desk. Naruto stood frozen in place, pondering whether the door was adorned with diamonds or gilded in gold, for it exuded an air of opulence. His grandmother's leg. After countless calculations, it dawned on him that this was a couple's hotel, a sanctuary meant solely for lovers. He cast a glance at the petite figure seated at the table behind him, indulging heartily in her meal. Sitting across from Xiaobai, Bofeng sighed heavily. Sister Xiaobai, it seems we won't be able to return tonight. Xiaobai, savoring her meal, paused and looked at Bofeng with confusion. Brother Feng, what on earth has happened? Bofeng explained, Sister Bai, this place is somewhat embarrassing. It's a couple's hotel. Couple? Hotel? For the naive Xiaobai, who had lived for 100,000 years and was visiting the mainland for the first time, the meaning of these two words eluded her. Is there really a distinction? Observing Xiaobai's innocence, Bofeng sighed. The difference lies in the term couple. We are siblings, and this is not a place for us. Tonight, I shall sleep on the sofa, and you shall take the bed. We should settle the bill early tomorrow and leave. No way. Xiaobai immediately protested. Before we came, the high priest instructed me to ensure your safety. I cannot allow you to sleep alone on the sofa. This bed can easily accommodate 3. We can simply squeeze together. Instantly, Bofeng's face flushed crimson. That is not the point, he stammered. When you were little, it was Sister Bai who helped take care of you while the high priest was busy. Do not forget, you were quite mischievous as a child. We even slept together at night. Have you truly forgotten? Upon hearing this, Bofeng's ears reddened further, and he began to breathe heavily, struggling to control his rising agitation. That is not the reason, Bofeng insisted with fervor. If not that reason, then what is it? Xiaobai asked innocently. Could it be what you referred to as a couple? At last, she had touched upon the crucial keyword, but in the next moment, she nonchalantly added, then why don't we stop being siblings and become a couple instead? Bofeng, caught off guard, sprayed out the tea he had just sipped, creating a fountain of liquid. He wiped the remnants from the corner of his mouth, staring at Xiaobai in astonishment. At that moment, she resembled a blank canvas, untainted by any blemish. Kaze's expression was one of helpless amusement as he hurriedly elucidated the true meaning of being a couple. Once Xiaobai finally comprehended and processed his words, her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, and she swiftly shot a glare at Kaze. You mischievous wind, are you genuinely reveling in my embarrassment? With a resigned smile, Bofeng shrugged and innocently remarked, it was Sister Xiaobai who said it herself. I had no such intention. In my heart, you will always be my sister, and I harbor no ill thoughts towards you. Xiaobai placed her hands on her hips, huffing with indignation. You wouldn't dare. Shortly thereafter, after finishing the dinner laid out on the table, the two were left to spend the night together, sharing the same bed. Xiaobai deliberately drew a line to demarcate their personal space. They had shared a bed in their childhood, but Bofeng had grown up, and such an arrangement was now absolutely out of the question. Before long, both slipped into slumber. In his dreams, Bofeng envisioned himself amassing great wealth in the Douluo Continent, luxuriating in a sea of gold. Suddenly, the gold sprouted sharp teeth, clamping down fiercely on his arm with an extraordinary force. The pain jolted Bofeng awake, drenched in sweat, relieved to realize it was merely a dream. But something felt amiss with his right hand. Slowly turning his head, he discovered that Xiaobai was gnawing on his right hand, her sharp teeth grinding against his palm. Oh no! Sister Xiaobai is the 10,000-year spirit soul great white shark, which has a notorious habit of grinding its teeth. As a child, he had endured her bites, and now, trying to escape was futile as Xiaobai clung to him tightly, her teeth engaging in a new round of grinding. Chapter 15. The Fierce God Battle Team? Boom. Bofeng wins. Bofeng wins. Bofeng wins. In recent days, Bofeng had triumphed in every battle at the Hanhai Grand Soul Arena. This fortunate streak had filled Xiaobai's coffers to overflowing, her earnings skyrocketing from 40,000 soul coins to a staggering 550,000, multiplying by more than 10 times. Today marked Bofeng's final participation in the Hanhai Grand Soul Arena, as Zhizhenju had arrived with her entourage. The grand ship docked at the harbor, and Bofeng, Xiaobai, and Zhizhenju stood together, watching the goods being unloaded from the vessel. Everything was prepared. They were merely awaiting their journey to Tiando City. Zhizhenju, time is of the essence. You must depart for Tiando City immediately. Here are the coordinates for Tiando City. We shall meet within the city. Bofeng said as he handed over the map. Zhizhenju glanced at the map, bid farewell to Bofeng and Xiaobai, and set off slowly with her cart laden with goods towards Tiando City. Being a soul emperor, Bofeng felt no fear of potential highwaymen. However, he was aware that the pirates of old were formidable opponents with exceptional combat abilities. With them handling the transport, Bofeng felt at ease. Watching Zhizhenju depart, Xiaobai inquired, "When, brother, shall we set off as well? Have we planned our route?" Departing from Hanhai City, they would pass through several small towns before finally arriving at Tiando City. Given their pace, it would take at least 3 days to reach their destination. Without further ado, Bofeng and Xiaobai set off on a different path from Zhizhenju and the others. They meandered through the scenic landscapes, reveling in the joyous passage of time. Tiando City, the capital of the Tiando Empire, boasts a rich history and stands as one of the most prosperous cities on the entire continent. Engaging in commerce there allows one to amass a considerable fortune in gold soul coins. The city comes alive at night, illuminated by countless lights, with bustling crowds traversing the streets. This is Silvis City, part of the Silvis Kingdom. After 2 days of travel, Xiaobai and Bofeng neared Tiando City, intending to rest there for the night in hopes of reaching their destination before dusk the following day. It was their first venture onto the continent. For the past 11 years, their lives had been solely defined by the sea. Oh, the sea. The sea. It is nothing but water. Upon arriving at an inn and securing a room, Xiaobai reclined on the soft bed, exhaling deeply. How exhausting. The continent is truly captivating. I find it hard to part from Sea God Island, Xiaobai lamented, just as she expressed. There were countless wonders on the continent that Bofeng encountered for the first time, the breathtaking scenery along the way having greatly delighted both of them. Sister Bai, shall we take a stroll? Bofeng suggested, noting that it was still early. Xiaobai shook her head, replying, "No, after a day of travel. My legs are utterly fatigued. You may wander about, but remember, do not stir up any trouble." Kaze no Kumo nodded slightly, then exited the room, descended the staircase, and strolled along the street alone. Each city on the continent boasts immense scale, with a dazzling array of goods and a myriad of delectable snacks. Naruto traversed a narrow alleyway, where few souls ventured, clearly long abandoned and neglected. As Kazekage walked along, he caught a whiff of a metallic scent. Unmistakably the odor of blood, emanating from not too far ahead. Faintly, he could hear the sound of a child weeping, and an instinctual sense warned him that something was amiss. "You shall perish." A colossal fist descended like a torrential downpour, wielded by 7 formidable men clad in heavy armor, their hands entwined with chains stained with blood. Before them lay a bloodied man, his breath growing shallow and weak, teetering on the brink of death. In front of this injured figure stood a small girl, bravely obstructing the path of the 7 burly men, compelling them to halt their aggression. "Get out of the way, or I swear I will strike you down as well." One of the men bellowed at the girl, his overwhelming presence nearly causing her to falter. "You shall not harm my father," she declared, her expression unwavering, her eyes filled with fierce determination as she stood defiantly before the men, her heart ablaze with anger. The man who lay battered was her father, who gently patted his daughter's small shoulder and, in a feeble voice, urged, Nan, you must leave this place. It is my inadequacy that has brought this upon us." "Humph." The leader of the group, with chains wrapped around his hand, scoffed disdainfully. Dare you attempt to flee? When will you repay the 10 gold soul coins you owe us? 10 gold soul coins? The injured man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered. Wasn't it 1 gold soul coin? How did it escalate to 10? You, cough, cough. In our pursuit of you, my 6 brothers and I have exerted considerable effort. In the course of our confrontation, we became stained with your blood. We have no particular hobbies, we simply cherish cleanliness. Must you not compensate for the blood that sullies our garments? A smile crept upon the man's lips, his gaze turning frigid. This is sheer harassment. I shall report you to the Silvis Grand Soul Arena. The man shouted, his voice laden with strain as his injuries worsened. Report us? The 7 exchanged glances, then erupted into laughter. At that moment, Kazekage arrived nearby, having witnessed the unfolding events. Such predatory behavior was not uncommon, and his disdain for these men was palpable. Report us? The man chuckled. We, the fearsome god squad, are esteemed figures within the Silvis Grand Soul Arena, having generated immeasurable profits for them over the years. Do you think they care about such trivial matters? You, a mere commoner, are beneath their notice. Fearsome god squad? Bofeng was momentarily taken aback. That was none other than the most infamous team in the Silvis Grand Arena. Their methods were ruthless, leaving either death or severe injury in their wake. In every battle, numerous soul masters lost their lives unnecessarily, yet the aftermath always faded into obscurity. The matters entangled were far too complex, for the fierce god team could yield substantial profits for the nobles. Under such a protective veil, their actions grew increasingly audacious. Ultimately, during a confrontation with Tang San and his companions, they met their demise at the hands of the Zhuge divine crossbow. On this occasion, while wandering, Bofeng fortuitously crossed paths with them. How about this? The leader of the group flashed a sinister smile as his henchman reached for the little girl. I shall give you 3 days. If, after 3 days, you fail to present 10 gold soul coins, we shall take this little girl as our prize. Rest assured, we will find a good price for her. To prevent you and your daughter from fleeing, we will take her with us, and 3 days from now, upon receiving the payment, we will return your daughter to you. As he spoke, the man's hands rubbed together menacingly, his claws inching towards the girl. The father summoned the last vestiges of his strength, fiercely protecting his daughter. Suddenly, a flash of blue light pierced the air, and a trident descended between the 2 parties. Its imposing presence instantly forcing the 7 men to retreat. Chapter 16. Adopting the little girl. The first kill this sudden assault incited the wrath of the 7 members of the fierce god team. Let's get out of here. Is it just 10 gold soul coins? I shall pay that amount. As he said this, Bofeng emerged from a nearby shadow, tossing 10 gold soul coins to the leader of the fierce god team. The man caught the coins, finding exactly 10. He glanced at Bofeng, his eyes narrowing, and immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. These 10 gold soul coins are far from sufficient. That trident nearly struck us. You must compensate us for our emotional distress. Oh, Bofeng approached the injured man, assisting him up with a curious demeanor. I have long heard of the fierce god team's bullying of the weak and their malevolent ways. It seems the rumors are not unfounded. You're courting death. After years of battle, they had developed a demeanor of arrogance, allowing no one to slander them or defy their commands. A massive fist came crashing towards Bofeng, but he remained unfazed, wielding the trident with one hand and forcefully repelling the attack. With a sharp crack, it was no surprise that the man's arm was left shattered. Bofeng's complexion shifted subtly as he spoke softly, urging, hurry and leave, otherwise, beware for your lives. The captain of the fierce god battle team, with a severed hand, bellowed. The remaining 6 members unleashed their martial spirits, all manifesting as the ferocious giant bear. A formidable beast martial spirit. The uneven soul rings beneath their feet radiated one by one, revealing that all 6 were soul ancestors. In the Silvis Grand Spirit Arena, such a squad could be likened to human weaponry, devoid of emotion and serving as relentless killing machines. The air around them was thick with the scent of blood, and the terrifying pressure they exuded instilled fear in a young girl, who buried her head into her father's blood-stained chest. Despite her father's chest being soaked in blood and his breath growing weaker, the little girl felt no fear in that moment. Little brother, the injured man whispered, you must leave quickly. The fierce god battle team is far too formidable. To be honest, I too am a soul master and have fought in the Silvis Grand Spirit Arena. We were once incredibly proud, even becoming the most illustrious presence in the arena. But one day, the fierce god battle team arrived. They fought recklessly, and my 6 teammates perished. Even my limbs were rendered useless, leaving me as the sole survivor. After uttering these words, the man coughed up blood, while the little girl wept profusely, her small hands gripping her father tightly, as if fearing she would lose him at any moment. Wave Wind offered a comforting word, urging, "Please refrain from speaking any further. I shall handle these 7 individuals and take you for treatment shortly." The man shook his head, his breath faint as he implored, "May I request one thing of you?" "Speak," came the reply. Subsequently, the man extended his blood-stained hand, grasping the small hand of a little girl and presenting it before Wave Wind. He spoke softly. "This little girl is named Nan Nan, just turned 6 years old. I found her abandoned on the street, and since then, we have relied on each other for companionship." A cough erupted from the man, growing increasingly frantic, his breath becoming ever more tenuous. Bofeng understood the man's intentions to entrust his legacy. "You will surely recover." "Do not speak further," Bofeng reassured him. The man slowly shook his head, his voice growing increasingly faint. "I am nearing the end. To have survived until now is already the greatest solace granted by the heavens." Noticing that Bofeng remained still, the 6 members of the frenzied god squad began to grow restless. "Damn it! Enough of your incessant chatter. Watch as I tear you apart." One member of the frenzied god squad charged forward, launching the first attack. "Be careful," the weakened father shouted to Bofeng. Bofeng remained composed, and behind him, the trident suddenly stirred, transforming into a blue arc of light that struck the abdomen of the assailant. With a resounding crash, the member of the mad god squad was sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth, as 2 walls crumbled under the force, burying him amidst a cascade of bricks. Annoyed, Bofeng cast a stern glare at the remaining members of the mad god squad before turning his gaze gently toward the father and daughter. "Please continue," he urged. "I wish to entrust Nan Nan to you, and I hope you can take good care of her." With those final words, the man breathed his last, collapsing to the ground while still clutching the small girl's hand. "Daddy, don't leave me. Please. No. Daddy, Daddy," the little girl cried out, her eyes brimming with tears, gazing skyward in anguish as her tears cascaded down like pearls strung on a broken thread. No matter her desperate pleas, her father had departed from her forever. In the depths of the whirlpool, a haze envelopes the scene. This world is relentlessly cruel, with tragedies such as these unfolding almost daily. At that moment, the wielder of the trident clenched his hands tightly, as the weapon resonated with its master's fury, emanating a chilling brilliance that flickered between its prongs. A faint glimmer of murderous intent seeped from the depths of Bofeng's eyes. Before the formidable god of war team, he found himself at a loss for words. Only their demise could quell the raging fury within him. "Rest assured, I shall take good care of Nan Nan. From this moment forth, she shall be my sister, and no one shall ever harm her again." Kaze's hand extended gently, brushing against the lifeless eyes of the man who had succumbed to eternal slumber, departing this world in serene tranquility. Bah! A useless wretch met such a trivial end. Let us join forces and tear him apart. Capturing that little girl will surely yield a handsome profit. The breeze gently stirred as Bofeng rose, his expression devoid of emotion. His right leg began to emanate a dark crimson glow, a scythe-like arc coalescing before him. "You shall all perish." In that instant, the 7 members of the fierce god battle team felt a tightening in their hearts, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation enveloping them. Breathless and tense, they gazed at Bofeng in that moment. No longer was he the gentle and refined youth. His eyes flickered with the swiftness of lightning, and the dark, crimson, demonic scythe coiled around his leg was poised to strike. The malevolent Orca soul bone skill, demonic Orca slash. The dark crimson scythe shot forth with ferocity, halting the charging 7 of the fierce god battle team in their tracks. Each of them stood frozen, their eyes glazed, as the soul rings beneath them began to dim. With a cold snort, Bofeng lifted Nan Nan from her father's lifeless body and then hoisted her father onto his shoulder. "Come, the future holds your brother to protect you. No one will dare to bully you again. Should anyone have the audacity to mistreat you, invoke the name of Sister Xiaobai, and she will stand alongside your brother to safeguard you." Kaze carried the lifeless body as he departed from this place with the young girl, their figures gradually receding into the distance until they vanished from sight. After Kaze led them away, the 7 members of the malevolent team found themselves scattered, the scene steeped in an overwhelming bloodshed. The wrongdoers ultimately received the retribution they so rightfully deserved. P.S. The contract has been signed and dispatched. Chapter 17. The Royal Hunting Grounds. Crack. The pale complexion of Kazekage was matched only by the vacant gaze in his eyes as he entered the room, accompanied by a young girl with with faint traces of blood adorning his attire. "Fendi, where did you wander off to last night?" In truth, Kazekage had not returned home until dawn, leaving the ever-watchful Xiaobai sleepless throughout the night. In this unfamiliar city, she could not fathom that anyone would pose a threat to him. Upon noticing the bloodstains on his clothing and the emptiness in his stare, he staggered over to a nearby chair and, without hesitation, consumed the water from the cup in frantic gulps. "Fendi, what transpired last night? How did you come to be covered in blood? Who has harmed you?" Xiaobai implored urgently. "Sister." The air fell into a profound silence as Bofeng hesitantly admitted, "I have taken a life." Xiaobai, who had always regarded Bofeng as obedient and well-behaved, could hardly fathom the gravity of his words. "What did you just say, Wind Brother?" she inquired, her voice trembling. "I have killed someone," Bofeng reiterated. "You reckless scoundrel. Before we set out, the high priest specifically warned you against causing any trouble. And now, merely 5 days into our journey on the mainland, you have committed murder." Xiaobai's anger surged uncontrollably. She then turned her gaze toward Bofeng, whose eyes were devoid of clarity. This was entirely different from hunting soul beasts, for he had taken a human life. Bofeng's heart was a tumultuous storm of emotions. The previous night, he had been consumed by rage, unleashing the full force of the evil whale's demonic slash. Xiaobai let out a deep sigh and looked at the silent Bofeng. She gently placed her hand on his shoulder and spoke with earnest sincerity. Now. Sister Bai does not wish to place blame upon you. What is done is done. Who exactly was the victim? And where did this little girl come from?" The child glanced at the girl sitting beside her, inquiring about her origins. The wind recalled, after meticulously recounting the events of last night, Xiaobai, in a fit of anger, slammed her hand on the table, feeling deep sympathy for the young girl's plight. A pack of despicable beasts, they deserve to be slain. "Fendi, you handled this matter well." Observing the despondent and still bewildered Bofeng, Xiaobai consoled. "All right, this is a necessary experience in life. As a soul master, it is inevitable. However, I did not anticipate that your first act of killing would come so swiftly. Thereafter, there will be little else to worry about." Then, her gaze shifted to the side where Nan sat. The little girl had yet to emerge from the shadow of her father's loss, sitting vacantly on the bed, her mind replaying memories of their life together. "Your name is Nan, is it not?" Xiaobai inquired, taking a seat beside the girl. Startled by the kind demeanor of Xiaobai, Nan nodded and replied, "Are you Sister Xiaobai? I heard this big brother mention you before coming." "I am indeed Xiaobai," she confirmed. Reflecting on Bofeng's earlier account, Xiaobai felt sorrowful for the tribulations faced by this young girl. At such a tender age, she should not have to endure so much. Moreover, since Bofeng had promised to honor the girl's father's last wishes, he was bound to fulfill that commitment. Coincidentally, as they were heading to Heavendo City, it would now be Bofeng and Xiaobai along with the little sister, making the journey all the more lively. "If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just invoke my name, Sister Xiaobai," she assured. Nan, still lost in the shadow of her father's passing, nodded in a daze. Alongside Bofeng, who had just experienced his first kill, both remained silent, apart from Xiaobai. The intention was to set out for Heavendo City today. However, given the current emotional state, the three of them decided to linger in Silva City, waiting for Bofeng and Nan to feel more at ease before continuing their journey. After a night of psychological adjustment, Bofeng finally emerged from the shadow of his actions. Early the next morning, he rented a carriage, and the three of them climbed aboard. With the carriage's swiftness, they would soon arrive at their destination. The day was bright and sunny, perfect for embarking on a journey. Bofeng expertly maneuvered the carriage, within which Xiaobai cradled Nan. Gazing at the exquisite scenery along the route, they traversed a dense forest, the carriage gliding gently past flourishing underbrush, occasionally interrupted by flocks of birds soaring overhead. Suddenly, a glint of cold light streaked towards Bofeng. It was a sharp crossbow bolt. Swiftly, Bofeng grasped his trident and severed the incoming arrow mid-flight. With a sigh, the carriage came to a gradual halt. Bofeng surveyed his surroundings. This was his inaugural visit to the Douluo Continent, and it was improbable that he had any enemies here. The lush trees provided an optimal setting for an ambush. "Wind Brother, what has transpired?" Xiaobai inquired, peering out from the carriage. "Just now, a crossbow bolt shot directly towards us. There must be some unusual circumstances at play," Bofeng replied gravely. Upon seeing the severed arrow on the ground, Xiaobai immediately leapt from the carriage, positioning herself protectively behind Nan, her gaze meticulously scanning the vicinity. The silence was unnerving. Apart from the gentle rustle of the grass in the breeze, faintly, The sound of hurried footsteps could be discerned, indicating that the opposing force was numerous. With a grave expression, Bofeng surveyed his surroundings. Someone was approaching. An assassin. At that moment, a squad of soldiers armed with steel spears encircled the three, their cold, elongated weapons aimed directly at them. Nan sought refuge behind Xiaobai as the soldiers appeared menacing, each clad in resplendent silver and gold armor. Battle-hardened veterans of many conflicts. Esteemed sir, we are merely passing through and are unaware of the circumstances here, Bofeng inquired hastily. The leading soldier replied icily. Do not move. This is the royal hunting grounds. We have already announced in the city yesterday that today His Majesty, accompanied by the Crown Prince and various ministers, shall partake in the annual royal hunt. This area has been thoroughly secured by us. How did you manage to enter, or are you an assassin? As he spoke, the soldiers advanced with their spears towards the trio, emphasizing that the emperor's safety took precedence over all else. Bofeng Chao nodded slightly to Xiaobai, signaling him to take care of the matter and to ensure the safety of Nan. Xiaobai returned the nod and promptly cradled Nan in his arms. Have you ever seen an assassin accompanied by family? Bofeng shrugged in silent exasperation. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. What on earth has transpired? A young man, adorned in resplendent attire woven from golden threads and riding a white steed, approached the scene. His brow furrowed, his countenance revealing his displeasure. The soldiers hurriedly dropped to one knee, respectfully proclaiming, "We pay our respects to His Highness, the fourth prince." The fourth prince? Here in the Tiando Empire. This young noble must indeed be an avalanche. His expression betrayed his dissatisfaction. Bofeng's understanding of the fourth prince suggested that this was merely a fade, intended to placate his so-called elder brother and divert suspicion. You worthless fools, father is arriving shortly. Why have you not apprehended them at once? Chapter 18. Xiaobai's anger has grave consequences. Upon receiving the fourth prince's command, the soldiers brandished their steel spears, preparing to subdue Bofeng and his companions. Xiaobai clenched his fists. Having enjoyed a carefree existence on Sea God Island, he had not anticipated such turmoil upon arriving on the mainland. Though the surface appeared tranquil, beneath it lay a tumultuous undercurrent. Bofeng was well aware of Sister Bai's temperament and quickly signaled to Xiaobai, urging her to refrain from such impulsiveness. Should any friction arise with the Empire, their days in Heaven Do City would undoubtedly become arduous. My sincerest apologies. We shall depart immediately. As Kazekage prepared to retrace his steps, he was unexpectedly confronted by Avalanche, who, seated upon his white steed, declared, "You come and go as you please, showing utter disregard for my royal lineage. You worthless fools, did you not hear my command? Seize these three at once. The presence of such enigmatic figures here is intolerable. If my father were to come to harm, could you bear the consequences?" Under the weight of Avalanche's imposing authority, the soldiers advanced resolutely. One soldier, brandishing a spear, lunged fiercely at Kazekage. There was no alternative. It was preferable to risk wrongful execution than to allow an escape. Should any misfortune befall the emperor, their lives, and potentially those of their families, would be forfeit. With a firm grip on his steel spear, Bofeng fixed his gaze upon the formidable Avalanche, who sat proudly atop his white steed, exuding an air of arrogance. Was this young man merely posturing, or did he possess genuine courage to act decisively? With a slight exertion, the force of the wind caused the tightly gripped steel gun in his hand to shatter instantaneously. This scene truly astonished the soldiers. How dare they retaliate? It appeared they were indeed assassins. Excellent. They dare to strike back. Bring them to me. Avalanche bellowed angrily. Xiaobai, unable to contain himself any longer, gradually concentrated a sphere of water in his palm. Halt. Just as life and death hung in the balance, another arrived. The newcomer was a young man, around 21 or 22 years of age, with golden hair and a handsome visage, exuding an indescribable aura that surpassed that of Avalanche. This was the impression that Bofeng held. Fourth brother, our father sent me to inquire about the commotion here. What on earth has transpired? The young man spoke in a calm manner, his steady gaze sweeping over Bofeng and the others, briefly lingering on Bofeng. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Avalanche hastily dismounted from his horse and approached the young man, gritting his teeth as he said, "Elder brother, I have discovered 3 suspicious individuals here. I suspect they are assassins plotting against our father." As Bofeng gazed at the man whom Avalanche referred to as Big Brother, an inexplicable sensation washed over him in that fleeting moment of eye contact. The resonance of their martial souls stirred within him. It was important to note that Bofeng's sea god martial soul was divine. Yet, The fact that this individual was deemed Big Brother by Avalanche raised questions. Shuqinghe, the martial soul of the Tiando royal family, was a swan, a creature devoid of offensive prowess, instead bestowing an air of nobility upon its wielder. Aligning perfectly with royal stature, this sentiment resonated deeply within Shuqinghe, despite the concealment offered by the head spirit bone. Why did the six-winged angel martial soul evoke such curiosity? What was this person's true identity? A myriad of questions swirled in Shuqinghe's mind, prompting him to take a step forward and inquire, "Who are you truly? What brings you here?" With a courteous bow, Bofeng stated, "We intend to venture to Tiando City for business, yet upon entering this forest, we narrowly escaped harm from crossbow bolts. Subsequently, this fourth prince arrived and insisted that we were assassins. I would like to pose a question. Have you ever encountered an assassin accompanied by family?" Shuqinghe hesitated. It appeared that Bofeng and his companions bore no resemblance to assassins. Indeed, it seemed a misunderstanding had arisen due to the avalanche. Shuqinghe was contemplating releasing several individuals, as the Snow Knight Emperor would soon arrive, and it was unnecessary to create any discord at this critical juncture. Though perplexed internally, given that their destination was Tiando City, it would be no challenge for her to uncover the truth behind these individuals. "Very well, you may depart. Follow this path, and you shall reach Tiando City," Shuqinghe commanded. Bofeng expressed his gratitude with a bow, just as he was about to take his leave. "Elder brother, are you truly so willing to let them go so easily?" At that moment, Shuqinghe stepped forward, publicly challenging Zhuiking's intentions. "Fourth brother," Zhuiking glanced at Shuqinghe, narrowing his eyes slightly, and asked coolly, "Do you have any questions regarding my decision?" With gritted teeth, Shuqinghe felt compelled to defy his elder brother's orders for the sake of their father's safety. "Why are you all still standing idly? Hurry and capture the three of them," Shuqinghe rebuked once more, disregarding Zhuiking. Just then, Xiaobai, with a somber expression, gently placed Nan, whom he had been holding, aside and tenderly ruffled her hair. Bofeng remained silent. While Xiaobai could no longer endure the situation, the avalanche was entirely self-inflicted, a trifling trouble brought about by the winds. Their arrival in Tiando City was solely to earn gold soul coins and subsequently explore the continent. Bofeng, who had no intention of making enemies, wished to avoid entanglements with the royal family. However, the opposing party was relentless. The avalanche continued to harass the trio. And while Bofeng could tolerate it for the greater good, Xiaobai was unyielding. Xiaobai gradually stepped forward, exuding an aura that made the soldiers tremble. The oppressive presence signified immense strength. Avalanche's expression shifted, as a soul master himself. He had only felt such overwhelming pressure from the three committee members at the Tiando Royal Academy. Those three were all Soul Douluo, holding esteemed positions within the empire, and were affiliated with his older brother. The pressure emanating from this woman was several times more intense than that of the three committee members, leaving Avalanche momentarily breathless. Shuqinghe's gaze grew solemn. He had been surprised by the boy, but the emergence of Xiaobai behind him caused his countenance to change drastically. A title Douluo. The aura unmistakably belonged to a title Douluo, and her power surpassed that of the two beside her. Ripples danced around Xiaobai, and at her feet, a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red appeared. A title Douluo? A title Douluo. That red 9th soul ring was unmistakably one of 100,000 years. Avalanche instinctively retreated, realizing he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The profession of soul masters was the most esteemed on the continent. Moreover, this mysterious title Douluo before him, possessing a 100,000-year soul ring, was not to be trifled with. Apart from Shuqinghe, who had witnessed such power before, everyone else was encountering a title Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring for the first time. The soldiers exchanged fearful glances, their long spears instinctively raised toward the sky. Had they known they stood before a title Douluo, they would never have dared to exhibit such disrespect. "What happened to your earlier arrogance? Why are you not so bold now?" Xiaobai seethed through clenched teeth. Chapter 19. Old Versailles. Faced with Xiaobai's taunting, Avalanche was utterly deflated. He hurriedly concealed himself behind the soldiers, attempting to use them as a shield. The soldiers displayed panic. After all, this was a title Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring. If an imperial prince could not provoke her, how could mere mortals like them dare to do so? In a natural manner, the soldiers quietly retreated from both sides, revealing the avalanche that had been concealed at the back. Under the gaze of all, the young man, Bai, gradually approached the avalanche. Not far away stood a grand and magnificent army, composed of battalions of soldiers, with a venerable elder clad in golden armor, adorned with an embroidered golden dragon, at the very center. At that moment, The elder knocked an arrow and aimed, executing every movement with fluid grace, targeting a pink rabbit. A cold glint appeared in the elder's eyes, emanating an aura of superiority that seemed to look down upon the world. Amidst the soldier's fervent anticipation, the arrow flew swiftly, piercing the pink rabbit directly. The scene erupted in fervor as soldiers raised their long spears and let out a chorus of roars. "Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty!" The elder smiled, his snow-white beard fluttering, and waved his hand, silencing the crowd once more. "Your martial prowess remains as formidable as ever," remarked a man standing nearby, whose dignified appearance exuded grace and warmth. His long, dark hair cascaded down, and he wore an immaculate white robe, exuding an air of comfort and ease, appearing to be in his 40s. Behind him stood an elder with sharp brows and bright eyes, clad in white robes, his snow-white hair contrasting with his youthful visage, a silver long sword levitating behind him. Their identities were undoubtedly significant. The elder handed the golden bow to a nearby attendant, then chuckled. "Zong Master Ning, you jest. It has been quite a while since I ventured out. Today marks the rare annual royal hunt. I apologize for troubling you and Sword Duel Master to accompany me." Zong Master Ning shook his head with a smile. "Your Majesty, it is my personal honor to accompany you." The elder chuckled lightly. "Qinghe, Avalanche." Noticing the two had not responded, the elder furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where are the crown prince and the fourth prince? How is it that they have suddenly vanished?" His tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction, as the emperor of the empire, burdened with myriad affairs. It was disheartening that both of his sons were absent during the annual royal hunt. The general in charge of the area quickly knelt and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, I just saw His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the Fourth Prince heading towards the northern forest. They have been gone for some time." Upon learning of his son's whereabouts, the emperor shook his head and sighed. "They must be indulging themselves again, Avalanche. It is indeed a burden for Qinghe, the elder brother. With my numerous responsibilities, I failed to keep an eye on him, and Avalanche has turned out this way. It is truly my fault. Your Majesty, you are too harsh on yourself. It is only natural for Qinghe, as the elder brother, to look after his younger sibling. You must attend to the affairs of the nation, and I believe Qinghe will manage well." The Lord Ning smiled faintly. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the northern forest. The elder in white behind Lord Ning narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixating intently on that area, while the massive white sword behind him trembled slightly. "Sword Master, what is this power?" Lord Ning inquired, perplexed. The emperor, too, sensed the disturbance, and all eyes converged upon that location, where Qinghe and Peng were situated. Could it be that the two princes were in peril? Sword Master's expression hardened, his tone grave as he declared, "A tidal Douluo. There is no mistaking this aura, and the overwhelming might signals a formidable tidal Douluo." Before Lord Ning could pose further questions, the Sword Master swiftly ascended his silver sword and headed towards the source of the disturbance. After all, these were the Emperor's last two heirs. Should any misfortune befall them, the soldiers stationed there would surely suffer the consequences. "Humph. I shall see which tidal Douluo dares to lay a hand on my sons," the Emperor scoffed, hastily mounting his white steed and galloping away. Lord Ning was well acquainted with most tidal Douluos on the continent, yet this particular aura was unfamiliar to him. Could it be from the spirit hall? He shook his head and followed the main force towards the northern forest. In the forest, Xiaobai stood before Peng, her sharp teeth clenched, her gaze fixed intently on him. "Dare to repeat that?" Xiaobai asked coldly. Peng trembled in fear, unable to utter a word, particularly in the presence of Xiaobai, the apex predator of the ocean. Qinghe regarded Xiaobai with a keen eye. According to the records of the spirit hall over the years, this enigmatic female tidal Douluo had no available information. Furthermore, possessing 100,000-year soul ring was an extraordinary feat in itself. The identities of these three individuals had become a profound and enigmatic puzzle. As the situation escalated, safety was a consequence of Peng's own making. Qinghe showed no intention of intervening. He sensed that this female tidal Douluo bore no ill will, merely wishing to intimidate Peng into tempering his arrogance, which would indeed be beneficial. Noticing that Peng hesitated to speak, his legs trembled uncontrollably, Xiaobai remarked, "What a coward, bullying the weak while fearing the strong." Though Peng seethed with resentment within, he felt exceedingly diminutive in the presence of the tidal Douluo. With a gentle smile, Bofeng reassured himself that Bai Jie was not one to instigate trouble. This was the city of Tiando, not the island of the sea god. It was best to keep things light, especially since they needed to navigate this place in the future. Bai Jie, a mere show of intimidation will suffice. There is no need for serious conflict. Let us hasten our journey to Tiando City. She declared, I shall let you off this time. But beware if you dare to cross me again. With that, Bai Jie stored her soul ring and returned directly to Bofeng and Nan Nan's side. Just as the trio was about to depart, a silver beam of light descended from the sky, instantly capturing their attention. The newcomer was none other than Sword Uncle. Noticing that the two princes were unharmed, his gaze shifted to Bofeng and his companions. Might I ask who just revealed themselves? Sword Uncle inquired. And as soon as he finished speaking, the massive silver sword on his back was thrust into the ground. He positioned his hands on the sword's hilt. Standing resolutely like a towering pine, the soul rings at his feet began to rise slowly. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. A stranger among the title Douluo. Bai Jie was momentarily taken aback, for she had not anticipated encountering a peer on her first visit to the continent. She pondered, with such a soul ring configuration. This simply won't do. How can a title Douluo lack a 100,000-year soul ring? This is indeed quite the display. As she was about to step forward, Bofeng gently restrained her. Bai Jie, take care of Nan Nan. I can handle this. He questioned, is the newcomer truly a Sword Douluo? To which Sword Uncle replied, You know of me? With a smile, Bofeng nodded, acknowledging the sword, which measured 4 feet and 3 inches in length, 3 inches in width, and a hilt of 12 inches, known as Qisha. The title of Sword Douluo is indeed familiar to me. In response to this answer, Sword Douluo gently nodded, clearly pleased. Who wouldn't desire their reputation to be known far and wide? Was that individual you? Why did you show such disrespect towards the prince? Sword Douluo inquired. The gaze of Bofeng fell upon the side of the prince named Avalanche, who had yet to recover from the shock induced by the white figure. As for this matter, it is the Sword Douluo who must inquire about the prince known as Avalanche. We have journeyed here with great effort, seeking to conduct business in the city of Tiando. However, to our surprise, upon entering the forest, we were immediately surrounded by a contingent of soldiers, leading us to encounter Prince Avalanche. Even after we elucidated our intentions, Prince Avalanche remained obstinate. Not even the timely arrival of this prince's elder brother could intervene in the situation. A gentle smile graced the lips of Bofeng. As he acknowledged that his sister had acted somewhat impulsively, he expressed his sincere apologies for the earlier events. After recounting the incident, Jian Douluo grasped the situation with clarity. He had heard whispers regarding the fourth prince, recognized for his unscrupulous character and notorious for bullying the students of the academy, making him a significant menace known throughout the entirety of Tiando City. Unfortunately, being the emperor's son rendered him untouchable, allowing his debauchery to persist unchecked. At that moment, a familiar voice from behind sent a shiver down Shui Peng's spine, filling him with dread as he dared not glance at the emperor, who had arrived fashionably late. The Shuye emperor, the sovereign of the Tiando Empire and the highest authority across the continent, had attentively listened to every word recounted by Bofeng regarding his son. The Shuye emperor expressed his helplessness with a sigh, commanding, return to the palace and reflect in solitude within your chambers for a month, and you shall forfeit your allowance for a year. Now, depart at once. Shui Peng complied, casting a lingering glance at Bofeng and his companions before departing with a countenance full of disappointment. Once he had left, the Shuye emperor turned his attention to Bofeng and the others, stating, I am the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shuye. I deeply regret the events that have transpired. Might I inquire as to the origins of your esteemed selves? Bofeng bowed respectfully and said, it is your majesty. It is indeed an honor to meet you. My name is Bofeng, and I have traveled from Hanhai City to this place with the intention of conducting some business. Having grown up by the sea, my family encouraged me to venture forth and pursue my ambitions. Thus, I chose Tiando City as my primary destination. Firstly, being the capital of the nation. It boasts a plethora of merchants, and most of my goods are seafood, which should fetch a fair price. Secondly, the local populace is known for their simplicity and sincerity, especially in the shadow of the imperial city. With your majesty's benevolent blessings, I am confident that our business endeavors will flourish even more. Unintentionally, Wolfing's flattering words seemed to elevate the spirit of the snowy night emperor, who, feeling a bit elated, promptly cleared his throat and inquired, was that disturbance just now caused by you? Wolfing smiled lightly, saying, Your Majesty jested, I am not so formidable. My sister has acted rather recklessly, and should she have caused any harm to the Snow Avalanche Prince, I extend my apologies in advance. It is of no consequence. It is I who have failed in my duties as a parent, replied Emperor Shuye, his gaze fixed upon Xiaobai. If there has been any slight, I kindly ask this young lady for her understanding. Xiaobai waved her hand, chuckling, You exaggerate. It is truly not a matter of great significance. I too am at fault for unleashing the soul ring to frighten others, leading so many to this place, and causing you such unnecessary turmoil. Having spoken, Xiaobai exchanged a glance with Bofeng and hurriedly departed, lest she keep Zizenzu and the others waiting anxiously. With a gentle smile, Bofeng nodded at the Snow Knight Emperor and remarked, "Your Majesty, if there is nothing pressing, we shall take our leave for Tiando City. Our cargo workers have arrived, and as their employer, I cannot keep them waiting." At that moment, Shueqinghe leaned in to whisper something into the Snow Knight Emperor's ear. Upon hearing it, the Emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he regarded the three from Bofeng, particularly his gaze on Xiaobai, revealing a concealed depth. Nearby, Ningfengji faintly caught 5 words, 100,000-year soul ring, coupled with the commotion at the forest's edge. It strongly indicated that the woman in question was likely a titled Douluo. The Snow Knight Emperor scrutinized the trio intently before issuing an order. "Royal Knights, clear the path to Tiando City." As the command resonated, all soldiers of the Royal Knights stationed behind the forest promptly opened a direct route to Tiando City. Bofeng understood what the Royal Knights were. They represented the pinnacle of pride for the Heaven Do Empire, serving as the most trusted and relied upon military force, answering solely to the command of the Snowy Knight Emperor. When the Royal Knights were instructed to yield, Bofeng was genuinely taken aback by the Snowy Knight Emperor's decree. "Your Majesty, this seems rather inappropriate," Bofeng said helplessly. However, the Snowy Knight Emperor merely smiled. "There is nothing inappropriate about this. It is a gesture of apology from the royal family. Continue your journey, and you shall reach Heaven Do City. I await our next meeting with great anticipation." With that, the Snowy Knight Emperor dismissed them. Ning, the sect leader, stood by the Snowy Knight Emperor's side, well aware of the underlying implications after serving alongside him for so long. A titled Douluo with 100,000-year spirit ring, even the spirit hall could boast no more than 3 such individuals. After expressing his gratitude to Kazekage, Xiaobai embraced Nan and boarded the carriage. Under the watchful gaze of all, Kazekage skillfully guided the carriage forward until it vanished from sight. "Qinghe, make an effort to befriend Kazekage. If my memory serves me right, he has come to Tiando City to trade goods. Tomorrow, to inquire about reputable shops and extend royal gifts on behalf of the imperial family," Emperor Shueye advised. Shueqinghe responded affirmatively, understanding that with these 3 individuals, the royal family could only cultivate amicable relations and refrain from any malevolence. The origins of Bofeng remain shrouded in mystery. It is said that he hails from Hanhai City, the sole port of the Tiando Empire, where the bounties of the sea have become the only commodities for the fishermen. He ventured here to expand his business and to hone his skills on the Douluo Continent, a dual opportunity to earn a livelihood while rapidly enhancing his prowess. Who would not see such an advantageous prospect? Despite his enigmatic background, he has captured the attention of the Snow Knight Emperor, and for Ning Zhongzhu, who has always had an eye for talent, this young man named Bofeng has piqued his profound interest. This youth is no ordinary individual. Being under the protection of a titled Douluo with a century-long soul ring indicates that the forces supporting him are undoubtedly formidable. Fortunately, he is not affiliated with the Spirit Hall, the Sword Douluo mused. Chapter 21. Arrival at Tiando. As the carriage sped forth, a colossal city loomed before Bofeng. As one of the 2 most prosperous cities on the continent, its scale was unparalleled. The city stood 100 meters high, constructed entirely of granite. At the expansive city gates, numerous soldiers wielding long spears exuded a solemn air of menace. "Xiaobai, Nan, we are almost at Tiando City. What did the letter from Zizhenju say?" Bofeng inquired with a smile. Xiaobai peered through the carriage window, gazing at the approaching grand city. So this was Tiando City, distinctly different from the towns they had traversed. Its scale was indeed magnificent. "Zizhenju is already waiting in the city and has specifically reserved a tavern for us to meet," she replied. "When, brother, as we near Tiando City, what should be our next course of action?" Xiaobai asked. Bofeng chuckled. "It is now noon. Let us first proceed to the city to rendezvous with the purple pearl. Subsequently, I shall visit the spirit hall to register my martial spirit. Lastly, tomorrow we shall seek out suitable shops to expand our business, striving to become the most formidable and prosperous entity, aiming to surpass even the 7 treasure glazed tile school and rival nations in wealth." The gust of wind erupted into laughter. Xiaobai's lips twitched, fully aware that Fengdi was undoubtedly blinded by the allure of wealth. "What is so remarkable about money? Sister Xiaobai has no interest in it. I recall that the Spirit Hall is one of the branches of the Spirit Temple, and we are in opposition to them. Why would you still want to venture there?" Xiaobai furrowed her brow. Back when the Spirit Temple invaded Sea God Island, Xiaobai was among those who fought. However, at that time, she appeared in the form of the king of the evil soul great white shark, not in her current human guise. Posey, considering the long-term implications for the safety of her only son, found it imperative not to dispatch the 7 sacred pillars to protect Douluo. This decision stemmed from their involvement in that fateful battle, where although not all of the Spirit Hall's elders recognized the 7 sacred pillars, only a scant few of the titled Douluo were familiar with them. As a result, it was most fitting for Xiaobai to serve as Bofeng's personal bodyguard. Across the continent, the Soul Master's ledger stands as a symbol of every Soul Master, serving as their most esteemed testament. The Spirit Hall encompasses all of this. The waves of fate continue to flow as we ponder the duration of our stay in the city of Heaven Do, where numerous matters require our attention. With the Soul Master's handbook in hand, I trust that we shall encounter significantly fewer troubles ahead. Moreover, this will serve to dispel any suspicions harbored by the Spirit Hall. By the way, my gaze falls upon Nan Nan. If I recall correctly, you should be 6 years old now. What is your martial soul? Xiaobai shares my curiosity. Up until now, we remain unaware of our sister's martial soul. Nan Nan shakes her head and replies, Brother, my martial soul has yet to awaken. Just yesterday, I turned 6. Oh, I nod thoughtfully. Perfect timing this afternoon. Join me as we venture to the Martial Soul Shrine, where we shall facilitate your martial soul awakening. This place is not Sea God Island, and we lack the necessary tools for awakening, thus, we must go there. When brother, Xiaobai cautions earnestly. Exercise utmost caution and avoid any interactions with individuals from the Spirit Hall. With a solemn nod, Bofeng assured, Rest assured, Sister Bai. I am aware of what must be done. Do you require my company? Suggested Xiaobai. Bofeng shook his head gently. No need for that, Sister Bai. Just now, your release of the Soul Ring has already attracted the attention of the Tiando royal family and the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall? Xiaobai furrowed her brow slightly. Could it be that among those individuals just now, there were members of the Spirit Hall? Bofeng nodded and remarked, That prince is quite formidable. Although he appears refined and courteous, he conceals a profound depth of strategy. Henceforth, I must exercise greater caution around him. Subsequently, Bofeng guided the carriage slowly into the city. The bustling streets teemed with activity, a stark contrast to the earlier experience in Silva's City. The capital, with its rich historical tapestry, undoubtedly presents the most prudent opportunities for commerce. Following the correspondence from the Purple Pearl, Bofeng arrived at the inn's entrance, where Purple Pearl was already leading his companions, having awaited his arrival for quite some time. Upon seeing Bofeng approach, Purple Pearl clasped his hands and said, Boss, all the goods have been successfully delivered. And everything proceeded smoothly. Additionally, a portion of our brethren has returned to Hanhai City to escort the next shipment, alternating duties with these brothers here. Bofeng chuckled softly, shaking his head. Do not call me boss, for you are no longer a pirate. Refer to me as master instead. Zhejian Pearl paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding with a smile. As you wish, master. Master, who is this young lady beside you? Zhejian Pearl inquired, noticing Nan Nan standing next to Xiaobai. Did you not just mention it? This is my sister, Bofeng replied with a grin. He then proceeded to a prearranged room, where Xiaobai and Nan Nan shared one, while Bofeng occupied a separate chamber. The room was impeccably tidy, equipped with every necessity. He drew back the long dusty curtains, allowing the blinding sunlight to flood into the space. Bofeng arrived at the balcony, gazing over the magnificent cityscape. The long-awaited Tiandutching had finally come, marking the commencement of Bofeng's story. Seated on a chair, he retrieved a comprehensive map of the surroundings of Tiandutching from his bosom, a treasured relic left by his father years ago. Before Bofeng departed, his mother entrusted him with all his father's belongings. At the very heart of the map lay Tiandutching, encircled by the Sunset Forest, a realm inhabited by soul beasts. To the east, a towering mountain bore 3 grand characters that captured Bofeng's attention, Haotian sect. These majestic characters were inscribed by his father's own hand, representing the sect he had founded, once renowned as the greatest under heaven. If memory serves, Bofeng's elder brother is none other than Tang Hao, the current Haotian Douluo, who has long since departed from this world. Should Bofeng venture there, by lineage, he would unmistakably be regarded as the living embodiment of No. 1. The map vividly depicted the entirety of Haotian sect, along with its external and internal structures. As for whether he should go or not, in the depths of his mind, Bofeng found himself in a quandary, gazing at the ebony hammer in his hand, a testament to his status as the chief elder of the Haotian sect. With this token, along with the Haotian hammer martial soul in his left hand, he should be able to affirm his true identity. However, As Bofeng's footing in the city of Tiando had yet to solidify, a journey to the Haotian sect was, for the moment, impractical. He would have to wait a few more years. Before his departure, his mother had entrusted him with a crucial instruction. He must make a pilgrimage to the Haotian sect. Bofeng's veins coursed with the blood of his father, prompting a need to acknowledge his ancestry, even if he did not bear the surname Tang. The Haotian hammer martial soul was undeniably his. "Oh, father, please, do not become the king of slaughter. Although mother forbids me from seeking you." A son must sometimes disregard his mother's commands when he is out in the world. "Once I have the means, I shall come to find you," Bofeng murmured softly. Bang, bang, bang. Phone, hurry down for dinner. Nan and I are already downstairs, Xiaobai called, knocking on the door. "I'll be right there," Bofeng replied, promptly folding away the map and securing the door before making his way to the hall. Chapter 22. The blossoming. Following the elongated staircase, Bofeng arrived at the hall, where numerous associates were already partaking in their meal. These individuals were former pirates who had recently been recruited by Bofeng and had officially become extraneous personnel of the Sea God Island, forming a vital core of strength for the forthcoming expansion of their business endeavors. Boss, greetings." With a smile, Bofeng returned their greetings, and in their hearts, there was an evident reverence for him. He had provided them an opportunity to conclude their piratical lives, with the prospect of even joining the Sea God Island, receiving a monthly salary of 10 gold soul coins. The more cargo they transported, the greater their earnings would be. No longer would they need to stir chaos upon the seas, as the Purple Pearl pirate crew would be a thing of the past. Upon arriving at the Purple Pearl, Xiaobai and Nan took their seats at the table, while Bofeng, eating, remarked, "Purple Pearl, once you finish your meal, kindly tally the goods. In just a few days, once the shop is secured, we shall officially commence our venture." "No problem, you can count on me," Purple Pearl assured with a pat on her chest. Bofeng continued, Nan, after dinner, you shall accompany your brother to the Spirit Hall in Tiando City for your spirit awakening, all right?" "All right," Nan replied with a smile, nodding her head. "Sister Bai, I leave everything here in your capable hands while I go to the Spirit Hall," Bofeng instructed. "You may proceed with peace of mind, but remember, do not engage with anyone from the Spirit Hall, understood?" Xiaobai cautioned. Bofeng nodded slightly, and soon everyone finished a delightful lunch. Following the day's itinerary, Bofeng cradled Nan and made his way towards the Spirit Hall located in the heart of Tiando City. The Spirit Hall sprawls across a vast expanse, its geographic accessibility unparalleled, and wields considerable influence across the continent. At the age of 6, every child undergoes a soul awakening, a process entirely overseen by the Spirit Hall. With Nan cradled in his arms, Bofeng approached the grand entrance of the Spirit Hall. 2 knights, armed with long spears, formed a cross with their weapons, effectively barring the passage for the siblings. "Halt. This is the Spirit Hall, and no unauthorized individuals are permitted to enter," one of the knights stated coldly. Bofeng elucidated. "I have come to awaken my sister's martial soul. She has just turned 6 this year. Furthermore, I require a Soul Master's handbook. I kindly ask for your understanding." Upon hearing his explanation, the 2 knights promptly retracted their spears. "Oh, I see. You may proceed. Simply head inside and seek Lord Salus." "Thank you." As Bofeng and Nan entered, they were greeted by an exquisitely adorned hall, resplendent in its opulence. This magnificent establishment was a formidable force, second only to the 2 great empires, and perhaps even surpassing them. If the Spirit Hall was this lavish, one could only imagine the grandeur of the Pope's chamber. Reflecting on this, Bofeng shook his head. He must avoid any entanglements with the Spirit Hall, setting aside the enmity between Sea God Island and the Spirit Hall. There was also the matter of his father's creation, the Haotian sect, which had been forced into seclusion by the Spirit Hall. In the center of the hall stood an elderly man, clad in resplendent robes, respectfully nodding before a striking figure adorned in golden armor, displaying an air of deference without a hint of negligence. "Salaris, have there been any promising talents awakened among this year's Soul Masters?" inquired the alluring man. The elder, known as Salaris, was the primary authority here and also served as the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. "Esteemed Elder Jew," Salaris responded, "among this year's children, only one possesses innate soul power at level 7, the rest are below level 5, with a significant number at levels 1 and 2. With a sigh, Salaris lamented that this year's situation was considerably worse than the year before. "You have personally come here. What instructions do you bring?" "The Pope has conveyed that in 2 years, the Grand Soul Master Tournament will take place across the continent. During this event, 3 soul bones will be awarded as prizes. His Holiness has instructed me to expedite the recruitment plan for soul masters in preparation for the future. Elder Ju was momentarily taken aback. Then his gaze shifted to Bofeng and Nan Nan as they entered. Who are you? Who permitted your entry? His tone carried a hint of displeasure. To be honest, Bofeng had not comprehended a single word of their conversation. Bofeng Dao, I am Bofeng, and this is my sister. We have come here for the awakening of her martial soul and to procure a soul master's notebook. May I inquire if I have intruded upon you both? Although Elder Ju harbored some dissatisfaction, she cast a glance at Salus. Salus, understanding the unspoken cue, stepped forward and said, Very well. I still have pressing matters to attend to. As she spoke, Salus retrieved 6 stones of identical size from a nearby table, which, under the manipulation of soul power, radiated a brilliant golden light. Bofeng nodded slightly to Nan Nan, who, filled with inner uncertainty, began to approach slowly, bathed in a radiant golden light. A shackle within Nan Nan was released, and the aura emanating from her was enough to catch the attention of Bofeng, who possessed the godly martial spirit of the sea god. Elder Ju, who had previously stood nearby with a discontented expression, suddenly trembled as a flicker of golden light appeared in his palm. A chrysanthemum, adorned with golden patterns, manifested in his hand, representing his martial spirit, and at that moment, the chrysanthemum bowed its head towards Nan Nan. This action astonished Elder Ju immensely. His martial spirit was indeed a rare gem among flower-type spirits. For it to bow, could it be that this little girl also possessed a flower-type martial spirit, and one of even superior quality? The earlier displeasure vanished, replaced by eager anticipation. Under the watchful eyes of Bofeng and the others, Nan Nan gradually opened her left hand, revealing a simple white flower with a few vividly crimson petals, devoid of leaves and roots, accompanied only by a completely black stone. At the moment this flower appeared, Nan Nan radiated an air of nobility, surrounded by swirling red light points. The chrysanthemum in Elder Ju's hand inclined further, and in a wondrous spectacle, every flower in Tianzhou City, regardless of its variety, bowed towards the direction of the martial spirit hall. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted until Nan Nan, with great effort, retracted her martial spirit, restoring everything to normal. At that moment, Bofeng frowned as he noticed the previously reprimanded alluring man gazing at Nan and with fervent interest. It seemed that Bofeng needed to prepare for the actions of the martial spirit hall. Saras quickly cleared his throat and fetched a blue crystal ball. Little sister, place your hand upon the crystal ball and let me see your soul power, he urged. Nan Nan glanced at her small hand, and as soon as it made contact with the crystal ball, a dazzling blue light illuminated the entire hall, shining brightly even in the daytime. Innate full soul power. 3. Little sister, would you be willing to take me as your master? The alluring man asked eagerly. Simultaneously, a glimmer of golden light appeared on the sea god crown worn by Bofeng. Chapter 23. Is your name Chrysanthemum? Innate full soul power soul masters are exceedingly rare, with only a handful in the entire soul master realm, each being exceptionally remarkable. Here stood one before them, and her martial spirit was. How could the martial spirit hall not be tempted? No, Nan Nan exclaimed, refusing without a moment's hesitation. The martial spirit hall would not let this opportunity slip away. Especially with Elder Ju present, he would not miss out on this chance. Bofeng hastily inquired, May I obtain the soul master's notebook? He yearned to acquire it swiftly and thus decided to make his exit. Elder Ju, somewhat displeased, remarked, I am conversing with your sister. What right do you have to interject? As she spoke, the aura emanating from her did not compel Bofeng to yield. This presence, it was undoubtedly that of a titled Douluo. He had underestimated the situation, not anticipating the existence of a titled Douluo within the spirit hall. With a demeanor of unwavering confidence, Bofeng declared, I am her brother and her guardian. I possess the authority to respond to your inquiries on her behalf. Furthermore, she is unwilling to accept you as her master. Could it be that the spirit hall would compel her against her will? Elder Ju felt a surge of indignation, but chose to suppress his anger for the sake of the exceptional young girl before him, endowed with a remarkable martial soul. How audacious! How dare you! Salus erupted in fury. The esteemed Elder Ju, a titled Douluo of significant stature, was adamant that this young girl must become part of their ranks. Enough, Salus. Present him with the Soul Master's ledger, Elder Ju commanded. Salus, on the verge of voicing his objections, was silenced by a stern glare from Elder Ju. Despite his dissatisfaction, he recognized that in this world where strength reigns supreme, he had no choice but to comply with the Elder's orders. Salus approached a nearby table where a fist-sized black stone lay. similar to the one used during the awakening of the martial soul, albeit with a different shape. With a tone tinged with annoyance, he instructed, "Simply place your hand upon it and unleash your martial soul." With a piercing gaze, Bofeng contemplated how to escape from this predicament. Fleeing in the presence of a tidal Douluo was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. However, the sea god's crown could facilitate such an endeavor. In an instant, the soul rings beneath Bofeng shimmered to life, 2 yellow rings spiraling around his waist, while a blue trident materialized in his right hand. As his soul power was drawn forth, it gradually flowed into the black stone position before him, which instantly radiated a resplendent blue light. Saras, perplexed, inquired, "At the level of a 28th rank soul master, how old are you this year? I have never encountered your martial spirit before." Meanwhile, Elder Ju, intrigued, pondered why this trident seemed so eerily familiar, reminiscent of a weapon he had encountered in the past, though he could not quite recall the specifics at that moment. "Wolfing Dao, this is my martial spirit, the trident. I am 18 years old. In reality, I am merely 11. Though I appear quite mature for my age. 18 years old, a trident for a martial spirit, and possessing a soul power level of 28? Quite mediocre, I suppose." In no time at all, Sarath had prepared the Soul Master's credential, which would suffice to validate Bofeng's identity as a Soul Master. No longer would he be considered an unregistered individual. "Henceforth, you shall be recognized as a Soul Master of the Tiando Empire," Sarath declared impatiently, handing the credential to Bofeng. The so-called Soul Master's credential was merely a metal plate inscribed with Bofeng's martial spirit information and soul power level. After securing the credential, Bofeng stepped forward to lift Nan Nan. Their business here was concluded, and it was time to return. "Wait." Elder Ju stepped forward, unexpectedly positioning himself in front of the siblings. "Is this what it means to be a tidal Douluo?" Bofeng furrowed his brow, pondering the elder's intentions. "Was it to request that my sister become your disciple? If so, I must decline. Mother taught us not to engage with strangers." To this, Elder Ju merely smiled, inquiring, "Do you know who I am? It would be a blessing for me to take your sister as my apprentice. I would rather forego such a blessing. The spirit hall is not solely yours to command. Let us instead heed my sister's wishes, shall we?" Bofeng suggested. "Nan Nan, would you like to take this uncle as your master?" he inquired. Nan Nan regarded the unfamiliar figure before her with a frown, for he had raised his voice at her brother, a quality she detested. "I do not want that. My sister is far superior to him. I wish to learn from her," Nan Nan declared. Upon hearing her words, Elder Ju grew anxious. If this opportunity slipped away, it would be regrettable. Furthermore, the spirit hall does not easily let go of those it covets. "May I inquire as to who your sister is, that she surpasses me?" Elder Ju countered, intrigued, for after years of being a tidal Douluo, he wondered who could possibly be superior, unless they too were a tidal Douluo. "She is simply my sister. Brother, let us hurry home. I am hungry," Nan Nan exclaimed. "Very well." A smile suddenly graced the face of Bofeng, who, without waiting for the displeasure etched on Elder Ju's countenance, strode past him. "Are you planning to leave?" Elder Ju bellowed, and in an instant, his right hand shimmered with golden light, releasing a flurry of chrysanthemums that danced through the air. The golden petals gradually transformed into sharp blades, exuding a chilling aura that enveloped the brother and sister duo. "What do you mean by this? Do you intend to force us to stay?" Bofeng furrowed his brow, clutching his sister Nan Nan even tighter. "I am Yu Guan, an elder of the Spirit Hall, known by the title of Chrysanthemum," Elder Ju stated coolly, hoping to impose the pressure of a tidal Douluo upon the siblings to compel their submission. "Chrysanthemum Guan?" Bofeng exclaimed in surprise. "So you are the one known as Chrysanthemum Guan?" Yu Guan's brow twitched with irritation. He despised being addressed by that moniker. "Kid, I shall offer you one final opportunity. I can facilitate your entry into the Spirit Hall, and I will devote myself to nurturing your sister. On occasion, I may even provide you with guidance. Remember, the mentorship of a tidal Douluo is invaluable." Yu Guan laid forth his generous proposal. For an ordinary individual, such an offer would be irresistible, yet he was Bofeng. With a dismissive smile, Bofeng inquired whether the guidance of the tidal Douluo was indeed so costly. From a young age, he had been under the tutelage of the 7 sacred pillars, receiving their intermittent instruction, not to mention the frequent admonitions from his mother. Had it not been for the unique status bestowed upon him by the Sea God Island, Bofeng's true martial soul and soul rings would have undoubtedly stirred even the Pope, and perhaps even the renowned 6-winged angel Douluo who once pursued his mother. As for Ju Guan, he expressed his sincere apologies, lamenting that regret was a futile endeavor. In that moment, the golden crown adorned upon Bofeng's head radiated a brilliant golden light, enveloping the entire spirit hall in a resplendent glow. By the time Zhu Huaguan regained his composure, the hall had already become devoid of any trace of the siblings. Clenching his fists, he realized that no one had ever dared to escape from him, especially in such a brazen manner. Sarath, issue the command for a citywide search for the two of them. Chapter 24. A joyful struggle against the spirit hall. Let us not dwell on the ire of the individual within the spirit hall, for amidst the public spectacle, the person had vanished. Meanwhile, Bofeng had returned to the tavern with Nan Nan. Bofeng hurriedly closed the door upon seeing the two return, reclining leisurely on the sofa. Xiaobai remarked nonchalantly, "You're back. Have you completed your tasks?" It was quite perilous. There was actually a tidal Douluo from the spirit hall in the spirit master hall. Fortunately, the sea goddess crown allowed for a brief displacement. Otherwise, Nan Nan and I would have been stranded there, Bofeng replied, patting his chest. A tidal Douluo, Xiaobai exclaimed, sitting up abruptly. Nan Nan, tell Sister Xiaobai, were you in any danger? Xiaobai inquired with concern. Sister, I'm fine. I was fortunate to have my brother protecting me. Nan Nan smiled before turning serious. Sister, would you take me as your disciple? I wish to become strong, just like you. Bofeng felt astonished. When did this young girl develop such an idea? Xiaobai appeared somewhat embarrassed, for she had never taken on a disciple. As a great white shark spirit of 10,000 years, her duty was to safeguard the tranquility of Sea God Island. Aside from occasionally instructing other great white shark spirits in their cultivation and mentoring Bofeng during his childhood, she had never imparted her knowledge to any human. Nan Nan, it is not that your sister is unwilling to teach you. Rather, my martial soul is that of a great white shark spirit, which is more suited to instructing soul masters whose abilities are connected to the sea. Speaking of which, Fengdi, what is Nan Nan's martial soul? The gentle breeze beckoned Nan Nan to unfurl her palm, and in that instant, white blossoms burst into bloom, eliciting reverent homage from all the flowers within the city. At the spirit hall, Jiuhua sensed this phenomenon, and just as he prepared to investigate, the sensation abruptly vanished. However, this was of little consequence. As long as the brother and sister remained in Tiando City, he would be able to locate them. Within the confines of the room, Bofeng hurriedly concealed Nan Nan's spirit. The commotion substantial enough that a moment's carelessness could draw Jiuhua's attention. Although Bofeng harbored no fear of him, they were still on the continent, with only Xiaobai by his side. Confronting a tidal Douluo from the spirit hall was undeniably daunting. It was imperative to find a formidable ally, even if he was reluctant to involve himself too deeply. Yet, throughout this journey, Bofeng had already attracted considerable attention, each individual representing a significant force upon the continent. Upon arriving at the balcony, Bofeng cast his gaze towards the east, where the Haotian sect was situated. Should the situation prove truly urgent, he would not hesitate to personally visit the Haotian sect. Although its mountain gates had long been closed, even a dying camel is larger than a horse. As long as his father remained, the spirit hall would not dare to act so arrogantly. Even so, it would be prudent to publicly declare that his father was still present on the continent. At the very least, this would serve to intimidate the spirit hall. This was the last resort. The flower before him was extraordinarily remarkable, its species unknown to him. The chrysanthemum associated with the martial spirit was the rare and extraordinary Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, which filled him with immense excitement. Moreover, Nan Nan's martial spirit was surely even more precious than his own. During my absence, has anything transpired? Bofeng inquired. Xiaobai nodded, retrieving an envelope from the side. This was just delivered by the Tiando royal family. The Tiando royal family. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, Bofeng's expression turned serious. First the spirit hall, and now the Tiando royal family. Having arrived in Tiando City for only a few days, he was already entangled with two formidable powers. Bofeng found himself in a state of bemusement, astonished by the profound implications of the situation, particularly how the royal family of the Tiando Empire had become entangled in it. They intend to bestow upon us a shop, and under their esteemed name? Bofeng exclaimed in wonder. Xiaobai nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the messenger has only just departed. It was that prince who sent him, and according to the man, this is the emperor's decree, a recompense for the rudeness displayed by that so-called Prince Yefeng this morning. Should we accept it? Of course we should, Bofeng replied with a slight smile. I was at my wit's end, and now fortune has favored us. It seems like someone has sent a pillow for my nap. We can leverage this opportunity to promote ourselves, harnessing the royal family's momentum to garner additional funds. Aren't you concerned that the tidal Douluo from the spirit hall might come after you? Xiaobai cautioned. With a light-hearted tone, Bofeng remarked, what is there to fear? Engaging in a struggle against the heavens and the spirit hall, is a delightful endeavor. I find myself rather bored here in Heavendo City. Even if the Spirit Hall's reach is extensive, they would not dare extend their grasp to the foot of the Imperial City. After all, they are not yet in a position to confront the royal family of Heavendo. Sister-by, do you recall the sword-wielding title Douluo we encountered this morning? Indeed. Could it be that you have another clever scheme in mind? Little-by giggled, covering her mouth. That sword-wielding title Douluo is one of the esteemed protectors of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, known by the title sword-in named Qinshin. Our current endeavor of extensive promotion serves two purposes. Firstly, to leverage the royal family's prestige to market our products. Secondly, the Spirit Hall has already taken note of us. With Yueguan's significant standing within the Spirit Hall, it is only a matter of time before they become more aware of our presence. Thus, we must seek a suitable ally. An ally? Little-by inquired. Are you referring to the seven-treasure glazed tile school you mentioned? Bofeng nodded and remarked, indeed. The Seven Treasures glazed sect possesses wealth rivaling nations, and with two titled Douluos guarding its domain, forming an alliance with them is a prudent decision. This will allow me to cultivate in peace on the continent, laying a solid foundation for the future. What do you intend to do? Such a large sect will require a display of sincerity at the very least. Benefit? Bofeng smiled mysteriously. Benefit? Xiaobai inquired, puzzled. Indeed, we all have a vested interest. RC God Island harbors enmity towards the Spirit Hall, while the Seven Treasures glazed sect maintains close ties with the royal family. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall extend far beyond what is apparent, and the leader of the Seven Treasures glazed sect is quite astute. Therefore, the Seven Treasures glazed sect is undoubtedly the ideal candidate for our alliance. We can take this opportunity to engage and trade with them. Tomorrow, I shall personally present gifts to their sect. Furthermore, I will elucidate the novelty of our goods, as every faction is constrained by financial limitations. I am completely confident that I can persuade the Seven Treasures glazed sect to invest. It presents a win-win situation. Why not seize such an opportunity? After listening to Bofeng's discourse, Xiaobai could not help but nod in approval. Once I depart tomorrow, Sister-by, I entrust everything here to your capable management. And also Nan. Bofeng crouched down, gently caressing Nanan's head, and affectionately reassured her, though I am unaware of your martial soul, I promise you, dear sister, that no one can harm you. Not even the Spirit Hall. Tomorrow, remain in the hotel and do not wander. Stay close to Sister-by. She will protect you. Nan nodded with a smile in agreement. Sister-by, could you arrange for someone to visit the new shop tomorrow to assess the surroundings? Perhaps promote it a bit as well. Once I return from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, our shop will officially commence operations. Rest assured, I shall take care of this minor task, replied Xiaobai. Chapter 25. The first encounter with Ning Rongrong. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school is situated not far from the outskirts of Heavendo City. As one of the top 3 sects, its wealth could be described as rivaling that of nations. Early in the morning, Bofeng, accompanied by several capable associates, who were once formidable figures within the Purple Pearl pirate group, set out. They carried with them a cart brimming with treasures, most of which were unseen in the continent. However, the primary objective of this expedition was to forge an alliance. For a considerable duration, Bofeng would reside in Heavendo City. Having previously toyed with the Chrysanthemum Pass, he knew well that the Spirit Hall, known for its relentless nature, would not easily let the matter rest. They would certainly not abandon the opportunity to encounter a talent like Nan. Before long, following the map left by his father, Bofeng arrived at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. The magnificent and grandiose castle featured a towering structure resembling the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda at its center, its opulence rivaling that of Heavendo City, truly befitting a family of wealth. At that moment, 2 disciples guarding the city gate obstructed Bofeng's path. Halt! This is the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted to trespass. Bofeng smiled gently, introducing himself as Bofeng, who had come to the Seven Treasures glazed sect seeking an audience with the esteemed sect master Ning. Might you two kindly announce my arrival? The two exchanged a glance, and one hurried inside, while Bofeng awaited outside. In the rear garden of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, a young girl of 11, clad in a white floral dress, was playfully frolicking with Ning Fengji. She was his only daughter, the apple of his eye. Daddy, I have reached level 20. When will you take me to hunt soul beasts? Ning Fengji affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and replied with a smile, Rongrong, dear. Tomorrow your grandfather Gu will accompany you, all right? Daddy still has important matters to attend to. Instantly, the girl's expression soured, her lips pouting in dissatisfaction. Daddy always makes promises he doesn't keep. You said that when I was level 10, And now that I've finally reached level 20, are you deceiving Rongrong? Ning Fingji was at a loss for words, quickly reassuring her, "My little princess, I promise I am not deceiving you. Today, I am to meet someone of great importance, and he will arrive shortly." It was that Ning Fingji wished to avoid taking her, rather, as a support-type soul master. He felt vulnerable without the protection of the sword Douluo and bone Douluo. "Who is this person? Can you tell me, Daddy?" The girl countered, her curiosity piqued. Ning Fingji found himself speechless. When did this little one become so astute? Indeed, she took after her father. Sect master. At that moment, a disciple stationed at the gate approached to report. "What is it?" Ning Fingji inquired. "There is someone outside seeking an audience." Ning Fingji promptly turned to his daughter with a smile. "See, Rongrong, I told you the truth. Daddy indeed has an important visitor today." He then cleared his throat and asked, "Who is the visitor, and what is the purpose of his visit?" The sect disciple replied. He did not specify his intentions, only that his name is Bofeng. Bofeng? That name sounds remarkably familiar. Oh, now he understood. Ning Fingji recalled the young man he had encountered yesterday, who was under the protection of a titled Douluo with 100,000-year soul ring, exuding an air of mystery. But why had he chosen to visit in person today? Regardless, guests should be treated with courtesy. Ning Fingji turned to his daughter and said, "Rongrong, go find your grandfather Gu. Daddy will attend to our guest for now." As he spoke, Ning Fingji gently ruffled his daughter's hair and, under the guidance of a disciple from the sect, departed from the back garden. The girl pouted in frustration, her cheeks puffed up in irritation. She loathed the sudden appearance of someone named Bofeng, which disrupted the rare tranquility shared between her and her father. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fingji was perpetually occupied, and he cherished the fleeting moments of leisure he managed to carve out. Yet, alas, his daughter demanded companionship. Ning Fingji even entertained the notion of sending his only daughter out to experience the world, while secretly arranging for her protection. Meanwhile, the girl stealthily followed, eager to catch a glimpse of this Bofeng and jot down notes in her little notebook. For she could not abide someone who dared to take her father's attention away from her. Bofeng had been waiting at the sect's entrance for quite some time when, at last, Ning Fingji emerged, accompanied by his disciples. It was a privilege to meet the esteemed leader of the Ning sect. Regrettably, due to unforeseen circumstances yesterday, I could only exchange a brief greeting. Today, I have made a special trip to pay my respects, and I hope you will not hold it against me." Bofeng said with a courteous smile. Ning Fingji, smiling gently, shook his head, indicating that it was of no consequence. "I, too, was engaged in a hunting expedition with His Majesty yesterday. Perhaps it was simply fate intervening. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today?" Bofeng glanced helplessly around. And immediately, Ning Fingji understood the unspoken words, offering a wry smile as he said, "It was my oversight. Please, go ahead." As Bofeng and Ning Fingji entered the sect, they were followed by attendants who slowly carried a large chest into the premises. The contents of the chest piqued Ning Fingji's curiosity. Could it be that Bofeng had come for a specific purpose? Upon entering the sect, they found themselves in a veritable small city, with an expansive area and a decor style that was both grand and opulent. "Are you Bofeng?" A sudden unfamiliar voice caused Bofeng to halt in his tracks. As the wind turned, he beheld before him a girl clad in a white floral dress, standing with her hands placed defiantly upon her hips, her small mouth pouting in indignation. "Pray tell, who might this be?" The wind pondered, perplexed. "Forgive my rudeness." Ning Fingji interjected with a wry smile. "This is my daughter, Ning Rongrong." Ning Rongrong? So this was she, observing her rather haughty demeanor. One could liken her to a petite sorceress. "Might I inquire, Miss Rongrong, what brings you to address Bofeng?" he inquired with a smile. Ning Rongrong retorted angrily. "I despise you. Bofeng, what is happening? I have just arrived at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, yet this little witch has already taken an interest in me. If my memory serves me right, this is my first encounter with Ning Rongrong." "Rongrong?" Ning Fingji furrowed his brow, his tone laced with a hint of reproach. "You should leave at once." Ning Fingji maintained a stern expression. In an instant, Ning Rongrong departed in tears, resembling a weeping pear blossom, and ran straight away into the distance. As Bofeng tentatively inquired, "Master Ning, perhaps you should check on your daughter, otherwise she may." Ning Fingji sighed deeply, conceding, "Let her be. Rongrong has been spoiled by me. Please do not take it to heart." Certainly, certainly," Bofeng promptly replied. The two continued their advance toward the hall. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, running while weeping, harbored an even deeper resentment toward Bofeng. Alas, in her frantic state, she was struck by someone, landing on the ground and continuing to sob. Rong, what is the matter with you? Who dares to provoke our little princess? Chapter 26, A Declaration of Intent. The sword Douluo inadvertently collided with Ning Rong. Noticing her softly weeping, he hastily helped her to her feet. Ning Fengji cherished this soul daughter, treating her as a precious gem, especially the sword Douluo and bone Douluos, who regarded her as their own granddaughter and refrained from scolding her. Whenever Ning Fengji became upset, the two elders would quickly comfort her, ultimately leading to Ning Fengji being reprimanded. This created a hierarchy where Ning Rong was the one whom no one from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school dared to provoke. Grandfather Sword, you must speak on my behalf. Ning Rong suddenly threw herself into the arms of the sword Douluo. His expression shifted. Did Fengji scold you again? Ning Rong nodded. Not only that, but today he even lost his temper with me over a stranger. A stranger? The sword Douluo inquired with curiosity. Rong. Please tell Grandfather Sword, who is this stranger? She pondered briefly before exclaiming, his name is Bofeng. Yes, that's him. Ning Rong affirmed resolutely, nodding at the name. Bofeng? The sword Douluo contemplated for a moment, suddenly enlightened. So it's him. He doesn't come to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school without reason. Could he have some ulterior motive? Grandfather Sword, do you know him? Ning Rong, noticing the similar reaction from the sword Douluo as her father, promptly asked. Yes. I encountered him yesterday while accompanying the master during a hunt. The sword Douluo advised. Rong, he is no mere stranger. That young man possesses remarkable poise and demeanor. You should aspire to learn from him. Given the tone of the sword Douluo and her father's words, it seemed they were both favoring this individual named Bofeng. What was so exceptional about him? Rong, has Bofeng already arrived at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? Sword Douluo inquired, and Ning Rong casually nodded. The hurried farewell from the previous day left sword Douluo pondering the identity of such a remarkable young man. One capable of drawing the attention of a titled Douluo with 100,000-year spirit ring. That spirit ring is the most precious treasure in the realm of soul masters, and the power behind it must be formidable. Unable to quell his curiosity, sword Douluo made his way towards the Grand Hall, where he hoped to unearth some valuable information. Grandpa Sword, where are you? Ning Rong surveyed her surroundings. The magnificent hall of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school gleamed with opulence, its vastness overwhelming even the mighty waves originating from Sea God Island, leaving one in awe of such affluence. Indeed, a life of wealth is enviable. Ning Fengji sat regally in the elevated seat, crafted from golden silk nanmu, with a massive warm jade embedded behind him, a display of extravagance that seemed almost excessive. Sitting beside him, Bofeng was engaged in discussion. Uncertain of the purpose behind young Master Bo's visit, Ning Fengji directly inquired about the matter at hand. Bofeng spoke directly. Devoid of any preamble, Master Ning, I have two purposes for my visit. Firstly, to forge an alliance. Secondly, to discuss business. Oh? Ning Feng raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Please, elaborate. Yesterday, I accompanied my younger sister to the Spirit Hall for her spirit awakening. There, we encountered a titled Douluo, known as Chrysanthemum. I wonder, does Master Ning recognize him? It is he. Ning Feng affirmed with certainty. He is one of the elders of the Spirit Hall, a formidable titled Douluo of the 95th rank, holding a position of great esteem within the Spirit Hall. Could it be that he has issued a threat? Bofeng, with a hint of helplessness in his smile, remarked, it is not a matter of threat. Rather, my sister and I have traveled a great distance, and my younger sister awakened a mysterious martial soul yesterday, a divine white flower, and possesses innate full soul power. Bofeng deliberately lowered his voice. Innate full soul power. Ning Fengji gasped in astonishment. Such a phenomenon is unparalleled on the continent, with only a handful of individuals possessing it over the years, most of whom have been absorbed by the Spirit Hall. Upon mentioning this, Ning Fengji grasped the purpose of Bofeng's visit. In this unfamiliar setting, even with a titled Douluo by his side, who boasts 100,000-year spirit ring, facing the Spirit Hall, which is as fierce as a tiger, would undoubtedly leave him overwhelmed. Therefore, I wish to propose an alliance with your esteemed sect. Should the Spirit Hall pose any threat to us, I kindly request your assistance. Ning Fengji smiled wryly. Young brother Bofeng, it is not that I am unwilling to ally with you. Rather, I am yet to discern your true origins and who you truly are. Bofeng Xian was taken aback, realizing his abruptness, and he sincerely apologized to Ning Zongzhu. Before revealing his identity, he kindly requested Ning Zongzhu to keep this matter confidential. Ning Fengji nodded and solemnly vowed in the name of the Soul Master that their conversation today would remain between the two of them. Such an oath, sworn by a Soul Master, undoubtedly instilled a sense of trust. I believe this object can attest to my identity, he declared, as he opened his left hand, revealing a small hammer that caused Ning Fengji's pupils to contract in surprise. The last syllable of Hao Yin remained unvoiced, prompting Ning Fengji to hastily cough and glance around to ensure they were alone. To my astonishment, you are indeed a member of the Hao Yin sect. Yet, why are you not at the Hao Yin sect, but rather forging an alliance with my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? This perplexity was the crux of Ning Fengji's confusion. Although the Hao Yin sect had long since sealed its gates, it was once regarded as the foremost sect in the world. Moreover, given Bofeng's surname and his arrival from another place to Tiando City, could he possibly be a lost disciple seeking to return to his ancestral roots? But that didn't seem right either. Accompanying him was a titled Douluo, and their demeanor yesterday suggested a close relationship. Countless scenarios raced through his mind, leaving Ning Fengji with a throbbing headache. Bofeng shook his head with a wry smile, offering a simple hint. I wonder if the esteemed sect master Ning still remembers the three legendary Douluos who once made waves in the spirit master realm? Ning Fengji nodded and replied, of course. I am well aware of them. They are Qian Daolu of the Spirit Hall, Tang Chun, the founding master of the Hao Yin sect, and the Sea God of Sea God Island. Hold on. Ning Fengji's expression shifted as he gazed at Bofeng before him, a tumultuous tide rising within him, leading to a bold conjecture. Could it be that you are? Ning Fengji inquired tentatively, with a gentle smile. Bofeng contemplated the true answer I had bestowed upon you. Little did I anticipate your identity. Alas, Ning Fengji sighed deeply, for your background is exceedingly vast, even surpassing that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School by several folds. I truly cannot fathom why, with such a formidable lineage, you would still seek an alliance with our humble sect, Ning Fengji lamented. To speak candidly, this endeavor is a trial bestowed upon me by my mother. Ning Zhongzhu comprehended our ties with the Spirit Hall, recalling the invasion that transpired years ago, a battle we emerged victorious from, resulting in the birth of the Demon Island. Chapter 27. It must be her in the legendary confrontation between Sea God Island and the Spirit Hall. The latter suffered the loss of two titled Douluo and ultimately retreated in defeat. Henceforth, the name of Demon Island would resonate throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent. With such an esteemed identity, Bofeng can undoubtedly tread with confidence. Master Ning, I have already introduced myself. May I inquire about the matter of an alliance? Bofeng asked. Such a profound background means that even the Spirit Hall would think twice before acting against Bofeng, especially with two unparalleled Douluo standing behind him. An alliance would undoubtedly benefit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and with Bofeng possessing the Hao Yin Hammer martial soul, intricately connected to the Hao Yin sect. He is indeed a person worthy of deep camaraderie. Ning Fengji rose from his seat, approached Bofeng, and smiled. Certainly. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is willing to form an alliance with you. You shall forever be a friend of our sect. May I pose a question? If I may? With a gentle smile, Bofeng inquired. Master Ning, we are allies now, so please feel free to voice any concerns you may have. Ning Fengji responded. Indeed, it is perplexing. When the Hao Yin sect faced calamity, your esteemed parent was still alive. Why did they permit the Spirit Hall to act with such audacity, ultimately leading to the closure of the Hao Yin sect's gates? This question lingered in Ning Fengji's mind. The demise of that pope, coupled with Tang Hao's expulsion from the sect, along with the fact that both parties concealed the truth, resulted in a situation where even the well-informed Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect remained oblivious to the actual circumstances. With a resigned smile, Bofeng remarked that he could not mention his father. Master Ning, my father is currently striving for the pinnacle of level 100, completely absorbed in his own world. Thus, I cannot disturb him regarding the occurrences at Hao Yin sect. In a few years, he will undoubtedly achieve level 100 and eventually return to the Douluo Continent. Level 100. Ning Fengji's eyes widened. That was the legendary realm unattainable by any soul master. It is said that once one breaks through to level 100, they gain boundless longevity and access to an entirely new world. A deity? The reason my mother sent me away from the island was indeed tied to matters concerning Hao Yin sect. Although I bear the surname Bo, the blood of Hao Yin sect courses through my veins, and I cannot remain indifferent to their affairs. Master Ning, regarding what we discussed today, Ning Fengji nodded solemnly. Rest assured, since I have sworn an oath in the name of a soul master, I shall not utter a single word related to it. That is for the best. The first matter, the alliance, which has been perfectly successful. The second matter, business. With that, Bofeng clapped his hands, and several attendants entered, carrying large boxes. The two approached, and Ning Fengji inquired curiously, "Do you know what is contained within these boxes?" With a mysterious smile, Wave Wind opened the box, and in that moment, the entire resplendent hall was enveloped in a dazzling glow. Rare treasures. Before the eyes lay luminous pearls the size of fists, coral formations as large as a human head, and necklaces crafted from an array of exquisite pearls. These were indeed extraordinary treasures, and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was certainly not lacking in such wonders. Yet, the sheer abundance of them left even the well-versed Ning Fengji gasping in astonishment. The quantity was simply overwhelming. "Master Ning, these are items that can no longer be found in the sea," Wave Wind remarked. "The ocean is boundless, concealing untold riches. And these treasures are but a mere fraction of what lies beneath." With that, Wave Wind proceeded to open another box. Inside were various jars and bottles, all unfamiliar to Ning Fengji. At that moment, Sword Douluo entered the room. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he cast a casual glance at the valuable items within the box. Having attained the status of a titled Douluo, such gold and silver trinkets were but trifles. The elevation of soul power remained the sole priority. "Your presence yesterday was brief, and today I have taken the liberty to intrude," Wave Wind said with a respectful gesture. Sword Douluo nodded slightly, finding Wave Wind's initial impression quite agreeable. He then turned his attention to Ning Fengji and inquired, "Fengji, may I ask what brings young brother Wave here?" Ning Fengji smiled and replied, "Uncle Jian, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Wave Wind. From this day forth, he shall be an ally of our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." "An ally?" Sword Douluo regarded Wave Wind thoughtfully. Although he was accompanied by a titled Douluo, the essence of the alliance fundamentally lay in the mutual interests of both parties. The enigmatic figure of Bofeng remained shrouded in mystery, leaving the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School uncertain of whether this is a fortuitous or detrimental development. After years of collaboration, Ning Fengji perceives the thoughts of the Sword Douluo with clarity. With a resigned smile, he reassures, "Uncle Jian, please rest easy. Prior to this, young brother Bo has already elucidated everything." "Oh?" inquires the Sword Douluo, his interest piqued. "Might you share further insights, as I find myself quite intrigued by young brother Bo." "Uncle Jian, it is not that I am unwilling to divulge, but rather that I have sworn an oath as a sole master to maintain confidentiality. I assure you, my decision today will undoubtedly lead the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School towards prosperity." The Sword Douluo is momentarily taken aback. To elicit such a solemn vow from the sect leader suggests that Bofeng possesses considerable significance. "Very well," he concedes. "I shall refrain from further inquiry and hope for a fruitful collaboration." Bofeng smiled and nodded. "Indeed, a pleasant collaboration." Bofeng continued, "Let us proceed to the matter at hand. What lies within this box is, in fact, the second objective of my journey, commerce. It is well known that the desire for beauty is inherent to women, and these vials and jars are meticulously crafted to enhance their allure." "Truly?" A sudden exclamation interrupted Bofeng just as he was about to speak. Out of nowhere, the previously concealed Ning Rongrong darted from the corner. "Rongrong, that is quite disrespectful," Ning Fengji admonished with a stern expression. However, Ning Rongrong paid no heed, merely sticking out her tongue playfully. Her gaze soon lingered upon the vials and jars within the box. After all, despite her mischievousness, she was still a girl. The pursuit of beauty is a shared trait among women. "Ning Zongju, might I demonstrate the true purpose of these items? You understand that words often pale in comparison to experience. Only women can truly comprehend these treasures. We men, alas, cannot." Ning Zongju exchanged a knowing smile with the Sword Douluo. "Feel free to request whatever you desire," Ning Zongju replied. "I want no one else but her." Bofeng directed his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, who was resting atop a box. Ning Fengji exclaimed in astonishment, while the Sword Douluo shared his incredulity. "How splendid! At last, I can release my daughter, whom I have nurtured for 11 years, especially with the formidable Bofeng, who was supported by two peerless Douluos, one of whom was on the verge of breaking through to the 100th level." Sensing the malicious intent in Ning Fengji's gaze, an involuntary chill coursed through Ning Rongrong, prompting her to swiftly seek refuge behind the Sword Douluo. Chapter 28. The Phantom Title Douluo Kaze no Kaze. "Please do not misunderstand. I have not yet contemplated such matters," he quickly replied. "No worries. With time and frequent interactions, you will become accustomed to it. Case, Miss Ning Rongrong, I possess the ability to enhance your beauty. Before Kaze could finish his sentence, Ning Rongrong eagerly turned her sparkling eyes towards him and impatiently exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Come here at once." Bofeng gazed at Ning Rongrong, recognizing her as the little sorceress, carefree and utterly unrestrained. Instantly, he felt a pang of trepidation in his heart, resolving to maintain a respectful distance in the future. Ning Fingji, feeling somewhat defeated, lightly tapped his forehead, pondering the fact that this was not merely his daughter, as he had initially intended. It now seemed prudent to seize an opportunity to send her away from the clan early next year, allowing her to explore the continent independently, hoping to temper her pampered disposition in the process. Without further ado, Bofeng retrieved the necessary materials from the chest. Ning Fengji instructed his aides to bring forth a mirror, and Ning Rongrong settled herself before it, her mind drifting into daydreams of her future beauty. With her already commendable complexion, a mere touch of embellishment would suffice. Under the watchful eyes of the sword Douluo and Ning Fengji, Bofeng commenced his meticulous work. As he opened bottle after bottle and jar after jar, he began the next phase of his task with utmost seriousness, each unfamiliar material gliding across Ning Rongrong's exquisite features. An indescribable sense of comfort enveloped her as she closed her eyes, relishing every moment of this experience. The expressions of the two elders shifted from confusion to astonishment, and upon beholding the transformed Ning Rongrong, they could not help but rub their eyes in disbelief. Was this truly their little princess? At that moment, under Bofeng's careful embellishment, Ning Rongrong's delicate makeup rendered her breathtakingly beautiful, surpassing any woman they had ever encountered, with her radiance reigning supreme. As she slowly opened her eyes, Ning Rongrong found herself momentarily stunned, rooted to the spot. Gazing into the mirror, she felt a surreal sense of disbelief. The exquisite makeup, combined with her naturally appealing features, was simply overwhelming. Overcome with excitement, Ning Rongrong struggled to find her words. "Ning Zongzhu, you can see for yourself. This is the proper application of this product. It can make a woman even more enchanting, presenting unprecedented business opportunities. Especially in affluent places like Tiando City, there are countless wealthy patrons to be found." Looking ahead, the prospect of expanding business across the entire Douluo Continent promised immense profit for their partnership. Ning Fengji could hardly believe the potential earnings, which could surpass even a year's revenue from the national treasury. He felt a stirring of desire. Who wouldn't wish for greater wealth? Subsequently, the remaining chests were opened one by one, revealing an array of maritime goods, including lobsters, shark fins, and hairy crabs, among other items. Additionally, in response to the previous day's affront by the Avalanche Prince, the royal family had sent over a larger shop to alleviate the situation. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji discreetly nodded, recognizing that the royal family had taken the initiative to extend an olive branch. Bofeng's visit today had prevented Ning Fengji from missing this golden opportunity. "May I inquire about your thoughts, Ning Zongzhu?" Ning Fengji smiled slightly, feeling no need for further elaboration. "I am willing to invest 10 million gold soul coins as a stake, and in the future, we shall divide the profit 6-4 in your favor. What do you think?" Bofeng was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps a 50-50 split would be more appropriate, as your investment of 10 million gold soul coins carries significant weight. "I cannot allow you to incur a loss, can I?" "There is no need for further elaboration. We have benefited from your generosity this time, otherwise this opportunity for collaboration would not have arisen." With the task accomplished, Bofeng was preparing to depart from the Seven Treasures glazed sect. At the sect's entrance, he remarked, "Master Ning, Sword Douluo, this is where I shall take my leave." Bofeng clasped his hands and smiled. "Won't you stay for a meal before you go? I have some additional matters to discuss." Ning Fengji cast a mischievous glance at Ning Rongrong, who was dazzled beside him. Bofeng, with a glint of cleverness, promptly stated, "There is no need for such grand gestures. Tomorrow, our shop will officially open, and I would be honored if you, Master Ning, could grace us with your presence. Rest assured, I shall personally come to extend my congratulations." With that, Bofeng bid farewell to the two and set off towards Tiando City with his assistant. "What is the true nature of this young man? How is it that you swore an oath in the name of a soul master?" Jian Douluo inquired, perplexed, gazing at the departing figure of Bofeng. Ning Fengji smiled faintly. "In due time, you shall understand. His background is such that even the spirit hall must tread carefully around him. An alliance with us would bring considerable benefits." "Oh." Bofeng has successfully completed his mission and has officially returned to Tiando City. Meanwhile, in the spirit hall, a shadow clad in black stood before Elder Ju, obscuring his true visage, He too was a titled Douluo. Have you found the whereabouts of the little girl from Guan? The ghost shadow inquired coldly. Guan produced a colorful poster, and upon receiving it, the ghost shadow expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "His Highness has issued a strict order. We must ensure that little girl is captured." Unfazed, Guan picked up the poster that the ghost shadow had discarded on the ground. "Old ghost, I have gathered all the necessary information. The location depicted on this poster is indeed where the little girl is hiding. Is that so?" Ghost Shadow took the poster back and scrutinized it closely. "A department store. Everything is available. There is nothing you cannot obtain. Are you certain our target is within?" Ghost Shadow sought confirmation once more. Guan nodded earnestly. "There is no doubt. My spirit has sensed the fragrance of the heartbroken red. That flower is the king among blooms, and I, a mere chrysanthemum, cannot compare. What does His Highness say?" "His Highness urges us to act swiftly. Tomorrow marks the grand opening of that department store. Does it not?" Ghost Shadow smirked ominously. "To be frank, old Jew, His Highness seems inclined to take that little girl as his disciple. You might want to keep your little plans to yourself," he advised. "All right, old ghost, I understand." Guan waved his hand impatiently. It was quite the challenge to find someone appealing. Now, to have His Highness intercept my opportunity midway. There is nothing to be done but to follow his orders. With both titled Douluos preparing to act, they were filled with unwavering confidence, planning to strike decisively the following day. Simultaneously, in the bustling commercial district of Tiando City, a multitude of merchants and shops thrived in the most prosperous area of the city. Little Bai was leading the disguised Nan, standing before a relatively large building, which was undergoing renovations, with the sign already delivered, department store. The four prominent characters captivated many eyes. After all, this was precious land beneath the imperial city, where every shop boasted significant backing. Moreover, the royal-sponsored store was situated at the heart of the entire commercial street, a prime location. Chapter 29, Countdown to Opening. Shueqinghe's congratulations, a day swiftly passed, and the commercial street was teeming with people. Thanks to the vigorous promotion from the previous day and the royal endorsement of the store, Bofeng's grand opening on this day was nothing short of spectacular. To open a shop at the foot of such an imperial city, Bofeng knew that it required considerable capital and substantial backing. In the morning, Zhizhenju was bustling with her staff, arranging various items on the shelves. They had all undergone specialized training, articulating their sales pitches with remarkable fluency. In the realm of product promotion, they each possessed unique insights. In the expansive hall, Bofeng and Bai stood amidst opulent decor. The establishment boasting a two-story design that spanned an astounding 700 square meters. In the bustling city of Tiando, where every inch is of great value, it was fortunate that Bai held the esteemed title of a Douluo. Furthermore, following the recent indiscretion of an avalanche, the royal family sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with Bofeng, recognizing that Douluos with a 100,000-year spirit ring are a rare treasure. With less than half an hour remaining before the grand opening, the entrance was thronged with eager patrons, for those who could settle in Tiando City typically possessed considerable wealth. At this critical juncture, it was imperative that no missteps occurred. Thus, Bofeng and Bai meticulously inspected every corner to ensure that nothing was overlooked, as first impressions are of utmost importance. Just days prior, the awakening of Nan's martial spirit had caused a stir, drawing the attention of the spirit hall's esteemed Douluo. Consequently, Nan had been strategically placed on the second floor today to prevent any unforeseen disruptions. Amidst the bustling activity in the hall, Bofeng was engrossed in his tasks when a staff member rushed in with an urgent report. "Boss, the royal family has sent representatives to extend their congratulations. They have already arrived." "Such haste," Bofeng exclaimed. "Who is it that has come?" "The Crown Prince, Shueqinghe." The staff member replied. "Is it truly her?" Bofeng paused, taken aback. The fact that the Crown Prince herself had come to offer her congratulations indicated the royal family's significant regard for this occasion. Although Kazekage is aware of the true identity of the prince, the circumstances have changed. Today, the prince arrives to celebrate the opening of a shop. And as a member of the royal family, Kazekage must extend a warm welcome. "Where's the prince?" "His Highness the Prince is already in the reception hall awaiting guests." The wind gently nodded, setting off towards the waiting room under the guidance of his companion. Meanwhile, amidst the bustling shops, two figures lurked in secrecy. Guan, what absurd idea do you have?" Ghost Shadow expressed his dissatisfaction. Known as Ghost Charm, his title being Ghost, he was a solitary soul, speaking little besides to his soul friend, Yuguan. Rumor had it that no one had ever glimpsed his true visage. At that moment, Ghost Charm and Yuguan mingled within the crowd, intending to blend in seamlessly. Cloaked in their robes, they held posters, pointing excitedly at one item emblazoned upon them. Yuguan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Old Ghost, you have no idea. This product will make my skin more delicate, smooth, and radiant." Ghost Charm reminded him, "Do not forget the task entrusted to us by the crown." Yet Yuguan continued, lost in his excitement. "You see, a spy from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School reported yesterday that the makeup techniques employed by the wind have completely transformed Ning Fengji's daughter. I wonder if that so-called cosmetic will have the same effect on my face." Observing Yuguan's obliviousness, Ghost Charm was left in exasperation. Sometimes, it seemed that a martial spirit could indeed alter a person's character. Wait a moment, Ghost Charm suddenly realized. What did you just say? Where did Wind go? To the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. What's the matter? Yuguan and Ghost Charm exchanged glances. I have a foreboding feeling that our mission today will be in vain. Ghost Charm remarked. Has the spy uncovered what exactly Ning Fengji discussed with Wind? Yuguan recalled. You know that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is heavily guarded, and the individuals we infiltrated were merely outer disciples. Thus, all they could ascertain was that Wind had formed an alliance with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ghost Charm responded, Ning Fengji is no ordinary person. If Wind has indeed persuaded him to cooperate, then I believe he will certainly attend today's ceremony to extend his congratulations. Let us proceed. We can deliberate further another day. As they squeezed through the throng, Ghost Charm felt a disdain for such crowded places, unless compelled by the Pope's orders. Don't leave just yet, old ghost. There may be unexpected developments. Moreover, once we leave this village, we may not find the same shop again. The cosmetics being sold this time are the very first batch. Today, I must acquire them. Surrounding them, 2/3 of the crowd were women, adorned in splendid attire, especially eager to hear of the new cosmetics. They had arrived early to queue, hoping to be among the first to partake in the offerings. With only 1,000 units available from the initial shipment, as the rest were still en route, the rarity of the items heightened their allure. Aren't you afraid of being recognized by Wind? Remember, he has seen your face. Furthermore, Ning Fengji will undoubtedly attend, and should either Bone Douluo or Sword Douluo arrive, how will you accomplish the task? In the realm of Ghost Douluo, Yueguan gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute as he declared, this time, we shall not undertake the mission. You may return first. I will join you once I procure the cosmetics, and we can deliberate further at a later time. You, the ghostly figure, fell silent. Then heaved a sigh, conceding, very well, I shall accompany you this time. Each time Ning Fengji ventures out. One of the 2 titled Douluos from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is bound to appear. When that little girl is sighted, you must intervene to impede her, while I will take her away. Should we succeed, we shall reconvene at the Spirit Hall. In the reception hall, Xueqing has sipped fragrant tea. Having accepted the command of the Snow Knight Emperor to personally convey his congratulations, thereby demonstrating the royal family's stance towards Bofeng. As the sole heir to the throne, Xueqing was undoubtedly held in high regard by the Snow Knight Emperor, thus his presence was deemed trustworthy for the task at hand. Bofeng smiled and said, Your Highness, it is an immense honor for me that you have come personally. If there should be any shortcomings on my part, I implore you not to take offense. Xueqing rose and offered a slight smile, replying, You jest, Bossbo. The other day was indeed a lapse on my part due to the avalanche, but this time, my father, the Emperor, has sent me specifically to extend his congratulations on your grand opening. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Your Highness, let us proceed to the main hall, for in less than half an hour, my humble establishment shall commence its opening, Bofeng invited. Indeed, Xueqing nodded in agreement. Brother. Bofeng's gaze fell upon the girl behind Xueqing, adorned in a gown of golden silk, her flowing golden hair framing a strikingly beautiful visage. Your Highness. Who might this be? Bofeng inquired. Xueqing chuckled softly, shaking her head. I beg your pardon, Bofeng, but this is my younger sister, Xueku, the most cherished daughter of our emperor. She insisted on accompanying me upon learning of my departure, leaving me with no choice. Chapter 30. The grand opening of the general store. Greetings, Your Highness, Bofeng greeted with a smile. Ah, Bofeng, just yesterday, I overheard my elder brother extolling your virtues before our father, praising your approachable nature and refined demeanor, declaring you a rare gem indeed. In response to Xueku's extravagant praise, Bofeng detected an unusual undertone. Xueqing smiled wryly. Oh, this girl of mine. Please do not take offense, Bofeng. My sister has heard whispers of your new cosmetic line, and she insisted on joining me here this morning. Kazuki understood. Your Highness, please rest assured. I will make sure to reserve a portion for Princess Yukiko. No, I want 2 portions. Yukiko exclaimed. 2 portions? Bofeng turned his gaze towards Shueqinghe, pondering the situation. While it is understandable for women to seek beauty, her identity complicates matters. Shueqinghe hastily clarified. Boss Bofeng, please do not misunderstand. This is a gift I have prepared for my esteemed teacher. Teacher? Shueqinghe's mentor is none other than the illustrious Tang Yuehua, the master of the Moon Pavilion. Shueqinghe elaborated. Oh, so it is she, Bofeng mused. The young lady of Haotian sect, who, in terms of lineage, could be considered Bofeng's niece. My teacher is exceedingly busy, dedicating her days to instructing me in the art of melody. Thus, Shueqinghe wished to present her with a token of appreciation. And that is why I asked my elder brother to accompany me here. You, indeed. Shueqinghe affectionately ruffled Shueqinghe's hair. Bofeng cast a glance at Shueqinghe and then said, How about this? I shall present Princess Shueqinghe with 3 sets, 1 for you, another for your esteemed teacher, and the last as a complimentary gift. What do you think? How can I accept such generosity? 2 sets are more than sufficient. Shueqinghe quickly shook her head in protest. Bofeng smiled lightly, feeling no embarrassment. With the royal family lending me their support, these gestures are but trifles, merely a token of my sentiments. The opening ceremony is about to commence. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, and Your Highness, the Princess, please accompany me to the hall. Shueqinghe thought, what does it mean to send 3 sets? Could it be that he has discerned something? As he spoke, the 2 followed Bofeng towards the hall. Inside, Xiaobai was receiving the 2 guests, Ning Fengji and an elderly man of substantial stature, though somewhat lean. Ning Fengji, being an investor, had personally come on this momentous day. As for the elderly man beside him, Master Ning, you have arrived, Bofeng exclaimed with a smile upon seeing Ning Fengji. Congratulations, Boss Bofeng. Ning Fengji offered his well wishes. Gazing at the unfamiliar elder beside him, it was evident that he had come along for a reason. Are you Bofeng? The elderly man inquired. Indeed, that is I. Bofeng replied, puzzled. Uncle Gu, please do not frighten Boss Bofeng. Ning Fengji chuckled, introducing, this is Uncle Gu, our esteemed protector at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. A title Douluo of level 95, known by the title, Bone. It appears that the foremost defensive Douluo from the continent has graced us with his presence. I am honored, Bofeng remarked. Bone Douluo nodded, having heard of the alliance between Ning Fengji and their sect the previous day. He expressed curiosity, noting that few were deemed worthy by Ning Fengji. Upon witnessing him today, he acknowledged his distinguished demeanor and remarkable appearance. You flatter me, Ning Fengji replied graciously. Teacher, you are here as well? Shueqinghe remarked in surprise upon seeing Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji was not taken aback by Shueqinghe's presence. But the sudden appearance of Ning Fengji did leave Shueqinghe puzzled. Their previous encounter with Bofeng had been brief, lacking any substantial familiarity. Yet, their current interaction suggested a strong rapport. I am a major shareholder of a general merchandise store. And since Bofeng has established business dealings with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, I deemed it necessary to personally witness the auspicious opening today. As Shueqinghe assessed Bofeng, he thought to himself, what an impressive individual, capable of reaching an accord with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in a single day. His intentions are astute. One must remain vigilant of his future actions. At that moment, Nan dashed down the stairs, expressing her dissatisfaction. It was so dull being alone in the room. I just want to be with you, brother. Bofeng sighed, saying, silly girl, this is for your own good. Be cautious of those who might return. If you were to be captured, it would not matter to Nan. Let them come. With brother and sister Xiaobai by my side, they would not dare. He exhaled deeply, conceding, all right, try to stay close to me. And do not stray more than 5 meters away. As time passed, the crowd outside swelled. Finally, at this moment, the long-sealed gate creaked open. To the anticipation of all, Bofeng and Xiaobai emerged slowly, accompanied by Nan. Among the throng, the specter endured patiently, biding his time for the grand scheme of his master. Only Juhuaguan exhibited unrestrained excitement, for he was on the verge of acquiring the most satisfying treasures, which was a source of immense joy for him. With a fervent declaration, Bofeng announced, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your patience. I am pleased to announce that the department store is officially open. Today, we offer a special discount of 20% off all items. At that moment, The air resonated with thunderous applause, as everyone eagerly anticipated the opportunity to rush inside. Bofeng clapped his hands and continued, "Now, let us invite His Highness the Crown Prince and the esteemed master of the Seven Treasures glazed sect to the stage." Good heavens! Could my ears be deceiving me? The Crown Prince, the master of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. My word! Under the gaze of all present, Shueqinghe and Ning Fengji approached Bofeng side by side. At the moment of their appearance, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What kind of formidable background could the shop possess, to have both the royal family and the master of the Seven Treasures glazed sect willing to show their faces? Crown Prince Shueqinghe alone was sufficient to represent the emperor, not to mention the master of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, renowned for his discerning eye. This was an unparalleled background. Amidst the throng, the enigmatic figure known as May narrowed his gaze, realizing that today's endeavor could not proceed. While the task assigned by the crown was undoubtedly significant, the sheer number of people present made the situation precarious. Should he take action now, the reputation of the Spirit Hall would be at stake. Success would be commendable, but failure would be utterly disastrous. May hastily departed with Yuguan, their plans of acquiring their desired items thwarted. However, with several influential figures in attendance, they had no choice but to leave together, knowing that there would be ample opportunities in the future. Before them hung a ribbon, vibrant and symbolizing prosperity. The three from Bofeng each held golden scissors. And at the moment they snipped the ribbon, they immediately cleared a path, causing the crowd to surge forward in a frenzy. Even Bofeng, the proprietor, found himself jostled aside amidst the commotion. The atmosphere was electric as the sale officially commenced, and the shop became a whirlwind of activity. Fortunate to have an ample number of staff to manage the bustling scene. After much effort, Bofeng finally carved out a path and hurriedly made his way to the side. The sound of jingling coins resonated from the cash register as customers flowed in and out of the shop, filling Bofeng's heart with a sense of contentment. Chapter 31. My beloved. In the evening, after bidding farewell to the last batch of customers, all the staff collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. The crowd had been overwhelming, leaving them with hardly a moment to eat. Every item brought in for sale had been sold out, yielding a staggering profit of over 30,000 gold soul coins. At this rate of prosperity, it would not be long before Bofeng ascended to become the wealthiest individual on the continent. After the grand opening, Shueqinghe departed early with Shueku, burdened with numerous affairs that required his attention. After a long day's work, Bofeng ascended to a room on the second floor. Ning Fengji and Douluo had yet to depart. Their visit today was not only to celebrate Bofeng's prosperous opening, but also to discuss a matter of great significance. I sincerely apologize, Master Ning, for making you wait for such an extended period. As the door swung open, Kazekage entered and apologized. Ning Fengji shook his head and replied with a smile, "No worries. What are your plans for the next step?" Bofeng sat across from Douluo, taking a sip of water before casually remarking, "The shop has finally opened as I wished, thus alleviating a concern of mine. I have attracted the attention of the Spirit Hall, and I am uncertain as to what they might seek. There has always been a rift between us, and it is possible that we may become adversaries in the future. I believe sect leader Ning understands the developments of the Spirit Hall over these years." Ning Fengji nodded in agreement, acknowledging the Spirit Hall's rapid advancement and their ambitions, which far exceed mere territorial disputes. "Rest assured, my young friend. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect will stand by you to the very end." "Thank you," Bofeng replied, expressing his gratitude. "What are your plans moving forward?" Ning Fengji inquired. "Plans?" Bofeng pondered, his mind racing. "I intend to devote myself to cultivation in the coming days, striving to reach level 40 as soon as possible." "Level 40? Ning Fengji was taken aback. "May I ask, how old are you, young friend?" 11, Bofeng stated matter-of-factly. Both Ning Fengji and Douluo gasped in astonishment. With a height of 185 meters, who would believe he was merely 11? Moreover, to reach soul master status at such a young age was truly extraordinary. As he stood up, Bofeng's soul rings began to rise beneath his feet, revealing a configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple rings. Ning Fengji and Douluo were momentarily speechless, unsure of how to react. At that moment, far away in the Tiando Imperial Palace, Shueqinghe felt a jolt as 6 pairs of golden wings sprouted from his back. This resonance of martial spirits was perplexing. In the royal palace, where many eyes observed, Shueqinghe quickly retracted his golden wings, his gaze drawn to the source of the peculiar energy emanating from a certain location. Could it be the general store? He thought, recognizing it unmistakably. Reports had indicated that his martial spirit was a trident, that he was 11 years old, and a level 28 soul master. Yet at that time, his strength was far from that level. Who exactly was he? It seemed imperative to make contact and uncover his true identity. After bidding farewell to Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo, Bofeng officially closed the shop for the day. In the following days, life became quite pleasant, with the general store raking in gold coins like never before, averaging at least 10,000 gold soul coins daily. Bofeng planned to open branches across the continent to amass even greater wealth. Today, as usual, Bofeng sat in his office, relishing this hard-earned leisure. Meanwhile, on Sea God Island, battles ensued daily, facing the trials of the 7 sacred pillars, fending off attacks from the soul-devouring great white shark swarm, and pressing on under the light of the sea god. Now, in this newfound tranquility, Bofeng found himself feeling somewhat uneasy. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Feng Di, a letter has arrived for you." Bofeng, perplexed, had just gained his footing in the city of Tiando when he sensed that yet another matter was afoot. As he perused the contents of the letter, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. After a prolonged silence, he placed the letter upon the table. Noticing his troubled demeanor, Xiaobai hastily inquired, "Brother Feng, what is the matter? Your countenance is not well." "Bofeng has invited me to dinner," he replied nonchalantly. "Dinner?" Xiaobai questioned. Her brow furrowed in confusion. "You previously mentioned that this individual, Shui Qinghe, is quite exceptional. Who exactly is she?" In response to Xiaobai's curiosity, Bofeng shook his head and stated, "She is indeed extraordinary. Years ago, upon awakening my martial soul, the sea god, I possessed an innate spirit power of level 20. Remarkably, she too has an innate spirit power of level 20 and shares the same divine martial soul. Sister Bai, consider this carefully. Do you recall the unparalleled Douluo with the 6-winged angel martial soul who battled alongside my mother?" Xiaobai pondered for a moment before surmising. Could she be a descendant of that individual? Indeed, Bofeng affirmed with a slight nod. The situation on the continent is far more dire than we anticipate. Beneath the calm surface lies a tumultuous undercurrent. As night fell, Bofeng ventured alone to the predetermined rendezvous point, intent on meeting her. This location, situated to the east of Tiando City, housed a well-regarded tavern within the city. Arriving at the agreed-upon spot, Bofeng knocked on the door. "Come in." Shui-Qinghe's voice resonated from the other side. As Bofeng stepped through the door, he immediately donned a cheerful expression. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived. Please take a seat," Shui-Qinghe said, rising to offer his chair. Sitting across from Shui-Qinghe, Bofeng took the initiative to inquire. "Might I ask what brings His Highness here tonight? It must be of such importance that you summoned me personally." Shui-Qinghe chuckled lightly. "There is nothing of particular significance. I simply found myself rather bored today. After all, I am your senior." "Your senior?" Bofeng's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon a certain part of Shui-Qinghe. Clearing his throat, Shui-Qinghe's complexion flushed slightly as he continued. "I beg your pardon. I meant to convey that I am older than you. How about addressing me as Brother Shui?" Bofeng hastily replied, "No, you are the Crown Prince, the future sovereign of the Tiando Empire. I must not overstep my bounds. I believe it is best to continue addressing you as His Highness the Crown Prince. It conveys a sense of warmth, does it not?" "Very well," Shui-Qinghe conceded, noting Bofeng's insistence without further comment. "Your Highness, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit today?" With a clap of his hands, Shui-Qinghe summoned the attendants, and the doors slowly creaked open, revealing a table laden with an exquisite array of delicacies. "May I ask from whence you hail, young brother Bofeng?" Shui-Qinghe inquired. "I have lived by the sea since my youth, always in the company of the ocean, on a desolate and nameless isle," Bofeng replied nonchalantly. Shui-Qinghe, however, appeared skeptical of this response. A titled Douluo, accompanied by a soul ring of 10,000 years. Who could he possibly deceive? He smiled faintly and asked, "Young brother Bofeng, what brings you to the city on this occasion?" Bofeng cast a glance at Shui-Qinghe and remarked, "My mother insists that I marry. Yet I left home without any money and subsequently engaged in business in Tiando City. Oh, might I inquire if young brother Bo has someone special in mind?" Chapter 32. Touching the depths of heartfelt melancholy. Someone special? Bofeng cast a glance at Shui-Qinghe, and to be honest, he held a considerable admiration for her. The vibrant years of youth squandered within this sunless palace, rife with intrigue and deception, made it remarkable that a young girl could endure in such a manner for so long. It was truly commendable in Bofeng's eyes. Had it not been for Tang San's subsequent arrival, The entire Tiando royal family would have likely undergone a profound transformation by now. Noticing Bofeng's gaze fixed upon her, Shueqing felt an involuntary sense of awkwardness. Why is Brother Bo staring at me? Is there something inscribed upon my face? With a gentle smile, Bofeng remarked, "It is nothing, merely that I detected an unusual scent emanating from His Highness the Crown Prince. This fragrance, feels quite familiar. Do you recall the cosmetics I delivered to Princess Shueqing this morning? Could it be that His Highness has also?" At that moment, Shueqing was taken aback, realizing what a clever individual Bofeng was. After all, which woman does not cherish beauty, even in her male disguise? She could not help but feel intrigued by the items bestowed by Bofeng. Consequently, she decided to try a small amount, and to her surprise, the results were quite remarkable. While nourishing her skin, it also augmented her allure. She began to develop a fondness for this product. Alas, while the soul bone could conceal her appearance, it could not mask that enchanting fragrance. Moreover, Bofeng was indeed the seller. The scent was far too familiar to be overlooked. If one wishes to capture a woman's heart, one must first understand her preferences. Initially taken aback, Shueqing quickly waved her hand and chuckled. "Do not misunderstand me, young Brother Bo. How could a man like me use such a thing? It was merely that my younger sister was using it today, and I happened to be nearby. Thus I inadvertently acquired a hint of the fragrance." In response to Shueqing's explanation, Bofeng simply nodded with a smile, understanding the situation. "Come, today I shall treat you. Let us not discuss anything else." With that, Shueqing lifted his cup, filling it with the palace's exquisite wine, which was of notably high proof. Bofeng hastily remarked, "Your Highness, it is truly unnecessary to trouble you. I can manage on my own." "Nonsense, a guest should never be burdened. Tonight, there is no title of prince. Only the company of Shueqing to share drinks and converse with you." Shueqing pressed the wine cup into Bofeng's hand. As soon as the words left his lips, Shueqing downed the exquisite wine in his cup. However, the waves remained still, while Shueqing furrowed her brow. "Why does Brother Bo not drink? Am I not worthy of your respect?" "Your Highness, I have never tasted alcohol. On the island, my mother was rather strict. I once dared to sneak a sip, and as a result, I was scolded for an eternity. Since then, I have not touched it again." Shueqing chuckled. "I did not expect Brother Bo to fear his mother. Do you not fear yours?" Bofeng inquired deliberately. Shueqing found herself at a loss for words. In her gaze, Bofeng detected a hint of complex emotion. After all, blood is thicker than water. If she truly harbored hatred, Bofeng could not believe it. In truth, their fates were intertwined. Both possessed divine-level martial souls. Both were born with innate soul power at level 20, and both were children with a mother but no father. One was slain, while the other was trapped in the city of slaughter. Fortunately, Bofeng was blessed, as Poseidon showered him with affection. In contrast, Shueqing had not been so fortunate. Her mother was indifferent, and she was left in the care of only her grandfather. Being placed here, with no freedom of choice, was certainly not a pleasant experience. Shueqing fell silent, simply consuming her drink in large gulps. The words spoken by Bofeng struck at the most painful core of her heart. Though she felt anger, she could only attribute it to Bofeng's casual remarks. "I apologize for my loss of composure," Shueqing said softly. "It is of no consequence," Bofeng replied. "Within each person lies a deep wound. Ultimately, we are all of the same kind. Come, let us drink." Shueqing raised his cup once more. "Your Highness," without waiting for Bofeng to elaborate, Shueqing took the initiative to say, "Consider this as my amends. You have unwittingly touched upon my innermost feelings. You must drink this cup." In response, Bofeng sighed. "Very well, Your Highness, but I must forewarn you, I am not well versed in the art of drinking. Should I happen to speak inappropriately under its influence, I hope you will be lenient." With that, Bofeng downed the contents of his cup. Shueqing watched with a smile, eager for Bofeng to become intoxicated, for he sought to uncover his true nature. His martial spirit was certainly not a mere trident. As they conversed, time slipped away unnoticed. Throughout their dialogue, Shueqing occasionally attempted to ensnare Bofeng, yet each time, Bofeng deftly sidestepped his traps. Shueqing's face flushed, his head grew heavy, and he felt himself teetering on the brink of inebriation. "Brother Bo, to speak candidly, how would you feel about staying in Heaven-Do City to assist me?" Bofeng cast a glance at the intoxicated Shueqing, shaking his head in resignation. "I am sorry, but we belong to different worlds. You are the center of attention, destined to be the sovereign of a unified empire, while I am merely an ordinary fisherman on a remote island. Moreover, My mother forbids any connection between me and the people of the Spirit Hall. My apologies. As the wine flowed, Bofeng contemplated leaving, yet at that moment, Shueqinghe had succumbed to slumber upon the table, her breath rising and falling in a gentle rhythm. Observing her, Bofeng found himself lost in thought. They were kindred spirits, albeit with divergent fates. In contrast to her, Bofeng considered himself fortunate, for soon he would rescue his father, and their family would be reunited. A sigh escaped his lips. Indeed, she was also a pitiable soul. As the gentle wind shed its outer garment, it draped it softly over Shueqinghe's shoulders before gradually closing the door behind. The long-slumbering Shueqinghe slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the desolate wine table and touching the still-warm bench. The coat that enveloped her retained a hint of warmth. The potent liquor ignited within her like a fierce flame, stirring a tempest of emotions. A single crystalline tear fell from her previously flushed cheeks. In the next moment, she raised her right hand, and a flash of golden light illuminated her exquisite visage, skin as pure as snow, a finely sculpted nose, and flowing golden locks cascading over her shoulders, with bright eyes that shimmered as if holding back tears. Rising to the windowsill, she looked out at the retreating figure of the wind, slowly vanishing into the night. A charming smile graced her lips. It was her first meaningful conversation with another. Aside from her grandfather, she had struggled to find someone with whom she could connect. In this frigid palace, she had become increasingly aloof, revealing smiles only in the presence of Princess Shueku, perhaps due to their shared femininity. Moreover, her indomitable spirit yearned to completely grasp the enigmatic wind and uncover the secrets hidden within. She vowed to seek another opportunity for their reunion. A voice echoed from outside. "Young master." She reverted to her composed demeanor, her expression now one of detachment. Chapter 33, A Special Invitation. Uncle Shi, from now on, without my permission, no one shall harm him. The person outside was momentarily taken aback but then nodded in agreement. That night, upon returning to the shop, the wind traversed back to her room. Lying alone on her bed, her mind replayed the earlier scenes. She had developed a profound interest in the wind. What should she do? Initially wishing to remain detached, she found herself unwittingly swept into this tide. The next step, no more thoughts. Sleep. A night passed in silence. As the morning sun radiated brightly, the shop thrived once more, attracting numerous patrons, many of whom had journeyed from the Xinglua Empire. Little White had already begun preparations to expand the business, discussing plans with Peril about establishing branches throughout the Tiando Empire and ultimately across the entire Douluo Continent. As the wind swept through the air, Hache descended the stairs, still feeling the effects of an excessive indulgence in alcohol the previous night. It marked the first time in his life that he had over-imbibed, and it was no wonder he felt slightly dizzy upon rising. "Wind brother, you're awake," he murmured. "Is something amiss?" Little Bai sniffed the air, her nose wrinkling in disapproval. "Why do you reek of alcohol? You're still so young. How could you have been drinking? Be cautious, or I shall inform the High Priestess, and she will certainly have a serious talk with you." Bofeng hastily replied, "No, Sister Bai. The circumstances last night were exceptional. The prince was relentless in his pursuit of me, and I had no choice in the matter. If you were to inform Mother, I would surely face her wrath." "What was the state of the battle?" Xiaobai inquired. "The battle?" Bofeng raised an eyebrow and shook his head, asserting that there was nothing amiss. "The prince was no ordinary individual, and he even asked me to assist him." "Huh, surely you would not acquiesce to such a request, would you?" With a playful smile, Bofeng Pucci questioned, "Am I truly that kind of person? The Spirit Hall and our factions are like fire and water. Do you believe I would ever consent to such an alliance? Unless we reconcile, there is absolutely no possibility of that happening. Yet, such reconciliation seems utterly unattainable, as both sides have reached an irreparable state." "Reconciliation? My mother would undoubtedly oppose it, not to mention that my sister, the king of the Great White Shark, would never agree. Back when the Spirit Hall invaded us, you were at the forefront of the battle. Would you really acquiesce to such a notion?" Xiaobai resolutely shook her head. That conflict was the most harrowing battle since the existence of Sea God Island. Even though we vanquished 2 titled Douluos from the opposing side, it nonetheless resulted in devastating losses for Sea God Island, particularly for the Great White Shark clan. By the way, there is something here for you, which someone delivered this morning. Kazuki, could it possibly be yet another melodramatic banquet? Ever since my arrival in Heavendo City, tranquility has eluded me. An invitation? Kazuki raised an eyebrow in surprise, as he held a sealed invitation in his hand. After a fleeting glance, Bofeng shook his head and carefully tucked the invitation away. Sister Bai, I shall take my leave for now and return in the evening. Xiao Bai nodded in agreement, her excitement palpable at the prospect of yet another lucrative opportunity. Since her arrival on the mainland, Xiao Bai had come to realize the distinct allure of wealth. Holding an invitation, Bofeng approached the imposing structure in the distance. Halt. No unauthorized personnel may enter, declared the two elegantly attired guards stationed at the entrance. This was the most significant and splendid establishment in the Heaven Do Empire, rather than merely being a location. It could be described as the academy that all nobles yearned for. The wind of understanding swept through Bofeng as he presented the invitation to one among them. Upon receiving the missive, the individual's demeanor shifted. Are you the esteemed proprietor of the department store? He inquired. Ever since the grand opening of the department store yesterday, its momentum has been unparalleled. With the royal lineage and the Seven Treasures glass sect backing it, none dare to covet their success. Moreover, the quality of the merchandise is assured, albeit somewhat pricey. The transportation from Sea God Island to Hanhai City, and subsequently to Tiando City, incurs a considerable expense. In this land where every inch is precious, the majority of its inhabitants possess the means to indulge. Recognizing the presence of Bofeng, the esteemed proprietor, the sentinels promptly stated, "We apologize for our earlier rudeness. We beseech you, esteemed proprietor, to show us leniency." Bofeng smiled gently. "It is of no consequence. Where is your lady? Wasn't she supposed to discuss the supply matters?" The guard, wary of any oversight, promptly invited Bofeng inside. The interior was extravagantly adorned, each corner exuding an air of nobility. Under the guard's guidance, Bofeng arrived at a larger, private chamber. "Please hold on for a moment. Our lady will be here shortly." Bofeng nodded slightly, casually taking a seat as he patiently awaited his first encounter with the representatives of Haotian sect. How could he not feel a surge of excitement? Sipping the fragrant tea in his cup, Bofeng appeared as tranquil as still water. With a soft creak, the door slowly opened, revealing three individuals. At the forefront stood a beautiful woman, aged around 27 or 28, adorned in a silver palace gown that exuded an air of nobility. Her clear, penetrating gaze seemed to see through the essence of the world, a presence that could rival that of his own mother. Following her were two exquisitely featured maidens clad in purple attire. The beautiful woman expressed her surprise. "Are you the esteemed Boss Bo?" She was taken aback. This Boss Bo was remarkably youthful, appearing no older than 17 or 18. What extraordinary charm did he possess that could garner the attention of the royal family and the Seven Treasures glazed sect? After the formalities, Kazekage smiled and inquired, "Are you the esteemed mistress of this place, Lady Yu?" Lady Yu nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, she gestured for the two young maidens behind her to withdraw gracefully. Lady Yu then invited Kazekage to take a seat, and the two of them sat facing each other. To my astonishment, the invitation I sent earlier this morning reached you so swiftly that you, esteemed Boss Bo, came in person. Bofeng felt a sense of inevitability and remarked, "The shop I manage is not far from here. As fortune would have it, I have no engagements today and thought it prudent to come in person. Moreover, it is Lady Yu herself who graciously extended the invitation. I cannot afford to be remiss in my duties, can I?" Lady Yu smiled subtly and continued, "Let us get straight to the point. I examined the cosmetics that Shrek gifted me yesterday and found them to be quite commendable. I intend to establish a makeup course at Yuxian, which you are undoubtedly aware of. Our institution is the Imperial Etiquette Academy of the Heavenly Dual Empire, dedicated to imparting etiquette to the offspring of nobility. Therefore, here, I wish to formally propose an agreement with you, whereby Yuxian would receive a regular supply of cosmetics each month, with the pricing left entirely at your discretion." Mr. Bofeng nodded decisively, expressing that it was an honor to collaborate with Yuxian. As for the financial aspect, Yuxian was not lacking in funds, and Bofeng had no intention of charging any fees. With a gentle smile, Bofeng declared that he required not a single coin, and then he made a request. Lady Yu was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a significant business deal, and no one would be foolish enough to forego financial gain. Could it be that he harbored other intentions? She cautiously inquired, "Boss Bo, please speak freely. Whatever resources the Yu family possesses, we shall certainly arrange them to your satisfaction. Could you enlighten me about the current state of the Haotian sect?" As soon as the words left her lips, Tang Yuehua rose from her seat, her charming countenance suddenly fraught with tension. Very few were privy to her identity as a disciple of the Haotian sect. So how could this Boss Bo have come to know? Upon witnessing Tang Yuehua's expression, Bofeng could easily comprehend her feelings. "Do not be anxious, for we are akin to family." As he spoke, Bofeng extended his left hand, And at the moment the Haotian hammer materialized, Tang Yuehua stood frozen in astonishment. Whose child are you? Chapter 34. My adorable niece. The petite Haotian hammer spun gracefully in Bofeng's palm. Tang Yuehua squinted her eyes, scrutinizing it closely, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. After a prolonged moment, Bofeng retracted the Haotian hammer and gazed at Tang Yuehua with a beaming smile. Who, pray tell? Are you truly? Furthermore, why do you not bear the surname Tang? It is well known that all soul masters wielding the Haotian hammer are of the Tang lineage. Having spoken, Tang Yuehua nodded absent-mindedly, needing a moment to collect herself, as the information was indeed overwhelming. The sect was insular, strictly forbidding any disciples from venturing outside. Only Tang Yuehua, due to her unique status, was permitted to travel between the sect and the city of Tiando. Even the sect leader could not easily leave. Noticing Bofeng's prolonged silence, Tang Yuehua expressed her dissatisfaction. You have yet to answer my question. You appear to be merely 16 or 17 years of age. And with your martial soul being the Haotian hammer, you must be a disciple of our Haotian sect. By lineage, you would belong to the third generation, thus. You ought to address me as Aunt. Aunt. Ha. Bofeng let out a chuckle, unable to contain himself any longer. Aunt. It's already generous of me not to have you call me little uncle. What are you laughing at? Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders? Tang Yuehua was instantly infuriated. Although her martial soul was a mutated one, as the daughter of the old sect master, her status within the Haotian sect was exceedingly high, and few dared to jest with her. The breeze brushed away the tears at the corners of my eyes. It is nothing, to be frank. I am merely 11 years old this year. 11? Tang Yuehua exclaimed. Then how is it that you? Just precocious, I replied. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Tell me about the current state of the Haotian sect. Humph. Tang Yuehua snorted coldly and sat beside me, slightly vexed as she retorted, You still haven't told me whose child you are. The breeze lightly arched Bofeng's brows. What is it? Are you, Lady Yu, intending to lodge a complaint? If you were to call me Aunt now, I might just forgive you and refrain from informing your parents. Moreover, I must ask why I have yet to encounter you at Haotian sect, considering you bear the surname Tang, not Bo. Kazakage shook his head and said, You want me to call you Aunt? I beg your pardon, but my seniority surpasses yours. Tang Yuehua was rendered speechless. Whose family do you belong to? I must return and investigate this matter thoroughly. Bofeng smiled faintly and said, Feel free to investigate. If you uncover the truth, it would certainly be an impressive feat. I hope, upon discovering the reality, you do not wear an expression of shock. Having grown up by the sea, I cannot yet divulge details about my parents. As for the Haotian sect, I shall inevitably return. For now, could you enlighten me about its current circumstances? Then, I shall consider whether to share my own story with you. Both individuals are connected by familial ties, with Bofeng's martial spirit being the Haotian hammer, establishing an inseparable bond with Tang Yuehua. Initially, Tang Yuehua had invited Bofeng to discuss potential business dealings in cosmetics, yet the revelation of their kinship altered the atmosphere. As the saying goes, those who are not family do not enter the same door. Tang Yuehua's earlier enthusiasm had dissipated, replaced by a sulky silence. Lady Yu, could you kindly provide a brief overview of the situation? Bofeng inquired repeatedly, only to be met with Tang Yuehua's indifference and disregard. Alas, his niece had begun to feel vexed. Having gained a relative should have been a joyous occasion, yet it seemed to have unraveled into a misunderstanding. Despite her belief in Bofeng's status as her nephew, the outcome appeared to be quite the opposite. With a playful glint in his eyes, Bofeng chuckled. Very well. We shall temporarily set aside our cosmetics business. As he spoke, he turned toward the door, intending to leave. Wait. Tang Yuehua interjected immediately. You just promised me. How can you renege on your word? She continued. We are all family, and as your elder, you ought to show some consideration. Be cautious, or I shall return to the sect and expose your secrets, prompting your parents to discipline you appropriately. Discipline me? Bofeng smiled faintly. My parents care for me deeply. You are hardly qualified. Even the leader of the Haotian sect would not hold such authority. Athe, you infuriate me. Whose child are you? Tang Yuehua was exasperated, finding herself in a rare position of being thoroughly vexed by a younger generation. Bofeng shook his head gently, then patted Tang Yuehua's shoulder reassuringly. All right, my dear niece, I shall refrain from teasing you any further. At that moment, Tang Yuehua was taken aback, her gaze meeting Bofeng's with a profound sense of astonishment. What did you just call me? She asked, scarcely believing her own ears. My niece? Is there a problem? Bofeng reiterated with a playful tone. This is outrageous. How dare you show such disrespect? She exclaimed, her indignation rising. I must what? Bofeng retorted, swiftly producing the ebony hammer left to him by his father. As the hammer came into view, Tang Yuehua stood frozen in place. The heavenly command. Who are you? She gasped in disbelief. Bofeng smiled gently as he retrieved the Haotian order once more. There is no need for further elaboration. My mother is the sea god Douluo Poseidon. And my father is none other than the master of this Haotian order, the founder of the Haotian sect, your grandfather, Tangchen. Now, as I address you as my dear niece, it is hardly a slight, is it? Bofeng sat quietly beside the still shaken Tang Yuehua, who remained enveloped in silence. It was astonishing to discover that his grandfather had left behind a descendant, and that this descendant was none other than the sea god Douluo, one of the 3 unrivaled Douluos who stood alongside his grandfather. Why, one might wonder, did his grandfather not return during the calamity that befell the Haotian sect? Tang Yuehua glanced at Bofeng once more, her earlier frivolity replaced by a cautious inquiry. Are you truly my grandfather's? Bofeng furrowed his brow, questioning my integrity once more. With the Haotian hammer and Haotian order in my possession, surely you recognize the significance of this artifact. As he spoke, Bofeng produced a map, meticulously crafted by Tang Chun, detailing all aspects of the Haotian sect. Tang Yuehua scrutinized it carefully, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. Upon her examination, she confirmed that the handwriting belonged to her grandfather, and the depiction above bore an uncanny resemblance to the Haotian sect. Alas, Tang Yuehua sighed, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Why the sigh in broad daylight? Bofeng asked cautiously, retracting the map. Why didn't you mention this earlier? You've made me look quite foolish, Tang Yuehua lamented. With a playful smile, Bofeng teased, so you insist that I call you aunt? What is this? Now you don't want me to say it? Niece, why not call me uncle just for a moment? Who knows, if I'm in a good mood, I might gift you a few more cosmetics. Tang Yuehua immediately felt displeased. Despite her reluctance to acknowledge the truth, Bofeng was indeed her grandfather's son, and thus held a seniority over her. Little uncle, Tang Yuehua murmured softly. What? Bofeng leaned closer, feigning ignorance as he pretended to clean his ears. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Chapter 35. Little Uncle Tang Yuehua's forehead throbbed with veins, her face flushed with embarrassment. How humiliating. It was undeniably shameful. Although she was loath to admit it, Bofeng's status was an undeniable fact. And she had been playfully teased by this little uncle for quite some time. With a resigned sigh, Tang Yuehua finally mustered the strength to utter, Little uncle. What? Don't go too far. Tang Yuehua retorted. It's true that you are my grandfather's child, but if you continue like this, be careful. I will return and inform the 5 elders, and let them give you a proper lesson. The 5 elders? Each of them held the title of Douluo and referred to Tang Chun as uncle, holding a seniority over Bofeng. Wait a moment. With a smile, Bofeng remarked that the 5 elders referred to his father as uncle, and since he was the son of his father, their ranks were equal. How could they reprimand him? Let us not forget that the Haotian order remains firmly in my grasp. One cannot predict who will be the mentor and who the mentee in the future. Tang Yuehua found herself at a loss for words. Enough of this jesting. Please promptly inform me of the current state of the Haotian sect, so that I may arrange subsequent matters. Bofeng inquired with a serious demeanor. But first, do tell me, where is grandfather now? Back when the Haotian sect was coerced by the spirit hall, what was his stance? Tang Yuehua pressed for answers. With a deep sigh, Bofeng pondered the situation. His father was engaged in a strenuous endeavor, striving to reach the 100th level in a challenging locale that was not easily accessible. It would be inappropriate for him to intrude upon his father's efforts. Having been raised on Sea God Island, I was recently instructed by my mother to leave the island, with the purpose of addressing the issues concerning the Haotian sect. The spirit hall had begun to take notice of me, thus my identity must remain a closely guarded secret, even from my elder brother. Is it not permissible for your elder brother to know? Inquired Tang Yuehua. Wavewind shook his head, exclaiming no. The spirit hall has been keeping a close watch on me these past few days. Our relationship is rather unique. Should anything arise, a simple letter would suffice to notify me. Pray, hasten to inform me of the current state of our sect. Tang Yuehua nodded. Ever since the sect was sealed, my elder brother was expelled and has since disappeared without a trace. I had hoped that with your arrival, grandfather would return as well. To my dismay, you must quickly devise a plan. The most esteemed sect in the world has been sealed. Do you comprehend the weight of what my elder brother endures each day? Little niece, steady yourself. I feel faint. Wave wind swiftly patted Tang Yuehua's hand, which gripped his arm. So what is your decision? We cannot simply remain idle. Bofeng Dao, let us proceed with caution. The spirit hall has already set its sights on me, and I shall inevitably return to my sect. Though that time is not now. For the moment, my priority is to traverse the continent in search of my young nephew, Tang Hao, and ensure his return to the sect first. Tang Yuehua nodded in agreement. When do you plan to depart? Do not rush. I still have some lingering concerns. I must entrust you with a task. What is it, dear uncle? Oh, since when did you start calling me dear uncle? Bofeng teased. Tang Yuehua's face flushed. If it were not for your service to the sect, do you think I would address you thus? Now, quickly tell me what needs to be done. A few days ago, I took in a little girl in Silva City named Nan Nan. Recently, during the awakening ceremony at the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, her spirit manifested as a mysterious white flower with innate full soul power. Unfortunately, the chrysanthemum Douluo was present at that time. The chrysanthemum Douluo? He was the one who led the expedition to Haotian sect back in the day. Tang Yuehua said through clenched teeth. I intend for you to take Nan Nan to Haotian sect. While it may be secluded, the most perilous places often provide the greatest safety. However, Tang Yuehua said, somewhat awkwardly, there are regulations within the sect. If her spirit is not the Haotian hammer, no one is permitted to ascend the mountain. Bofeng, this vexing rule is truly bothersome. How about this? Would you consider becoming the godmother of my younger sister? Godmother? Tang Yuehua replied helplessly. How can I? My little niece is still a saint, unmarried. Tang Yuehua immediately rolled her eyes at Bofeng and nodded. She had fallen for someone she should not have, and now remains unmarried. Likely to be infuriated for the foreseeable future. Very well. With a gentle clap of his hands, the door creaked open slightly. Brother, where is this place? Nan Nan inquired innocently as she stepped inside. Bofeng smiled gently, stepping forward to lift her into his arms, then instructed his attendant to step outside. It was fortunate that he had asked the attendant to secretly bring you here beforehand and keep you close to him, as it was truly perilous. Nan Nan is unafraid. Let those wicked individuals come, he declared. Soon after, Bofeng took a seat opposite Tang Yuehua. This is Nan Nan, my younger sister. Her martial soul is known as Heartbroken Red. Heartbroken Red? What manner of martial soul is that? Tang Yuehua inquired, puzzled. Kazuki elucidated. Upon my return, I perused numerous records and discovered that it is the flower martial soul, reigning as the sovereign among all floral martial souls. If the Haotian hammer is regarded as the foremost weapon martial soul, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon is esteemed as the supreme beast martial soul, then the Heartbreak Red is indeed the monarch within the realm of flower martial souls, holding a status comparable to that of the Haotian hammer and the blue lightning tyrant dragon. It is now clear why the Chrysanthemum Pass sought to abduct Nan Nan. Tang Yuehua nodded, acknowledging that this young girl appeared to be extraordinary. Heartbreak Red. Furthermore, Bofeng produced the Haotian order and presented it to Tang Yuehua, instructing, should there be any obstinate elders within the sect unwilling to comply, brandish the Haotian order in my father's name. Let us see if they dare to defy. Tang Yuehua respectfully accepted the Haotian order, a symbol of the supreme authority of the Haotian sect, which even the sect leader could utilize to annul or adjudicate elders at will. Rest assured, with the Haotian order in hand, I feel at ease. Do not forget what? Tang Yuehua carefully stored the Haotian order. Do not forget to return it to me. There are still matters that require the assistance of the Haotian order, Bofeng cautioned. Do not worry. Immediately, Tang Yuehua turned her gaze to Nan Nan, a smile gracing her face. Your name is Nan Nan, isn't it? In a sweet, childlike voice. Nan Nan inquired, brother, who is this beautiful sister? Wavewind smiled gently, casting a glance at Tang Yuehua. It would be inappropriate to refer to her as his little niece. This is his family, and soon you shall accompany this sister to a safe place. Brother, are you truly abandoning Nan Nan? Tears glistened in Nan Nan's eyes. Bofeng gently ruffled Nan Nan's small head, expressing his affection. It is indeed too perilous for you to remain by your brother's side. Go with this sister. She is a family member and will take good care of you. Do you not wish to grow stronger? There are several individuals there who are as formidable as your sister by, and they will guide you. Yet, Nan Nan was filled with trepidation. Rest assured, I will find time to visit you, he reassured her. I entrust you to her care, and I will feel much more at ease regarding subsequent actions. Bofeng solemnly gazed at Tang Yuehua, who nodded deeply. Do not worry. I shall promptly take Nan Nan back to the sect. Chapter 36. My apologies, uncle. After giving his instructions, Bofeng exited Yuxian. making his way directly back to the general store. He was determined to commence his training. Since arriving in Tiando City, Bofeng had been preoccupied daily, neglecting his cultivation. Meanwhile, having investigated the true circumstances of the general store, the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo, who had long coveted Nan, hastened back to the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall stood as the preeminent force on the continent, surpassing the 7 major sects and the 2 great empires. Were it not for the Haotian sect's closed doors, it was believed that their strength would be sufficient to contend with the Spirit Hall, located between the 2 great empires. The Spirit City played a pivotal role in maintaining balance. Within an imposing grand hall, the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluo knelt respectfully, gazing up at the woman seated on the throne, wielding a purple gold scepter. "Where is she? Did you bring her back?" The woman's authoritative voice echoed throughout the hall, resonating in the ears of the 2 titled Douluo. The chrysanthemum Douluo wiped a cold sweat from his brow and stammered, "Your Holiness." There was an unforeseen incident along the way. The woman's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her aura caused the temperature in the grand hall to plummet. "You are both titled Douluo elders, yet you could not bring back a mere little girl?" She expressed her dissatisfaction. The ghost Douluo replied, "Your Holiness. The general store is backed by the royal family and the 7-treasure glazed tile sect." "And the royal family? The 7-treasure glazed tile sect? And what else?" The woman's gaze sharpened. "Moreover, within the store, there is a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring. We are likely not their match." The disparity in strength between a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring and one with a standard configuration is not negligible. Tang Hao from back in the day serves as a prime example. As soon as the chrysanthemum Douluo finished speaking, the woman swiftly descended to their level. "Have you confirmed the existence of a titled Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring?" she inquired once more. The chrysanthemum Douluo continued, "Your Holiness. This information was relayed to us by the young master, and she requested that we convey a message to you." "She? Humph." The woman let out a cold snort. "What did she ask you to say?" "The young master hopes that you will refrain from intervening in the matters of the general store." Upon concluding her words, Ju Douluo found herself drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the formidable pressure. The woman let out a cold laugh, remarking, "Indeed, she has grown quite bold. Thinking I would refrain from intervening in that so-called department store? The Tiando royal family and the 7-treasure glazed tile school, for no apparent reason, have formed an alliance with that establishment. There must be some clandestine secrets at play. Do you know who stands behind that department store?" Ju Douluo clasped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, the young girl possessing the heartbroken red martial soul is the sister of the store's owner. Not long ago, during the martial soul awakening at the Tiando City Martial Soul Hall, I happened to cross paths with her. Her name is Bofeng, 18 years of age, and she is a 28th rank soul master with a martial soul of a trident. However, based on the interaction our young master had with her yesterday, it appears her martial soul is not the so-called trident, and she possesses an air of mystery that is quite difficult to decipher." "Oh." The woman reclined gracefully, her long, delicate legs casually crossed as she expressed her intrigue. "Bofeng, a trident martial soul, 18 years old, a 28th rank soul master? Since she wishes to prove herself, let her be. For now, we shall halt our observations of the young girl. Keep a close watch on Bofeng's every move, and should anything arise, inform me immediately." "Understood, Your Holiness." With that, the 2 vanished from the grand hall. The woman murmured to herself, "A trident? Such martial souls are indeed rare on this continent. It resembles the sea, does it not?" Meanwhile, Bofeng entrusted Nan to Tang Yuehua, instructing her to take the girl back to the Haotian school for her protection. Determined for the girl's safety, Tang Yuehua resolved to return personally and had already arrived at the Haotian school. The Haotian school, perpetually surrounded by ice and snow, greeted Nan with a series of sneezes as she accompanied Tang Yuehua, her small face reddened by the cold. "Sister Tang, why haven't we arrived yet?" Nan asked. Her cheeks flushed as she was cradled in Tang Yuehua's arms. Despite this, the biting weather remained quite unbearable. Tang Yuehua smiled and assured her, "We shall arrive shortly. And remember to call me Mom, that is a special request from your brother." Tang Yuehua had never married or had children, choosing to live her life alone ever since that incident. "Mom?" Nan exclaimed in astonishment. "Am I to call you Mom? Then what do I call my brother?" Tang Yuehua chuckled. "We shall each refer to one another as we please. Though our relationship may be a bit tangled, it is indeed delightful to benefit from your uncle's kindness. Especially since Bofeng teased us right from the start." The Haotian school sprawled across a vast area, and along the way, Many disciples of the Haotian school were left in awe, pondering how their aunt could be carrying a young girl, and the apparent closeness between them. Could she possibly be her niece? Impossible, and has remained unmarried. How could it be otherwise? Along the familiar path, Tang Yuehua made her way to the room of the sect leader, feeling the need to convey certain matters personally. Elder brother, I have returned, Tang Yuehua announced as she pushed the door open. Yuehua, didn't you just return a few days ago? How come? A towering figure, 2 meters tall, with a robust build and graying hair, emanated an aura of solemnity. Yuehua, who is it that you are holding? The man in question was none other than the current leader of the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao, a pinnacle Douluo with a martial spirit known as the Haotian Hammer. Ranked at level 97. Elder brother, this is my daughter. What do you think? Isn't she adorable? Tang Yuehua smiled. Tang Xiao, taken aback, questioned, what did you just say? He seemed to have misheard and asked again, is she really your own? Of course. How old do you think she is? She's exactly 6 years old. Why have I never heard you mention her before? It's the same now. I wanted to give you a surprise. Tang Xiao's lips twitched. This was the most bewildering day he had encountered in his several decades of life. How had his sister quietly brought someone home? And what else more? A child of her own? Who is that man? Why didn't you consult me, your elder brother? Tang Xiao asked with a bitter smile. Alas. Tang Yuehua suddenly assumed a dramatic tone. Elder brother, he abandoned both our mother and me. You must stand up for me. What? Tang Xiao erupted in anger, his hidden aura causing little Nan Nan to rush into Tang Yuehua's embrace. Yuehua, where is that scoundrel now? Gasping for breath, Tang Xiao clenched his fists tightly. Ever since the second brother had left the sect, this sister had become his only concern. He had not anticipated that she would secretly marry and return with a niece. While it should have been a joyous occasion, it was instead fraught with betrayal. Such a man was utterly unworthy of being the son-in-law of the Haotian sect. His name is Bofeng. He is the owner of a general store in Tiando City. Tang Yuehua wiped away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes, revealing a talent for dramatics. A general store, Bofeng? Tang Xiao murmured. And then he patted Tang Yuehua on the shoulder, saying, do not worry, elder brother will seek justice for you. With that, he vanished without a trace. After Tang Xiao left, Tang Yuehua covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Mommy, you're setting up uncle, little Nan Nan said in a childish voice. Tang Yuehua, with a proud expression, replied, that's what he gets for tricking me first. I'm merely returning the favor in kind. Rest assured, your uncle knows how to handle it. Now, let us go. Mommy will introduce you to the other 5 elder grandfathers. As she spoke, Tang Yuehua cradled Nan Nan and made her way outside. I am truly sorry, dear uncle. Chapter 37. Bofeng vs. Tang Xiao, the mischief incident. How splendid. My soul power has finally reached the 38th level. Bofeng exclaimed with delight upon sensing the transformation in his soul power. Since arriving in Tiando City, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning his shop, and his soul power had finally broken through its previous constraints. Just 2 more levels, and he would ascend to the soul sect. As the stars twinkled in the vast night sky and the full moon hung high above, Bofeng rubbed his sleepy eyes, intending to retire for the evening. In the darkness of the night, a man draped in a black robe, towering over 2 meters, approached Bofeng. Naruto, goodness. He has not experienced a moment's peace since arriving in Heavendo City. Bofeng sighed and said, who goes there? If you wish to make a purchase, kindly return tomorrow, for we have already closed for the day. The man in the black cloak coldly inquired, are you Bofeng? Case nodded slightly. This individual towered at least 2 meters tall, surpassing Case by a head. An aura of solemnity surrounded him, indicating that he was not to be trifled with. May I inquire as to your identity? Case inquired nonchalantly, his right hand already reaching behind him as a faint blue luminescence began to flicker. Do you know the master of the Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua? The man in the black robe questioned. Know her? She is. Before Case could finish his sentence, the man in black sprang into action. His enormous hand clenched into an iron fist, and he launched a direct assault towards Case. This fellow. The azure light flickered from the right hand of Bofeng, imbued with a trace of the ocean's might, clashing violently against the iron fist of the cloaked man. With a resounding boom, both were thrust back, their hearts filled with a profound astonishment. A titled Douluo, in his early years, Bofeng was frequently trained by the 7 sacred pillars of Douluo, which rendered him exceptionally sensitive to such matters. Just moments ago, the man clad in black employed a thread of soul power, and Bofeng could sense his profound anger. However, Bofeng had only arrived in Tiando City a few days prior, It was inconceivable that a titled Douluo would take notice of him so soon. Moreover, the source of the man's fury left Bofeng puzzled. Tang Yuehua, from the spirit hall? The implications of this remained uncertain. Senior, Bofeng found himself at a loss, as his opponent offered no opportunity for dialogue, launching yet another assault. Fists rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, causing Bofeng to furrow his brow. A glimmer of blue light began to shimmer from his right hand, and a cerulean trident materialized within his grasp. The second soul ring commenced its rotation, emanating a dazzling purple radiance. A millennium-old second ring? The man in the black robe widened his eyes. This individual, named Bofeng, possessed remarkable prowess, for none on the continent dared to attain such a feat with the invocation of his second soul skill. Divine Guardian of the Sea, a blue barrier enveloped Bofeng, steadfastly shielding him. The black-robed man's fists surged forth like an iron tide, striking with the swiftness of bullets. His combat abilities were commendable, yet still lacking. The black-clad figure's right hand flickered with dark energy as a black Haotian hammer appeared in his grip, its 9 surrounding soul rings immediately capturing Bofeng's attention. The Haotian hammer. A titled Douluo. Are you of the Haotian sect? Bofeng inquired with astonishment. Since you are aware of such matters, why then have you forsaken Weihua? What wrong has she done to you? The black-robed man was suddenly filled with fervor. A dark line appeared at the edge of the wind. Stop, boomed the voice of Bofeng, causing the figure in the black robe to momentarily pause. Tang Yuehua. She is my niece. What do you mean by abandonment? Since you are a titled Douluo of the Haotian sect, go back and inquire with her about the truth of this matter. Niece? The black-robed man furrowed his brow and asked, Who exactly are you? Why do you claim that Yuehua is your niece? That question should be posed to me, Bofeng exclaimed, as a flash of dark light emanated from his left hand, revealing a Haotian hammer identical to that of the black-robed man. The latter could scarcely believe his eyes. The Haotian hammer was indeed the direct lineage of the Haotian sect's martial soul. Who are you? Why does Weihua say you abandoned her? And what about that little girl named Nanan? Yuehua insists that she is her biological child. The inquiries from the black-robed man caused Bofeng's eyelids to twitch. The situation was undeniably complicated. Are you Tang Xiao? Or perhaps Tang Hao? Or one of the 5 elders? The black-robed man lifted his cloak, revealing his true visage. My name is Tang Xiao, the current sect master of the Haotian sect. Whose child are you? Upon seeing Tang Xiao before him, Bofeng nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, he bore an extraordinary presence. If Tang Xiao is thus, one could only wonder how formidable Tang Hao might be. My father is Tangchen. Tangchen? Tang Xiao gasped, astonished. The child of my grandfather? How could this be? He has been missing for decades. It is impossible for him to have left any descendants, especially not one so young. Was it Tang Yuehua who lied, or was this Bofeng merely fabricating tales? Then why do you not bear the surname Tang but instead Bofeng? Tang Xiao, though skeptical of Bofeng's words, could not dismiss the possibility his sister would never lie. Absolutely not. Who decreed that the bearer of the Haotian hammer must bear the surname Tang? I have lived with my mother since childhood. My father left before I was born, pursuing the path to divinity. My mother is the grand priestess of Sea God Island, the sea god Douluo, Poseidon. As Bofeng spoke, the sea god crown he wore radiated a golden glow. The trident in his hand began to dissipate gradually, and 2 purple and 1 yellow soul rings materialized at his feet, accompanied by the manifestation of the sea god behind him. The moment the sea god martial soul appeared, far away in the Tiando imperial palace, Shueqing has suddenly rose from his seat, a faint golden glow emanating from behind him, where a 6-winged angel flickered into view. That feeling returned once more. Bofeng, what secrets are you concealing? Ah, Wind Brother, why are you up at this late hour, engaging in such nonsense? Xiaobai, hearing the commotion, stepped out with a dazed expression. The moment he beheld the sea god's martial spirit unleashed by Bofeng, an invigorating spark ignited within him. Tang Xiao gazed upon the ethereal manifestation of the sea god in his youth. He had ventured to Sea God Island with Tang Hao to deliver a message to his grandfather. He had encountered the sea god Douluo, Poseidon, during that time. The spectral figure of the sea god before him was indeed Bofeng's primary martial spirit. Soon after, Bofeng retracted the sea god martial spirit, and Xiaobai approached him, casting a glance at Tang Xiao. Haven't we met somewhere before? As a guardian soul beast of Sea God Island. Xiaobai recalled the incident when Tang Xiao and Tang Hao had journeyed there to deliver a message. Everyone possesses a phase of youthful exuberance. As a disciple of the Haotian sect, which was once the preeminent sect in the world, their standards were naturally lofty. They had clashed with the soul masters of Sea God Island back then and had been thoroughly defeated. Fortunately, it was thanks to Tang Chen's personal guarantee that the two brothers emerged unscathed. "Oh, I remember now," Xiaobai remarked, "in your youth. You had a confrontation with the guardian soul masters of Sea God Island, and you were ultimately bested." Tang Xiao's face flushed. Must those ancient, trivial matters be resurrected? "Who are you?" he inquired of the perplexing Xiaobai. Xiaobai replied with a gentle smile. "I am the guardian divine beast of Sea God Island, the soul of the great white shark." As he spoke, the spectral image of the great white shark materialized behind him, its commanding presence overwhelming. This was indeed the soul of the great white shark, a creature Tang Xiao had encountered during his youth on Sea God Island. Little did he expect that his grandfather had formed a bond with the Grand Priest of Sea God Island and even sired offspring. "Dear nephew, as you can see, my martial spirit is a blend of my father's and mother's legacies. Do you have any further inquiries?" Bofeng asked with a gravity that demanded attention. Tang Xiao, overwhelmed, found himself at a loss for words. Being addressed as dear nephew by one so much younger than himself, a bizarre twist of familial hierarchy after decades of life. "Ahem, do you possess any proof?" Tang Xiao inquired. Bofeng sighed, saying, "My Haotian order rests in the hands of my little niece. You may inquire with her directly. Moreover, that little girl named Nan Nan is my sister. I merely appointed my niece to be her godmother. At her age, still a saint, it is only fitting to leave her with some cherished memories, is it not? If you remain unconvinced, you must surely recognize my father's own handwriting." As Bofeng retrieved the map of the Haotian sect and handed it to Tang Xiao, he was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed the complete map of the Haotian sect, inscribed with the geographical features of the entire sect. Instructions on how to ascend the mountain, and even details about certain secret passages. Should this fall into the hands of the enemy, the Haotian sect would be utterly doomed. "You truly are my grandfathers." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "What do you think? Pray tell, what exactly did my dear niece say to provoke such ire in you?" "Her elder brother? To the extent that you, disregarding your esteemed position, would descend the mountain and defy the customs of the Haotian sect? Well, it is quite amusing," laughed Xiaobai, clutching her stomach. "You've made me laugh to the point of tears. Your niece is truly talented. Declaring that Nan Nan is your daughter and that you have abandoned her." Bofeng, Tang Xiao was deceived, and Bofeng was nearly beaten. The expression on Bofeng's face was one of displeasure, as he found himself nearly outwitted by his young niece. It seemed she was holding a grudge over the events of that morning. Reflecting on the morning's happenings, it was indeed unreasonable to blame the little girl. The sudden introduction of a new uncle, coupled with being teased by Bofeng for an extended period, would understandably evoke some feelings of resentment. Yet, who could have anticipated that she would concoct a falsehood, prompting her elder cousin, Tang Xiao, to challenge Bofeng? Fortunately, the Haotian hammer martial spirit had revealed itself early. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated. Tang Xiao promptly inquired, "Uncle, what are your instructions?" "Ensure that you keep a close watch on your niece and be wary of her words. Also, take good care of Nan Nan." "Understood," Tang Xiao replied. "There is one more thing. Upon your return, have your niece swiftly return the Haotian order to me, as I shall need it for future matters." Tang Xiao nodded. "Uncle, may I ask where grandfather is currently?" "Return and inquire with your niece. I have already informed her this morning. If there is nothing else, you may leave now. Remember, do not disclose our previous matters to anyone else in the Haotian sect. I will inevitably return to the sect, but not at this moment. Focus on gathering strength and be prepared for my eventual return." "Understood." With that, Tang Xiao donned his black robe once more and vanished from sight. "How does it feel to be outsmarted by your niece?" Xiaobai teased. Bofeng shook his head helplessly. "Sister Bai, please refrain from pouring salt on my wounds. This niece of mine, while appearing noble and extraordinary, is nonetheless quite vengeful behind the scenes. Sigh, let it be." A night passed in silence. The morning sun bathed the Haotian sect in radiant light, and numerous disciples had already commenced their daily training, even though the mountain gates were closed. These disciples showed no signs of slackening their efforts, steadfast in their belief that the Haotian sect would once again rise to prominence. In one room, Tang Yuehua sat leisurely, while Nan Nan had been taken away by several elder gentlemen, reportedly to acquire her first soul ring. Upon learning that she was the biological daughter of Tang Yuehua, the elders were even more delighted. Consequently, the 5 elders personally perused all ancient texts of the Haotian sect and finally unearthed records concerning the heartbroken red martial spirit, along with the soul rings required for it, setting out early in the morning. Only Tang Yuehua remained at home, idly feeling bored. Pondering the state of affairs with her elder brother, she hoped that her so-called big nephew would give her little uncle a good thrashing for teasing her the day before. Just then, the door creaked open. Tang Xiao, shedding his black robe, sat across from Tang Yuehua, his expression stern. Yuehua, you are becoming increasingly unreasonable. Why did you not inform me about little uncle's matters in Tiando City? Elder brother, did you not come to blows with little uncle? Tang Yuehua inquired, puzzled. Almost, fortunately. Little uncle promptly released the Haotian hammer martial spirit, which cleared up the misunderstanding. He replied, when did you get married? I was baffled to find you already have a child. Had I not been caught up in the moment, I would have thoroughly interrogated you, young lady. Tang Xiao exclaimed. Exasperated. And the Haotian order? He asked. Reluctantly, Tang Yuehua produced the Haotian order, a diminutive hammer symbolizing the supreme authority of the Haotian sect, surpassing even that of the sect master and elders, the adjudicator elder. Very well, Tang Xiao nodded. You shall descend the mountain tomorrow and return the Haotian order to little uncle. Remember, upon meeting him, you must apologize and refrain from any further mischief. All right, Tang Yuehua responded listlessly. Elder brother, you cannot fathom how outrageous little uncle was yesterday. Tang Yuehua complained. I kindly invited him to discuss a collaboration on cosmetics, and for no reason, he referred to me as little niece. I was perplexed. As he toyed with me for quite some time, and then you concocted a lie, making me the scapegoat. Tang Xiao gazed at Tang Yuehua in silence. She managed a wry smile and nodded, recognizing that her brother had no recourse but to indulge this one sister, whom he cherished dearly. Since the departure of the second sibling, the home had lost its warmth. Now, with the addition of the little uncle, who was still the child of their grandfather and possessed dual martial spirits, there was hope that the Haotian sect would once again astound the entire spirit master community when it re-emerged. Sigh. Tang Xiao let out a gentle sigh. Regardless of his faults, his uncle was still his grandfather's child and the future heir of the prestigious Sea God Island. Had it not been for your inadvertent actions, we might have remained in the dark about this matter, concealed by your uncle. In truth, your intentions were not misguided. It was merely the approach that faltered. You ought to have revealed the truth to me yesterday, rather than fabricating a deceit that nearly brought embarrassment upon me. Reflecting on last night's conduct and the unintentional mockery from Xiaobai, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. Children often unwittingly cause their parents distress. In this instance, his younger sister had inadvertently led him into a predicament. Chapter 39, Teacher Bo time has flown by. And a year has passed in the blink of an eye. A year ago, the department store initiated by Bofeng has now spread to every corner of the Douluo Continent. With the support of the royal family and the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, it has expanded to encompass nearly half of the continent as territory, with the shadow of the department store looming over every city. Throughout this year, Bofeng has either been counting money or traversing the path of wealth. Outside the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, Bofeng stands alongside Ning Fengji. Master Ning, this is where I shall take my leave, Bofeng said with a respectful smile. Ning Fengji replied with a smile, this collaboration has been delightful. A year ago, I truly did not misjudge. Bofeng chuckled softly and shook his head, remarking that if anyone were to amass the greatest fortune, it would undoubtedly be Ning Fengji. The revenues from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School over the past year amounted to an astonishing figure. With these funds, Ning Fengji has recruited numerous talented individuals, resulting in a flourishing state for the entire Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Zhongzhu, where's Rongrong? It seems I haven't seen her for several months. Without this mischievous little girl around, I find myself somewhat at a loss, he expressed. Ning Fengji responded with a wry smile. 3 months ago, I arranged for her to embark on a journey to the Douluo Continent. This little witch of ours is exceptionally spirited, and with Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu guarding her. Even I, as her father, am at a loss. Recently, I heard that she has joined Shrek Academy in Soto City, which is no ordinary institution. Shrek Academy? Soto City? Bofeng nodded slightly, signaling the commencement of events. Tang San's grandson, we shall meet soon. In that case, Master Ning, I shall take my leave now. Wishing you a safe journey, he replied. With that, Bofeng entered the carriage, and under Ning Fengji's watchful gaze, the carriage gradually made its way towards the city of Tiando. Boss, here is the invitation from His Highness the Crown Prince, a voice called from within the carriage. Bofeng held the invitation from Shuai Qinghe, barely glancing at it before carelessly tossing it aside. A year had passed, and she had not ceased her attempts to court Bofeng, to the point where he felt vexed at the mere sight of her. Each banquet consisted of drinking, followed by the familiar tugging at conversation, either discussing trivial matters or the state of the continent. What did the continent's turmoil matter to Bofeng? Was not earning money far more enticing? The attendant beside him shook his head discreetly, noting how many invitations had gone unanswered. With Bofeng continually citing his busy schedule as the reason for his refusals, it must be said, women truly possess a remarkable persistence. As Shuqinghe sent a letter every single day. If one were to calculate, it had been 3 months since Bofeng last met with Shuqinghe. She may not find it bothersome, but I certainly do. Stop the carriage. I wish to get off and take a walk. Upon hearing this, the carriage came to a halt, having arrived at the gates of Tiando City. As the wealthiest individual in the city of Tiando, Bofeng is a figure known to all, including the soldiers stationed at the city gates, who are particularly accommodating. In the past, every individual entering the city had to endure rigorous searches. However, upon catching their first glimpse of Bofeng, the soldiers quickly adopted a demeanor of deference. This was something Bofeng had grown accustomed to. At that moment, a notice nearby captured Bofeng's attention. It read, "Now hiring, the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, due to expansion, urgently seeks to recruit the following personnel, Soul Masters above level 40, with preference given to those with superior soul power. Excellent remuneration for successful candidates." The Blue Tyrant Academy? Is it not the predecessor of the Shrek Academy? As the eyes of Bofeng twinkled with mischief, a bold idea sprang forth in his mind. 6 months prior, he had already surpassed level 40, with his 4th spirit ring boasting a millennium of age, elevating his soul power to level 44. Presently, with Sister by managing the general store and a harmonious collaboration with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, as well as the support of his nephew and niece from the Haotian School, Bofeng found himself unburdened by any pressing matters. This past year had been a monotonous cycle of either training or counting money, rendering him utterly bored. Furthermore, he had to remain vigilant against the invitations from Shuqinghe. One must never underestimate a woman, especially one like her. In her heart, she had long regarded Bofeng as her prey, someone she was determined to conquer. Alas, her efforts were in vain. Ignoring her was the simplest course of action. Naruto nodded affirmatively and then resumed his seat in the carriage. He instructed, "Let us take a detour to the Blue Tyrant Academy." The Blue Tyrant Academy? His companion inquired with confusion. "Boss, are you planning to attend school?" "Bofeng, am I really expected to attend school at my age? I have already attained the 44th level of soul mastery, far beyond the scope of a senior academy. We should head to the Blue Wave Academy to apply for a teaching position. Did you not see the recruitment notice earlier? Let us set off quickly, for if we delay, there may be no places left." The companion nodded eagerly and urged the carriage to hasten towards the direction of Blue Wave Academy. Blue Wave Academy is a prestigious institution for advanced soul masters, having performed commendably in previous continental senior soul master competitions. Yet it has never succeeded in advancing to the final elimination rounds. As an academy that caters to the common folk, it stands in stark contrast to the Tiando Royal Academy, which exclusively serves the nobility. The carriage gradually came to a halt before a grand iron gate, above which a sign read, "Blue Wave Advanced Soul Master Academy." A student stationed at the gate promptly approached and inquired, "Greetings, you have arrived at Blue Wave Academy. May I ask the purpose of your visit?" "Naruto Uzumaki. I heard that you are hiring teachers, so here I am." "And you?" The student glanced at Naruto, shook his head, and said, "Brother, no offense, but how old are you? Take my advice and leave while you still can." With a slight furrow of his brow, Bofeng inquired, "What is it?" "You must not underestimate others." The student hurriedly replied, "It is not that I look down upon you, but rather that in recent days, numerous soul masters have arrived seeking employment. Although many have passed the initial assessment with relative ease, the final challenge posed by the dean is a formidable obstacle, one that few can surmount. Allow me to forewarn you, our dean is a formidable soul sage of level 78. To truly become an instructor at the Blue Tyrant Academy, one must successfully navigate his trial of practical abilities. You still have time to withdraw, otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear." Upon hearing the student's words, Bofeng's interest was piqued. The dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong, a soul sage of level 78, wields the fire dragon martial spirit and hails from the blue electric tyrant dragon lineage. Her temperament is as fiery and volatile as her fire dragon spirit. "Take me to the assessment," Bofeng declared with determination. Observing Bofeng's resolute attitude, the student felt compelled to refrain from further discouragement. After instructing the attendants to return, Bofeng entered the Blue Bada Academy alongside the students. The reason why Bofeng took up the position of a teacher here is largely to escape from Shueqinghe. He has earned money and opened a shop. Apart from his daily cultivation, he also reviews the invitations sent by Shueqinghe, each with the same theme, persuasion. If it were a matter of romance, Bofeng might consider it, but they belong to two entirely different worlds, and their union would yield no fruitful outcome. Regarding the timeline, many have discussed this issue extensively. I shall clarify it for you. I have made slight modifications to the timeline, while everything else remains unchanged. The only alteration is that Tang Chen ventured to the city of slaughter a year prior to Poseidon's conception of the protagonist. The remainder of the timeline aligns closely with the original narrative. In Chapter 40, The Heart of the Sea God, within the Imperial Palace of Tiando, Shueqinghe rests his chin on his hand, idly seated. In the shadows, an elder wielding a serpent spear appears. Young master, this is the 100th time Bofeng has rejected you. Are you not at all vexed? Shueqinghe smiles faintly. A qualified hunter must possess patience. We have only just begun, and the secrets surrounding Bofeng remain undiscovered. Has he exhibited any unusual behavior lately? The elder with the serpent spear responds, recently. Bofeng has been residing in the general goods shop and, this morning, he specifically visited the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Shueqinghe inquires, perplexed. What business does he have there? The elder shakes his head. Our agents have been unable to ascertain that. Bofeng is closely associated with Ningfengxi. If they are concocting any secret plans, it could potentially endanger the spirit hall. Shueqinghe lightly shakes his head. He would not dare. Young master, why are you so certain? Shueqinghe chuckles. He is a man who loves wealth immensely. According to this year's financial report, Bofeng has amassed 9 million gold soul coins within a year. His shops span the entirety of the Tiando Empire and the Star Luo Empire, with the exception of the Spirit City. Last month, during our meeting, he inadvertently revealed his desire to establish a shop within the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall in Spirit City. The elder chuckles. His Majesty would never consent to that. Shueqinghe nods. Although Bofeng is avaricious, he is undoubtedly talented. I cannot overlook that. Unless he earns my approval. He has no authority to open a shop within Spirit City. Meanwhile, Bofeng, having entered the Blue Tyrant Academy, is slowly making his way forward, guided by fellow students. In the midst of a dense forest, Bofeng found himself surrounded by towering trees that concealed the majority of the academy's structures. Unlike the opulent Tiando Royal Academy, which was nestled against the mountains, this environment exuded a sense of comfort rather than luxury. As they traversed the path, several tall buildings came into view, and before long, the students led Bofeng into a spacious room. Upon entering, Bofeng took note of 3 individuals standing above him. Their appearances were unremarkable, and they appeared to be in their 40s, likely the instructors responsible for this assessment. The leader among them, upon seeing Bofeng, expressed surprise and inquired, Mr. Bo, what brings you here? The renowned department store of Bofeng has gained fame across the continent, leading many to become acquainted with this accomplished young proprietor. And numerous individuals are eager to learn more about him. Bofeng smiled faintly, feeling a touch of leisure. He decided to play the role of a teacher for a while, urging them not to ease their efforts due to his unique status. The 3 exchanged knowing glances before the leader cleared his throat and inquired, Boss Bo, are you truly certain about this? Very well, Bofeng replied. Since that is the case, I shall briefly outline the rules. First, you will showcase your martial spirit. Then, if your soul power exceeds level 40, you will engage in combat with one of the 3 of us. If you can endure for 10 minutes, you will earn the right to face the Dean. Having completed the introduction, Bofeng smiled subtly. A blue light flickered from his right hand, and a blue trident materialized within his grasp. How can this be? A second ring of a millennium? A 4th ring of 10,000 years? Beneath the feet of Bofeng, the soul rings illuminated, revealing a configuration of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, utterly shattering the trio's understanding. The so-called geniuses of the Soul Master realm paled in comparison to the formidable presence of Boss Bo. The lead instructor, responsible for the assessment, wiped the cold sweat that had emerged from fear and hurriedly remarked, Boss Bo, you have successfully passed the first challenge. May I inquire which of us 3 you intend to challenge next? In truth, each of the 3 silently prayed, hoping fervently not to be chosen, fearing the repercussions of facing someone with the formidable strength of a 1,000-year 4th ring. They were all soul kings, and at this stage of their lives, their potential for growth was nearly exhausted. The young Kazekage, still in the bloom of youth, wished to avoid unnecessary hardships. Yet, with an enigmatic smile, he beckoned. You 3 may come at me together. The trio exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend Kazakage's audacious proposal. Boss Kazakage, surely you jest? The leading teacher expressed, unable to believe his ears. With a smile, Bofeng shook his head and inquired, what do you think? I too wish to witness the true prowess of the instructors at Lamba Academy. Once I have successfully passed the final trial, we shall all be teachers at Lamba Academy, making it essential to gain a profound understanding of one another. Furthermore, as soul masters, engaging in combat is the sole means by which we can truly comprehend each other's abilities. The three exchanged glances and then proceeded downwards in unison. Without further ado, they unleashed their martial souls, causing their respective soul rings to rise sequentially beneath their feet, each adorned with a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul ring. The martial souls of the trio were as follows: Ghost Vine, Golden Eagle, and Battle Tiger. One was a plant-type soul master, while the other 2 possessed beast martial souls. It is evident that the majority of plant-type martial soul bearers are typically control-type, while the Golden Eagle soul master is undoubtedly an agile attacker, leaving the remaining one as a powerful attacker. Boss, please exercise caution. The Golden Eagle soul master advised earnestly. With a trident in hand, Bofeng nodded and said, come forth, unleash your full potential, and allow me to witness the true extent of your abilities. Upon finishing his words, the 3 exchanged a knowing glance. The Ghost Vine soul master, with a flash of green light emanating from his right hand, activated his first soul ring, causing a multitude of ghostly vines to erupt from the ground, aiming to obstruct Bofeng's path. Simultaneously, the Golden Eagle soul master sprouted a pair of golden wings, his second soul ring spinning wildly, accompanied by a roaring gust of wind. Interspersed with golden feathers that resembled razor-sharp blades, he launched an assault directly above Bofeng. Third soul skill, Tiger's Roar in the Mountains, declared the Battle Tiger soul master, who activated his third soul skill, his visage gradually transforming into that of a tiger's head. A gaping maw opening wide as a sinister crimson energy coalesced within. With a thunderous roar, the tiger's cry resonated throughout the chamber, shattering the glass along the windowsill in an instant. The 3 formidable attacks surged forward, their combined ferocity potent enough to obliterate anything in their path. As Bofeng quietly nodded, the second soul ring illuminated beneath him, and a purple radiance converged into the trident. The second soul ring, guardian of the sea god. Layers of azure barriers emerged beside him, and the crown of the sea god upon his head radiated a mesmerizing blue-golden light. Strangely, in a certain part of Tiando City, deep within the Tiando Imperial Palace, where heavily armed guards stood sentinel, this was the most secure area of the entire palace. Even the crown prince, Shueqinghe, lacked the privilege to enter. Within the sanctum lay the heart of the sea god, regarded as the national treasure of the Tiando Empire, believed to be a soul guide device. However, it was more than that. It was indeed a soul guide, but also the very heart of the sea god. The core of the trident. It emanated a brilliant azure light, and one could faintly hear the relentless roar of the ocean. Chapter 41. Confrontation of 3 Indeed. The heart of the sea god resided within the Tiando Imperial Palace, Bofeng murmured. The sea god's crown resonated with the heart of the sea god, their powers echoing in unison, a sensation Bofeng could distinctly feel. This is bad. How can one afford to be distracted in battle? Damn. Channeling the power of the sea through the trident in his hand, Bofeng deftly neutralized the attacks launched by the 3 Soul Kings. Seizing the opportunity created by the explosion S-Mist, Bofeng surged forward, instantly arriving before the Ghost Vine Soul King, with his right hand aglow in green light. Countless ghostly vines erupted from the ground, sprawling toward Bofeng like a barrage of sharp spears, continuously detonating around him. With the trident of the waves in hand, all ghostly vines are rendered powerless. Even if this is not the legendary trident of the sea god, and possesses merely 1% of its strength, the mere ghostly vines pose no threat to the waves. First soul skill, Spear the Sea. As the yellow soul ring ignites, an increasing multitude of blue orbs surge forth like ripples in water, fervently flowing into the trident. Break. The wall formed by the ghostly vines is instantaneously pierced, and under the terrified gaze of the Ghost Vine Soul King, the trident stands before him. I apologize, esteemed teacher. The Ghost Vine Soul King momentarily stunned, then managed a wry smile. I concede. Bosbo truly is a master of concealment. With that, the Ghost Vine Soul King stepped aside. The Battle Tiger Soul King and the Golden Eagle Soul King were utterly unprepared for the revelation of Boss Bo's remarkable prowess. alongside the mysterious trident martial soul and unparalleled soul ring configuration unmatched across the continent. Following the defeat of the Ghostvine Soul King, the remaining two dared not to slacken their efforts. Their task was clear: to leverage their own advantages to restrict Boss Bo's maximum potential. With a thunderous roar, the Battle Tiger Soul King unleashed a flurry of powerful tiger fists, the force of his strikes infused with the might of a tiger's dominance. The wind swirled as Poseidon thrust his trident into the ground, his right hand clenched into a fist, engaging in a fierce struggle. Crack! Under the radiant light of the sea god, he trained diligently, bolstered by the guidance of 7 titled Douluos, each taking turns in his instruction. The prowess of the wind and waves has long been unfathomable. Despite his seemingly avaricious demeanor, he exhibits no hesitation in combat. The Tiger Spirit King, caressing his claws, recognizes the formidable strength of his fists. Though wind and waves may appear unremarkable, the reality is evident as the tiger claw trembles ever so slightly. Before he can launch his next offensive, a fresh wave of golden wings descends upon him. The feathers rain down like droplets, striking the ground, which is laid with hard stone, penetrating into it by approximately 1/3. The wind rustled as Bofeng patted his chest, acknowledging the formidable opponent before him. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift. Otherwise, he might have ended up like a hedgehog. Raising his gaze towards the poised golden eagle spirit master, Bofeng allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, thinking to himself that he would be the one to make the first move. With a gentle flick of his right hand, the trident soared swiftly into his grasp. A mysterious smile adorned his face, eager to showcase the prowess of his third spirit skill. As the third spirit skill, Cage of the Sea, illuminated beneath his feet, the purple spirit ring transformed into beams of light that rapidly merged into the trident. Under the watchful eyes of the remaining 2 spirit masters, Bofeng, wielding the trident at his brow, summoned a multitude of identical tridents, 10 in total, each hovering ominously in the air, emanating an eerie, cold light. As the wind waved gently at the soaring golden eagle spirit master, he smiled slightly and exclaimed, "Goodbye, Chase." With a thunderous command, 10 floating tridents transformed into brilliant blue light, hurtling towards the airborne golden eagle spirit king. The golden eagle spirit king sighed in dismay, hastily taking flight. For the speed of the golden eagle amidst the myriad spirit beasts was formidable. Yet, it appeared that the tridents surged forth with swifter velocity, enveloping him from all directions. The golden eagle spirit master steadied himself, surveying his surroundings. He found himself entirely encircled by the tridents, their sharp tips advancing relentlessly. At last, he unleashed his 5th soul skill, Majestic Wings of the Eagle. This black 10,000-year soul skill had finally been activated, revealing his true trump card. Immersed in a resplendent golden sea, his golden wings radiated dazzling light, transforming into a colossal golden eagle, which let out a fierce roar directed at the wind below. The encroaching tridents were instantaneously repelled, and the wind quickly regained composure, adjusting the trajectory of his tridents. With a clang, the 10 tridents landed beside the Battle Tiger Spirit King, and a surge of blue electricity crackled between the tridents, thoroughly incapacitating the Battle Tiger King. Thus, the tridents were irregularly embedded into the ground, securely obstructing his path. In light of this, the 2 could only place their hopes on the sole-surviving golden eagle. The eagle soared high, its imposing figure and gallant demeanor signaling its intent for a final dive. As the wind engaged the Battle Tiger Spirit King with his soul skill, the golden eagle had already amassed its power, preparing for a fierce confrontation. Planning to clash head-on? I appreciate your tenacity. A 10,000-year soul ring, is it? If you wish to conquer your opponent, you must wield an even more formidable technique. Bofeng retracted his trident, facing the situation with calm composure. The 2 defeated teachers were perplexed. Among the trio, the Golden Eagle Soul King possessed formidable strength, and the quality of his martial soul far surpassed their own. Moreover, he had already reached the 59th level, his power rivaling that of any ordinary soul emperor on the continent, a testament to a millennium of soul skills. Does Boss Bo possess a means to withstand it? With a gentle smile, the figure stepped back with his right foot. Subtly, crimson light points began to converge into his right leg. Intertwined with threads of red lightning, a waning moon encircled his leg. "Soulbone," exclaimed the 3 teachers in unison. "You guessed correctly, but alas, you have already lost. The evil demon Orca Soulbone skill, Evil Whale's Demon Slash." With a swift sweep of his right leg, the crimson crescent moon, as red as blood, instantly expanded. It resembled a scythe harvesting death, gradually encroaching upon the sky. While the golden eagle with its copper-hued pupils contracted in apprehension, the sanguine crescent approached with alarming speed, the chilling aura of death palpable in the air. Yet, in an unexpected turn, the crescent suddenly altered its course. A few golden feathers drifted down from the heavens, languidly cascading through the air, as the figure stood smiling in place. At that moment, the golden eagle soul master, upon retracting his martial spirit, felt his back dampened with cold sweat. Gasping for breath, and gazing at with a visage of sheer panic. Soul bones are already rare, and the abilities they bestow are unparalleled in might. The right leg bone of the wave wind originates from the malevolent 50,000-year-old Orca, a creature that even the formidable soul great white shark finds daunting. In the vast ocean, true predators are scarce. Aside from the 100,000-year-old Orca king, this soul bone stands as one of the rarest and most precious entities, second only to the 100,000-year soul bones. It embodies the ruthless and tyrannical aura of the malevolent Orca, and the skills derived from this soul bone evoke a profound awareness of the imminent approach of death. The Golden Eagle Soul Master expresses his gratitude for the mercy shown by boss Bofeng gently shook his head, expressing gratitude for the guidance from the three. May I now meet the Dean? Chapter 42, Lu Erlong. Have we met? Young Master, there is new movement regarding Bofeng, the Serpent Spear Elder remarked. Shui Qinghe immediately perked up, eagerly inquiring, Uncle Shi, has there been any new developments? Upon returning from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bofeng did not head straight back to the shop, but instead redirected his path toward the Blue Tyrant Academy. Blue Tyrant Academy? Shui Qinghe mused. If I recall correctly, that is a prestigious Soul Master Academy. What business does Bofeng have there? According to a notice posted at the city gate, Bofeng was to take up the position of a teacher there. Upon hearing this, Shui Qinghe burst into hearty laughter. A teacher? Ha! Am I not familiar with him? That miser would become a teacher? Although I cannot ascertain his soul power rank, the Dean of Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong, is a member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Could it be? The Serpent Spear Elder interjected, Young Master. Are you concerned that the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family may have some connection with Bofeng? Shui Qinghe slowly shook his head, asserting, it's impossible for there to be any connection. Bofeng has been under my surveillance for the entire year, unable to stir any significant waves. His actions are merely an attempt to evade us. Evade us? Does he sense something? The Serpent Spear Elder furrowed his brow. He is exceedingly clever. Attempting to leverage the opportunity to join Blue Tyrant Academy as a teacher to sever our watch over him, Shui Qinghe realized with clarity. The Serpent Spear Elder then asked, what shall we do next? At this moment, a mysterious smile graced Shui Qinghe's lips. I have extended invitations to him for 3 consecutive months, yet he has not come. As Uncle Shi mentioned, this marks the 100th time he has declined my invitation. From the very beginning, he is the first man bold enough to reject me. This time, I shall take the initiative to probe his depths. With a cold smile, Shui Qinghe's gaze shifted toward the direction of the general store. At Blue Tyrant Academy, Bofeng successfully passed the first stage of assessment and, under the guidance of the examination instructor, the two proceeded toward the back mountain. Does the dean usually reside in the back mountain? Bofeng inquired. The examination instructor patiently explained, the dean prefers solitude. Thus, most of the academy's affairs are decided by the vice dean. The dean only intervenes in significant matters, spending the majority of his time alone in the back mountain. By the way, Bofeng, I must kindly remind you that our dean is notoriously irritable. Previous applicants either fled in fright from the dean's imposing demeanor or were personally defeated by him and sent packing. Bofeng, in disbelief, exclaimed, could it truly be this dire? The assessment instructor solemnly nodded, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. This was all in preparation for the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, scheduled 1.5 years later. Last time, our academy barely made it to the knockout stage, even managing to eliminate the second team from the Tiando Royal Academy, only to be swept away in the subsequent matches. Consequently, this year, we are sharpening our blades and honing our skills, with the dean personally selecting numerous outstanding students to march towards this tournament. While we do not aspire to seize the championship, at the very least, making it to the finals would be a remarkable achievement. Smiled reassuringly, rest assured, your dreams are on the verge of realization. I recall hearing Ning Fingji mention this morning that Ning Rongrong has already joined Shrek Academy. By the passage of time, it won't be long until they arrive. Tang San's grandson, we shall meet soon. Shall we take a brief excursion to Soto City? This would also allow us to evade Shui Qinghe's watchful gaze. It is imperative that we prioritize the matters at hand. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the surroundings grew increasingly enchanting, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. Not far ahead, a quaint wooden cottage came into view, and a melodious voice drifted through the air, resonating with Bofeng's soul and soothing the deepest scars within. A beautiful woman, holding a watering can, hummed a tune as she tended to the flower bed. The wind halted, accompanied by the assessment teacher, before a tranquil wooden cottage, where the picturesque scenery of the rear mountains unfolded and a gentle stream meandered by, creating an ethereal paradise. The woman, with her curvaceous figure and cascading black hair, possessed a striking beauty. Her large, expressive black eyes gazed intently at her surroundings, utterly unaware of the presence of the wind and the assessment teacher, seamlessly merging with the enchanting environment. At this thought, the wind could not help but envy that master. That individual was a true virtuoso, a person endowed with a soul power of merely level 0.5, yet possessing a mutated martial soul. What kind of magnetic personality could possibly captivate the likes of the spirit hall, as well as this woman before him? It was akin to a fairy descending to earth, destined to wed a scholar, reminiscent of tales such as Dong Yong and the Seventh Fairy or the Cowherd and the Weaver Girl. A complete underdog's resurgence, heaving a deep sigh. The wind resolved to pay a visit to that master when the opportunity arose. The assessment teacher respectfully addressed the woman. Director, today we received a new applicant for the position of teacher. Another one? The woman replied with a hint of impatience. Let it not be yet another feeble individual, incapable of withstanding even my single strike. A strike? Bofeng widened his eyes in astonishment. As a soul saint, a mere attack from him could easily claim a life. He simultaneously readied himself for battle. When the woman set down her kettle and beheld Bofeng, she was momentarily frozen in place. Boss Bofeng, what brings you here? The enigmatic Bofeng inquired. Do you know me? The lady promptly responded with a smile. How could I possibly not recognize the illustrious Boss Bo? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Erlong, a level 78 battle spirit saint, wielding the martial spirit of a fire dragon. And I currently serve as the dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy. The cosmetics produced by your establishment are truly remarkable. I visited your shop recently to procure some items. During that visit, I had the opportunity to catch a fleeting glimpse of you. However, given your renowned reputation, Boss Bo, I could never forget. Bofeng introduced himself, stating, I am Bofeng, a level 44 Battle Soul sect member, with a martial spirit in the form of a trident. My purpose for coming here is to join your esteemed academy and to become a remarkable master Bo. Lu Erlong responded, Boss Bo, you cannot be serious, can you? With a smile, Bofeng shook his head and replied, Director Lu Erlong, do I appear to be jesting in any way? Moreover, I have successfully passed the first round of assessments. At this moment, the teacher in charge of the evaluation remarked, Boss Bo has triumphed over the three of us. It is truly a source of embarrassment. As she gazed at the remarkably youthful Bofeng, Lu Erlong's mind wandered, recalling memories of the past. Boss Bo, have we not crossed paths before? Lu Erlong inquired. Kaze no Kaze shrugged slightly. Did you not mention it before? At that time, we had crossed paths in the shop. Lu Erlong gently shook his head. No, what I meant to convey is that, in my youth, it seems we were acquainted. Take note. This serves as the final setup for the plot. Chapter 43, A Furious Rebuke of Shueqinghe. Bofeng chuckled helplessly. Director Lu Erlong, this is our first encounter. Moreover, I wasn't even born when you were young. How could we have possibly met? Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong nodded, realizing she must have made an error in her recollection. Yet Bofeng bore an uncanny resemblance to someone she knew. By the way, Boss Bofeng, are you here to apply for a teaching position? Lu Erlong proceeded to the main topic. The Wind of the Waves nodded slightly, requesting the dean's guidance. Listening to this esteemed teacher of sound and writing, it was said that the final challenge lay in your hands. Please proceed. Indeed, the final challenge does rest in my hands, yet I intend to alter the rules slightly. Lu Erlong smiled mysteriously. I humbly ask for your wisdom, Dean, replied the Wind of the Waves. Lu Erlong chuckled, stating, to become a competent teacher, one must possess not only formidable strength, but also an abundance of patience towards one's students. Both elements are indispensable. Your prior victories over the three teachers of sound and writing render your strength indisputable. Tomorrow, I shall arrange a special class, and I kindly invite you, Boss Bo, to partake in it personally. Practical application, you say? If you successfully fulfill the teaching task tomorrow, I shall consider this challenge passed. What say you? Without a moment's hesitation, Bofeng nodded decisively. No problem. What time shall I arrive tomorrow? He inquired. If I recall correctly, afternoon. The academy will organize an outdoor combat class for the students. How does that sound? Proposed Lu Erlong. An outdoor combat class? Setting aside the students' prior knowledge. The very term suggests a practical, hands-on course. I shall eagerly await tomorrow's events. No problem, Bofeng replied. Very well, I shall also be present at that time. I hope that you, Boss Bo, will pass the assessment and officially become a member of Blue Tyrant Academy. Having gained a basic understanding of the academy's circumstances, Bofeng prepared to take his leave, readying himself for the challenges of the following day. Outside Blue Tyrant Academy, under Lu Erlong's farewell, Bofeng entered the carriage, officially returning to the general store. The journey was bumpy, yet Bofeng sat quietly within the carriage, contemplating how to conduct his very first lesson. Before long, the carriage came to a gentle halt. They had arrived home. Boss, we're here. Boss. Boss. Noticing Bofeng's silence, the attendant called out several times. Oh, I'm here. I'm here. Calmly dismounting from the carriage, Bofeng entered the shop when Xiaobai suddenly approached him. Fengdi, where have you been just now? As I departed from the Seven Treasures glazed sect, I deliberately altered my course. Noticing the grave expression on Xiaobai's face, Bofeng inquired, Sister Bai, what troubles you? Xiaobai cast a sidelong glance upstairs and gently replied, the prince you detest, Shui Qinghe, has arrived. Instantly, Bofeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Well, isn't this a bold move? Has he come alone? Indeed, he has been waiting upstairs for quite some time. Wind, do you wish to go and make his acquaintance? Bofeng gazed at the tightly sealed room on the second floor, contemplating the necessity of addressing certain matters face to face. He was well aware that Shui Qinghe had dispatched someone to follow him. After all, they were all soul masters, and such petty tricks were easily discernible. Consequently, Bofeng typically conducted himself with utmost caution, rarely allowing her to gain any leverage against him. Adjusting his attire, he ascended the stairs slowly, hoping that this time he could resolve all issues in a single stroke. As the gentle breeze graced the threshold, he took a deep breath and slowly opened the door. At long last, young Bo had returned, a moment I had eagerly awaited. Shui Qinghe, sipping fragrant tea, gazed at Bofeng with a cheerful smile. Bofeng took a seat opposite Zwiking, inquiring about the princess' purpose for visiting. Zwiking smiled, remarking that he had sent invitations daily for the past 3 months, yet someone seemed to disregard his courtesy, continuously making excuses. Thus, you have come in person? Bofeng replied. Is this the customer service of a department store? Zwiking's gaze sharpened as he silently observed Bofeng. Your Highness, you send these so-called invitations daily, but my official duties keep me preoccupied, rendering me unable to attend the feasts. If there is nothing pressing, Your Highness may take your leave. I have matters to attend to. Bofeng dismissed him. Very well. Zwiking smiled faintly. Since Boss Bofeng has urgent matters, I shall not intrude further. However, before I take my leave, there is one thing I must mention. Please, go ahead, Zwiking said with a mysterious smile. Tomorrow, the invitations shall continue to arrive, until the day you choose to accept. Hold on. Just as Zwiking was about to depart, Bofeng interjected. Oh, Brother Bofeng, do you have something else to discuss? Zwiking inquired. Bofeng, with a serious expression, approached Zwiking directly. Your Highness, there is a question I have long wished to ask you. Noting Bofeng's unusual demeanor, Zwiking replied earnestly. Pray tell, what is it? You have been arranging for people to follow my movements. What is the meaning behind this? Surely, my actions over the past year have not escaped your notice, Your Highness. If you desire me to join the royal family, you could have stated it outright, without resorting to such underhanded tactics. We are all spirit masters. Let us speak plainly. I also have my own space to live and secrets to keep. Your relentless pursuit resembles the hesitations of a woman. Zwiking fell silent. Bofeng has touched upon the essence of Shui Qinghe. Indeed, she is a woman. It is true. I have arranged for someone to shadow you, as I hope you might assist me. Is it not a pity for a talent like Brother Bo to confine himself solely to commerce? Furthermore, I am aware of your recent visit to Douluo Academy. Do not presume I am oblivious. You merely sought to extricate yourself from my influence and pursue other endeavors seamlessly. Shui Qinghe cast a penetrating glance at Bofeng, intending to discern his reactions. Indeed, I wish to distance myself from you. Bofeng nodded indifferently. I kindly ask His Highness to refrain from disrupting my ordinary life. I harbor no interest in the intrigues of power. I am but a simple fisherman, far less complex than you perceive. My visit to Lamba Academy was merely to experience life. Is it not tedious to count money within a shop incessantly? Shuqinghe found herself at a loss for words. Bofeng is a prodigy who, within the span of a year, has erected a vast commercial empire. Aside from the absence of shops in Wuhan City, in every city, or even the tiniest villages across Douluo Continent, the presence of general merchandise stores is unmistakable. Yet, despite Bofeng's assertions, Shuqinghe remained unconvinced. A year ago, the resonance produced by Wuhan. Chapter 44. How about becoming my sister-in-law? Shuqinghe rarely nodded in agreement. Very well. From this moment forth, I shall cease to intrude upon your normal life and simultaneously revoke all surveillance upon you. However, before that transpires, I wish for you to promise me one thing. Without hesitation, Bofeng directly inquired, please tell me, as long as it is within my capability. Shuqinghe smiled faintly, suggesting, it would be best for us to meet once a month, merely to maintain our connection. What do you think? She was curious about the matter at hand. As long as Shuqinghe ceased her relentless pursuit, this condition was acceptable to Bofeng. Meeting once a month was certainly preferable to sending invitations daily. No problem. With that settled, I shall take my leave. After this exchange, the two descended the stairs slowly. Following their farewell, Xiaobai approached, asking, what did the prince say to you? Previously, your meetings would last quite a long time. Nothing much, Bofeng replied, shaking his head. Just some trivialities that resolved unnecessary troubles. I must admit, she is truly remarkable. With that, Bofeng returned to his room, preparing to face the trials of Lamba Academy the following day. Thus, a mundane day passed. In the quiet of the night, many in the city drifted into slumber. Yet one room within the palace remained brightly lit. Young master, do you truly intend to proceed with this? The elder with the serpent spear observed as she adorned herself. At that moment, Shuqinghe had shed her previous guise, returning to her true feminine form. Qian Wanshui, gazing at her resplendent reflection in the mirror. Qian Wanshui smiled faintly and inquired, Uncle Shi, how have you fared with my instructions? The elder nodded, and the door creaked open. Upon entering, Shuqinghe cast a glance at Qian Wanshui, who nodded in approval. Very well. With that, Qian Wanshui resumed her preparations. The elder could not contain his curiosity and asked, young master, what is your true intention in doing this? What is my intention? Qian Wanshui set down her comb and replied nonchalantly, it is for him. The him in question, of course, referred to Bofeng. Young master, do you harbor feelings for him? Qian Wanshui chuckled softly. Uncle Shi, do not misunderstand. How could I possibly have feelings for him? Following this, she huffed. I am compelled to do this. I have rescinded all surveillance on Bofeng. He is quite astute and will not be easily tamed. What do you intend? The elder inquired. I plan to meet him personally. Tomorrow, I will take the opportunity to enter the general store. If my memory serves me right. We have our people within. The elder nodded. Yes, they infiltrated long ago and are currently engaged in routine cleaning tasks at the store. At this point, the elder's expression shifted. Young master, are you suggesting that you intend to enter the store to approach Bofeng and thereby uncover his true secrets? Qian Wanshui nodded slightly, stating, this is my sole opportunity. Over the past year, despite sending numerous individuals, I have yet to uncover Bofeng's true identity and intentions. The more mysterious he becomes, the more he ignites my curiosity. Such a person, I yearn to conquer completely. Just wait. Your secrets will inevitably be unveiled to me one by one. Early in the morning, the sun shines brightly. At that time, the department stores buzzed with people, each carrying numerous bags of various sizes. The wind continued its training, while the diligent Xiaobai busied herself with the affairs of the shop. In the stillness, a graceful figure entered the establishment, clad in professional attire, diligently wielding a broom to clean. Qian Rinxue had successfully infiltrated the scene. Sister Bai, I'm heading to Lamba Academy. At that moment, the wind descended the stairs and spoke to Xiaobai, who was meticulously calculating the accounts beside her. Xiaobai waved her hand dismissively. Go ahead, just return early. Just as the wind was about to leave, he inadvertently caught sight of Qian Rinxue, who was earnestly engaged in her cleaning task. Who is that? He inquired, curiosity piqued. Is she new? The shop was quite spacious, and over the past year, numerous employees had been hired, most of whom the wind was acquainted with, save for this one. Xiaobai glanced over and casually remarked, that is Xiaowang's sister, named Wang Shui. Xiaowang resigned yesterday to return home, claiming he was going back to marry. He then recommended his sister to come here. I thought this young lady was quite decent. She is gentle and quite beautiful. so I decided to keep her. I must say, for someone your age, you spend an inordinate amount of time wandering about. Since Shui Qinghe has ceased his surveillance, you should focus on finding a partner, she continued, having overheard the conversation. Xiaobai spoke earnestly. Isn't it time to consider a sister-in-law? Before leaving the island, your mother specifically instructed you that upon your next return, you must bring home a daughter-in-law, preferably one who can bear a healthy son. With a darkened expression, Bofeng vanished from sight, leaving Qianrenshui momentarily unsteady. Now that he possessed wealth, and his appearance was commendable, the watchful gaze of Shui Qinghe had also receded. The young man had the opportunity to pursue his desires. In an instant, Bofeng was gone. Xiaobai shook his head in exasperation. This rascal, every time the topic arose, he would flee, truly a source of frustration. Sighing, he turned to Wang Shui and instructed, please tidy up the boss's bedroom. Dispose of any unnecessary items you come across. Qianrenshui nodded and slowly made her way to Bofeng's room, finally seizing an opportunity that she hoped would not disappoint her. Meanwhile, having departed from the shop, Bofeng arrived at Douluo Academy, where Lu Erlong had been awaiting his arrival for quite some time. Finding a spouse weighed heavily on Bofeng's mind. It was not that he did not seek one, but rather that he had yet to find someone with whom he shared a genuine connection. Unfortunately, Xiaobai incessantly urged him, and his mother, Poseidon, frequently sent letters, both parties persistently pressing him to take action. Boss, you have arrived. Lu Erlong greeted him as he approached. Kazekage nodded slightly. And what about the students? I can hardly contain my excitement. The students are gathered on the playground, awaiting your esteemed presence, Boss Kazekage. With that, Kazekage followed Lu Erlong into the Blue Tyrant Academy. Meanwhile, in Kazekage's room, Qianrenshui, following Xiaobai's instructions, was to tidy up the space. Observing the immaculate room, it was evident that there was little to clean. Just as Qianrenshui was about to search for items related to Kazekage, Xiaobai entered. Boss-bai, Qianrenshui greeted hurriedly. Xiaobai nodded, then began to appraise Qianrenshui from head to toe. Occasionally, Xiaobai would nod in satisfaction, leaving Qianrenshui utterly bewildered. It was Xiaobai who had tasked Qianrenshui with tidying the room, and now it was Xiaobai who had entered, adding to the mystery of this sibling pair. How about becoming my sister-in-law? Qianrenshui. Chapter 45. Personal maid Qianrenshui gazed at the smiling Xiaobai before her. A tempest of emotions stirred within her. What had she just said? To make her. Qianrenshui had come to investigate Kazekage, not to become a sister-in-law. How could her first day at work be so exhilarating? Boss-bai, you are addressing a titled Douluo, who possesses a soul ring of 100,000 years. In the presence of a titled Douluo, even with Qianrenshui's divine martial soul of the six-winged angel, she would still be no match. At that moment, Xiaobai had no intention of taking action. Her focus was solely on finding a wife for Kazekage, a task assigned to her by the High Priestess, critical for the future of Sea God Island. Earlier that morning, she had seen Wang Shui, the individual who had replaced the former. Qianrenshui had taken on that identity, as she had been in the royal palace for so long that no one recognized her appearance or status. Naturally, even Kazekage had stolen a few glances at Qianrenshui earlier that morning. She was simply too beautiful. Having known Kazekage since childhood and having raised him, Xiaobai was well aware of his feelings, or rather, the lack thereof. In truth, Kazekage had no particular thoughts on the matter. He was merely misunderstood by Xiaobai. Leading to the present situation, Qianrenshui was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. It was her first encounter with such a scenario. Who would say something like that on the first meeting? It was indeed a considerable shock for her. My apologies, Xiaobai is not merely human. She is the king of the 10,000-year soul demon white shark. What? Did I frighten you? Realizing her blunder, Xiaobai quickly added, I apologize. I should not have been so hasty. Just as Qianrenshui sighed in relief, the next moment, Xiaobai suggested, why not hasten the wedding? This way, I can fulfill the wishes of Brother Feng's mother and allow her to hold her grandchild sooner. In an instant, Qianrenshui was rendered speechless. Utterly unable to believe that such words could be uttered by a titled Douluo, she felt an overwhelming urge to leave. Yet she realized that departing now would undoubtedly attract the attention of the cunning individual before her. Gaining entry here again would not be a simple matter. Boss-bai, Qianrenshui explained, I truly lack the inclination for this at present. She bore the weight of a mission to infiltrate the Heaven Do Empire. And although there were replacements in the palace, any hint of suspicion over time could lead to dire consequences. Bai smiled slightly and patted Qianrenshui gently on the shoulder. Fear not. Emotions can be nurtured, and I shall not impose my will upon you. Just as Qian Ringshu contemplated a sigh of relief, Bai continued, from this moment forth, you shall serve as Fingdi's personal maid, responsible for his daily needs, and at night, you might also. A mischievous giggle escaped Bai's lips. You know. To warm his bed. At this, Qian Ringshu felt her spirit shatter entirely. She had intended to infiltrate the marketplace to uncover the true secrets of Bofeng, yet unexpectedly. She had entangled herself in this predicament. A maid? The kind that looks after Bofeng? This arrangement would grant her proximity to him, allowing her to seize the opportunity to unveil the secrets he harbored deep within, after which she could escape and return to her former self, Shueqinghe, undetected. Qian Ringshu nodded, indicating her understanding. Bai, with a look of delight, departed, leaving Qian Ringshu alone in the room. Seated upon the plush bed, she began to survey her surroundings, seeking any information regarding Bofeng. The sooner she comprehended the secrets hidden within his heart, the sooner she could depart. If what Bai suggested came to pass, and she indeed became Bofeng's, the entire spirit hall would surely descend into chaos. For instance, Douluo, his granddaughter being the sole hope of his lineage, had always been held in high regard by him. Without knowledge of Bofeng's true identity, Douluo would undoubtedly oppose the arrangement. However, should he become aware, the situation would transform entirely. Douluo, I would rather have it that Bofeng's mother did not pursue him, allowing Tang Qin to claim him. If his son were to marry my granddaughter, I would be more than pleased. The next time I meet Tang Qin, I can confidently declare, in our pursuit of Poseidon, I was defeated by you. Now, with my granddaughter having captured your son, this time, I have triumphed. Thus, Qian Ringshu commenced her search through Bofeng's chambers, meticulously rummaging through his belongings only to return everything to its original state, wary of arousing his suspicions, for he was exceedingly astute. Regrettably, after an extensive search, she found no items pertaining to Bofeng. Disgusted, she cast aside the red object she had been holding. Bofeng is an exceptionally astute individual, undoubtedly unwilling to commit his knowledge to paper, choosing instead to retain it within the recesses of his mind. As the saying goes, one must venture into the tiger's den to capture the tiger cub. Qian Ringshu has resolved to take this risk. Meanwhile, Bofeng, accompanied by Lu Erlong, enters the Blue Tyrant Academy. At this moment, the verdant playground is already bustling with numerous students clad in their uniforms. These students are well acquainted with Bofeng, as his reputation within the Heaven Do Empire is formidable, with his enterprises spanning the entirety of the Douluo Continent. The quality of his products is beyond reproach, and word has spread throughout the academy that Bofeng intends to join Blue Tyrant Academy as an instructor. This revelation has stirred a tempest of speculation, with many expressing confusion as to why Bofeng would make such a choice, as the leisurely life of a businessman seems far more appealing. Bofeng, you are all still on the first level. Today marks the outdoor combat class, an inevitable aspect of being a soul master. Whether in the soul arena or hunting soul beasts in the wild, combat remains the singular focus. Lu Erlong and Bofeng arrive at the center of the playground, prompting the students to quickly take their seats. Notably, even the usually reclusive dean has chosen to attend, underscoring the importance of this occasion. Lu Erlong gestures for silence, and the previously boisterous academy falls quiet, as Lu Erlong is renowned for her fiery temperament, and no student dares to disregard her. Clearing his throat, Lu Erlong adopts a serious demeanor and states, esteemed students and faculty, this is Bofeng, who has come to participate in today's outdoor combat class. I trust you are all familiar with him. Indeed, he is the proprietor of the department store in Heaven Do City and a soul master in his own right. Upon my invitation, should Mr. Bofeng successfully complete the upcoming 2 tests, he shall officially be recognized as a true instructor at Blue Tyrant Academy. Mr. Bofeng, are you prepared? With a solemn nod, Bofeng made his way to the center of the playground. Lu Erlong declared, the first test will involve the students posing questions to Boss Bo regarding the knowledge of martial souls. As a soul master, and especially as a future instructor, one's comprehension of martial souls is crucial, as it directly influences the achievements of future students. As Lu Erlong's words faded, the first assessment officially commenced. One of the students inquired, Boss Bo, I possess a plant-type martial soul. Are there any specific requirements I should consider when selecting my soul rings? In the realm of martial souls, it is widely acknowledged that they are categorized into weapon souls and beast souls. The age of the soul rings is contingent upon the future achievements of the soul master and the evolution of their martial soul. As a wielder of a plant martial soul, should you encounter a plateau in your development. It may be prudent to hunt for beast souls whose age falls within the requisite limits for your soul rings. However, one might ponder, how can a plant martial soul possibly absorb a beastly soul ring? Would this not create a conflict between the two? Such inquiries have indeed been raised. Bofeng smiled gently. I recall that a master once mentioned that a plant martial soul need not exclusively absorb soul rings from plant-type soul beasts, and that beast martial souls are not necessarily incapable of absorbing soul rings from plant-type soul masters. Although this conclusion has yet to be substantiated, it lingers in memory. Master? Lu Erlong gasped. That name had not graced his ears for a long time. The events of that year must have dealt him a profound blow. The winds of change continued to blow as Bofeng remarked. Yet the reality proves that, in the realm of soul masters today, there exists one who has achieved this. This is not mere hearsay, for I stand as a unique testament to this truth. With that, Bofeng opened his palm, and a cerulean trident materialized within his grasp. Beneath his feet, soul rings began to ascend. Yellow, purple, black. 1 century, 2 millennia, 1 myriad. 4 soul rings spiraled around Bofeng's feet. A configuration so astonishing that it left all present in sheer disbelief. How had he attained the 4th ring of 10,000 years? And the 2nd ring of 1,000 years, exceeding the typical absorption limit? Even Lu Erlong, despite having heard from her teacher about Bofeng's soul ring configuration just the day before, found it hard to believe that one individual could possess such an extraordinary array of soul rings. Yet now, this irregular configuration left the assembled academies utterly astounded. Bofeng chuckled, proclaiming, I am but an exception. The definitions of the soul master realm are manifold and elusive. We cannot merely adhere to convention and rigidly follow the knowledge inscribed in tomes. The essence lies in the truth born of practice. He continued with a playful warning. Of course, do not emulate me, for I am a genius. Boss Bo, the inquiries persisted, and Bofeng enthusiastically addressed each one in turn. Standing nearby, Lu Erlong nodded in satisfaction with every response, clearly impressed. It appeared that Lanba Academy had stumbled upon a treasure. This seemingly unremarkable businessman, Bofeng, turned out to be a person of great depth. Meanwhile, the esteemed master mentioned by Bofeng was currently at Shrek Academy. The founder, Flinder, a level 76 battle soul sage, possessed the martial soul of a cat eagle. Aside from Bofeng's grandson, Tang San, who had ventured into the Star Do forest to hunt soul beasts, the entirety of Shrek Academy was left in the company of Flinder and the arriving master. The scene shifted back to Lanba Academy, where Bofeng had officially passed the 1st round. The 2nd round was now underway, a practical test, featuring the 2nd soul skill, Sea Goddess Protection. With his trident in hand, Bofeng stood resolute as a cerulean barrier thwarted the ethereal blue flames, transforming the entire playground into a tempest of fire. Indeed, Bofeng's adversary was none other than Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong possessed a mutated martial spirit. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, the fire dragon, whose spectral blue flames reached incredibly high temperatures, making escape nearly impossible once ensnared. The fire dragon unleashed its flames with abandon, while Lu Erlong stood smiling, exuding confidence. Though Bofeng possessed a Millennium Soul Ring, Lu Erlong was a soul sage, rendering any comparison between the two inconsequential. However, under the protection of the sea god, Lu Erlong's dragon flames inflicted no harm upon Bofeng. Director Lu Erlong, is this the extent of your flames? Lu Erlong smiled slightly, and with a flick of her wrist, the 1st soul ring illuminated. Is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate. The 1st soul skill. Flame Dragon Claw, manifested as her left hand transformed into a dragon's claw, adorned with ethereal blue flames. With a sweeping motion aimed at Bofeng, the dragon claw clashed against the trident. Truly, it was the horn of slaughter, in combat. Her demeanor was a stark contrast to the gentle and graceful image she had presented the day before. It was almost unbelievable that such melodious tones could emerge from Lu Erlong's lips. With each swing of the dragon claw, Bofeng distinctly felt the temperature shift around him. Lu Erlong's strength was formidable, leaving Bofeng little opportunity to counter. Conversely, every attack from Lu Erlong was deftly neutralized by Bofeng. The number of spectators from the academy continued to grow, astonished that their director could engage evenly with an opponent from the soul sect. This was merely an apparent one-on-one confrontation, relying solely on their skills. Lu Erlong had previously declared that she would only utilize her first 4 soul skills. And if Bofeng remained standing for the duration of a burning incense stick, he would have passed this trial. Half of the incense had already burned away. The battle raged on, and as Lu Erlong wiped the sweat from her brow, She pondered why her every assault was so skillfully evaded by Bofeng. With a hint of confusion, Lu Erlong inquired, "Could you enlighten me as to why you refrained from initiating an attack, choosing instead to evade?" "This battle lacks excitement." The wind rustled as the trident struck the ground, and with a smile, he elucidated, "We are merely engaging in a friendly exchange, merely skimming the surface. Furthermore, in the future, we shall all belong to the same academy. There is no need to exhaust ourselves in such a manner. We will inevitably cross paths frequently. As the dean, I hereby command you to initiate an attack. For the sake of our future students, I must ascertain your true combat prowess." Lu Erlong instructed firmly. To this, the wind responded repeatedly, "Are you truly certain? Enough with the pleasantries, let us proceed." Thus it began. "The wind of the waves has truly arrived." With that, the trident in Bofeng's hand transformed into a cascade of azure light and vanished. He became increasingly divine and noble, crowned with a diadem of the sea god that radiated a resplendent golden brilliance. Behind Bofeng, the ethereal figure of the sea god flickered in and out of view. In this moment, the souls of all present were subdued by an inexplicable force, including his rival, Lu Erlong. Far away, within a bustling marketplace, Qian Rinxue and Xiao Bai were taken aback. The sea god, Bofeng. Xiao Bai sensed that Bofeng had invoked the true power of the sea god, becoming a vessel for his essence. Could it be that he faced some peril? In the next instant, Xiao Bai's form swiftly vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue stood on the balcony of Bofeng's chamber, her expression grave as she gazed toward the source of the sea god's power, which emanated from the location of the Blue Tyrant Academy. A faint smile graced her lips. "Indeed, you have concealed something. The soul weapon is not merely the trident. Await your revelation, for I shall unearth the secrets that dwell within your heart." Simultaneously, Qian Rinxue continued her search for any significant information within the room. Chapter 47. A Blessed Offspring. Under the divine possession of the sea god, Bofeng was adorned in blue and gold satin, intricately etched with the undulating patterns of the ocean. The golden trident emblem upon his brow manifested, while the diadem of the sea god began to blossom, creating ripples that danced behind his head, enveloped in a halo of golden light that lingered in the air. Bofeng extended his left hand, and Lu Erlong realized that he had grown stronger. His aura had become increasingly enigmatic. Even his fire dragon martial spirit was utterly overwhelmed. "What exactly are you? Why has my martial spirit been?" With a serene smile, Bofeng declared, "If I win, I shall reveal it to you." "Very well. Prepare yourself." Second soul skill, Fiery Inferno. The second soul ring beneath Lu Erlong illuminated, and the dragon of flames behind him roared, unleashing a torrent of scorching heat that surged towards Bofeng with overwhelming force. With a gentle smile, Bofeng raised his right hand slowly, and in that moment, countless blue luminescent points flickered into existence, resembling tiny droplets suspended in the air. The second soul skill, Sea God's Protection. In an instant, those blue points surged toward Lu Erlong. The fiery heat waves she unleashed were directly crushed, transforming into white mist that gradually dissipated in midair. This was the true essence of Sea God's Protection, capable of nullifying all attacks while ensnaring the opponent. With the aid of the Sea God's diadem, the ocean's waves roared and surged tumultuously. In a heartbeat, the small droplets formed by the blue points had completely enveloped Lu Erlong. Bofeng gently clenched his hand, and beside Lu Erlong, the tiny droplets of water burst forth, continuously enveloping her in a torrent of seawater. In an instant, Lu Erlong found herself ensnared, the relentless waves threatening to suffocate her. In a moment of desperation, the fifth soul ring beneath her feet suddenly illuminated. In the instant the dark ring manifested, the water sphere encasing Lu Erlong erupted violently. As it shattered, she emerged drenched, her garments clinging to her exquisite form, accentuating her curves. For a fleeting moment, all the students were transfixed, their eyes wide, afraid to blink lest they miss such a captivating spectacle. It was well known that Dean Lu Erlong possessed an admirable physique, and at that moment, it was undeniably evident. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll be sure to gouge out your eyes." Lu Erlong's fierce declaration swiftly turned the heads of the onlookers, for she was not one to make idle threats. The waves receded as the crown of the sea god radiated brilliance, and the divine presence gradually dissipated. "Director Lu Erlong, you have succumbed. According to the established regulations, you employed the fifth soul skill, thereby violating the predetermined rules." A blue flame ignited around Lu Erlong, instantly drying his damp garments. With a sigh, he remarked, "This time, I underestimated my opponent. I did not anticipate that Boss Bo possessed such formidable prowess, hidden beneath the surface." with a smile that spoke volumes. Bofeng remained silent as Lu Erlong officially announced, from this moment forth, Bofeng shall assume the esteemed position of a teacher at the Blue Ba Advanced Soul Master Academy, alongside the role of the deputy director. The trials of the day had reached their conclusion, and Bofeng, in high spirits, found himself at home counting his earnings. So much so that his fingers nearly cramped from the task. Occasionally, he would emerge to impart wisdom, and soon, the name of Teacher Bo would surely resonate throughout the entirety of the Douluo Continent. What are you up to, Wind Brother? What is this all about? Just then, Xiaobai arrived, descending from the heavens in a most dramatic fashion. Bofeng explained, Sister Bai, nothing significant transpired. It was merely the director's directive for me to exert my utmost effort. In a moment of uncontrollable impulse, I inadvertently exceeded the limits. Xiaobai, with a resigned shake of her head, cautioned to be more careful next time. After all, we are in the city of Tiando, should our identities be revealed. The spirit hall would not take it lightly. Bofeng nodded in acknowledgement, while Lu Erlong gazed at the petite Bai beside him. Having previously visited the department store, she naturally recognized the figure accompanying Bofeng. Greetings, Boss Bai, she said. Bai turned her attention towards Lu Erlong and inquired, Are you the Dean of Lamba Academy? Indeed. I have seen you from afar during my visits to the department store, Lu Erlong replied. Bai scrutinized Lu Erlong for a moment before nodding appreciatively. Quite impressive. A level 78 battle soul saint at such a young age, your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. Thank you for your kind words, Boss Bai. Lu Erlong expressed her gratitude. Bai, tomorrow you will officially assume your position. Please do not be late. After bidding farewell to Lu Erlong, Bofeng nodded and departed from the place, following Xiaobai. Feng Di, Bai Jia has found you a good match. The breeze gently brushed against Bofeng's face. And with a resigned shake of his head, he remarked, Sister Bai, I am not anxious about my own affairs. Why are you more eager than my mother? He continued. You must understand that you are the future of our sea god island. I have nurtured you myself, and having offspring sooner would undoubtedly fortify our island even further. Xiaobai firmly grasped Bofeng's wrist to prevent him from fleeing once more. This time, you are not permitted to leave. I assure you. This charming individual will surely meet your expectations. Bofeng, with a face clouded in frustration, was swiftly dragged away by Xiaobai towards the department store. Meanwhile, in Bofeng's room, Qian Rushiwei searched diligently but found not a single hair. She detected no trace whatsoever. Before Bofeng's return, she meticulously restored everything in the room, concealing any signs of disturbance. She resolved that to truly understand Bofeng, she must remain close to him. Sister Bai, spare me. Impossible. Affection can be nurtured over time. You have 1 year to ensure that girl is with child. Kaze. Qian Ringshu. Oh my. This is the first time Kaze has uttered such strong language. Realizing that something is amiss, Qian Ringshu thinks it best to flee. If she truly is with child, the consequences would be dire. Qiandao Lu. I am quite looking forward to it. At that moment, the door swung open, and Qian Ringshu sat at the edge of the bed, her small hands clenched tightly, her heart racing with anxiety. This was her first encounter with Kaze in her true form. Xiaobai forcefully pulled Kaze into the room, and in an instant, as Bofeng gazed at Qian Rinshui seated upon the bed, he found himself momentarily stunned. This was not the Wang Shui he had encountered that very morning. Initially, he had merely cast a few lingering glances, unaware that he had been misunderstood by Bai Jia. Although Wang Shui possessed an extraordinary beauty, surpassing even that of his mother, Poseidon, Bofeng was not in the least inclined to entertain such thoughts and was preparing to flee. Just as he anticipated this maneuver, a radiant blue light emanated from Xiaobai's right hand, which then struck Bofeng's back. In an instant, Bofeng collapsed, and beneath the astonished gaze of Qian Rinshui, he slowly descended. When their lips met in an intimate embrace, Qian Rinshui was rendered utterly speechless. It was over. Her first kiss was lost. Qian Rinshui found herself pinned beneath Bofeng, their bodies pressed closely together, her mind a blank slate, while Bofeng's eyelids trembled, his thoughts racing with confusion. Xiaobai exclaimed with enthusiasm, Wow, how exhilarating. It seems you two are indeed a match made in heaven. I shall not interrupt further. May you soon be blessed with offspring. Chapter 48, Spring. In truth, Xiaobai had not departed, but was secretly observing through the crack of the door. Meanwhile, both Bofeng and Qian Rinshui were left in a state of utter bewilderment, their minds buzzing, still processing the bewildering events that had transpired, their lips lingering in close proximity. Bofeng's lips moved unconsciously, a sweet and exquisite sensation enveloping him. Qian Rengshu stared blankly, utterly unable to believe that such events had transpired today. Initially intending to gather information about Bofeng while simultaneously conquering him, she ultimately found herself the one at a loss. Not only did she suffer a setback, but she also unwittingly invested herself in the affair. The loss of her first kiss was a trivial matter compared to the prospect of marriage. Should her grandfather and she become aware of it, Bofeng would be in grave danger. Bofeng, I fear not, for I have my mother and father. I am invincible across the realm. Qian Rengshu was filled with trepidation, yet her heart was already in disarray. Outside, Xiaobai stifled a laugh, exclaiming, Feng Di. Oh, Feng Di. Allow me to lend you a hand. Without waiting for a response from the two, Xiaobai produced a small box, and at the moment she opened it, it revealed precisely the kind of powder they sought. Spring. Furthermore, it was of their own making, ensuring its quality. With a warranty for 7 days and a return policy. It was indeed an essential remedy for any outing. The powder, a delicate pink, was gently pinched between Xiaobai's fingers, which she cautiously blew into the air, colorless and odorless. It promised a night of 7 encounters, colloquially known as 7 times. It was rumored to have sold remarkably well on its launch day. All the gentlemen of the city were in attendance. As the powder filled the room, it shimmered, casting a rosy glow throughout the space. As Bofeng cast a glance around, he hastily rose to his feet, with lingering traces of a sweet aroma still at the corners of his mouth. However, the potency of the medicine was exceedingly strong, leaving his mind in a fog. Qian Renxue was similarly affected, her entire body engulfed in an overwhelming heat. And her gaze towards Bofeng grew increasingly infatuated. In that moment, Qian Renxue resembled an angel descending into the room, her alabaster skin veiled with a delicate blush, her slender wrist encircling Bofeng's waist. Subsequently, she took the initiative to kiss him. Although Bofeng expressed his refusal, his heart was filled with yearning. Observing this, Xiaobai chuckled softly, realizing that this mischievous lad had finally fallen into the trap. For a year, ever since Bofeng's general store had prospered, attracting countless patrons with its riches and coupled with his striking appearance, most of which he had inherited from Poseidon, he had garnered the attention of many noblewomen in the city, who had not hesitated to shower him with affection. Yet, to no avail, all of them had been dismissed by Bofeng. Indeed, he had sent them away. Seeing Bofeng, who had struggled to find a partner, Xiaobai was naturally anxious. Before departing the island, the high priest had explicitly instructed that this was a matter of utmost importance. Thus, this plan had been meticulously devised by Xiaobai over a considerable time. Everything was in place. They were merely awaiting Qian Renxue. It was truly serendipity that Qian Renxue, by concealing herself with a soul bone and adopting the guise of an ordinary woman, had made this possible. It is well known that Qian Renxue's beauty is eternally unparalleled. Consequently, Xiaobai had set his sights on her, ensuring that everything was firmly established, fearing that Qian Renxue might escape. Once the matter was settled, and a child was born, everything would naturally fall into place. Xiaobai gave Bofeng a thumbs up and quietly closed the door. Bofeng opened one eye, summoning the last remnants of strength in his body to catch a glimpse of the departing figure of Xiaobai, who wore a smile. Sister Bai? Sister Bai. In truth, one cannot blame Xiaobai, for it was she who nurtured Bofeng since his childhood. Poseidon serves as the chief deity of the island of the sea god, tirelessly attending to its affairs. At times, he becomes so engrossed in his duties that he vanishes for days on end. Consequently, the responsibility of caring for the young Bofeng naturally falls upon Xiaobai. Ostensibly, Bofeng refers to Xiaobai as sister, yet in a different light. Xiaobai assumes the role akin to that of a stepmother, who would wish for their son to marry and have children at an early age. Moreover, individuals in this world tend to mature quickly. It is no wonder that his mother, Poseidon, often urges him onward. After all, Bofeng was once a promising youth. However, when in Rome, one must adhere to local customs. Qian Renxue felt utterly numb. Her body resisted, yet the potency of Bofeng's self-made potion proved overwhelmingly effective. With a mixture of reluctance and acceptance, the two gradually succumbed to the situation. Xiaobai crouched outside the door, listening intently to the sounds emanating from within. A satisfied smile graced her lips, for the task entrusted to her by the chief deity had been flawlessly executed. The next step now rested upon Bofeng himself. Today, Xiaobai felt a sense of joy and instructed that no one was to disturb Bofeng, regardless of who might come. As the night deepened and spring nights grew intoxicating, Bofeng sat languidly in a corner of the room, while tears glistened in Qian Renxue's eyes. What on earth was happening? Fortunately, Just as the last hint of danger loomed, Bofeng swiftly utilized the crown of the sea god to dispel the effects of the potion, averting a critical final step. However, aside from that last step, everything else had progressed rather similarly. This was merely a small quantity of powder from Qizenlang. Had Xiaobai procured a larger amount initially, the results would have been exponentially more potent. One night could have yielded far more than just 7 times. Bofeng gazed at Qian Ruxue, curled up on the bed, her eyes devoid of light, silently shedding tears. I apologize. This time it was my fault, and I shall take responsibility for you. Qian Ruxue turned her gaze towards Bofeng, managing a bitter smile. Responsibility? Are you truly capable of bearing it? Do you have any idea of the troubles this will bring you? Troubles? The gentle breeze swayed as it settled beside Qian Ruxue. The events had transpired, and although the final warning from Qian Ruxue's piercing gaze lingered unspoken, it was no longer appropriate for Bofeng to broach the subject. The matter was now as solid as iron, and evading responsibility was not an option. May I inquire your name? He asked. Taking a deep breath, Qian Ruxue replied, Wang Shui. Bofeng nodded appreciatively. It was indeed a lovely name. As circumstances unfolded beyond Qian Ruxue's control, returning had become an impossibility. With Xueqinghe present in the palace, she could find solace in her current situation. The true identity of Bofeng is the sole aspect she cherishes. For an entire year, she has conversed with Bofeng under the guise of Xueqinghe. Having always maintained an air of mystery around this young man, her heart has long since designated him as her prey. As a competent hunter, the pursuit and conquest of her quarry is Qian Ruxue's mission. Now, the roles of the two have been reversed. In an unexpected twist, the valiant Bofeng has assumed the role of the hunter, while the once revered Qian Ruxue has become the prey. Their bond, though amicable, remains confined solely to the realms of Xueqinghe and Bofeng, rather than extending to the two of them. The events have transpired, though the final act remains unfulfilled. For Qian Ruxue, the prospect of marriage looms as her greatest inner turmoil. A woman's virtue holds paramount importance, especially for someone of her stature, a 6-winged angel embodying purity and sanctity. At present, Qian Ruxue casts a glance at Bofeng, letting out a resigned sigh. Perhaps it is worth exploring the possibilities. Who knows what might align? Chapter 49. Spouses, I must ask you. Qian Ruxue suddenly adopts a serious demeanor. Kaze no Kaze nodded slightly and asked, Are you truly prepared to take responsibility for me and commit to being together? Qian Ruxue inquired with a serious expression. Kazekage took a deep breath, and Zheng nodded, stating, I have made up my mind. Although this situation is not of my choosing, it has nonetheless come to pass. Though the warning in Qian Ruxue's gaze is evident, it is not entirely misplaced. I, Kazekage, am not a beast. I shall honor my word. Qian Ruxue nodded slightly and continued. I have many enemies from my childhood. If they were to discover my association with you, it could bring me harm. What would you do in that circumstance? Her inquiry was laced with caution, as she concealed her true identity, intending to use her adversaries to replace her future grandfather in this matter. Should they grasp the entirety of the situation, it was likely they would come seeking her. For Kazekage's safety, it was imperative that neither her grandfather nor he be made aware of this situation. Fortunately, Uncle Shi, being a close ally, would not divulge such information. Moreover, the presence of the esteemed Douluo by Kazekage's side only fortified Qian Ruxue's resolve. He was no ordinary individual. With unwavering determination, Boruto declared, I shall strike them down fiercely, ensuring that they cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon you, until they are utterly vanquished. Very well. Qian Ruxue nodded. Remember your promise to me today. From this moment forth, we are united as husband and wife. Bofeng. What? Are you unwilling? Qian Ruxue furrowed her brows as she gazed at Bofeng's reluctant expression. Kaze no Kaze hastily shook his head, exclaiming, No. It is merely that I suddenly have a wife, and such a beautiful one at that. I find it rather difficult to accept. It truly feels as though I am dreaming. Qian Ruxue smiled gently. May I inquire about your origins? Naruto gazed at Qian Ruxue, recalling his mother's admonition. The continent is vastly different from Sea God Island. Its waters are profoundly deep. If one does not completely trust another, one must refrain from revealing their true identity lest they invite unnecessary troubles. After much contemplation, Bofeng smiled and introduced himself. I am Bofeng, wielding the martial soul of a trident, a level 44 battle soul master hailing from an island on the outskirts of Hanhai City. My sister's name is Xiaobai, and I have a mother whom my sister has cared for since my childhood. It perplexes me that only upon arriving in Tiando City did I come to realize that my sister is, in fact, a titled Douluo. Upon hearing Bofeng's words, Qian Rengsha could only regard him with a mixture of skepticism and doubt. This morning, the power Bofeng displayed was on par with that of his six-winged angel, perhaps even surpassing it. Qian Rengsha asked earnestly, "Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" Kaze no Kaze hastily nodded. "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. We are indeed husband and wife. In the future, we shall walk hand in hand, and there is no need for deceit between us. A husband never lies to his wife," he vowed, "and a wife never deceives her husband," Qian Rinxue affirmed. Their gazes met, clear enough to discern one another's souls. Devoid of any ulterior motives, filled only with profound sincerity towards each other. In truth, both had been deceiving one another. Each acted with the other's best interests at heart. Qian Rinxue was concerned that her grandfather might suddenly arrive with ill intentions. The wind swept across the sea, casting a shadow of worry over the Isle of Poseidon, a place that the people of the mainland referred to as the Isle of Demons. Furthermore, Bofeng harbored a deep-seated fear of Wang Shui. If the spirit hall were to uncover his true identity, the consequences for Wang Shui would be dire. Although it was their first encounter in appearance, it was a different story altogether, for they had known each other for a year since Qian Rinxue was still known as Shui Qinghe. During this time, they had shared their innermost thoughts on numerous occasions. Otherwise, Qian Rinxue would not have accepted Bofeng so readily, after a year. It is only natural for one to develop feelings. Upon finishing their conversation, they exchanged a knowing smile and embraced each other tightly. The night was destined to be long. As Bofeng held Qian Rinxue close, they lay on the bed, finding themselves unable to drift into slumber. Both Bofeng and Qian Rinxue were in considerable discomfort. Although the effects of the medicine had dissipated, its residual potency still lingered. "Sister-by, I truly have the misfortune of having such a sister," Bofeng lamented. Qian Rinxue's complexion flushed slightly. "Darling, please refrain from complaining. Your sister is only looking out for your best interests. Otherwise, we wouldn't have spent such a quiet night." Early the next morning, Bofeng rose particularly early to prepare for his duties at Lamba Academy. "Feng, how did everything go last night?" Xiaobai suddenly appeared from nowhere, inquiring about the events of the previous evening. Bofeng found himself at a loss regarding his sister, unsure of how to articulate his feelings in this moment. All he could do was give a silent thumbs up and quietly move aside to partake in his breakfast. Meanwhile, Xiaobai, undeterred, sat beside Bofeng and inquired once more. "What is the status between his siblings and that Wang Shui?" Amidst the inquiries posed by the innocent Xiaobai, Bofeng found himself at a crossroads. If silence were to prevail, Wang Shui would inevitably speak up. "It is resolved. Everything has been accomplished. Sister-by, you must be pleased now. In truth, only the final step remained, while the rest was already set in stone." Upon hearing these words, Xiaobai's heart blossomed with joy. Her astute younger brother, who had never before succumbed to her calculations, was now at her mercy, and the thought exhilarated her. At that moment, Qian Rinxue descended, her gaze landing upon Xiaobai once more. Following her line of sight, Xiaobai wore a subtle smile, fully aware that everything unfolded as she had anticipated. Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed with warmth as she leisurely approached Xiaobai's side. "Sister-in-law, please take a seat. From this day forth, we shall be a family." Xiaobai promptly urged Qian Rinxue to sit, then declared, "Should anyone dare to bully you in the future, simply invoke Sister-bai's name, and let us see who would be bold enough to offend you. And you, Feng Di, be sure to treat Xiaoshui with greater kindness. Let us strive to welcome a chubby little one into the world by next year." Ahem, ahem. Bofeng wiped his mouth with a tissue and hurriedly said, "Well, Sister-bai, I must head to the academy now. Today marks my first day at work, and I absolutely cannot afford to be late. I shall take my leave." With that, Bofeng swiftly departed, fearful that Xiaobai might bring up unnecessary matters. Once Bofeng had vanished from sight, Xiaobai placed her hands on her hips and sighed. This mischievous lad. Even after starting a family, he doesn't remember his elder sister. If it weren't for me. Meanwhile, Qian Ruxue leisurely enjoyed her breakfast, needing to acclimate to her new surroundings. Xiaobai, with her innocent and kind-hearted nature, treated everyone well. Aside from a hint of cunning, she harbored no significant flaws. Chapter 50, The Arrival of My Wife Today. Bofeng officially commenced his role as a teacher and director at Douluo Academy. As he entered the academy gates, a steady stream of students made their way inside, greeting Bofeng one by one. They had all witnessed his combat prowess and performance the previous day. Moreover, he was the director, primarily responsible for overseeing the students. Bofeng greeted with a smile and then proceeded to the office prepared by the academy. In the bustling shop, after having breakfast, Qian Rengsha found herself alone in Bofeng's room. Xiaobai was occupied with the shop's affairs, as the goods from Hahai City had just arrived, necessitating her to organize and distribute them across Douluo Continent. Observing the immaculately tidy room, Qian Ringshu felt a sense of ennui being there alone. Just yesterday, she had been Shui Qinghe, yet today, she found herself embodying the role of a devoted wife. The remnants of anxiety lingered. She had yet to fully acclimate to this new identity. During her year of interaction with Bofeng under the guise of Shui Qinghe, a flicker of affection had blossomed within her heart, which explained her swift acceptance of him. Rather than languish in solitude, she thought it more prudent to visit Lamba Academy to seek out Bofeng and perhaps uncover some valuable insights. Resolute in her decision, she exited her room and descended the staircase, observing Xiaobai instructing the staff amidst the bustling shop, where a line of carriages awaited to transport the goods to various locations. "Sister," Qian Ringshu called out. Xiaobai turned, and upon recognizing her sister-in-law, responded with a warm smile, "Sister, why are you here instead of staying in your room?" Xiaobai was quite pleased with her sister-in-law and would not allow Qian Ringshu to touch anything. Her primary role was to bear children. "Sister, I intend to visit Lamba Academy." "Lamba Academy?" Xiaobai quickly grasped the implication and chuckled. "Are you perhaps missing Brother Phone?" Qian Ringshu blushed and nodded. Go on. Go on. It just so happens that my younger brother is teaching at the academy, and he has been quite idle at the shop, spending most of his time either training or training. I, as the elder sister, have been handling most of the affairs this past year." Xiaobai sighed, rubbing her aching temples. "What can I say? I raised her, after all." With Xiaobai's consent, Qian Ringshu set off alone. During her departure, Xiaobai contemplated sending a few individuals for Qian Ringshu's protection but was turned down. The shop was bustling, and fewer hands would mean increased workload. Being a spirit master herself, she felt reassured that no one in Tiando City would dare to harm Qian Ringshu. Once outside the shop, Qian Ringshu made her way towards Lamba Academy, which was not far and would take only a brief walk to reach. Wearing a veil to conceal her extraordinary beauty, she sought to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. After ensuring her surroundings were safe, she arrived at a concealed location, a secret stronghold arranged by the Spirit Hall, known to few. "Uncle Shi, you have arrived," Qian Ringshu said as she removed her veil. The elder with the snake spear inquired, "Young master, how goes the mission?" Qian Ringshu nodded. "I have successfully infiltrated the department store, and..." The elder pressed, "What of your marriage?" "I have wed Bofeng. I am now his wife." The elder gasped in astonishment. "Young master, could it be that you have already?" Qian Ringshu nodded silently, and upon receiving his response, the elder with the snake spear let out a long sigh. "Young master, how am I to account to the Grand Offering and His Holiness the Pope? Protecting Qian Ringshu is his duty. However, now she is wed a stranger. As the heir of the Spirit Hall, her status is noble and unique, not easily matched by an ordinary individual. In the elder's eyes, Bofeng is merely a merchant, reeking of the scent of trade. How could he possibly be worthy of her? Bofeng, reveal my true identity, and I shall frighten you." Qian Ringshu smiled bitterly and shook her head, saying, "Uncle Shi, I hope you can keep this confidential. Please do not utter a word to grandfather or her, otherwise, Bofeng will." The elder replied helplessly, "Young master, even if I remain silent, His Holiness the Pope and the Grand Offering will inevitably discover the truth. With their capabilities, uncovering the reality of the situation is child's play." Bofeng is accompanied by a titled Douluo, and within the Spirit Hall, only 3 possess a soul ring of 100,000 years. Qian Ringshu remarked, "In other words, aside from grandfather, elder Genie, and her, no one else could possibly contend with Sister Bai." She then inquired, "Tell me, Uncle Shi, are you a match for Sister Bai?" The elder decisively shook his head. The difference between an ordinary title Douluo and one with 100,000-year soul ring is like heaven and earth. "Good morning." Bofeng, oblivious to the passage of time, arrived at the well-prepared office, a spacious room exceeding 100 square meters. It was equipped with every conceivable amenity, and Bofeng settled into a chair. Upon the desk lay the schedule for the week, and this afternoon, he had a class to conduct. As he flipped through the textbooks, he diligently prepared for the lesson ahead, the sound of pen on paper creating a rhythmic backdrop to his thoughts. With a leisurely morning at his disposal, Bofeng perused all information pertaining to the Blue Tyrant Academy. By day, he instructed students, and by night, he returned home to his wife, leading a truly fulfilling life. In his single days, he had been indifferent to the persistent nudges from Xiaobai and Poseidon, who had urged him to pursue a romantic relationship. Consequently, Xiaobai had devised a scheme that nearly brought the two to a point of intimacy. They had seen each other entirely, engaging in every act, save for the final step. The sensation was unmistakably palpable. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rapping on the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in, he called out, and a student entered. What brings you here? Director, your wife has arrived. Oh, what did you say? Who is here? Bofeng repeated, incredulously. Your wife is waiting at the academy entrance. Before the student could finish, Bofeng vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Qian Rengshu, veiled, awaited at the academy's entrance. Despite her concealed beauty, her graceful figure sparked considerable intrigue among the onlookers, who whispered amongst themselves, speculating on the fortunate soul who had won her heart. Not far away, Bofeng's silhouette drew closer. Qian Rengshu smiled as she approached him. What brings you here? With a smile, Qian Rengshu replied, I thought of you and came. Are you not pleased to see me? Of course not. Come in quickly, it's rather chilly outside. Bofeng then took Qian Rengshu's hand, leading her into the academy. Their presence attracted the attention of numerous students, astonished to discover that the young Bofeng had taken a wife. And one so beautiful, with an air of mystery lingering beneath her veil. Chapter 51. Departure to Soto City, the lair of the human-faced demon spider. Qian Rengshu followed Bofeng into the office. Did you come alone? Where is Sister Bai? Sister Bai is busy arranging quotas to be sent to various shops across Douluo Continent. The stores are bustling at the moment. I wanted to help, but Sister Bai wouldn't let me, insisting that my task is. As she spoke, Qian Rengshu's cheeks flushed with color. To bear children, Bofeng interjected. Instantly, Qian Rengshu shot him a reproachful glance, her face a deeper shade of crimson. Bofeng smiled silently. And this matter had been reiterated by countless times. Over time, Bofeng had become somewhat numb to it. Days passed by, and during these 2 months of companionship, Qian Rengshu had completely integrated into this family. By day, Bofeng taught classes, and by night, he returned to accompany Qian Rengshu. Life was indeed quite pleasant. On one particular night, Bofeng sat in his room, gazing at the paper in his hand, suddenly falling into a profound silence. Indeed, Poseidon had written a letter, urging him. The letter read, My son, I heard from Xiaobai that you have taken a wife, and she is rather beautiful, though I do not approve of Xiaobai's methods. It suffices that she can bear children. To deal with you, such measures are necessary. Bofeng's countenance darkened. After all, it was his own mother who favored little Bai over him. The contents of the letter continued. You were given 1 year's time. Hasten to provide your mother with a grandson. Ever since your father departed, I have been left alone on Sea God Island, and I am nearly rusting away from solitude. Hurry and produce an heir, for if there is no progress within a year, do not blame me for personally journeying to the mainland to oversee your affairs. After reading the letter, Bofeng sighed deeply. He was not anxious, yet his mother was in a state of urgency. After incinerating the letter, he picked up another stack of papers. In his hands was the next batch of quotas destined for Soto City, requiring his personal signature for confirmation. The past 2 months had passed swiftly. Ning Rongrong had already departed for Shrek Academy, and by now, she was likely undergoing the master's rigorous training. It seemed a personal visit was in order, Bofeng murmured. My dear, what troubles you? You seem so distressed, came the voice of Qian Rengshu, who approached in her nightclothes. Her hair still damp. What else could be the source of my troubles? It is merely my mother's insistence, he replied. If there is still no sign from you, it is quite possible that she will come to the mainland herself. She is a woman of her word, and that would indeed be troublesome. He gently shook his head, dismissing the concern. It's nothing. I've already arranged for some time off and intend to visit Soto City. Would you care to join me for a stroll? Soto City? What purpose do you have for going there? Qian Rengshu inquired, puzzled. If I recall correctly, it is merely a small town, lacking the splendor of Tiando City. Kaze no Kaze inquired with a playful tone. Do you not find it rather dull to remain here for so long? Qian Rengshu silently nodded in response. Little did he know, she had been dwelling here for countless years, previously assuming the role of Shuechenghe. Now, having wed, her days with Kaze no Kaze were quite comfortable, and she could occasionally venture out for a stroll. Just moments ago, a letter from her mother had arrived. Oh, Qian Rengshu asked, what did my mother's letter say? Naruto, with a mischievous grin, suggested, let us hasten to add a little one. Upon hearing his words, Qian Renshu's face instantly flushed with color as she swiftly burrowed into the blankets. Bofeng smiled wryly. It had only been half a month since their marriage, and they had already consummated their union. Yet, there was no sign of a pregnancy. Who could they blame? It was merely the first month. How could one expect such swift knowledge? Consequently, the next day, Bofeng and Qian Rengshu boarded a carriage bound for Suatua City. After taking leave from the Blue Bulwark Academy, They bid farewell to Xiaobai. With the necessary items for the shops in Douluo City, the caravan set forth from the city in grand fashion. Unbeknownst to them, the elder with the serpent spear had been following closely. The timeline between Qian Wanque and Bofeng remained a mystery to Qi Douluo, who was still in the dark. The journey was long, and the carriage inevitably jostled. Inside, Bofeng and Qian Wanque leaned against each other. The trip from Tiando City to Douluo City would take at least 2 days. Enduring the elements, both Bofeng and Qian Wanque, as soul masters, were equipped to withstand the hardships. Additionally, the crew tasked with transporting goods were originally members of the Purple Pearl pirate group, meaning that Bofeng led a company of soul masters on this journey. The sheer volume of the cargo was valued at over several 100,000 gold soul coins. They continued onward until the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the landscape. Naruto instructed everyone to rest in place, as they found themselves amidst a dense forest, seldom traversed by souls or spirit masters. The group dismounted from the carriage, promptly commencing to gather materials from their surroundings to prepare a meal. As Bofeng and Qian Rinxue sat in the carriage, gazing at the map in their hands, they had already departed from the city of Tiando. With just another day's journey ahead, they would reach the city of Douluo. This forest bordered the Stardow Forest and was situated on the outskirts, where soul beasts were scarce. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Bofeng and Qian Rinxue finished their meal and prepared to return to the carriage for rest. At that moment, an inexplicable sound emanated from the depths of the forest. The air was thick with a faint purple mist, causing several of their companions to feel dizzy and even experience nausea. Toxic. Bofeng hurriedly shielded Qian Rinxue as a multitude of crimson eyes emerged from the depths of the forest. Their numbers were overwhelming, each creature boasting a body diameter exceeding 3 meters. These grotesque arachnids, with 8 elongated, spear-like legs surpassing 3 meters in length, were clad in a glossy black exoskeleton. The slender tips of their legs silently pierced the ground with each step, revealing their sharpness. The human-faced demon spider, Bofeng exclaimed. Why are there so many of them? After a brief count, Bofeng estimated that there were no fewer than dozens of the man-faced demon spiders present, each of which was at least 3,000 years old. Could it be that they had stumbled upon their lair? Shui, I will hold them off. You must flee at once, Bofeng urged. Qian Rinxue immediately grasped Bofeng's arm, expressing her discontent. What foolish words are you uttering? As husband and wife, we should share both joy and hardship. They may be numerous, but do not forget that we are all soul masters here. Furthermore, the elder with the serpent spear is nearby. For the sake of our young master's safety, he will intervene at any moment. Naruto surveyed his surroundings. The battle had yet to commence. Yet his comrades appeared to be afflicted by poison. Their faces were a ghastly shade of purple and green, and before the fight had even begun, nearly half of them had already lost their capacity to combat. Boss, what shall we do? Let us confront these beasts. We are all soul masters. Should we truly fear them? Let us fight. Let us fight. Wave Wind waved his hand, and the crowd immediately fell into silence. Before him, a grotesque creature loomed, a human-faced demon spider, its body exceeding 8 meters in length, with repulsive viscous drool dripping from its maw. I had encountered descriptions of this creature in the archives of Shrek Academy. This was no mere human-faced demon spider. It was, in fact, the human-faced spider monarch. Bofeng's expression grew solemn as he remarked, at least 70,000 years of cultivation. This could spell disaster. Chapter 52. Solo Battle Against the Demon Spider. The True Identity of Bofeng. Before him stood the colossal human-faced Spider Emperor. Even with her own efforts, Qian Rinxue realized she would undoubtedly face considerable difficulties. Uncle Shi should be nearby. Yet, with her husband present, would Uncle Shi intervene? As time slowly passed, the swarm of human-faced demon spiders watched them with predatory intent. They were not only focused on the individuals before them, but also the cargo they had brought. This batch consisted primarily of dried goods and jerky, and the demon spiders must have been drawn by the enticing aroma. The sheer number of demon spiders sent shivers down Bofeng's spine. At this juncture, they could not afford to abandon the cargo, nor could they allow harm to befall themselves. Prior to marrying Qian Rinxue, Bofeng had confessed that he would never lie to her. Now, however, there was no room for hesitation. Take my wife and flee. I will hold them off. With that, Bofeng's soul rings glowed beneath his feet, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Not far away, the serpent spear elder was taken aback, exclaiming, 100 years. 2,000 years. 1 10,000 year. How did he accomplish this? Throughout the past 2 months, the Serpent Spear Elder had been vigilantly protecting Qianren Shui's safety while quietly observing Bofeng. Unfortunately, Bofeng's enigmatic nature made it difficult to glean the full extent of his capabilities. Now, witnessing the 4 soul rings beneath Bofeng, he resolved to ensure the safety of both Qianren Shui and Bofeng. Previously perplexed by his young master's choice to marry an ordinary man, he now recognized Bofeng as a genius. First soul skill, Spear of the Sea. A trident, adorned with shimmering blue lights, was cast by Bofeng, landing precisely in the most vulnerable area of defense. With a series of shrill cries, 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spiders were obliterated, despite their formidable exoskeletons. The trident was a weapon of the sea god. While it may not have been as powerful as the genuine one from Sea God Island, it was more than sufficient to deal with the human-faced demon spiders. Take my wife and hurry. Follow that path and do not look back, Bofeng commanded. With that, he released a blue orb of light from his right hand, enveloping Qianren Shui and everyone present in the gentle power of the ocean. Breaking through the encirclement of the human-faced spiders, the human-faced spider emperor, infuriated, uttered incomprehensible words as a third of the demon spiders pursued them, watching Bofeng grow increasingly distant. Qianren Shui's eyes brimmed with tears. No matter how fervently she called out, the ocean's power carried them far away, without any concerns weighing him down. Bofeng resolved to unleash his true strength. Sea God, manifest! The ethereal visage of the sea god appeared behind him. As the sea god's crown began to radiate a golden aura, draped in a blue and gold robe, the sound of crashing waves echoed as if summoned by his presence. With the trident firmly grasped in his hand, Wave Wind stood proudly, resembling a deity of the sea descended upon the earth, not far atop the precipice. The Serpent Spear Elder nodded in approval. This Wave Wind was indeed commendable. In a moment of peril, he had facilitated the escape of the young master, bravely confronting the swarm of man-faced demon spiders alone. Among them was the formidable 70,000-year-old man-faced Spider Queen, a foe that would require considerable effort to vanquish, even for him. At present, the young master was of utmost importance, and thus the Serpent Spear Elder set forth, prioritizing the rescue of the young master before attending to Wave Wind. After ensuring the safe departure of Qianren Shui, the man-faced demon spiders launched their assault on Wave Wind. They brandished their thick spider spears, thrusting them menacingly towards him. From their mouths, they incessantly spewed forth pale purple webs, faintly exuding a sweet, yet acrid scent. These webs were laden with potent toxins, capable of inducing paralysis. With his trident in hand, Bofeng swings it with each strike, accompanied by splashes of deep purple blood, the lifeblood of the man-faced demon spider. Severed limbs and dismembered legs of these creatures are strewn about, and within a mere moment, they find themselves maimed and crippled. Some have had all 8 legs severed, leaving only their heads and bodies helplessly thrashing upon the ground. Bofeng wielded a trident, liberating them from peril. In solitary combat, he had never known defeat. His mastery of the trident was nothing short of extraordinary. Especially in the state of divine possession by the sea god, these monstrous spiders could inflict him no harm whatsoever. Meanwhile, Qianren Shui and her companions were safely relocated. All the companions lay unconscious, while Qianren Shui, feeling disoriented, rose to survey her unfamiliar surroundings, realizing she had indeed escaped danger. Oh no, my husband is still fighting. I must return. Armed with the sword of angels and with golden angelic wings unfurling from her back, Qianren Shui resolved to assist Bofeng. Just then, a horde of human-faced spiders surged forth, numbering more than a dozen, one being a millennium old while the rest were merely 1,000 years old. As they launched their assault, a serpentine spear descended from the heavens, its shockwave obliterating several nearby human-faced spiders, leaving them lifeless. Uncle Shi. The elder wielding the serpentine spear appeared before Qianren Shui, brandishing his weapon, as his soul rings illuminated 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black. A title Douluo. The serpentine spear Douluo transformed into a figure of golden lightning. In the blink of an eye, the swarm of spiders was annihilated. Young master, are you unharmed? Qianren Shui shook her head, urgency in her voice. I'm fine, Uncle Shi. You must hurry and save him. I cannot be without Bofeng. The serpentine spear Douluo replied, Young master. For the moment, Bofeng is in no grave danger. Why? Qianren Shui asked, puzzled. Before I arrived, I took the liberty to observe Bofeng. I discovered that his skills surpass even mine. When he wields the trident, not only is his speed remarkable, but his strength and precision in every movement are impeccable. The serpentine spear Douluo remarked in admiration. For the time being, Bofeng should be just fine. Furthermore, his martial soul is not the trident, but a person. A person? Qianren Shui inquired. Uncle Shi, what does that person look like? The serpentine spear Douluo gently shook his head. I could not see clearly. I merely overheard Bofeng utter a phrase. The sea god possesses me. It can only be the sea god. Qian Rengsha murmured. The sea god. The sea god. The sea god island. The sea god island. The serpentine spear Douluo nodded, recalling, in our battle years ago, we suffered tremendous losses. And it is highly probable that Bofeng hails from there. Otherwise, he could not possibly have a title Douluo accompanying him. Moreover, Bofeng's martial soul must indeed be the sea god. Do you remember, young master, the great offering that united with Tangshan to battle the sea god Douluo Poseidon? Qian Rengsha nodded. Of course I remember. Back then, my grandfather and the leader of the Haotian sect, Tangshan, together could not defeat Poseidon. Bofeng. Poseidon. Bofeng. Poseidon. Qian Rengshu's eyes were filled with astonishment as she exclaimed, the sea god martial soul, bearing the same surname as Poseidon. Could he possibly be the son of the sea god Douluo Poseidon? The elder with the serpent spear displayed a look of terror and remarked, it appears that this is the only plausible explanation. He must indeed be the son of the sea god Douluo Poseidon. Chapter 53. The Sea God's Tremor. External soulbone, what a terrifying backdrop. It is no wonder they could establish a connection with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Young master. This matter is of great significance. The Sea God Island is our sworn enemy, he warned. Qian Rengshu sighed with a bitter smile. Let us not inform grandfather for now. As of this moment, I am his wife, regardless of whether he hails from Sea God Island or is indeed the son of the sea god Douluo Poseidon. From beginning to end, I have been his wife. Let us treat this matter as if it never occurred. Uncle Shi nodded with a knowing smile, indicating that he would keep this matter confidential. Just as the two were about to set off to rescue Bofeng, the pitch-black night sky was suddenly illuminated by a radiant blue-golden light, causing Qian Rengshu and the serpent spear Douluo to gaze in wonder. They were astonished to discover. In midair stands Bofeng, wielding a trident that radiates a brilliant golden glow. The formidable aura he exudes causes the serpent spear Douluo's martial spirit to tremble slightly, signifying a sense of submission. Adorning his forehead is the sea god's crown, emanating a dazzling golden halo. At this moment, Qian Rengshu is certain that Bofeng must be the son of the sea god Douluo Poseidon. Where there is a mother, there is a son. A smile almost escapes her lips as she recalls her grandfather's words from years past, when he pursued Poseidon alongside Tangshan, only to be rejected. Suddenly, her expression shifts dramatically. Tangshan, gazing up at Bofeng's silhouette, she exclaims, my husband, how many secrets do you harbor within your heart? If your father truly is Tangshan, then our destinies are irreversibly intertwined with the Spirit Hall. As the heir of the Spirit Hall, she finds herself wed to the son of Poseidon. Qian Rengshu is astutely aware that this is all perhaps a cruel twist of fate. Her grandfather's pursuit of Bofeng's mother ended in failure, and now? She has unwittingly married him. How absurd. The Spirit Hall, Sea God Island, and the Haotian sect are sworn enemies, and now our union may very well ignite the flames of conflict among them. On this side of the battlefield, the ground lay strewn with severed limbs and lifeless bodies, the number of slain by the man-faced spiders beyond reckoning. Even the man-faced Spider King, at this moment, bore the marks of numerous wounds, under the influence of the sea god's crown and the divine radiance it emitted. The man-faced Spider King ultimately succumbed to the might of Bofeng. With a flourish, he unleashed his fourth soul skill, Sea God's Thunder. This spear, infused with the very essence of the ocean's power, surged forth like tempestuous waves, the golden trident soaring through the air, interwoven with bolts of golden lightning. The man-faced Spider King, along with the remaining man-faced spiders, transformed into a cascade of violet light, gradually dissipating from sight. With the battle reaching its conclusion, Bofeng gently descended to the ground, retracting his sea god martial spirit. In the space where the man-faced Spider King had vanished, two objects floated in midair. Upon arriving at the location where the Spider Queen vanished, Bofeng discovered the presence of soul bones. Moreover, there were two pieces, each a staggering 70,000 years old, of considerable worth. My dear. Not far away, Qian Rengshu rushed over and collapsed into Bofeng's embrace, weeping softly. You terrified me. I thought you were. Qian Rengshu lightly struck Bofeng's chest. Bofeng gently tousled Qian Rengshu's hair, indulging her. I assure you, it's nothing serious. The human-faced Spider King and the human-faced Demon Spider have both perished, leaving behind two soul bones of considerable value. You should take them. Qian Rengshu promptly shook her head, insisting. No, these soul bones are unsuitable for me. They are better left to you. In truth, Qian Rengshu had already acquired a set of soul bones passed down through her family, known as the angelic divine armor. Seeing her steadfastness, Bofeng relented and decided to seize the opportunity to find a secluded spot, where he sat cross-legged to begin absorbing the 2 soul bones. Gradually, several comrades returned, confirming that Bofeng had thoroughly vanquished the human-faced demon spider horde. The 2 soul bones were extraordinarily potent. One was the left leg bone of the 70,000-year-old human-faced spider king, while the other was rather peculiar. During the absorption process, it subtly adhered to Bofeng's back. Could it be a vertebra? That seemed implausible. The sea god crown emanated a divine light, enveloping Bofeng. Under its radiance, the relentless hatred of the human-faced spider king dissipated without a trace. Qian Rengshu sat nearby, observing Bofeng as he silently absorbed the soul bones, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. If he were to learn of his true identity in the future, what would he think? At that moment, Qian Rengshu suddenly covered her mouth, feeling an inexplicable urge to vomit. She hastily retreated to a concealed spot and retched for a considerable time, yet nothing emerged. This was a novel experience for her. Perhaps it was merely a result of travel fatigue. Awakening in the morning, she found the sun shining brightly and the forest air refreshingly crisp. As the gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, Wave Breeze gradually awakened, having fully absorbed 2 soul bones. With the blessing of the sea goddess light, there was no need to fret over the resentment harbored by the soul beasts during the absorption process. Suddenly, a tingling sensation arose from behind. The sharp, crystalline sound instantly captured the attention of the companions. Qian Rinxue rubbed her drowsy eyes, and upon witnessing Wave Breeze in such a state, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 8 spider legs unfurled from behind Wave Breeze, with the spider spear exhibiting a purplish-black hue, its sharp tip glimmering ominously with a chilling light. My love, how could this be? The winds of uncertainty swirled. He began to attempt to unleash the spider spear behind him, only to his astonishment, discover that the spear resonated with his innermost thoughts, moving in accordance with the desires of the tumultuous breeze. An external soul bone. Ha ha! With laughter echoing in the air, Bofeng was taken aback to discover that this human-faced spider emperor had yielded not 1, but 2 soul bones. One was a left leg bone, while the other was an external soul bone, a stroke of extraordinary fortune. An external soul bone? Its worth is comparable to that of a 10,000-year soul ring. And in the entire realm of soul masters, those who possess an external soul bone can be counted on one hand. After some contemplation, it became clear that this was indeed an external soul bone. Having absorbed both soul bones, Bofeng's strength significantly increased. However, Qian Rengshu was filled with trepidation. His newfound power could complicate future relations with the spirit hall. That unsettling sensation returned. Qian Rengshu covered her mouth, succumbing to another wave of nausea. Though it was merely dry heaving, with little more than discomfort to show for it, the wind swiftly retracted his spider spear, hurriedly assisting Qian Rinxue. His face etched with concern. What has happened to you? Why did you suddenly vomit? Could it be motion sickness? We are all soul masters. I have traveled by carriage before, and it is hardly possible to suffer from such ailments. This condition had, in truth, manifested last night, and I had been perplexed. Unable to discern the cause, Qian Rinxue remarked, bewildered. In an instant, it seems that Kazekage has come to some understanding. Well, could it be that Kazekage is hesitant to confront his own feelings? Has he realized something? What could it possibly be? Qian Rinxue inquired. Surely, I cannot be the one to discern the truth, as Qian Rinxue gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. Bofeng nodded absent-mindedly. The atmosphere was remarkably tranquil. Qian Rinxue and Bofeng exchanged glances for an extended period, a clear indication of pregnancy. Although it was their first experience, no one dared to assert that it was a certainty. Thus, Bofeng promptly assisted Qian Rinxue, carefully guiding her into the carriage, intending to conduct a thorough examination upon their arrival in Soto City. Chapter 54. A New Beginning After a Day of Laborious Travel. Bofeng has always taken great care to protect Qian Rinxue, regardless of whether she is expecting. He is resolute in his commitment to ensure her safety. For no one shall ever harm her. They have now arrived at Soto City. Upon entering the Soto City department store, Bofeng's first course of action is to take Qian Rinxue for a medical examination. How is it? Bofeng inquires, suppressing his inner excitement. Simultaneously, Qian Rinxue feels a wave of anxiety. It is her first experience of motherhood, after all. The doctor, with a smile, graciously congratulates them. Congratulations. Your wife is already over a month pregnant. You must proceed with utmost caution. Upon hearing this, Qian Ruxue and Bofeng exchange a glance, and she exclaims in astonishment, "Oh my, it is truly happening." Bofeng is filled with excitement, while Qian Ringshu is engulfed in distress. What troubles her? To her astonishment, she has become a mother, a revelation that will undoubtedly reveal her identity as the heir of the Spirit Hall. If Bofeng were to discover this, what chaos would ensue? With elation in his heart, Bofeng was pleasantly surprised to receive a letter from his mother just days ago, and today, it seemed that his dreams had come to fruition, alleviating him of any previous worries. Without hesitation, he assisted Qian Ruxue and began to stroll toward the department store. Kazuki appeared exceedingly cautious, genuinely fearing any unforeseen mishaps. The streets basked in brilliant sunlight, yet the number of pedestrians was sparse, a stark contrast to the bustling vibrancy of Tiando City. "All right, I can walk on my own." Qian Ringshu immediately expressed her displeasure. Bofeng remained exceedingly cautious. It had only been a month, and there was no need for such trepidation. Both he and his companion were soul masters, their physical prowess far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. One must not be careless from this moment onward. "You must remain by my side, not straying an inch. This child is destined for greatness. The offspring of a wielder of the six-winged angel and one who possesses the sea goddess martial spirit, compounded by Bofeng's own Haotian hammer. This child represents the future of Sea God Island, Spirit Hall." On the street, a group of individuals sprinting with bamboo baskets caught Bofeng's attention. Within those baskets lay colossal stones, and the 7 of them were drenched in sweat, enduring the scorching sun as they ran. Among them were 4 men and 3 women, one of whom looked strikingly familiar to Bofeng. Was that not Ning Rongrong? The little sorceress. "Who is it?" Ning Rongrong abruptly halted, her expression one of indignation as she scanned her surroundings. The other 6 also came to a stop, functioning as a cohesive unit, their successes and failures intertwined. A lesson imparted by their master. "Over here." "Hi." Bofeng greeted them. The 7 turned their gaze towards him, encountering an unfamiliar face. "Brother Bofeng," Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. "What brings you here?" Upon recognizing each other, the group relaxed their guard. "And who might this be?" inquired a robust blond man. "Allow me to introduce, this is Bofeng, the proprietor of a general store and a friend of our 7-treasure glazed tile school," Ning Rongrong introduced. "Boss Bofeng." They chorused in unison. The name of Bofeng has long resonated throughout the entirety of the Douluo Continent. His establishments are ubiquitous, stretching to every nook and cranny, and within just a year, he has ascended to the pinnacle of wealth, becoming the foremost tycoon on the continent. Even the emperors of the 2 great empires must regard him with deference. Firstly, Xiaobai, a titled Douluo, serves as a formidable deterrent. Secondly, Bofeng holds the lifeblood of the continent in his hands. In other words, a vast majority of the populace on Douluo cannot extricate themselves from the goods provided by Bofeng, much like one cannot forego food. As the adage goes, seeing is believing, and thus, everyone hurriedly exchanged greetings. "Boss Bo, greetings. I am Dai Mubai," announced the golden-haired gentleman. "My surname is Dai." The wind wave chuckled. "I understand. If the opportunity arises, please extend my regards to your father. The last time we met was half a year ago. I shall certainly trouble you again when time permits." Dai Mubai promptly shook hands with the wind wave and eagerly replied, "Absolutely." Following this, the others proceeded with their introductions: Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Xing, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Notably, Windwave took a moment to scrutinize Tang San and Xiao Wu. This is his grandson. One wonders how Tang San would feel upon discovering his true identity. As for Xiao Wu, she is the sole beast known as the soft-bone rabbit, who has existed for 100,000 years. The presence of Bofeng is not that of a titled Douluo. One cannot discern it at first glance. If Sister Bai were here, she would undoubtedly recognize him instantly. Tang San, perplexed, pondered why, despite this being their first encounter, he felt an oddity in Bo's gaze. Moreover, for reasons unknown, the hammer in his left hand trembled slightly, resonating with his martial soul. This Bo is no ordinary individual. He has gained renown throughout the Douluo Continent at such a young age, and his prowess is truly remarkable. "Brother Bo, what brings you here? Could it be that you came specifically to see me?" Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed. Oscar, a member of the team, felt his heart shatter. It was evident to all that Ning Rongrong held affections for him. Bofeng promptly cleared his throat and exclaimed, "Please, do not misunderstand. I have come to Soto City to replenish supplies, and I brought my wife along for a little leisure." Wife. This time, it was Ning Rongrong who felt her heart shatter. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue smiled faintly. It was only natural for a handsome husband like hers to attract the affection of other women. However, they were married, and Qian Rinxue was with child. A symbol of hope for the sea god island and the spirit hall. Should both parties learn of Qian Rinxue's pregnancy, the child would undoubtedly become the subject of contention between them. With a dual divine spirit lineage, who wouldn't covet such a treasure? Moreover, the angel clan was already sparse in numbers, and Bofeng's family was similarly limited. As for the possibility of a violent conflict, that was uncertain. Thus, Bofeng and Qian Rinxue resolved to keep this news to themselves, intending to quietly bring the child into the world. They would address the situation when the time was right, delaying as long as possible. The crowd turned their attention to Qian Rinxue, standing beside Bofeng, and were momentarily awestruck by her unparalleled beauty. Heavens! A cough broke the silence. You little rascals! Have you been slacking off along the way? Be careful on your return. The master will have words with you. Upon hearing this, the 7 of them hurriedly resumed their path, laden with stones, their expressions fraught with urgency. At that moment, a man in his 50s, robust in stature with a flat face and a prominent chin, sporting black-framed crystal glasses, approached with measured steps. He bowed to Bofeng and said, I am Flinder, the supervisor of these children. I kindly ask that you refrain from interrupting their training. The principal of Shrek Academy, Flinder, Bofeng inquired. Oh, you know me? Flinder replied, astonished. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bofeng, a senior soul master instructor at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Bofeng? Flinder murmured. That name sounds remarkably familiar. I feel as though I have heard it somewhere before. With a gentle smile, Bofeng added, I also serve as the proprietor of a department store. Upon hearing this, Flinder returned to Bofeng, his expression brimming with excitement. You are indeed the esteemed boss Bo. Chapter 55, Confession Flinder exclaimed, and upon receiving Bofeng's affirmation, he abruptly grasped Bofeng's hand, exclaiming with fervor, Boss Bo, seeing you in person is far more enlightening than merely hearing of your renown. I am Flandra, the principal of Shrek Academy, and I have long been acquainted with your illustrious name. Whenever you have the opportunity, you must grace our academy with your presence. To Bofeng's surprise, this Flinder was exceedingly enthusiastic. He offered an awkward smile and replied, I will certainly visit when I have the time. He then suggested, allow me to guide you. These students possess considerable talent, and Shrek can provide them with far too little. Consider attending the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy in Heavendo City. There, you can acquire what your heart desires. Flinder murmured to himself, what my heart desires. With that, Bofeng assisted Qian Rinxue in departing from the premises. Upon returning to the Soto City branch, Bofeng promptly arranged for Qian Rinxue to lie down on the bed. Qian Rinxue remarked, Darling, is there really any need for such a fuss? It has only been a month. Kaze no Kaze said, even if it's just a month, there are still 9 months left, over 270 days. You must not cause any trouble. Soon, you will become a father. How can one not feel exhilarated? My dear, are you truly not going to inform Sister Bai? She will inevitably find out. Bofeng smiled gently and said, let us not inform Sister Bai just yet. Her incessant chatter would surely stir up a tempest in the town. Just a couple of days ago, our mother sent me a letter, and it seems that has come to fruition. Yesterday, Qian Rinxue speculated whether Bofeng is indeed the son of Poseidon, the sea god. Tentatively, she inquired, Darling, who exactly is our mother? You've been speaking of her for 2 months now, yet I remain unaware of her identity. Bofeng was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Qian Rinxue's puzzled eyes. His heart filled with turmoil as he contemplated whether to reveal the truth to her. Now, she was not only his wife but also carrying their child. In a marriage, trust is fundamental. Yet, they had both deceived each other. My dear wife, before I tell you, you must promise me to keep this a secret. No matter who it is, you must not disclose it. Qian Rinxue solemnly nodded, vowing, rest assured, my husband, I shall never breathe a word to anyone. Should I betray this promise, may I face the consequences. Bofeng hurriedly covered Qian Rinxue's mouth, letting out a sigh of relief. There is no need for such a solemn oath. Our son is still here. How can you be so certain it is a son? What if it is a daughter? Qian Rinxue smiled gently. With a smile, Bofeng nodded and said, yes, it is my daughter. My dear wife, before anything else, I must apologize. I have deceived you. Indeed, Qian Rinxue was certain that his mother must be. In truth, I hail from Sea God Island, and my martial spirit is not the trident, but rather the sea god. As Qian Rinxue calmed her mind, she listened intently. The gentle breeze whispered, indeed, it is the sea god Douluo Poseidon. The sea god Douluo Poseidon. Is he not one of the 3 extraordinary Douluos of this world? Qian Rinxue feigned surprise. Let us not speak of any reduction in intelligence. The protagonist's words are spoken with consideration for the child. Moreover, the female lead would not utter such truths. Those who understand, understand. You must keep this a secret. It is imperative to avoid unnecessary complications. Qian Rinxue nodded, reassured. Rest assured, my dear. For the sake of this child, I shall not disclose anything, should her grandfather come to know of the child's existence. Combined with their martial souls, her six-winged angel and the sea god, the union of two beings with divine martial souls, this would be an unprecedented occurrence throughout the ages. As for what their child's martial soul might be in the future, they cannot say for certain at present, but one thing is clear, their child is destined for greatness. The Sea God Island and the Spirit Hall are both preeminent powers on the Douluo Continent, each desiring to grow ever stronger. The union of Bofeng and Qian Rinxue, coupled with the presence of this child, may very well lead to a fierce confrontation between the two. For the sake of the Douluo Continent, as well as for the tranquility between them, it is imperative to seek harmony. Both Bofeng and Qian Rinxue are resolute in keeping the existence of this child a secret from others. Naturally, as the pregnancy progresses, it becomes increasingly difficult to conceal. And one can only proceed step by step. My dear husband, I never anticipated that you possess such profound connections. It appears I have indeed aspired to heights beyond my reach. The gentle breeze embraced Qian Rinxue tenderly as he spoke. What foolish words are you saying? Meeting you has truly been the most beautiful moment of my life. So, when shall we return to Tiando City? The goods have already been delivered, Qian Rinxue inquired. Let us remain here for a while longer. Sister-Bai is managing the shop, and everything will proceed in an orderly manner. Bofeng's expression was grave. For I had two additional purposes for coming to Soto City. Qian Rinxue inquired, puzzled. What purposes? The first is regarding Flander, whom we encountered this morning. I intend to visit Shrek Academy tomorrow. Shrek Academy? What kind of institution is that? I have never heard of it. With a gentle smile, Bofeng stands alongside the illustrious Dean Flandra and the esteemed Dean Lu Erlong of the Blue Tyrant Academy, forming what is commonly referred to as the Golden Iron Triangle. If my conjecture holds any merit, it is likely that they will soon relocate to Heaven Do City, as the commencement of this grand competition approaches, making their participation inevitable. And what of the other? Qian Rinxue inquired further. The other? Bofeng retrieved a letter from his bosom, the emblem upon it causing Qian Rinxue's gaze to sharpen. The insignia of the Spirit Hall. My dear husband. What could this mean? Bofeng's expression grew solemn as he nodded. Indeed, it was a message sent by Her Holiness. The Pope of the Spirit Hall. It was she, Bibi Dong, the mother of Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue clenched her teeth tightly. Why would she send you a letter? Unless she has learned about her daughter's impending marriage. It is inconceivable. Uncle, she shares a close friendship with her and would never divulge such matters. Bofeng shook his head in resignation and remarked, it is not merely the issue of the department stores, as you are well aware. My establishments are scattered throughout every corner of the Douluo Continent. Aside from the indomitable Spirit Hall, I have opened branches everywhere else. Half a year ago, I personally traveled to Douluo City to meet with the Emperor of the Douluo Empire to discuss a potential collaboration, and he readily agreed. However, it is solely the matter concerning Pope Bibi Dong that poses a challenge. Bofeng let out a long sigh. Darling, has she been deliberately making things difficult for you? Qian Rinxue immediately expressed her indignation. Although Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong share a mother-daughter bond, Bibi Dong has never fulfilled her responsibilities as a mother, resulting in a consistently poor attitude between them. She would rather refer to Bibi Dong as her sister than as her mother. Bofeng gently shook his head and remarked, there is no real difficulty. It's merely that she desires a 7-part share while I am only willing to concede 3. Who would engage in such an unprofitable venture? Qian Rinxue nodded slightly. For this indeed reflected her character, remarkably assertive. So, what do you intend to do? Will you go there in person? Bofeng calmly stated, indeed, once I conclude my affairs here. I shall set forth to the Spirit Hall to bring this matter to a resolution. However, a sense of foreboding washed over him, Qian Rinxue. Being the young master of the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly reveal her true identity upon arrival. Chapter 56. I fear mother will come, my dear husband. Once you have resolved the matters in Suatua City, I wish to return to Tiando City to focus on nurturing our child. Qian Rinxue expressed this sentiment to prevent Bibi Dong and her grandfather from discovering her current condition. Without obtaining their consent, she had rashly married him. As the young master of the Spirit Hall, her status was exalted, representing the pride and future of the Spirit Hall. Yet now, she had become Bofeng's wife and was with child. Unaware of Bofeng's true identity, Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong might harbor suspicions towards him. Should they uncover Bofeng's genuine background? It would inevitably incite conflict between the two formidable factions. Thus, Qian Rinxue resolved to return to Tiando City first, thereby circumventing a return to the Spirit Hall and avoiding unnecessary complications. Bofeng inquired, "Do you feel any discomfort? Please do not overexert yourself. The initial 3 months are of utmost significance." Qian Rinxue smiled gently and shook her head, reassuring him, "I am perfectly fine. The journey to the Spirit Hall is quite distant. How can we embark on such a voyage with a pregnant woman in tow? Therefore, to expedite your mission and ensure your swift return to my side." As she spoke, Bofeng smiled softly, taking Qian Rinxue's hand in his own, their eyes meeting in a shared smile. "To have you as my wife is indeed the greatest blessing of my life." Bofeng retrieved a conch shell from the soul guide and remarked, "I shall inform Sister Bai to personally escort you." Observing the conch in Bofeng's hand, Qian Rinxue inquired, "Darling, what is this?" "The distance from here to Tiando City is considerable. Even a round trip for delivering a message would require at least 4 days. This is a sound transmission conch," Bofeng explained. "On our Sea God Island, it serves as a means to relay messages using soul power. I had previously intended to sell it on the Douluo Continent, but due to its rarity, I abandoned that plan." As he spoke, Bofeng infused the conch with his soul power, causing it to emit a unique energy wave that rapidly dispersed. Meanwhile, in the bustling shops of Tiando City, Xiaobai, having concluded her day's work, was preparing to visit Tangyuehua for a leisurely time. Just then, a sound emanated from the sound transmission conch perched on a nearby shelf. With a series of muffled sounds, Xiaobai approached the conch with calmness. It had only been 2 days since her departure. Could it be that Fengdi had left something behind at home? Picking up the conch, she held it to her ear. "Fengdi, how did you use the sound transmission conch? Did you misplace something again? You are grown now. Can't you spare Sister Bai some worry? The distance from Tiando City to Suotawa City is exceedingly far. Even with my strength as a tidal Douluo, it would take an entire night's journey. When will you put my mind at ease?" On the other end, Bofeng, holding the conch, could not help but wince at the voice emanating from it. Beside him, Qian Rinxue stifled her laughter behind her hand. What a delightful scene. Before Bofeng could utter a word, Xiaobai immediately began to scold him. Initially, she intended for Xiaobai to escort Qian Rinxue back, but unexpectedly, she was met with a barrage of reprimands. After a long day's work, Xiaobai finally hoped to unwind, only to be summoned by Bofeng. After listening to her for a while, Xiaobai finally managed to speak. "So, what do you wish for me to send over?" Where are you? You little rascal. Speak up." On the other end, Bofeng pressed his ear against the clamoring shell and vigorously shook his head. Hearing Sister Bai's nagging was always like this. He could only smile wryly and respond, "Sister Bai, I kindly ask you to come to Tiando City tomorrow to bring Shuer back." "Shuer? Isn't your younger sister accompanying you to Suoto City? What is it? Do you find her bothersome?" It was not lost on Bofeng that he showed no temper towards Xiaobai's scolding. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue sat nearby, listening to Xiaobai's voice emanating from the conch shell, feeling a warm glow within her heart. Marrying Bofeng was indeed the best decision of her life. She had a loving husband, a protective sister, and a yet-to-be-met mother-in-law, Poseidon. She wondered what her future mother-in-law's temperament would be like and if she would disapprove of her, perhaps due to her identity. Bofeng had mentioned that his mother was a very kind person. "Sister, please stop nagging. Shuer is pregnant. Hurry over here." As soon as the words left his lips, there was an unexpected silence on the other end of the conch shell. In the shop, Xiaobai inadvertently dropped the conch she held. With a crack, she stood frozen in place, unable to believe that her brother Feng was so impressive. They had only been married for 2 months, and already. Excitedly picking up the fallen conch, she exclaimed, "I sincerely apologize, Feng. Just now, Sister Bai misunderstood you, and I must apologize here. Where is Shuer? Quickly, give her the conch." With a smile, Bofeng gently shook his head and handed the conch to Qian Rinxue. "Sister." Little Bai gleefully exclaimed, "You've worked hard. Shuer, you are truly a benefactor to our island. If you need anything, just let me know, and I shall fetch it for you at once." Qian Rinxue smiled softly, replying, "Sister, I require nothing. My husband possesses everything we need. I merely troubled him to contact you." "Sister, you must be weary after a long day. Perhaps you should rest for the night before coming, considering the distance you've traveled." On the other end, Little Bai chuckled. "Sister-in-law is indeed endearing, unlike my brother Fengdi, who only causes me unnecessary worry." Woofing, then I shall take my leave. After having a conversation with Xiaobai and Qian Rinxue, Bofeng took the conch shell once more and said, "Sister-by, I kindly ask that you refrain from informing our mother about this matter." "Why not? Your mother has been longing for a grandchild for quite some time. Why keep it from her?" Xiaobai questioned, perplexed. Bofeng elucidated that the sound-transmitting conch has a range limitation. The distance from Tiando City to the island is quite considerable, making it impossible for you to establish contact. Furthermore, considering my mother's temperament, she has been quite insistent since my departure. Despite the numerous introductions to young ladies of decent appearance and unblemished family backgrounds, I am fortunate to have declined them, for otherwise, I would not have encountered someone as splendid as Schwer. Qianrenxue smiled gently. Naruto continued, "Based on my mother's disposition, two possibilities arise. First, she may instruct someone to escort Schwer to the island, fully aware of the perils that lurk upon the sea." The small figure across from me nodded, understanding that the ocean's tumultuous waves could lead to inevitable losses should any extraordinary circumstances arise. After all, this child represents the future of the sea god island. As for the first possibility, my mother may choose not to comply. And I am left to ponder, what am I afraid of? There is nothing I have stolen, nor anything I have taken by force. Bofeng, she will personally come here. Xiaobai's expression changed. It cannot be true, for your mother is the one in charge of the island, bearing the heavy responsibility of safeguarding it. She cannot possibly come here. Chapter 57, A First Encounter with the Master. Sister-by, do you still remember the time when the malevolent Orca king invaded the island? My mother pursued it across half the sea, disappearing for several days. Bofeng recalled. Of course, I remember. During those days, your 6 uncles and the sea maidens were all preoccupied with island affairs. As Xiaobai spoke, understanding dawned upon her. Do not worry. I will absolutely not inform your mother. Xiaobai assured. Bofeng was acutely aware of Sister Bai's temperament, and after a lengthy series of admonitions, he finally felt reassured. Meanwhile, in the bustling marketplace, the young Bai, having concluded her call, was far from idle. That very night, she set forth towards Soto City, her strength as a titled Douluo ensuring her arrival well before dawn. The night was shrouded in darkness, and Soto City lay in a profound silence, with all its inhabitants lost in slumber. In bed, Bofeng held Qianrenxue tightly, anxious about any unforeseen occurrences as he bore the weighty responsibility of protecting the child. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the stillness. Qianrenxue and Bofeng awakened almost simultaneously, their gazes locking in confusion. Who could it be at this late hour? Wind, brother-in-law, hurry and open the door. I'm freezing to death out here. Sister-by? They exclaimed in unison. As the winds of fate and the snowy peaks converged in unison, the anticipated arrival of tomorrow seemed to have arrived far too swiftly. Hastily, Bofeng leapt from his bed and opened the door, only to find the long-awaited Xiaobai waiting for him. Sister-by, was it not agreed that you would arrive tomorrow? Why have you come this evening? Bofeng inquired, perplexed. Xiaobai, with a hint of annoyance, retorted, Why must it be strictly tomorrow? I merely wish to meet my future nephew a tad earlier. Is that so unreasonable? Do not obstruct me, let me in at once. With that, Xiaobai forcefully pushed past Bofeng and hurried to sit beside Qianrenxue. Take care. You are now my primary charge. It is imperative that nothing goes awry. Xiaobai quickly assisted Qianrenxue, ensuring she was comfortably positioned against the bed. She then turned her gaze towards Bofeng, standing at the threshold. Tonight, you shall sleep in another room. From this moment forth, you are forbidden to approach Xiaoxue by even a single step. With a decisive slam, Xiaobai shut the door, leaving Bofeng alone in the biting cold of the night. The following morning, Qianrenxue and Xiaobai boarded the carriage returning to Tiando City, accompanied by their companions. Their task of replenishing supplies had been successfully accomplished, and they were ready to return home. Under Xiaobai's watchful eye, Bofeng and Qianrenxue exchanged a tender farewell kiss, silently observing the caravan as it departed. Only then did Bofeng begin his leisurely walk towards the location of Shrek Academy. Nestled in a quaint village outside Soto City, Shrek Academy awaited him. As Bofeng traversed the winding country path, flanked by golden rice fields, the air was filled with the melodious sounds of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. Today felt somewhat peculiar. Ordinarily, the Shrek 7 would already be engaged in their training laps. Did they perhaps have other plans? After inquiring with several passers-by, Bofeng finally arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Before him stood an aged village, with a sign emblazoned with the 5 characters spelling out Shrek Academy. Stop. This is Shrek Academy. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. At that moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair emerged from within. He was one of the esteemed teachers of this institution. Kaze no Kaze respectfully requested, Please inform him that K's wishes to speak with Dean Flander. The elder nodded slightly and promptly entered the academy. The wind rustled at the entrance as Flander approached with a beaming smile, eagerly grasping Kazekage's hand. Ah, at last. You have arrived. Come, allow me to introduce you to my esteemed Shrek Academy. Such fervent enthusiasm genuinely startled Kazekage. Bofeng understood Flander's intentions, although he was greedy. He was a person of deep loyalty and fiercely protective of his own. For the Shrek Academy, he had devoted nearly his entire life. The academy was built beside a village. Following Flander inside, Bofeng surveyed his surroundings, a simple place that would eventually nurture 7 remarkable figures who would astonish the continent. In the very center of the academy lay an open space where a bald man stood, his expression rigid and devoid of emotion, hands clasped behind his back. Coldly observing the fierce battle unfolding before him between Tang, San, and Dai-Mu-Bai. The other 5 students stood nearby, while the bald man patiently elucidated the various issues afflicting them. The wind and Flanders stepped aside. Tang San's right hand shimmered with a blue light as 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings emerged beneath his feet. The blue-silver grass danced around him, while Dai-Mu-Bai gathered the radiant energy of the white tiger, sweeping away the obstructive blue-silver grass before him. Control-type Soul Masters inherently possess an advantage over Power-type Soul Masters, and in a matter of moments, Dai-Mu-Bai found himself at a disadvantage. Enough! Exclaimed the man with a buzz cut, halting the proceedings. He then cast an irritated glance at Flanders, saying, Flanders, did I not make it clear? When I am instructing the little monster, I shall not permit you to bring anyone to disturb me. Bofeng, it seems I have become superfluous. Clearly, he is the master. The invincible expert of that theory, a former member of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, and also the beloved of Lu Erlong. He embodies his image perfectly, being the greatest nightmare of the Shrek 7 monsters in their early days. Flanders smiled slightly, addressing my master. Since you have been instructing the little monsters for quite some time since this morning, it is perhaps time to let them rest. Haste makes waste. He then stepped forward and cleared his throat, announcing, today's lesson concludes here. Everyone may disperse. As the dean, even this master had to heed Flanders' wishes. The crowd exchanged glances and then dispersed in a flurry, several groups making their way toward the distance. Ning Rongrong cast a glance at Bofeng beside Flander, sighing inwardly, sometimes. A missed opportunity is simply that, a missed opportunity. The next might be even better. However, upon noticing Oscar's infatuated gaze, her heart recoiled, particularly at those incantations. Forget it. Let that slide. Tang Sin silently regarded Bofeng, recognizing him once again. The proprietor of the department store, there was always a familiar aura surrounding him. What could it signify? Coincidentally, Bofeng was observing Tang San as well. Their eyes met, and Bofeng smiled and nodded. This caused Tang San to pause momentarily. Did this fellow take an interest in him? No. They had merely crossed paths the day before, hardly enough to be considered acquaintances. Once the Shrek 7 monsters had departed, the master approached Flander and remarked, Flander, you shouldn't coddle them so. If this indulgence continues, when will they ever become true powerhouses? Strength is achieved through one's own gradual efforts, not by such rigid training methods. Bofeng interjected, drawing the master's gaze with a hint of hostility. What do you mean by that? Are you implying there is something amiss with my teaching approach? Chapter 58, Grandson. It's not about disagreement, merely a suggestion. Bofeng gazed at the departing Shrek 7 devils and remarked, each of them possesses extraordinary talent, particularly the one named Tang San, who no longer needs to labor in isolation. What they currently lack most is practical combat experience. Engaging with diverse opponents is precisely what they require. The master, fully aware of Bofeng's implications, recognized that this was indeed part of his forthcoming strategy. However, being publicly confronted by this unexpected stranger left the master feeling quite irked, as if he were being slapped in the face before an audience. Not far away, the Shrek 7 devils had not truly departed. Instead, they concealed themselves in a corner, observing the conversation between Bofeng and the master. Rongrong, is this boss Bofeng truly as formidable as he seems? It appears he is debating something with the master, inquired Xiao with curiosity. Ning Rongrong responded with a smile. You mustn't underestimate boss Bofeng. He is a close friend of my father and a companion of our 7 treasure glaze tile school, with whom we share business ties. His general store also holds shares in our sect. Even the emperors of the 2 great empires afford him respect. It is said that Bofeng's sister is a titled Douluo powerhouse. Ning Rongrong whispered earnestly. Titled Douluo, exclaimed the 6 of them in unison. A titled Douluo represents the pinnacle of soul masters. each holding an exceedingly prestigious status. The reason why Bofeng can firmly establish his foothold is intricately linked to Xiaobai. Tang San gazed deeply at Bofeng. After meeting him twice, he always felt an unsettling strangeness in Bofeng's peculiar gaze. Is he harboring intentions towards me? Instinctively, Tang San felt a tightening sensation within. Regardless of who you are, I shall not allow an outsider like you to meddle in my affairs. The master waved his hand dismissively, placing it behind his back, assuming the demeanor of a sage. Bofeng, huh? An outsider? Just wait. Once you arrive at Douluo Academy, we'll all be under the same roof. The master harbored a deep-seated disdain for Bofeng, who had interrupted his speech. He felt immensely confident in his forthcoming training regimen for the little monsters, believing he could transform them into true powerhouses. All right, Flandre interjected, acting as a mediator. Xiao Gang, allow me to introduce you to Bofeng, the proprietor of the department store. He is quite a significant figure. You're aware of the department store, aren't you? The one in Tiando City. The department store? The master regarded Bofeng with newfound respect. He was indeed familiar with the establishment, a colossal entity in the realm of commerce. Aside from the two great empires and the Spirit Hall, the department store dominated the majority of business across the continent, unmatched by any competitor. It stood as an empire within the commercial sphere, holding an exceptionally high status. And that seemingly inconspicuous Bofeng was the true mastermind behind it all. An outsider? Bofeng chuckled lightly, proceeding with his self-introduction. In addition to being the owner of the department store, I also serve as a teacher and the director of Douluo Academy. What does that have to do with me? The master retorted. With a gentle smile, Bofeng addressed the esteemed principal of Douluo Academy, Lu Erlong. Surely, the master is familiar with him? The master's gaze shifted, revealing a myriad of complex emotions, for he had not seen Lu Erlong in nearly 2 decades. Boss Bo, is it truly Lu Erlong, the principal of Douluo Academy? Flandre exclaimed with palpable excitement. Wavewind nodded slightly and smiled. Dean Flandre, how could I possibly deceive you? I have heard that you and Dean Lu Erlong are part of the illustrious Golden Triangle. Indeed, Flandre replied with pride, alongside this esteemed master. The three of us were once renowned as the legendary Golden Triangle. Sighing, Flandre continued, alas, it has been over 20 years. I wonder how Erlong has fared all this time? Reflecting on the days when the trio ventured across the continent, a wave of nostalgia washed over Flandre. Meanwhile, the master remained silent, as the past tribulations had left a profound impact on her. Eventually, the master turned to Wave Wind, clasping her hands in apology. I beg your pardon, Boss Wave, for my earlier rudeness. The wind rustled gently as it shook its head with a smile, saying it is of no consequence. The master only has the best interests of those 7 children at heart, and I can personally understand that. Dean Flandre, do you intend to participate in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master competition in a year and a half? Flandre replied with a wry smile, I harbor such aspirations. Yet our Shrek Academy has not registered and lacks the qualification to compete. It is worth noting that these 7 children may very well be the last cohort of our esteemed academy. This realization pained Flandre deeply, for they represented his utmost dedication. How about this? I shall extend an invitation under the banner of Douluo Academy for you to journey to Heavendo City, under the auspices of Dean Lu Erlong. With the innate talents of these children, competing in the forthcoming tournament should pose no challenge. The wind remarked. Flandre suddenly felt a surge of excitement, exclaiming, indeed, how could I not have thought of this? If we go to Sister Erlong, all our problems shall be effortlessly resolved. Xiao Gang. Where is he? The master, who had been present moments ago, had vanished without a trace. He bore an unbridgeable emotional barrier with Lu Erlong, a burden of guilt he had carried for over 20 years. Even now, knowing her whereabouts, he still lacked the courage to confront her. Alas, Flandre sighed heavily. Realizing the impact of that blow to Xiao Gang had been substantial, even after all these years, he had yet to find closure. Following this, the Wind and Flandre embarked on a tour of the academy. Though small, it was replete with all essential components. Bofeng assured that as long as Flandre led the team to the Blue Overlord Academy, he would specifically allocate funds, taking full responsibility for the training expenses and competition uniforms of the Shrek 7. Flandre's taste was beyond Bofeng's imagination. That unsightly green uniform served as the sole evidence. Upon hearing this, Flandre immediately agreed, promising to persuade the master as swiftly as possible. After all, this was an investment from Bofeng, the illustrious boss Bo of the continent, whose dwindling treasury was about to be replenished. Just the thought of it filled Flander with excitement as he temporarily bid farewell to Bofeng and made his way to the master's residence to engage in some motivational work. As Bofeng found himself with some leisure time, he wandered through Shrek Academy, having meandered about quite a bit. Not far ahead, he spotted Tang San and Xiao Wu seated together, their bond evidently strong. At last, he had the opportunity to formally meet his grandson. Grandson? No, it is Tang San. Hearing someone call his name, Tang San rose and turned around. Boss Bo, may I inquire what you wish to discuss with Tang San? Upon scrutinizing for a moment, Bofeng nodded in satisfaction. Truly, he was the nephew of Tang Hao, possessing a striking appearance and an extraordinary presence. Sensing Bofeng's peculiar gaze, Tang San instinctively took a step back, his expression gradually shifting to one of gravity. Boss Bo, you. Bofeng chuckled. Don't misunderstand. I harbor no such intentions. Your father is, indeed, Tang Hao? Indeed, he is my father. Boss Bo, might it be that you are acquainted with him? Tang San inquired. Bofeng nodded slightly, acknowledging the connection. According to lineage, one could argue that I am indeed related to your father, Tang Hao. However, Tang San was momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend Bofeng's words. Boss Bofeng, I grew up in Holy Spirit Village with my father. Aside from Grandpa Jack, our family has no relatives to speak of. Moreover, my father is a solitary figure. What do you mean by that? Bofeng smiled gently. It was your father who deliberately concealed this. Some extraordinary events had transpired previously, which prompted your father to take you to the Sacred Soul Village for seclusion. Bofeng turned to the petite Xiaowu and said, I have some matters to discuss with Tang San. Would you kindly step aside for a moment? Tang San offered a slight nod to Xiaowu, and she gracefully departed from the scene. After her departure, Bofeng gently inquired, Do you possess a hammer as your martial spirit? In an instant, Tang San's eyes widened in shock. This secret, known only to his father and his mentor, had never been divulged to anyone else, not even to Xiaowu, who was as close as a sister, had he revealed a hint of it. Anxiousness began to creep into Tang San's demeanor, and he felt a growing unease. Given Tang San's nature, the number of individuals aware of his secret was exceedingly few, and the prospect of it being exposed to others was intolerable. With a subtle smile, Bofeng revealed a hammer that materialized in his hand, the Haotian hammer. At that moment, Tang San trembled, his focus intensifying on the Haotian hammer resting in Bofeng's palm. Suddenly enlightened, he realized that the martial spirit resonance from a few days prior was related to this very hammer. Both of them shared the same martial spirit, and he discerned a certain blood relation between Bofeng and his father. Mr. Bofeng, what exactly is your relationship with my father? Tang San inquired, perplexed. Bofeng raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Guess. If son desires to unravel the mysteries that dwell within your heart, as well as the truth surrounding your father's departure, you may find the answers in Tiando City. With that, Bofeng departed, leaving Tang San standing in a daze. Ever since his father, Tang Hao, vanished without a trace at the tender age of 6, it has now been 6 long years without a reunion. However, the reality is different. Tang Hao has been silently safeguarding the safety of his only son. Just moments ago, a figure clad in a tattered black cloak observed from a distance, hidden amidst the lush trees of the nearby mountain. After bidding farewell to Dean Flander, Bofeng intended to journey to the Spirit Hall to discuss matters of collaboration with Pope Bibidong. On the once tranquil country path, he found himself confronted by a man clad in a black cloak. Despite the man's efforts to conceal his appearance, the weight of experience was evident, accompanied by a faint, unpleasant, moldy odor. Are you attempting to rob me, good sir? Bofeng inquired, perplexed. As a prominent figure himself, he was well aware that many sought to target prosperous merchants, yet here he was, unexpectedly encountering one on his way. May we converse privately? The man spoke, his voice imbued with a sense of profound weariness. Kaze no Kaze nodded slightly, and soon the two settled beneath the shade of a tree. The man spoke first, inquiring, How has the Haotian sect fared in recent years? I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. Although Bofeng is the biological offspring of Tang Chun and has recognized his kinship with Tang Xia, the master of Haotian sect, and Tang Yuehua, he himself has never set foot there. The time has simply not yet arrived. Only someone like him, who has been expelled from the sect, would dare to pose such a question. Are you Tang Hao? Bofeng inquired tentatively. The man in the black robe nodded and lifted the cloak that draped over his head. With a gaze, Bofeng beheld a middle-aged man, his face adorned with a thick beard and etched with deep wrinkles, appearing to be in his 50s. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes lacked any luster. Observing his young nephew in such a state, Bofeng couldn't help but shake his head, remarking, "Even my eldest nephew does not bear such signs of age. Your elder brother is over 70. How have you endured such hardships in these years, my dear nephew?" Hearing the term nephew, Tang Hao furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you not a member of the Haotian sect?" Bofeng shook his head slightly, retrieving the sect's token from his bosom and tossing it directly to Tang Hao. At the moment he received the token, Tang Hao's expression transformed into one of profound excitement, for he understood better than anyone the significance of this hammer. "The Haotian order? From where did you acquire the Haotian order?" The gentle breeze whispered, "This was bestowed upon me by my father. Your father, Master Tang Chun, and my mother, Poseidon." As he spoke, the Haotian hammer materialized in Bofeng's hand, devoid of any soul rings above it. This was because his primary martial soul was the sea god. Only when the sea god had acquired 9 soul rings would Bofeng bestow them upon the Haotian hammer. "You are indeed the son of my grandfather." Tang Hao could scarcely believe it. Tang Chun had departed from the clan for over a decade. Tang Hao's father was the previous sect leader of the Haotian sect, while Tang Chun was Tang Hao's grandfather. Thus, Bofeng was Tang Chun's son, making Tang Hao his junior by generational order. Bofeng retracted the Haotian order and solemnly declared, "The Haotian hammer and the Haotian order are the only irrefutable proofs. If you harbor any doubt, I can escort you back to the Haotian sect at this very moment. Those who once expelled you from the sect would not dare to utter a word of grievance." With that, Tang Hao nodded earnestly. Kneeling on one knee and clasping his hands in respect, he said, "Unfilial disciple Tang Hao pays his respects to my dear uncle. Rise." Bofeng promptly assisted Tang Hao to his feet, observing the sorrowful expression on his young nephew's face. The events of the past were enough to rend his heart. "Uncle, what of grandfather? Is he still well?" Tang Hao could not help but inquire. With a smile, Bofeng replied, "My father is in good health, currently striving for the 100th level in a mysterious place, entirely unaware of the happenings at the Haotian sect. However, how is it that you, Tang Hao, do not comprehend? If my grandfather is oblivious to the events at the Haotian sect, why would Bofeng, as the offspring of Tang Chun, seek out Tang San? Furthermore, how could he immediately discern the secret of Tang San's twin martial souls?" With a gentle smile, Bofeng remarked, "All of this was imparted to me by my mother. I grew up on Sea God Island, and she urged me to leave the island for the sake of the Haotian clan." "Have you been by Tang San's side all these years?" Tang Hao nodded and replied, "Little uncle, you are unaware. I have been apart from that child for 6 years now, and during this time, I have failed to fulfill my responsibilities as a father. Though my heart is heavy with guilt, alas, the moment I reappear beside Xiao San, the spirit hall will inevitably threaten this child. This is our final hope. He possesses twin martial souls, akin to that of the Pope, Bibi Dong. Should the spirit hall discover the child's identity, they would not hesitate to strike. Little uncle, I wish to entrust Xiao San to you." Chapter 60. Meeting the parents with a slight furrow in his brow, Bofeng inquired, "You are Tang San's father, similarly." "Tang San is my grandson, and it is only natural for me to care for him. What are your intentions?" Tang Hao shook his head with a bitter smile, stating, "Since a Yin's passing, my heart has ceased to exist. Little uncle, I entrust San to your care." Having spoken, Tang Hao donned his robe once more and swiftly vanished from Bofeng's sight. Bofeng, good gracious, is this considered entrusting a legacy? The way Tang Hao addressed him as uncle holds immense value. He not only ignored it but also entrusted Tang San to Bofeng. Bofeng helplessly shook his head. "Never mind. It is only natural for a grandfather to care for his grandson. The Spirit Hall is situated in the Spirit City, nestled between the 2 great empires." After several days of journeying, the wind finally arrived at its destination today. Soon, it would meet the legendary Pope. There was a sense of anticipation akin to a mother-in-law meeting her son-in-law, though neither party was yet acquainted with the other. The wind wave has wed his daughter, and she, in turn, has married the wind wave, and she is also with child. Upon entering the city gates, one finds themselves within the urban expanse. The martial Seoul City, while not as vast as the capitals of the 2 great empires, is on par with Soto City. However, the local customs and the vibrancy of life here rival those of Soto City. As one strolls through the streets, countless pairs of eyes observe this stranger, the wind wave. Along the way, calm and composed, Bofeng continued his steady approach towards the magnificent edifice ahead. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the Spirit Hall, he encountered 2 vigilant knights stationed as guardians. "The Spirit Hall is sacred and inviolable. Halt!" they commanded in unison. Anticipating such a situation, Bofeng swiftly produced the letter entrusted to him by Bibi Dong. Upon recognizing the papal seal emblazoned upon the document, the knights promptly knelt in reverence, instructing Bofeng to wait, while one remained to keep watch, and the other proceeded to deliver a report. At that moment, 7 individuals approached from behind Bofeng, adorned in garments emblazoned with the Spirit Hall insignia, and led by a golden-haired woman. They made their way towards the papal chamber. "Hey, you there! Step aside. Do not obstruct the path." As the wind shifted, Bofeng turned and chanced upon the approach of 7 individuals. Noticing that Bofeng showed no intention of retreating, a red-haired man furrowed his brow slightly, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "I'm speaking to you. Move aside at once. Do not obstruct the path." With that, the red-haired man advanced, intending to shove Bofeng aside with a forceful hand. However, Bofeng effortlessly seized the man's wrist, responding calmly, "Is there truly a need for hostility? We can discuss our matters amicably. Must we resort to violence?" Enraged, the red-haired man retorted, "You dare to retaliate." He lifted his left foot, poised to strike. But Bofeng was swifter, sending the man crashing to the ground. The 6 companions trailing behind halted in shock, particularly a blonde woman who marveled at Bofeng's remarkable prowess. Why had she never witnessed such skill at the Spirit Hall before? The fallen red-clad man seethed with fury, having hoped to impress the woman he admired, yet now found himself utterly humiliated. "You will pay for this," he bellowed as a towering flame giant materialized behind him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings manifesting at his feet. He was a soul king. Observing this, Bofeng shook his head in resignation, pondering the fiery temperament often exhibited by those with fire attributes in their martial spirits. Take Lu Erlong, for instance. Although he wished to avoid escalating the situation, the red-haired man remained obstinate. "The tempestuous waves shall not prevail. Let them be vanquished." At the very instant the trident materialized in the hands of the tempest, a golden-haired man in a nearby palace was suddenly startled. Behind him stood a majestic statue of a celestial angel, indistinguishable from a seraph with 6 wings. This aura. Has she arrived? No, this presence is not hers. In a moment of urgency, he swiftly vanished from his original spot. As golden light emanated, the man reappeared between the tempest and the crimson-haired man, effectively halting their impending clash. "We pay homage to the Elder of Judgment." At that, all present knelt in reverence, including the previously spirited crimson-haired man, who promptly subdued his own martial spirit. "Elder of Judgment? 1,000 paths flow?" Bofeng gazed at the golden-haired man before him. One of the 3 unparalleled Douluos in the world, renowned alongside his mother. Why had he suddenly appeared here? Douluo declared, "Let today's events come to an end." Hulaina. The golden-haired woman bowed respectfully and replied, "Elder of Judgment, please be mindful. This is not a place for conflict." Douluo cast a sidelong glance at the kneeling red-haired man. Hulaina, the saintess of the Spirit Hall and a direct disciple of Bibi Dong, promptly stepped forward to assist the red-haired man, and the group hastily retreated. Douluo turned to face Bofeng, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "What is your name? I sense a trace of an old acquaintance within you." An old acquaintance? He must be referring to his mother, who once pursued Douluo alongside his father. Ultimately, his father triumphed while Douluo was left in defeat. Before Bofeng could utter a word, Douluo continued, "You are her son, are you not?" Bofeng's eyes widened in surprise. Such a reaction could not escape the keen perception of Douluo. In an instant, Douluo comprehended Bofeng's true identity. To his astonishment, even her son had grown so much. "How is your mother faring?" Kaze no Kaze discerned that his true identity had been uncovered by the other party, and thus he made no further attempts at concealment. Kaze no Kaze smiled and said, "My mother has always been well, and Senior Candio Lu still retains his charm." "Oh?" Candio Lu chuckled. "Do you know me?" Kaze nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed. I am well acquainted with you. You are the defeated adversary of my mother. In the past, you and my father dared to challenge her, only to meet with failure." Upon hearing this, Douluo retorted, "What an ill-timed mention, you impudent boy. Just wait a moment. The events that transpired within the Haotian sect years ago cannot absolve the Spirit Hall of its culpability. And what of your father? How has he been of late? I look forward to the opportunity to engage with him once more." Douluo inquired. Bofeng smiled faintly, unaware that his father was in the midst of cultivation. Completely oblivious to the events of the past, given a few more years, his father would surely transcend the 99th level of constraint and attain the 100th level. At that time, he would return to the island of the sea god and reunite with his mother. "What did you say?" Douluo exclaimed in astonishment, hastily inquiring, Are you saying Tangshan can truly break through to the 100th level? Both Douluo and Poseidon were messengers of the gods, destined to never reach the 100th level in their lifetimes. If there remained any hope on the continent for someone to surpass this pinnacle, it could only be Tangshan, who had achieved a height that a soul master could never dream of attaining through sheer individual effort. Bofeng nodded earnestly and said, "Why would I deceive you? In no more than 4 to 5 years, the Haotian sect will not only make a grand reappearance, but my father will also return to my mother's side." This revelation truly astonished Douluo. Indeed, Tangshan was a miracle in and of himself. Chapter 61, Selling My Granddaughter? Apologies, she is already mine. Before Douluo stood none other than the son of Tangshan and Poseidon. The information he brought forth was nothing short of explosive. Once Tangshan successfully breaks through to the 100th level, the Spirit Hall would indeed be devoid of any opportunity for resurgence. Furthermore, given Tangshan's marital bond with Poseidon, the alliance between Sea God Island and the Haotian sect was merely a matter of time. Did the Spirit Hall aspire to dominate the continent? Although Douluo had retreated behind the scenes, he remained deeply invested in the affairs of the Spirit Hall. As a judgment elder, he would not permit anyone to harm the interests of the Spirit Hall. Gazing at Bofeng before him, Douluo had merely come at the invitation of Bibi Dong, intending to discuss matters of cooperation. There was nothing inherently detrimental to the Spirit Hall at play. Douluo understood that Bofeng's department store had gradually permeated countless households, establishing itself as an empire in commerce. Had it not been for provocations from others, Bofeng would not have taken the initiative to engage, nor would Douluo have perceived it. For the sake of the Spirit Hall and to rectify past regrets, a terrifying thought began to take form in Douluo's mind. His gaze towards Bofeng softened, almost as if he were looking at his own flesh and blood, leaving Bofeng bewildered. "Elder Douluo, what is this?" Bofeng felt a chill run down his spine. With a gentle smile, Douluo remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to your mother. In my youth, I journeyed to Sea God Island with your father. Together, we ultimately fell short against your mother. Consequently, both your father and I fell in love with her, but alas." Douluo gritted his teeth. "Your father reached her first, and that remains my lifelong regret." Bofeng was genuinely perplexed by these words. "Elder Douluo, the past is often painful to recall. Why must you dwell on such memories?" "Indeed." Douluo sighed deeply. "The past is difficult to revisit. Yet seeing you now evokes a sense of nostalgia for those bygone days." "How old are you this year?" 13, Bofeng replied. "Ah, splendid." Douluo praised. "At 13, you are already a spirit master, with a soul ring configuration of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. In my youth, I was far less accomplished than you. Allow me to offer you a guiding path, shall I?" "A guiding path?" "I would be most grateful for your insights, esteemed elder," Bofeng inquired, with a mysterious smile. Douluo said, "I have heard that your department store is located in the Heaven-Do Empire?" "Indeed," Bofeng affirmed. "I have a granddaughter who is currently residing in the Heaven-Do Empire. Although she is slightly older than you, her beauty is unparalleled, unmatched by anyone on the continent." "Bofeng, is your granddaughter not Qianrenxue?" "We are acquainted, and at this moment, she is still in the Tiando Imperial Palace, continuing her role as the Crown Prince. Could it be that Douluo intends to sell off his granddaughter?" In truth, Bofeng has already become Douluo's grandson-in-law. However, Qianrenxue has kept this information under wraps, and both have remained oblivious. "Senior Douluo, what do you imply?" Bofeng perceives but chooses not to voice it. Douluo chuckles softly and replies, "Am I not in this state? Have you still not grasped the meaning? Your father and mother, alongside myself, are renowned as the 3 unparalleled Douluos of this world. As their son, by lineage, you ought to address me as uncle. Kaze, the fortress granddaughter should have stated her intentions sooner. There was no need for such circumlocution." "Ahem." Douluo cleared his throat and solemnly declared, "I have taken a liking to you." Konoha swiftly retreated several steps, gazing at Douluo with astonishment. How could someone over 100 years old behave in such a manner? Douluo felt a vein throb on his forehead. "I have not finished speaking. Remain calm. I intend to propose that you become my granddaughter's husband. She is no longer young, and it is high time for her to settle down. Has your mother arranged any betrothal or similar agreement for you?" Kaze shook his head and replied, "No." "That's good. That's good. However, I am already married." Douluo suddenly froze in place, his eyelids twitching and his lips quivering, momentarily at a loss for words. He could hardly believe his ears. Surely he must have misheard. "What did you say?" he asked repeatedly. Bofeng shook his head helplessly and said, I appreciate the kind intentions of Senior Douluo, but I must inform you that I have been married for over 2 months now. Moreover, my wife is with child, so I truly apologize. Douluo appeared utterly disheartened, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. After conversing at length, he was taken aback to learn that Bofeng had already taken a wife. He had initially intended to introduce his granddaughter to Bofeng, envisioning their union as a means to mend the rift between Haotian sect and Wuhuan Temple upon Tang Chen's return to divinity, leveraging their familial ties. Yet, how could this rascal have married already? What a waste of effort. Pray tell, what is the background of your wife? Douluo inquired skeptically, unable to fathom who could possibly be worthy of Bofeng's stature aside from his own granddaughter. Bofeng elucidated, my wife is named Wang Shui, hailing from a humble background. Though she may not possess the noble stature of your granddaughter, she is a compassionate and understanding young woman, and we share profound happiness together. Wang Shui? I must delve deeper into this matter, for I dread what truths may be unveiled. Senior Douluo, if there are no further matters at hand, I shall take my leave to meet with His Holiness the Pope. My purpose for coming here is to discuss a potential collaboration between the department store and the Spirit Hall. Oh? Douluo inquired, what are your thoughts on this collaboration? Kazakage, 6 months ago, I intended to collaborate with the Spirit Hall. However, to my dismay, the Pope demanded an exorbitant price, leading to the failure of our previous partnership. I have come this time in response to the Pope's invitation. Douluo, very well, you may approach her directly. But remember, exercise utmost caution in her presence. After nodding in acknowledgement, Bofeng proceeded towards the papal palace following a formal greeting to Douluo. As Bofeng departed, Douluo began to contemplate the situation. Tang Chen was on the verge of reaching the 100th level, which would spell trouble for the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, as Bofeng was the offspring of himself and Poseidon, he could not act recklessly against him. Initially, he had intended to utilize his granddaughter to forge a promising union, but it seemed he had missed the opportunity. As the pair had already wed, time was running short for the Spirit Hall. If they waited for Tang Chen's return, all would be lost. The only viable solution now was to establish a partnership with Bofeng's general store. Douluo could not help but wonder about the remarkable individual named Wang Shui, who seemed to surpass even his own granddaughter. Go to the Baidu General Store in Tiando City and investigate this girl named Wang Shui. I want her complete profile. Qianrenxue, surprised, are you? Unexpected, isn't it? Chapter 62. The son-in-law meets the mother-in-law. The bet established after bidding farewell to Douluo. Bofeng was guided by a palace knight to an ancient door that had long been sealed. You may enter. His Holiness has been awaiting your arrival. As he spoke, the long-sealed door slowly creaked open. Bofeng took a deep breath and slowly made his way towards the Pope's palace. The surrounding area, spanning thousands of meters, resembled a resplendent palace adorned in gold and brilliance. Bofeng had the rare fortune of visiting both the Tiando Imperial Palace and the Xingluo Imperial Palace. The scene before him was no less extravagant and opulent than either of those grand establishments. Indeed, the splendor was befitting of the Pope's residence. Shortly thereafter, Bofeng found himself in the central position, where before him stood an extraordinarily enchanting woman. Adorned with a crown of purple gold and wielding a 2-meter-high scepter encrusted with jewels, her youthful complexion and nearly flawless figure suggested she was in her 30s. Like her mother, she exuded an air of nobility that incited an impulse to worship. Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the inheritor of the Rakshasa god, and the mother of Qianrenxue. Welcome, Bibi Dong's melodious voice resonated, imbued with an undeniable authority, truly embodying the essence of a sovereign. As the gentle breeze caressed his face, Bofeng smiled lightly, beholding Bibi Dong, who appeared as noble and elegant as the descriptions foretold. Your Holiness, I am merely a merchant. State your terms. As long as they fall within my means, we can certainly forge a partnership, Bofeng stated candidly. Truly, Bo, the proprietor, exemplifies the essence of a businessman, forthright and decisive. Bibi Dong, holding her staff, approached slowly, the delicate fragrance that enveloped her evoking within Bofeng a compelling desire for closeness. What do you say, dear proprietor? I shall take 40%, and you 60%. This collaboration shall yield mutual benefits for both parties. Without a moment's hesitation, Bofeng resolutely declined. Your Holiness, might I suggest that you are being a tad too domineering? If you were to propose a 50-50 split, I could perhaps entertain the notion. Bofeng took a deep breath, pondering the substantial profit that lay within that one fraction. Bibi Dong was acutely aware of this. For the Spirit Hall to thrive and expand, the foremost requirements were ample funding and formidable soul masters. Collaborating with department stores presented a splendid opportunity, as this commercial empire had risen swiftly within a mere year, establishing itself as a preeminent force on the continent. Although it operated within the realms of commerce, its status remained unassailable. With the backing of both the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile sect, and the Tiando imperial family, not to mention the formidable support of the Sea God Island, the foundation was undeniably robust. Boss Bo, I must admit, I hold great admiration for you. At such a tender age, you have amassed considerable wealth. A year ago, you visited the Spirit Main Hall. I wonder, do you still recall that visit? Bofeng nodded and remarked, I recall there was a titled Douluo, known as the Chrysanthemum Pass. At one point, he even had designs on my sister. But ultimately he met with failure. Bibi Dong let out a cold laugh, her gaze sharpening as she continued, your sister possesses remarkable talent, with innate full soul power. And her martial soul is the illustrious heart-wrenching red, the queen among flowers. It has even stirred within me the desire to take her as my disciple. I present you with an opportunity. Should your sister choose to become my apprentice, I shall agree to a 50-50 division of the spoils. With a chuckle, Bofeng shook his head, reflecting on the passage of a year and the persistence of those who still sought to capture his sister's attention. Did he not possess his own allure? Bah, Your Holiness, how about this? Shall we establish a wager? Bibi Dong, intrigued, responded, Very well, Boss Bo, please proceed. Bofeng Danren remarked, I have long heard of the illustrious golden generation of the Spirit Hall, among whom the three most exceptional individuals have all been bestowed the purple record medal. Therefore, I propose a challenge against these three. Should I be defeated, our collaboration shall not only be divided 60-40, but I shall also acquiesce to the demands of His Holiness the Pope. The three luminaries of the golden generation are Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin. Each possesses a soul power that has reached level 50, marking them as the vanguards of the younger generation within the Spirit Hall, with Hulaina being the cherished disciple of Pope Bibi Dong herself. A faint smile graced Bibi Dong's lips, as she held great expectations for these three. Very well, but an additional condition must be stipulated, she said, her mouth curling into a mysterious smile. Kazuki, should you suffer defeat, it shall not only be your sister who bears the consequences, but I shall claim you as well. Bofeng, what on earth is happening with Qingdao Lu and Bibi Dong? Your daughter seeks to conquer me, yet as her mother, you wish for me to be conquered instead. I urge you to join the Spirit Hall. I recall you have an elder sister as well. Why not bring her along? I can elevate you both to the pinnacle of the continent. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Bofeng could not help but shake his head, responding, Your Holiness, you possess an insatiable appetite. Do you not fear overindulgence? This woman, my mother-in-law, has grand ambitions. The outcome of this battle will determine their fates. Should the Spirit Hall lose, there would be little consequence. The collaboration would persist, albeit with a 50-50 split. However, if Bofeng were to lose, the implications would be dire. Once Bofeng joins the Spirit Hall, his general store would inevitably become a part of it, a perilous gamble indeed. Boss Bofeng, what are your thoughts on this matter? Bibi Dong inquired. Bofeng exuded confidence, knowing that the three individuals were soul kings, and that Hulaina and Xiaoyu possessed the powerful martial soul fusion technique known as enchantment. While waiting at the entrance, he encountered a confrontation with one of the trio, Yin. Very well, Bofeng agreed. He was determined to win this battle. After a long and arduous journey, Qian Rinxue and Xiaobai finally arrived at the bustling marketplace of Tiando City. Xiaobai carefully assisted Qian Rinxue down from the carriage, ensuring that no one, not even Bofeng, touch her. Take it slow, take it slow. Xiaobai smiled. Since Qian Rinxue's pregnancy, Xiaobai had been unusually elated, even more so than when Bofeng was born. The serpent spear Douluo had been secretly following Qian Rinxue, exerting every effort to conceal his presence and avoid detection by Xiaobai. However, he found himself perplexed by the changes in the young mistress's gait, as she occasionally placed a hand on her abdomen. Her once flat stomach now showed a slight curve. Could it be that she was already pregnant? This was indeed significant news concerning the lineage of the Spirit Hall. The elderly serpent spear began to deliberate whether he should keep this matter from the young mistress, given its gravity. If she truly was pregnant, concealing it would ultimately be unwise. Should the Judgment Elder find out, he would face dire consequences. After much contemplation, the elderly serpent spear chose the latter course of action. I am sorry, young mistress. For the future of the Spirit Hall, I must inform the Judgment Elder of your condition. He sought out a secluded spot, began to channel his soul power, and murmured softly to himself. Chapter 63. Qian Daolu smiled. Qian Daolu bore a smile at the corners of his mouth, remarking, This is indeed intriguing. She has made such a wager with Bofeng. The prowess of Bofeng is undeniably evident. As the offspring of Poseidon, the sea god Douluo, and Tangchun, the Haotian Douluo, it is inconceivable for Bofeng to undertake any endeavor without assurance. This wager presents significant advantages for the Spirit Hall. In truth, Douluo harbors a genuine curiosity regarding Bofeng's true combat capabilities and intends to witness them firsthand. Hulaina and her companions, being part of the illustrious golden generation of the Spirit Hall, are undoubtedly well known to Douluo. Naruto's audacity to challenge the three of them consecutively is indeed quite remarkable. The configuration of the spirit rings of Bofeng is beyond human capability. Just as Douluo was about to depart, he suddenly halted. The voice of the serpent spear Douluo echoed, informing of a significant event. Douluo promptly seated himself on the ground, commencing the circulation of his soul power. Employing the unique transmission method of the Spirit Hall, the serpent spear Douluo, tasked with safeguarding Rinchue's safety, conveyed the alarming news. In this vast world, the granddaughter holds the utmost importance. Douluo urgently inquired. The serpent spear Douluo, with a complex expression, replied, "Elder Judgment, you must brace yourself." The young mistress, Douluo, growing impatient, interjected, "What has happened to Xiao Shui? Has her identity been exposed?" The serpent spear Douluo gritted his teeth and stated, "She is already married." Douluo stood frozen, bewildered. Wasn't Xiao Shui engaged in an undercover mission within the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, aiming to undermine and supplant the Heaven Do Empire? How could she possibly be married? As the heir of the Spirit Hall, the sole descendant of the angel lineage, Douluo could proudly assert that no one in this world was worthy of his granddaughter. "Bofeng, am I not worthy? Are you not overseeing the young mistress? How could you allow her such recklessness? Who is the man she has married?" Douluo furiously demanded, initially intending to connect Bofeng with his granddaughter, only to find that Bofeng was already wed. The marriage of Bofeng is one matter, but it has undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to Douluo. Once Tangchun returns, how will the discord between the two be resolved? However, what he never anticipated was that his granddaughter had also married. This revelation could not fail to incite Douluo's wrath. The snake spear Douluo dared not utter a word, as a judgment elder, Douluo, though having retreated to the shadows, remained the most formidable authority within the Spirit Hall. The judgment elder wielded powers surpassing even that of the Pope. The snake spear Douluo, merely an elder, was scarcely worthy of Douluo's regard. As events unfolded, the snake spear Douluo gritted his teeth and said, "The young master has wed the proprietor of a department store, Bofeng." Douluo was momentarily taken aback, questioning, "What did you say? Xiao Shui married whom?" The snake spear Douluo reiterated, "The proprietor of the department store, Bofeng." "Which Bofeng?" Douluo pressed for clarification. "There is only one Bofeng. The owner of the department store," came the reply. "Is it truly the Bofeng of the department store?" Douluo inquired again. To which the snake spear Douluo confirmed, "Indeed, it is he. He recently set off for the Spirit Hall to discuss matters of collaboration between the store and the Spirit Hall with His Holiness the Pope. He should currently be at the Spirit Hall." A radiant smile broke upon Douluo's face. Serendipity had bestowed an unexpected joy upon him. The snake spear Douluo continued, "Judgment Elder, furthermore, the young master, it appears, is already with child by Bofeng." Listening to the report from the snake spear Douluo, and considering what Bofeng had just stated, it seemed that Xiao Shui's pregnancy was now an established fact. Soon, he would have a great-grandson. How could this not elate Douluo? His lips twitched with excitement, emotion swirling within him that words could scarcely convey. Tangchun, in our pursuit of Poseidon, I once stood alongside you, yet alas, I was bested. Now, by a twist of fate, my granddaughter has married your son. Just wait. When you return, I shall see how you dare act against my Spirit Hall." Unable to contain his joy, Douluo reflected not only on the union of Bofeng and Rinchue, but also on the child growing within her, a precious legacy of the angel lineage that must not encounter any mishap. "Snake Spear, I am aware of this matter. Safeguard Xiao Shui and the child in her womb. No harm must come to them, should anyone dare to threaten their safety." Douluo's gaze flickered with a glint of murderous intent as he coldly declared, "They shall perish." "Yes," the snake spear Douluo affirmed. "Judgment Elder, there is one more matter concerning Bofeng's true identity. Indeed, from the moment Bofeng manifested his martial soul, Douluo was already aware of his identity. What surprised him, however, was that Tangchun and Poseidon's son had grown up to be so remarkable. Dalu nodded and remarked, "I am already informed. Let it be as it is." Meanwhile, the snake-speared Douluo was perplexed. Just moments ago, the Judgment Elder was furious, yet in the next moment, he seemed entirely different. It is common knowledge that the Spirit Hall and Sea God Island are archenemies. The thoughts of the leadership are beyond his comprehension. His duty is solely to protect the young master. After a considerable pause, a smile began to grace Dalu's lips. The lineage of angels finally had a worthy successor. This child, he vowed to safeguard at all costs. He wished to prevent a repeat of the tragedies of the past. Would he inform Bibi Dong? Certainly not. Given her disposition, she would undoubtedly attempt to forcibly retrieve Xiao Shui. Moreover, the true identity of Bofeng must remain concealed. Especially during this crucial period of collaboration between the Spirit Hall and the marketplace, no unusual circumstances could arise. Dalu contemplated visiting Tiando City to see his granddaughter, but ultimately decided against it. To avoid unnecessary complications, and considering that Xiao Shui was already with child, it seemed prudent to refrain. The next 10 months would stretch on for Dalu like an eternity. Even before the birth of his great-grandson, he began to ponder what name to bestow upon the child. What name would be fitting? Friends, give it some thought. One thing was certain. The child must bear the surname Qian. Poseidon, did I agree to that? He could not allow Sea God Island to seize the initiative. Swift action was imperative. With a joyful heart, Dalu smiled and strode outward. Simultaneously, Bofeng and Bibi Dong reached an agreement. Soon after, they arrived at the open space outside the Pope's palace, choosing it as the battleground for their impending conflict. Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin were prepared and ready to engage at any moment. This time, it was a direct order from Her Holiness the Pope. Victory was essential for the dignity of the Spirit Hall, particularly for Yin. Had it not been for the Judgment Elder's interference at the entrance, he would have already. Chapter 64. Even Xiao Shui is more beautiful. Greetings, Judgment Elder. The surrounding guardians of the palace knelt in unison. As the Judgment Elder, Dalu wielded significant influence within the Spirit Hall. What brings you here? Bibi Dong coldly cast a glance at Dalu. He smiled gently, disregarding her demeanor, and approached Bofeng with warmth. At that moment, Dalu exhibited none of the aloofness expected of a Judgment Elder. He extended his hand and lightly patted Bofeng's shoulder. This gesture left the onlookers utterly bewildered. Bofeng is the son of Poseidon, and although Dalu is acquainted with his mother and they stand as adversaries, by virtue of their lineage, Bofeng must address Dalu as uncle. Dalu, no. I eagerly await the day you shall call me grandfather, my son-in-law. Huilina and her companions possess formidable strength, and they possess a soul fusion technique known as demonic charm, which is a crucial aspect to heed, as Dalu specifically cautioned. Bofeng, my dear brother, you are indeed an esteemed elder of the Spirit Hall, and this caution you offer could be perceived as a betrayal of your comrades. In an instant, the surroundings fell into an oppressive silence, and Bibi Dong's expression darkened. Huilina and her companions were taken aback, as they had initially intended to utilize the spirit fusion technique to secure victory in this battle. However, the elder's intervention left them momentarily stunned. Dalu, on the other hand, remained unfazed. Assisting anyone was merely an act of goodwill. Moreover, Bofeng was his granddaughter's husband, and the relationship between Dalu and Bibi Dong had always been strained. Following the death of Xuanji at her hands, it was likely that Dalu would have sought to eliminate Bibi Dong had it not been for the potential strengthening of the Spirit Hall. At the moment of Xuanji's demise, Dalu could have easily turned against her. Within the Spirit Hall, aside from his own granddaughter, he had no other relatives. Now that his granddaughter was married, and to Poseidon's son no less, Dalu harbored no grievances, finding Bofeng exceedingly agreeable, almost regarding him as his own grandson. Furthermore, his granddaughter was expecting a child, a descendant of the angelic lineage from Sea God Island. This only compelled Dalu to support Bofeng even more fervently. Elder Dalu, this seems somewhat inappropriate, does it not? Bofeng remarked, bewildered. Dalu chuckled and shook his head, saying, there is nothing inappropriate about it. You face 3 opponents alone, which is inherently disadvantageous, especially considering that all 3 are soul kings and part of the golden generation. My actions are entirely justified. I have great faith in you. Bofeng gazed at Dalu, who returned his look with an approving gaze and an amiable smile, prompting him to instinctively nod. After speaking, Dalu stepped aside once more. What do you mean by that, Dalu? Bibi Dong inquired coldly, casting a disdainful glance at him. In response to Bibi Dong's interrogation, Qingdao Lu remained unfazed. He replied nonchalantly, "What I choose to do is none of your concern." This battle was inherently one of disadvantage and inequity for Bofeng, as he faced a 1-against-3 scenario, with his chances of victory barely reaching 30%. Furthermore, the soul fusion skill of Xie Yue and Hulaina, known as demonic charm, showcased their formidable strength, elevating their abilities to the level of a soul emperor at the very least. "And so, you have revealed this secret." Bibi Dong pressed once more. "Do you truly believe that Bofeng alone can turn the tide, even with the knowledge of the soul fusion skill's existence?" Bibi Dong scoffed, fully aware of the combat prowess of Hulaina and her companions, having personally trained them. To this, Qingdao Lu merely cast a dispassionate glance at Bibi Dong, stating, "You ought to focus on your own responsibilities. The decisions I make are not for you to question. Furthermore, you would do well not to underestimate Bofeng." Bibi Dong's gaze shifted towards Qingdao Lu, pondering why this old man, who had remained in the Elder Hall, had suddenly emerged today. This was hardly a significant matter. Yet judging by Qingdao Lu's earlier demeanor towards Bofeng, Bibi Dong surmised that there must be some hidden connection or crucial information between the two. On the arena, Bofeng's expression grew grave. His adversaries were exceedingly powerful, and he could not afford to underestimate them. This battle was pivotal for the ownership of the general merchandise store. And as a resident of Sea God Island, he should not have been entangled with the Spirit Hall. However, given the circumstances, Bofeng felt a sense of helplessness. Yin chuckled lightly, "Kid. Just outside the door, I was contemplating giving you a proper thrashing. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Judgment Elder, you would surely have been the one to fall." Bofeng retorted. "You." Yin gritted his teeth, flames flickering in his palm. "Yin," Hulaina interjected promptly. "We must adhere to our teacher's plan." To Hulaina's words, Yin exhibited complete obedience, forever the sycophant. Destined for mediocrity, Hulaina exchanged a knowing glance with Xieyu, the sibling duo exhibiting a remarkable synchronicity. With a graceful step forward, Hulaina deftly maneuvered to position herself directly in front of Bofeng. A subtle smile began to grace her lips, and as she unleashed her martial spirit, a delicate, pale pink foxtail sprouted from behind her. Hulaina's martial spirit. The enchanting fox possessed formidable allure. An ethereal pink aura enveloped her, her lithe figure moving with a captivating elegance that stirred the blood. Her eyes, shrouded in a rosy hue, radiated a unique charm that ensnared all who beheld her. In stark contrast, Bofeng remained as composed as ever, his gaze tranquil and unperturbed. Now a married man, he found that the beauty of Xiao Shui far surpassed that of Hulaina. This enchantment dared not unfold beneath Bofeng's discerning gaze. With a delicate lift of his wrist, Bofeng gently raised Hulaina's chin with 2 fingers, shaking his head in disappointment. "Is this all? My little Shuer is far more beautiful. Let us go." As he spoke, Bofeng abruptly lifted his right leg, a deep crimson energy swiftly converging, forming a blood-red crescent moon. "This is troublesome. He actually possesses a soul bone." Bibi Dong has underestimated him. The skill of the evil demon Orca soul bone, evil whale demonic slash. The force of Bofeng's kick struck Hulaina with a jarring impact, sending ripples of crimson radiating outward. Under the watchful eyes of all present, Hulaina was propelled backward in an instant. At that moment, Xieyu swiftly caught her. As Xieyu's younger sister, they had grown up together, and he had always taken meticulous care of Hulaina. Under the influence of the evil demon-breaking slash, Hulaina succumbed to a deep unconsciousness. Xieyu remained silent, instructing others to carry his sister away. The most terrifying of all is the silent one, Xieyu, wielding the moonblade, held 2 blood-red blades. Beneath him, the spirit rings blossomed one by one, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Yen, as Hulaina's foremost admirer, could not bear to witness such a fate befall the one he cherished. A colossal fire giant materialized behind Yen, and his spirit rings 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, began to rise gently. Chapter 65, Holding Heavy Grandchildren to Command Tangchen. As his beloved disciple lay injured, Bibi Dong felt a pang of grief. Qian Rinxue was indeed her biological child, yet she had never received an ounce of Bibi Dong's affection. The depth of her love for Hulaina, her student, surpassed that for her own daughter. Bibi Dong hurriedly approached to assess the situation, and upon realizing that Hulaina was merely in a slight state of unconsciousness, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her gaze towards Bofeng transformed from one of frivolity to an overwhelming, despairing glare of death. "Xieyu, Yin," in this swiftly, Bibi Dong commanded coldly. With Hulaina out of the match, it was no longer possible for Xieyu to execute a spirit fusion technique. The tide of battle turned abruptly in favor of Bofeng. And Bibi Dong never expected that someone as young as him would possess a soul bone of such exceptional quality, at least over 10,000 years old. Yet, she had still underestimated Bofeng. Fueled by his sister's injury, the possessive Xiaoyu exuded an aura of rage. Brandishing the moonblade, he launched a flurry of rapid, lethal strikes toward Bofeng. Yan, undeterred, accelerated the movement of his spirit rings, transforming the ground beneath them into searing magma. In an instant, Bofeng found his escape route severed, with the wrathful Xiaoyu bearing down upon him. At that moment, Bofeng extended his right hand, summoning a blue trident that materialized in his grasp. The trident crossed in front of his chest, intertwining fiercely with the moonblade, sending sparks flying in all directions. Concurrently, Yin swung his iron fist, encased in molten rock, driven by an overwhelming hatred as he aimed to smash down upon Bofeng's head. Crack, crack, crack. Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened, for she had noticed the 8 spider spears sprouting from Bofeng's back. Wasn't his martial spirit a trident? How could this be? Such a phenomenon could only be attributed to an external soul bone. Qian Dalu mused, this young lad is indeed fortunate to have acquired such a precious external soul bone. Indeed, Bibi Dong's intuition proved accurate. It appears that this external soul bone is likely derived from a soul beast of the demonic spider variety. She herself possesses a dual martial soul, the dual spider queen martial soul. This external soul bone, however, has stirred memories deep within Bibi Dong's heart. Yin and Xiaoyu remain vigilant. For the strength of Bofeng is unfathomable. In a mere span of time, he has already bestowed upon them an abundance of astonishment. First, the soul bone triumphed over Hulaina, and then the external soul bone emerged. The soul rings of Bofeng have manifested. Yellow, purple, black. Yin and Xiaoyu held their breath, witnessing the most astonishing scene of their lives, 1,000 years for the second ring, 10,000 years for the fourth ring. All present were astounded by this seemingly chaotic configuration of soul rings, including Bibi Dong herself. The enigmatic presence of Bofeng is truly perplexing. What secrets does this individual conceal? It is imperative that she uncovers the truth. Years ago, at the Chrysanthemum Pass, she witnessed the 2 golden century soul rings of Bofeng. Yet now, reality has delivered a resounding slap to her face. Qian Dao nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. This is the son of the sea god Douluo and the Haotian Douluo, Tang Chun, and he is undeniably worthy of being his granddaughter's husband. Even if Tang Chun were to return, settling scores would require careful consideration of their intertwined relationships, as former adversaries have now inexplicably become in-laws. And quite close ones at that. Qian Dalu could vividly imagine the shocked expression on Tang Chin's face upon his return. He longed to witness it. The spirit hall may be powerless against him, but seeking retribution would not be so simple. Clutching his great-grandson in his arms would essentially mean leveraging that bond to influence Tang Chin. Would they reconcile? He chuckled to himself. On the battlefield, Bofeng wielded a trident, with 8 spider spears glowing with a purple radiance behind him. His left and right legs emanated purple and red light, respectively. The surprises he brought today were overwhelming, leaving Bibi Dong momentarily speechless. Judging by his stance, the left leg must also be a soul bone. The brilliance emanating from it suggested a significant age, certainly not inferior to that of the right leg. Bofeng had fully unleashed his potential, brandishing his trident with lightning speed. His first soul skill, Spear of the Sea. The trident shimmered with blue waves, and with a single strike, the moonblade wielded by Xiaoyu was crossed in defense. Xiaoyu was pushed back several meters. They, hailed as the golden generation of the spirit hall, had once considered themselves the foremost among the younger generation. Yet now, Bofeng stood undefeated, pitting his soul master prowess against 2 soul kings. With a gentle smile, Bofeng wielded his trident and launched another assault on Yan, who stood nearby. Having learned from the lesson of Xiaoyu, Yan displayed newfound wisdom as his fiery fist collided with the trident, igniting a blaze that soared into the heavens. 4th soul skill, Magma Eruption. Bofeng, this time you are destined to lose. The 4th soul ring beneath Yin glowed brightly, and amidst the stalemate, Bofeng unwittingly found himself in a passive position. The molten rock beneath him began to churn, approaching the critical point of explosion. Yin's martial spirit, the Flame Lord, a premier dual-element spirit of fire and earth, intended to drag Bofeng down into the magma's depths. Meanwhile, Qian Daolu observed with increasing gravity. To be honest, he believed Bofeng would emerge victorious, yet the current situation was undeniably dire. As Yin activated his 4th soul skill, the magma surged upward, forming a fiery pillar that ensnared both Yin and Bofeng within its embrace. The watching Bibi Dong secretly reveled in delight. An ordinary person could not withstand such extreme temperatures. Although Bofeng was powerful, he was ultimately still young and inexperienced. Amidst the flames, Bofeng remained composed, untouched by the surrounding magma. A translucent blue barrier enveloped him. His second soul skill, Sea God's protection. Suddenly, Bofeng broke free from Yan's grasp, striking his shoulder with one thrust of the trident and delivering another blow to his waist. This was merely a contest, and Bofeng had no desire to inflict harm. Xiaoyu, wielding his crescent blades, was haunted by visions of his sister in a state of unconsciousness. He cast aside his doubts. Merging his two blades into a singular crescent moon, he charged directly at Bofeng. After subduing Yan, Bofeng turned his attention to the oncoming Xiaoyu. It was time to conclude the battle. With his right hand grasping the trident, his fourth soul skill illuminated beneath him. And the blue trident radiated a dazzling golden light to the naked eye. 10,000-year soul skill. Fourth soul skill, Sea God's resounding thunder. The golden trident, crackling with lightning, was hurled with great force towards Xiaoyu, straight and swift. This strike encompassed the immeasurable power of the ocean, sending a wave of crisis surging through Xiaoyu's heart. In the gaze of all, a resounding explosion echoed through the air, causing the hearts of the onlookers to leap into their throats. With a trident in hand, Wave Wind poised the weapon at the throat of Evil Moon, signifying the conclusion of the battle, the outcome unmistakably clear. Wave Wind emerged triumphant in the final victory. With a gentle smile, Bofeng remarked in admiration, "Indeed, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall lives up to its illustrious reputation." Although Xiaoyu was reluctant to accept the harsh truth, they had lost decisively. Bibi Dong's face was clouded with gloom. She had initially believed that the three of them could overcome their opponents and seize control of the marketplace. Yet now, Bofeng emerged victorious. Chapter 66. As long as the hoe is wielded well, the tides of fate have turned, the illustrious Wave Wind has triumphed, while the Spirit Hall has faced defeat. In stark contrast to the expectations of the East, this outcome is indeed lamentable. She has squandered the opportunity to seize control of the commercial realm, and the miracles that have unfolded around Wave Wind are truly remarkable. It is a profound pity that such a prodigy shall not align with the Spirit Hall. Evil Moon clutched his chest, valiantly suppressing the excruciating pain coursing through his body as he rose. "Next time, you shall not be so fortunate," he declared, his gaze fixed intently upon Wave Wind. His fists clenched tightly. It is utterly astonishing that the three renowned figures of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall have all succumbed to his prowess. Kaze stood with a smile and nodded, saying, "I shall await your arrival." As he turned to leave, he caught sight of Chi Dao Lu's ant-like smile, which was undeniably peculiar. He had only met Chi Dao Lu once, so why this sensation? No, something felt amiss. Yet he chose to dismiss such thoughts. Bofeng cast a glance at the somber-faced Bibi Dong and remarked, "Your Holiness, I wonder about the status of our wager." At that moment, Bibi Dong's mood had plummeted to an all-time low. The golden generation, whom she held in high regard, had succumbed to the avaricious Bofeng. Indeed, the opponent's soul rings were quite dazzling, yet they were not the sole reason for the defeat of three soul kings. As for the sudden emergence of soul bones and external soul bones, it is a marvel for an ordinary individual to possess even one, but Bofeng? He possessed three, one of which was the most precious external soul bone. Bibi Dong truly wished to recruit Bofeng, but alas, she had lost this gamble. With a wry smile, she shook her head and said, "Bofeng, you are indeed formidable. Might you have any interest in joining the Spirit Hall?" The personal invitation from Her Holiness would likely be one that none present could refuse. Meanwhile, Qian Daolu cast a teasing glance at Bibi Dong, thinking how foolish it was. How could a resident of Sea God Island, known as Bofeng, possibly join the Spirit Hall, even though his granddaughter has married Bofeng? This does not alter the undeniable truth that he belongs to Sea God Island. Wait a moment. Upon further reflection, if his granddaughter has wed Bofeng, then she is finished. He has suffered a tremendous loss. Bofeng, with a resigned smile, turned to Bibi Dong and replied, "I beg your pardon, Your Holiness. I am merely a merchant, and it is only natural for a merchant to cherish wealth. I have won this wager. May Your Holiness fulfill the terms of our agreement?" The Spirit Hall is currently in a phase of rapid development, and what it requires above all else is talent and financial resources, without a doubt. Bofeng is indeed such a person. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong naturally could not defy the terms of the wager. "Very well." Bibi Dong, suppressing the fury within her, nodded in indignation and continued, From this day forth, the Spirit Hall shall enter into a partnership with the department store, granting the department store the right to establish branches within Spirit City. Having uttered these words, Bibi Dong turned on her heel and returned to the Pope's palace without a backward glance. Witnessing Bibi Dong's humiliation, Qian Daolu was in high spirits and approached Bofeng, gently draping an arm over his shoulder. With a smile, Qian Daolu remarked, "Well done. You are indeed the first to make her falter." Bofeng shook his head lightly, a wry smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Today, I fear I have offended this Pope gravely. Life ahead will not be as pleasant." "What? You, the young lord of Sea God Island, are afraid?" Qian Daolu said softly, his tone laced with curiosity. "Elder Qian Daolu, this is the Spirit Hall, not Sea God Island. If we were on Sea God Island, I would not need to tread so carefully. Even you once faced difficulties there," he replied. Qian Daolu retorted, "You impudent brat. Is it necessary to resurrect old grievances?" Clearing his throat to ease the tension, Qian Daolu inquired, "What are your plans now? Will you return?" As the gentle breeze caressed his face, Bofeng couldn't help but smile as he gazed towards the direction of Heaven-Do City. With his beloved wife expecting a child, it was only natural for a devoted husband to return to her side. In a mere 8.5 months, their child would grace the world with its presence. Bofeng reflected on the thrilling journey across the continent, which had bestowed upon him not only his very own shop but also a wife of exquisite beauty, gentle demeanor, and profound understanding, truly the greatest happiness of his life. At this juncture, Qian Daolu meticulously calculated that there were 8.5 months remaining until his great-grandchild would arrive. Since the tragic demise of Qian Xuanji, the Angel clan had suffered significant losses, now reduced to just the two of them, the grandfather and grandson. With his granddaughter now married and establishing her own family, and with a child on the horizon, Qian Daolu felt a resolute determination to bring this child back to the Spirit Hall, as it represented the last glimmer of hope for the Angel clan. Moreover, Bofeng's martial spirit, the sea god, coupled with his lineage as the son of Poseidon and Tangchen, promised unparalleled potential. Their child was destined to be born at the pinnacle of greatness. With the formidable support of Sea God Island and the Spirit Hall, along with the loving guidance of grandparents Tang Chun and Poseidon, and the adoration of great-grandfather Qian Daolu, who was among the 3 unrivaled Douluos, it was a legacy that few could bear. Seemingly, Qian Daolu had surpassed Tang Chun and Poseidon by a generation. With a mischievous grin, he inquired, "When will you disclose this matter to your mother?" "It pertains to the inheritance of Sea God Island, a matter of great significance." Qian Daolu was determined to engage in a spirited discussion with Poseidon regarding this important issue. Bofeng gazed at the smiling Candeliu, pondering if this was truly the same person. From beginning to end, Bofeng had observed that the smile never wavered, and Candelia's eyes remained fixed upon him without a moment's pause. Could it be? No, it couldn't be. Bofeng smiled gently and said, "I have yet to inform my mother. Given her character, it is highly likely that she would set aside matters concerning the Sea God Island and devote herself wholeheartedly to caring for my wife in the city of Tian-Do. Poseidon, having traversed the path of experience, possesses the nurturing wisdom to care for the pregnant daughter-in-law, and it is likely that she would come forth without hesitation. Concerning the future of the island of the sea god, as the high priestess of this sacred realm, she has always regarded the well-being of the family above all else. Now that a grandchild is on the way, it is only natural to prioritize these familial bonds. Wave, shall I take my leave? Naruto has fallen out of favor. Poseidon is coming." Qian Daoliu's eyes gleamed with excitement. At this moment, Tang Chun was striving to reach the 100th level. The regrets of the past haunted Qian Daolu for a lifetime, which was maddening. Qian Daolu firmly believed that with a well-wielded hoe, no corner could remain unturned. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to make one final desperate push. What enchanting quality does Tang Chun possess that stirs Poseidon so deeply? As of now, Tang Chun has yet to return. Qian Daolu understood that his chance had arrived. First, he must establish a connection, for that is of utmost importance. Qian Daolu hurriedly exclaimed, "Young man, with such significant matters at hand, you must promptly inform your mother. This concerns the legacy of Sea God Island, and it surpasses all else in importance." Kaze no Kaze gazed at Qian Daolu, who wore a mysterious and enigmatic smile. It was evident to Kaze no Kaze that Qian Daolu harbored affection for his mother. Could it be that, oh my, this fellow still clung to hope? With a resigned smile, Bofeng inquired tentatively, "Senior Qian Daolu, you have not yet given up." Chapter 67. Unable to dig at the corner, the Pope contemplates action. Qian Daolu instinctively nodded, affirming, "Indeed, indeed." with narrowed eyes and a solemn expression. Kazekage gazed intently at Douluo. Realizing the scrutiny, Douluo hurriedly shook his head, exclaiming, "You think too much. Am I truly that sort of person? Kazekage, is it not so? Your smile has betrayed you. Douluo, I regard you as a senior. I never imagined you would wish to assume the role of my new father. Senior Douluo, you ought to relinquish that hope. My mother has never held any feelings for you. She once declared that whoever among you could attain divinity would be favored by her. And now, my father is returning. As the angelic representative, you have already achieved the 8th test of the angels. Attaining the 9th is surely within reach. Yet, Douluo clung to the last vestiges of hope. And what brings your father back? Do you seek a beating? Kazekage interjected. I merely wish to converse with him about the experience of attaining divinity, for as the angelic representative, I have no opportunity to ascend to divinity myself. I can only await the arrival of the true heir to the angelic legacy. Douluo reflected. How many years have passed? I wonder how much longer I must wait. You shall not wait much longer. With a mysterious smile, Bofeng's gaze shifted, revealing that Douluo had yet to relinquish hope regarding his mother. A glimmer of inspiration struck him. Esteemed Douluo, I can disclose to you the precise time of my father's return, as well as the divine position he shall ultimately inherit. Douluo immediately expressed keen interest, inquiring urgently, what is it? There exist 2 formidable deities of death in this world, one a Rakshasa, the other an Asura. My father, with a subtle smile at the corner of his lips, he remarked, it is indeed Shura. Shura, the god of Shura has already acknowledged Bofeng, which is one of the reasons why Douluo dares not act against her. To his astonishment, the god of Shura has chosen Tang Chun. Good heavens! Douluo could hardly fathom the implications. When the day comes for Tang Chun's return, he cannot allow such thoughts to linger. Otherwise, the entire spirit hall may face catastrophic ruin. For now, it is preferable to focus on that child. May time be sufficient. The events of yesteryears have already filled Douluo with regret, yet it is of no avail. Due to the situation with the spirit hall, the Haotian sect has sealed its gates. As the founder, Tang Chun would never acquiesce to this. I know well that the closure of Haotian sect's gates is inextricably linked to the spirit hall. I hope that when Tang Chun returns, you will speak favorably. For after all, we are family. Naruto comprehended the thoughts of Douluo. It was merely the fear of facing his father's reckoning later. Rest assured, Senior Douluo, I am well aware of how to proceed. If there are no further matters, I shall return to Tiendo City. Having been away for such an extended period, my wife has surely been missing me. Upon mentioning this, Douluo immediately cautioned, Shue, your wife is a wonderful girl. You must cherish her and never let her down. Otherwise, you may face the consequences I did in my youth. With narrowed eyes, Bofeng fixed his gaze intently on Douluo. Douluo mused. Is it a crime to reminisce? After exchanging a few pleasantries, it was time for Bofeng to take his leave. Following his farewell to Douluo, Bofeng officially embarked on his journey home. In the papal palace, Bofeng sat on her throne, fury etched on her face, as the golden scepter in her hand emitted a series of ominous clanks. Today marked the most distressing day since she ascended to the papacy. She had anticipated taking control of the general merchandise store, but to her astonishment, it had not unfolded as expected. The formidable Bofeng has already surpassed the control of Bofeng. Such a person, if not courted, must be eradicated. In a fit of rage, Bofeng resolved to take decisive action. Gue Mei, Yuguan. As her words fell, the 2 titled Douluo appeared instantly. Bofeng's gaze was frigid. The spirit hall must dominate the Douluo Continent, and everything shall ultimately belong to her. She had long coveted the lucrative territory of the general merchandise store. Now, with Bofeng at the helm, she felt compelled to seize control. Capturing Bofeng was imperative, and should he dare to resist, her eyes turned icy, causing Gue and the other titled Douluo to shiver involuntarily. They dared not delay and hastily made their way towards the exit. At that moment, Douluo entered slowly. Where do you intend to go? He questioned the 2. As the elder of judgment and the grandfather of Rinchua, he had a vested interest in protecting Bofeng, her husband. The 2 titled Douluo exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. What brings you here? Do you intend to meddle in my affairs again? Bofeng cast a displeased look at Douluo. They had previously agreed that he had no authority to interfere in spirit hall matters. Douluo smiled faintly. I am aware of your intentions towards Bofeng, but today, I am not here to hinder you. Rather, I come to warn you. As he spoke, Gue and the other titled Douluo nearly collapsed under the overwhelming pressure of his presence, which was far beyond their capacity to endure. Bibi Dong's expression darkened as she slowly rose from her seat, wielding her purple-gold scepter, radiating an aura that rivaled that of Douluo. I am quite intrigued. What do you wish to warn me about? She asked with a sinister smile, her gaze fixed intently on him. Humph, Douluo scoffed. If you dare to lay a finger on Bofeng today, be wary of my wrath. Oh, Bibi Dong inquired with curiosity. I am quite interested to know why. Despite never having met him, you hold this man in such high regard that you would oppose me? When the time is right, you will understand, Douluo replied, shaking his head without further explanation. Remember, should I discover that you have harmed him, be cautious of your position as Pope. Although I have promised not to interfere in the affairs of the Papal Hall, do not forget that as the Elder of Judgment, I possess the authority to revoke your power. Bibi Dong shot a cold glance at Douluo, well aware that he indeed had such capability. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Bibi Dong suddenly called out, Wait, what is Bofeng's true origin that elicits such a strong reaction from you? Who typically remains uninvolved, even to the extent of opposing me. When the time is right, you will understand. The same words echoed, and as Douluo finished speaking, he vanished from the scene. After his departure, Yueguan cautiously inquired, Your Holiness, what should we do now? If you fear not for your life, then proceed without hesitation. Bibi Dong cast a sidelong glance at Yueguan, dismissing the two as she began to ponder the true nature of this individual who could instill such trepidation in Douluo. Why must a family complicate matters for one another? When Bofeng and Rushui returned with their child, clarity would dawn upon them. Chapter 68. Returning home to accompany my wife with matters concerning the Spirit Hall concluding, Bofeng resolved to return to Heaven-Do City. Upon exiting the papal palace, he fortuitously encountered Hulaina, supported by Xiaoyu. Her complexion was far from favorable, having endured the assault of the evil whale's demon-breaking slash, leaving her somewhat overwhelmed. The ferocious power of the evil demon tiger whale still lingered within Hulaina, as a sheen of perspiration glistened upon her brow. Her purpose for this journey was to seek her teacher, hoping Bibi Dong might possess a remedy to expel the residual violent energy within her. The moment the two encountered Bofeng, Xiaoyu frowned, his demeanor towards Bofeng decidedly unfriendly. The trio, once celebrated as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, had swiftly become the target of widespread reproach following their defeat. With less than a year and a half remaining until the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, their time was dwindling. They must secure victory, not only for the honor of the Spirit Hall but also for the 3 soul bones that rightfully belonged to them. The power of the soul bones demonstrated by Bofeng in today's battle had already been witnessed by both Xiaoyu and Hulaina. As the breeze was about to depart, it suddenly caught the attention of the two individuals. Just then, Hulaina called out to Bofeng, Hold on. The wind ceased its motion, and he turned to Hulaina, inquiring, Miss Hulaina, what brings you here? Might you enlighten me as to why you remain impervious to my allure? You are undeniably a member of the soul sect, despite the advantages conferred by your soul rings, or perhaps your mental fortitude. A gentle smile graced the lips of Bofeng as he observed Miss Hulaina's enchanting abilities, which were indeed impressive. Any ordinary person would undoubtedly fall under her spell. However, during my childhood, there was a period when Bofeng was entranced day and night by the melodious strains of the Sea Maiden's divine tune, a composition notorious for unsettling the mind. Over time, he became indifferent to its effects. Thus, Hulaina's allure held no sway over him, proving to be far less potent than the divine tune of the sea. It must be noted that after employing her charm, Hulaina's physique and beauty ascended to an entirely new echelon. Of course, she could not quite compare to my own little Snow. But what of you? Hulaina inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. As Bofeng spoke halfway through, he abruptly shook his head and remarked, It is of no consequence. You are not as lovely as my little Schwer. Naturally, such allure holds no sway over me. Casting a glance at Hulaina's rather unremarkable visage, Bofeng faintly sensed a trace of the malevolent power of the abyssal Orca within her. Almost forgetting, he recalled the unpleasant experience of being struck by the abyssal whale's demon-breaking slash. As Bofeng gently raised his right hand, the diadem of the sea god upon his head radiated a resplendent blue and golden light. Observing this, Xiaoyu immediately grew cautious. With a flicker of the sea god's luminescence, a gentle force swiftly penetrated Hulaina's being, beginning to untangle the remnants of the malevolent Orca power within her. This force, imbued with tenderness, enveloped Hulaina in a soothing warmth, prompting her to peacefully close her eyes. In less than a moment, The divine light had dissipated the residual ferocity that lingered within her. Bofeng nodded slightly, and upon confirming that Hulaina was unharmed, he swiftly departed, eager to return home to his wife. After a considerable time, Hulaina gradually regained consciousness. "Nana, what did Bofeng do to you?" Xiaoyu inquired anxiously, his concern palpable for the soul sister he had. Hulaina offered a faint smile, reassuring him, "Brother, do not worry. The residual power within me has been entirely eradicated by Bofeng." After surveying her surroundings and noticing Bofeng's absence, she asked, "Brother, where is Bofeng?" Xiaoyu replied somewhat irritably, "He has already left. When next we encounter him, I shall personally ensure his defeat." Hulaina shook her head with a bittersweet smile, her gaze complex, pondering strength. Upon leaving the spirit hall, Bofeng promptly set off towards Heavendo City, making the journey in just a day and a half. He soon arrived back at his bustling shop, which was more prosperous than ever. As the proprietor returned, the staff greeted him warmly, and he acknowledged each one. His foremost priority was to find his wife. Entering his room with a heart full of excitement, Bofeng gently opened the door. As it creaked open, he beheld Qian Rinxue and Xiaobai seated on the balcony, basking in sunlight and engaging in lively conversation. It was evident that Qian Rinxue's belly had grown somewhat. "Husband, you're back," she exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. "Feng Di, how did things go at the spirit hall?" Xiaobai inquired. Bofeng sat beside Qian Rinxu, gently embracing her. "Sister Bai, the spirit hall has consented to collaborate with us, but an unforeseen incident has occurred along the way. What exactly transpired? Is it possible that someone is deliberately causing you trouble?" Xiaobai furrowed her brows. Bofeng lamented, "It is none other than the ambitious Pope Bibi Dong. When I proposed a collaboration with her, she audaciously demanded that I join the spirit hall, even attempting to gain control over the entire marketplace. This woman harbors considerable ambition." Upon hearing Bofeng's words, Qian Rinxu furrowed her brow in discontent and remarked, "How exactly has she troubled you? Are you all right, my dear?" Qian Rinxu was acutely aware of this mother figure, forceful, exceedingly forceful, capable of annihilating everything in her path. The allure of the marketplace's benefits made Bibi Dong covetous. As the spirit hall, in its quest for dominance over the Douluo Continent, found itself in desperate need of both talent and wealth. Both of these commodities had been claimed by Bofeng, prompting Bibi Dong to contemplate the recruitment of him. Alas, it is utterly inconceivable for Bofeng to join the spirit hall, as he is fundamentally a denizen of Sea God Island, with a deeply strained relationship with the spirit hall. Were it not for a cooperative arrangement, Bofeng would never set foot there. To suggest that I join the spirit hall? That is simply out of the question. Immediately, I proposed a wager, challenging the spirit hall's golden generation, led by Hulaina, to face me alone against their three. What, then, was the ultimate outcome? Qian Rinxue inquired anxiously. With a faint smile, Bofeng remarked, "Of course, I emerged victorious. Consequently, Bibi Dong abandoned her attempts to win me over, inadvertently facilitating a collaboration with the spirit hall. However, the days ahead seemed fraught with difficulty. Having incurred the ire of a certain pontiff, this woman is no trivial adversary. She is formidable, indeed." Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Are we at Sea God Island to fear the spirit hall? In years past, I commanded a horde of soul-eating great white sharks, inflicting untold losses upon them." Qian Rinxue, visibly anxious, inquired, "Darling, did anything else transpire during your visit to the spirit hall?" After a moment of contemplation, Bofeng remarked, I also encountered Qian Douluo. Grandfather." Qian Rinxue suppressed her inner excitement and inquired, "What did that esteemed elder Qian Douluo convey to you?" Bofeng Dao. "Qian Douluo is indeed Qian Douluo. He immediately discerned that I am my mother's son and revealed my origins from Sea God Island." Chapter 69. The Seven Monsters of Shrek. "How does Qian Douluo treat you? Has he ever acted unfavorably towards you?" Xiaobai hastily inquired. The gentle breeze swayed as Bofeng shook his head and remarked, "Qian Douluo has not been unkind to me. Rather, his demeanor has been somewhat peculiar. He even considered introducing his granddaughter to me." Qian Rinxue exclaimed, "Isn't that me?" Curiously, she inquired, "How did you respond?" Bofeng chuckled softly. "Of course, I declined. I am already a married man. I cannot aspire to unattainable heights. It is said that Qian Daolia's granddaughter, Qian Rinxue, is a stunning beauty. At least you know how to flatter. Yet, I already have Xiaoshuer. What does it matter to me about Qian Rinxue? All of that is irrelevant. In this life, Xiaoshuer is all I need." Qian Rinxue smiled faintly, then leaned comfortably against Bofeng's shoulder. Darling, I hope that when you discover my true identity, you will not be taken aback, she teased with a giggle. By the way, Feng Di, I have already informed the high priest about your wife's pregnancy. Xiaobai reminded. Bofeng, Sister Bai, did we not agree to keep this from mother? How could you go back on your word? Xiaobai, with a hint of pride, retorted. As the heir of the sea god island, you bear the weighty mission of its prosperity. Were it not for me, would you have had the chance to meet Xiaoshui and be blessed with such a virtuous wife? Ever since you arrived on the mainland, you've grown increasingly indolent. But tell me, did mother say anything at all? Xiaobai glanced at Bofeng and replied with a smile. The high priest holds great expectations for this grandson. He is indeed the hope of our sea god island, as there are still matters to resolve on the island. The high priest will not be able to visit us for the time being. However, once Xiaoshui gives birth, the high priest hopes you can take her and the child back to Sea God Island. Bofeng nodded slightly, acknowledging that there was no cause for concern. With Xiaoshui still 8.5 months away from giving birth, there was ample time. Xiaoshui, soon you shall meet our mother. Are you feeling anxious? Qian Ringshu gently shook her head, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, not at all. During your absence, Sister Bai has taken excellent care of me. I have also heard you speak of our mother as a kind-hearted person, though we have yet to meet. I am confident that I will establish a good rapport with my mother-in-law. After several days of separation, the following morning, Bofeng prepared his belongings and, after bidding farewell to Qian Ringshu and Xiaobai, set off for Lamba Academy. Beyond being the proprietor of a general goods store, he was foremost a teacher, known as Teacher Bo. Today marked one of his classes, and he was on his way to impart knowledge at Lamba Academy. As he made his way, Bofeng encountered a gathering of individuals, led by a bespectacled man engaged in a heated discussion with the gatekeeper of the academy. I have told you, I am acquainted with Director Lu Erlong. Acquainted or not, it matters not. All who enter the academy must declare their identities and intentions. Unauthorized individuals are prohibited from entry. Director Flander, what brings you here? Just then, Bofeng arrived at the scene. Upon recognizing him, the gatekeeper approached with urgency, stating, Teacher Bo. These individuals claimed to be from Shrek Academy and wished to speak with Director Lu. The newcomers were none other than Flander and the elite group known as the Shrek 7 Monsters, accompanied by all the Academy's instructors, including the esteemed Master. However, the Master's expression was somewhat complex. It seemed that Flander had engaged in considerable persuasion to bring him here. Flander's eyes lit up as he grasped Bofeng's hand warmly. Boss Bo, it has been far too long. What is this all about, Director Flander? Bofeng inquired, glancing at the crowd behind Flander. With a hearty laugh, Flander proudly surveyed his companions before responding. In order for these little monsters to participate in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition a year and a half from now, I have decided to seek opportunities in Tiando City and, in the process, align myself with Sister Erlong. Thanks to your initial guidance, Boss Bo, without which Shrek Academy would lack the resources necessary to nurture these 7 prodigies. They're exceptionally gifted children who require a more conducive environment to fully realize their potential. Thus, the very day after your departure, I set out with all the faculty and students, arriving in Tiando City only today. Bofeng nodded slightly, then turned to the student guarding the school gate and said, I am familiar with these individuals. Allow me to escort them to Dean Lu Erlong. The student, not daring to hesitate, promptly opened the academy's main entrance. Since Bofeng was acquainted with them, there was no further need for inquiry. Under Bofeng's guidance, the members of Shrek Academy strolled leisurely through the expansive campus, characterized by its ample space, conducive teaching environment, and the essential simulated training facilities. This was the very purpose of the Master's visit, as the second phase of training aimed to secure the Silver Soul Badge for the young prodigies at the Soto Great Soul Arena. However, the Master could not withstand the persistent urging of Flander, especially after learning from Bofeng that the head of Lamba Academy was Dean Lu Erlong. Flander had long since intended to visit Lamba Academy. The foremost consideration was, of course, the Master, who had not seen Lu Erlong for over 20 years. It seemed that Flander had thoroughly prepared the Master for this reunion. Here lay the teaching building, the place where students attended classes, and over there were the student dormitories, providing a space for rest. As Bofeng walked along, he introduced the 7 monsters of Shrek, and a chorus of satisfied nods arose from the teachers and students, content with their surroundings. After all, they were about to embark on a new chapter of their lives in this very place. The group took a cursory glance at the Blue Tyrant Academy before Bofeng led them towards the back mountain. Lu Erlong cherished solitude and nature, making the back mountain the sole sanctuary for her residence. Generally, she refrained from making appearances unless significant matters arose. Principal Flander, Master. How do you feel as we approach the residence of Principal Lu Erlong? Bofeng jested. Flander chuckled, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he replied. We have come quite unexpectedly. I wonder if Erlong still remembers her elder brother? Let us hope she does not cast us out. It has truly been over 20 years. And I find myself missing her dearly. Am I right, Master? Flander cast a glance at the Master, seeking affirmation. As Bofeng followed his gaze, he noticed the Master's eyes were vacant. From the moment he entered the hospital, his heart had been engulfed in turmoil, uncertain of how to confront Lu Erlong. This was a person he had once loved, and moreover, she was his cousin. It had been 20 years. There were certain matters he had to confront. Chapter 70. I won't tell you. The back mountain remained as beautiful as ever, under the guidance of Bofeng. The members of the Shrek team slowly made their way towards the residence of Lu Erlong, not far ahead. As was customary, Lu Erlong's melodious singing drifted through the air, filling the solitary space she inhabited. Aside from her daily rituals of watering plants, tending to flowers, and singing, she possessed little else in the way of interest or hobbies. Her voice was enchanting and clear, yet tinged with a subtle sadness, an expression of longing for someone who was on the path towards her. Suddenly, the Master's countenance darkened, and he froze in place, a stream of crystalline tears unexpectedly adorning his previously stoic face. He fell into a heavy silence, as if his very soul had departed. Tang San, observing the Master in this state, was filled with curiosity about the cause of such a transformation in his usually composed manner. Flinder, wiping away the remnants of tears from his eyes, reminisced about their earlier years when they were full of youthful vigor. Now, they had all succumbed to the passage of time. Time, indeed, is relentless. The Master clenched his jaw, preparing to depart, but Flinder seized his shoulder with urgency. Xiaogang. 20 years have passed. Are you truly unwilling to see her? Flinder implored. The Master shook his head violently, exclaiming, It is not that I do not wish to see her, but rather that I lack the courage within my heart to face her. Flinder let out a helpless sigh, acknowledging the profound impact of past events. The once devoted couple, poised to unite in matrimony, had their plans thwarted by their own kin. Only to be informed that the other was a cousin. This brother and sister dynamic was simply untenable. This was one of the reasons the Master had evaded the situation for over 2 decades. Flinder offered reassurance. Well, you have come this far. Some matters must be confronted. For the sake of these children and out of respect for Boss Bo's good intentions, you must meet her today. Subsequently, Flinder forcibly led the Master away. Under the gaze of all present, the Master's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. He yearned to resist. Yet how could a mere soul master contend with a soul sage like Flinder? As the breeze carried a gentle laughter, Bofeng remained silent, leading the group towards the residence of Lu Erlong. Director Lu, there is an acquaintance seeking you, Bofeng announced as he approached. Lu Erlong promptly set aside his current tasks and came before Bofeng, inquiring with a smile, an acquaintance? Who might that be? His gaze shifted to the unfamiliar faces behind Bofeng, leaving him puzzled. Teacher Bo, who are they? Aside from Flandra and the Master, this was Lu Erlong's first encounter with the Shrek 7 monsters and the others. Bofeng turned to look. Where are Master and Flinder? He inquired. Tang San replied. My teacher and Dean Flinder are still at the foot of the mountain. It seemed as though my teacher was somewhat reluctant when we ascended together. It appears that Master still harbors some trepidation. Flinder? Are you students of the great Flinder? Lu Erlong asked in astonishment. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's question, everyone nodded in tacit agreement. As part of the esteemed golden iron triangle known as the Killing Corner, the bond among the three was akin to that of brothers. And the teacher Tang San referred to was of great significance. I ask you, what is the name of the teacher you just mentioned? Lu Erlong inquired urgently. Fervently hoping to hear the name she held deep within her heart. Although Tang San was unaware of the circumstances, it was evident from Lu Erlong's displayed emotions that she was far more agitated than his own teacher. Without hesitation, Tang San divulged. My teacher is commonly referred to as Master, while Dean Flinder frequently calls him Xiaogang. Master, Xiaogang. Lu Erlong murmured to herself, her excitement uncontainable. It truly is you. After 20 years, I have finally awaited this day. Now, you cannot escape my grasp. With that, Lu Erlong shed her earlier demeanor and sprinted down the mountain. The onlookers were left in shock, bewildered by the unfolding events. With a resigned smile, Bofeng shook his head and instructed, everyone, please take a seat and rest. We will all be part of the same academy from now on, so do not hesitate. After a long journey from Soto City to Heavendo City, The distance was indeed considerable. Moreover, this place boasts a beautiful environment, making it an ideal spot for a leisurely existence. The group began to scatter and sit on the ground. At that moment, Tang San cast a gaze filled with complexity toward Bofeng, pondering the identity of this teacher who shared his hammer martial spirit. What was the connection between them? Furthermore, how did he know his father? Could it truly be as he claimed, that they were family? These questions lingered in Tang San's mind, leaving him in a state of confusion for quite some time. Before Tang San could approach, Ning Rongrong took the initiative to step forward and stood beside Bofeng. "Brother Bo, it has been a long time. Have you missed Rongrong?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at him. Bofeng gently pushed aside Ning Rongrong with a smile and said, "Little enchantress, be good. Do not be mischievous. I have already settled down. Bofeng, could you please refrain from calling me little enchantress? I have grown up." Ning Rongrong immediately expressed her displeasure. With a smile, Bofeng shook his head and said, all right, our Rongrong has grown up. This place is not far from your 7-treasure glazed tile school. When you have the time, do visit. Your father misses you dearly. The last time I met him, he often spoke of you. Brother Bo, there is something I have long wished to inquire, Ning Rongrong tentatively asked. With a slight arch of his brow, Bofeng remarked, speak freely. Furthermore, this is Douluo Academy, and as your instructor here, you shall henceforth refer to me as Teacher Bo, not Brother Bo. Yes, Teacher Bo, she replied eagerly. Teacher Bo, I have always been curious about your origins. How is it that you possess such an array of extraordinary knowledge? I have asked my father countless times, yet he remains reticent on the matter, Ning Rongrong inquired. This intrigue traces back to Bofeng's initial visit to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, where he first encountered Ning Fengji. Ning Rongrong was acutely aware of her father's disposition. The fact that he was able to forge an alliance with Bofeng upon their first meeting speaks volumes of Bofeng's remarkable character. Indeed, it has been proven that Bofeng is extraordinary. Within a mere year, his retail establishments have permeated every corner of the continent. Recently, Bofeng extended his hand towards the spirit hall. Are you curious? He inquired with a hint of intrigue. Ning Rongrong nodded earnestly, eagerly anticipating Bofeng's response. After a prolonged wait, he declared, I shall not tell you. With that, Bofeng intended to depart, as he had his classes to prepare for. You, Bofeng, you truly go too far. Beware. I might return and inform my father, urging him to cease collaboration with the department store. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in indignation. Chapter 71. I shall personally train you, Bofeng. On the verge of leaving, paused momentarily, and then slowly turned to face the furious Ning Rongrong. He could not help but find the situation amusing. If your father does not divulge this information to you, what do you think? Will the wind tell you? At this moment, the crowd turned their attention here. Fully aware that not long after entering the Shrek Academy, the once mischievous Ning Rongrong had undergone a complete transformation. After enduring various experiences, her character had evolved, allowing her to harmonize better with those around her. However, one could not help but wonder if she was reverting to her former self. Just then, Flinder approached with evident joy, a trace of tears glistening at the corners of his eyes, perhaps a result of profound emotion or some other reason. Regardless, what was lost had indeed been lost. Over the course of 20 years, Flinder had come to terms with it, recognizing that Shrek was now his sole focus. Shortly thereafter, Lu Erlong grasped the master's hand, her face alight with happiness. It took considerable effort for her to drag him to this gathering. Lu Erlong understood that the master needed time. After evading for over 2 decades, it was not the moment to fall back into her grasp. This time, she was confident that the master would not depart unexpectedly, for his disciple Tang San was present. And training him along with the Shrek 7 monsters was a promise made to Flinder. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Erlong planned to rekindle their relationship. The atmosphere was serene until Flinder cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you splendid news. From this moment forth, Shrek Academy will officially merge with Douluo Academy, retaining our name as Shrek Academy. Henceforth, we shall no longer worry about financial constraints. Upon the announcement, the attendees were filled with unbridled joy. As the capital of the Heaven-Do Empire, the opportunity to cultivate here would provide an exceptional environment for the young prodigies, greatly benefiting their preparations for upcoming competitions. In truth, all of this had been anticipated by Bofeng. He had initially thought that Shrek would arrive later, yet they had come several months ahead of schedule. Lu Erlong, holding the master's hand, approached Flinder and cheerfully declared, from now on, you all are students of my Lamba. No. Of Shrek Academy. Henceforth, I shall serve as the vice dean, while you, Flinder, shall rightfully assume the position of dean. Flinder, somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied, Erlong. This visit to your place has already favored us. Perhaps I should decline the position of dean. Lu Erlong shook her head with a smile, saying, Flinder, there is no need for modesty. I have never been interested in the role of dean. Otherwise, I would not have moved to this remote mountain. Previously, many matters were handled by Teacher Bo, and now that you are here, I can afford to take a back seat and pursue my own interests. As he spoke, Lu Erlong tightened his grip on the master even further. The master. Observers soon realized that the master and this Lu Erlong seemed to be acquainted beforehand, each wearing an expression of intrigue. The master felt a shiver run down his spine and hurriedly extricated himself from Lu Erlong's embrace. He then approached the Shrek 7 monsters, adopting a stern demeanor as he proclaimed, Do not assume that a change of scenery means you can neglect your training. There remains a year and a half until the commencement of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. During this time, my training will become increasingly rigorous and demanding. Starting this afternoon, the training will officially commence. Surely not, Master. After our arduous journey here, can't we afford a few days to rest? Oscar implored with his alluring eyes, blinking innocently at the master. The others joined in, looking at him with pitiful expressions. They were all too aware of the terror that accompanied the master's training, which was nothing short of grueling. During that period, even Tang Sen felt utterly exhausted, not to mention the rest of the Shrek crew. Bofeng gazed at the Shrek 7 monsters, a thought emerging in his mind. He approached the master and said, Master, you toil tirelessly in training the Shrek 7 monsters. Why not allow me to assist you in their instruction? Upon hearing this, the Shrek 7 monsters were taken aback. Even the master was momentarily stunned, as were Flander and Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong, caught between amusement and exasperation, remarked, Teacher Bo, Xiao Gang has a unique approach to training these little creatures. Though your combat prowess is commendable, when it comes to education, Xiao Gang is the true expert. It would be best not to meddle. Indeed, with Xiao Gang already creating such chaos among these little monsters, the thought of you, Boss Bo, joining him was beyond Flander's imagination. The Shrek 7 monsters involuntarily shook their heads at the prospect of Bofeng and the master jointly training them in the future. No, that simply won't do. Brother Bo, I was wrong earlier. I apologize. As for that suggestion, we truly do not require it. Ning Rongrong hastily offered her apologies to Bofeng. Yes. Teacher Bo. We genuinely do not need it. In fact, the master is quite competent. We have all grown accustomed to his methods, haven't we? In an instant. The 7 voiced their opinions, their intentions unmistakable. They could not allow Bofeng to intrude, for the days ahead would be difficult otherwise. At a loss for a decision, Flander turned to the master and inquired, Xiao Gang, since you have always been their trainer, what are your thoughts? The master pondered for a moment, then looked towards Bofeng and asked, if you were to train them, what methods would you employ? This was a question posed by the master, inviting Bofeng to consider the situation from a different perspective. Bofeng cast a glance at the Shrek 7 monsters, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips, instilling a chilling sensation among the 7. Were it me, with less than a year and a half remaining until the grand competition, I would have no concerns regarding their current prowess, particularly with Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu among them. Their innate talents are remarkable, given ample time. Ascending to the Soul Emperor rank would be but a trivial matter. However, the fate of the remaining members remains uncertain. At the tender age of 6, I embarked on my training regimen, which was exceptionally rigorous. Allow me to share a fragment of my journey. I was instructed by the 7 titled Douluos in succession. 7 titled Douluos. Everyone present was left in astonishment. The formidable strength of Bofeng was palpable, as even Lu Erlong, who had sparred with him, could attest. Who could have imagined it? To be taught by 7 titled Douluos from such a young age is an extraordinary fortune for any soul master. The excellence of Bofeng is evident to all. Moreover, one must consider the terrifying forces that stand behind him, including no less than 7 titled Douluo, and perhaps even more. Chapter 72. The nightmare of the 7 monsters has arrived. As Bofeng smiled softly, he continued, in other words, I can employ the training methods of those 7 titled Douluo to instruct you. I firmly believe that by the time of the Advanced Soul Master competition in a year and a half, you will secure the championship. The Shrek 7 monsters instantly felt a wave of despair. The days ahead were destined to be shrouded in darkness. The master, suppressing his excitement, spoke calmly, very well. From this moment on, I shall train alongside Teacher Bo, striving for you to achieve the most commendable results in the upcoming competition. It was over. It was over. It was over. The seven gazed blankly, realizing that their hopes had truly faded away. Bofeng gazed at the disheartened members of the Shrek 7 monsters, assuring them that respite was on the horizon. Shortly thereafter, Lu Erlong convened a meeting for all faculty and students, officially renaming Blue Tyrant Academy to Shrek Academy. Flander was appointed as the inaugural principal of Shrek Academy, while Lu Erlong stepped back to assume the role of vice principal. Although there was confusion regarding Lu Erlong's intentions, it was rumored that the newly appointed Principal Flander shared a long-standing friendship with her. Aside from the change in the Academy's name, there were no significant alterations. As for the training of the Shrek 7 monsters, Bofeng already harbored a plan in his mind. In the mountains, Bofeng stood alongside the master. Teacher, what brings you to this place? The master inquired, perplexed. Bofeng smiled faintly, extending his hand to indicate the rugged mountain path. Master, the peak upon which we stand is the highest summit within Shrek Academy. Could you perhaps estimate the distance from the foot of the mountain to its pinnacle? In response to Bofeng's inquiry, the master began to gauge the distance with his eyes, furrowing his brow as he stated, "It is approximately over 3,000 meters. You cannot possibly intend for them, you have only guessed half of it." Half? Are they to carry heavy stones? The master pondered. I have employed this method before. During my time in Soto City, I persistently adhered to such training techniques. The master had anticipated that Bofeng might propose a more innovative approach, but alas, youth often brings with it a certain naivety. Before long, Tang San and his companions had arrived at the foot of the mountain, following Bofeng's earlier instructions. Bofeng and the master had been waiting for a considerable time. Dai Mubai inquired, "Master, Teacher Bo, what is the training agenda for this afternoon?" The master glanced at Bofeng, who nodded in affirmation, and then replied, "In the past, I observed your training methods in Soto City, where you would carry a basket of stones and run back and forth to the academy. Today's training will mirror that approach, requiring you to run just as before." Dai Mubai remarked, "I was expecting something more challenging. Teacher Bo, it would be fine if you had us run 10 rounds. With the lessons of the past in mind." The Shrek 7 devils were now brimming with vitality. This task seemed merely a trivial appetizer. With a peculiar smile, Bofeng stepped aside, revealing the rugged path behind him, strewn with stones of varying sizes, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Today's training session would not require you to bear stones. I permit you to utilize your soul power and all your hidden strengths. As long as you can ascend to the summit, you shall pass this trial. The 7 individuals gazed at the arduous journey ahead. Despite the treacherous terrain, it seemed rather trivial for their current capabilities. "I shall lead," declared Daimubai, the leader of the 7. Bofeng exchanged a knowing glance with the master, both of them wearing enigmatic smiles. As Daimubai stepped onto the path, completely unguarded, his pupils constricted at that very moment. An immense pressure enveloped him. His movements became sluggish, as if a mysterious force was clashing against him, and he was abruptly propelled backward. Tang San sighed inwardly, his purple extreme magic eye activating. The seemingly ordinary mountain revealed a faint blue-golden glow, imperceptible to the untrained eye. What could this possibly mean? The others hurried to assist Dai Mubai, and at that moment, Bofeng approached slowly, chuckling, "This is the consequence of your underestimation. I have tampered with this mountain. At its peak lies my crown. The aura it emanates can saturate the entire mountain with pressure. Your training today, and in the days to come, will occur here. This is merely the preliminary stage. Within a month, all 7 of you must reach the highest peak. Otherwise," he added with a mischievous grin, "I possess many more methods to train you. This is just a mild version of the sea goddess light, far from what resides atop Sea God Mountain. As of now, the Shrek 7 monsters have only attained the rank of Soul Master, and such a degree of Sea Goddess light is already formidable for them." Upon hearing Bofeng's description, a chill ran through the group. It was truly daunting. For the sake of their future, the 7 steeled themselves to ascend. Tang San and Dai Mubai forged ahead, and as Tang San lifted his right leg, stepping firmly into the mountain's embrace, he immediately sensed a formidable resistance impeding their progress. With the silent operation of his Xiantian skill, Tang San gradually advanced while stabilizing his stance. This place was indeed extraordinary. "Everyone, be cautious. The pressure here is immense," Tang San cautioned. The others soon realized the gravity of the situation, with Dai Mubai experiencing the pressure for the first time, making him exceedingly wary. The immense pressure, akin to the vastness of the sea, instantaneously overwhelmed him, rendering him incapable of rising. Daimo Bai and Tang Xin fared somewhat better. But Ning Rongrong and the other four had already collapsed to the ground. The light of the sea god was not something they could easily underestimate. If the training in Soto City merely peeled away a layer of their endurance, the current regiment stripped them of flesh. At this moment, Ma Hongjuan's complexion was flushed. His entire face a deep crimson, and his garments had long since been soaked with sweat. Teacher Bo, I have erred in your magnanimity. Could we perhaps change the training method? He implored. Indeed, Master, please intercede with Teacher Bo on our behalf. I would gladly carry stones and run 20 laps if it meant relief. Ma Hongjun, the stoutest among the seven, along with the food system soul master Oscar, voiced their plight, utterly unable to withstand the intensity of the sea god's illumination, which had rendered them incapable of standing. Bofeng solemnly remarked, Ma Hongjun, your martial soul is the fire phoenix, such a remarkable gift, yet it is truly squandered on you. And you, Oscar, as a food-type soul master, you will undoubtedly be the first target of concentrated attacks in team battles. Do you expect your comrades to divert their attention to protect you? I have heard from Dean Flinder that you are among the rare food-type soul masters with innate full soul power. Even Ning Rongrong, hailing from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, possesses only innate soul power at level 9. Are you truly so inferior to a mere girl? Chapter 73. Into the Wild the Master added, Teacher Bo is correct. From this moment forth, your training will be entirely under Teacher Bo's purview. I shall take my leave. With that, the Master hurriedly departed. He was their final beacon of hope, and now that he had abandoned them, what awaited the Shrek Seven Devils would be an entirely new nightmare. With a playful smile, Bofeng remarked that this was merely an appetizer. As the Master had just stated, from this moment forward, your training will be under my complete authority. Hurry along. Today, I do not expect you to scale the summit. But I do require a minimum advance of 300 meters. Otherwise, this evening, there shall be no supper for any of you. This announcement struck like a bolt from the blue. Under the immense pressure brought forth by the god of the sea's light, the seven began their slow march forward. Beside the wooden cabin at the back mountain, Flanders, who had recently taken the title of Dean at the Blue Tyrant Academy, was reclining in a chair, humming a tune while relishing this hard-won leisure. Flanders, you have gone too far. Lu Erlong approached with her hands on her hips, slamming her palm onto a nearby wooden table. Startled, Flanders fell from his chair onto the ground. Erlong, please don't scare me in broad daylight. I haven't done anything to provoke you, he protested innocently. I have been tirelessly occupied with the affairs of the new academy, and you, on the other hand, simply moved a chair to recline. Do you truly believe that just because you are now the dean, I can't discipline you? Lu Erlong retorted, her frustration palpable. Flanders stammered, well, as the dean, I must oversee the entire situation, and given my age, it is only natural for me to enjoy a bit of retirement. Is it not? Lu Erlong was momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, the master approached from a distance. Xiao Gang. Upon seeing the master, Flanders rushed to his side as if he were a lifeline. Xiao Gang? Lu Erlong's demeanor shifted dramatically, resembling a petulant child. Aren't you supposed to be training those little monsters? How come you have time to come here? Nodding from behind the master, Flanders added, indeed. Could it be that Bosbo has already? The master chuckled wryly and nodded. I must admit, I previously underestimated Teacher Bo. I have to say, he is even more adept at education than I am. Really? Flanders was taken aback. Is Bosbo truly that remarkable? The master affirmed, do not forget. He has been trained by 7 titled Douluos from a young age. His experience and methods far exceed our expectations. I feel quite at ease in trusting the little monsters to Teacher Bo. Teacher Bo is indeed enigmatic. Moreover, his sister, Xiao Bai, who operates the general store, is also a titled Douluo and possesses a soul ring of 100,000 years, Lu Erlong reminded them. 100,000-year soul ring. Both the master and Flanders were astounded. Heavens! The master exclaimed, in today's world of spirit masters, there are scarcely a handful of titled Douluos with 100,000-year soul ring. What could Teacher Bo's true identity be? To have such a formidable titled Douluo in his company? Lu Erlong slowly shook her head, stating, I do not know, but this is undoubtedly a boon for our academy. The department store has invested considerable funds in various projects, and our academy is undergoing expansion, largely thanks to the generosity of Bosbo. However, let us not dwell on this matter. Since the little monsters are fortunate enough to receive Bosbo's personal guidance, it is akin to having 7 titled Douluos as mentors. Xiao Gang, now that you find yourself with some free time, what do you intend to do next? Before the master could utter a word, Lu Erlong took the initiative to grasp the master's wrist, smilingly stating, "Of course, Xiao Gang will assist me in managing the academy. Unlike old Flander, who appears perpetually languid, I would rather seek Xiao Gang's help." The master nodded in a daze, for all he wished to express had already been articulated by Lu Erlong. Meanwhile, on the mountain path illuminated by the light of the sea god, the Shrek 7 monsters found themselves utterly exhausted. The 7 of them collapsed onto the ground, their soul power completely depleted. Even the formidable Tang San and Dai Mubai were panting heavily, unable to fathom the grueling training that awaited them in the future. With a gentle smile, Bofeng observed that the 7 individuals had seemingly exhausted their last vestiges of strength. Recognizing the necessity to cease, he extended his arm, causing the divine light of the sea god atop the mountain to suddenly extinguish. Instantly, the Shrek 7 felt a wave of relief wash over them, as the oppressive burden they had endured vanished entirely. The sea god's crown returned to rest upon Bofeng's forehead. "Now, tell me, how do you feel?" he inquired. The group collectively exhaled in relief, with Dai Mubai panting, "Teacher Bo, we can hardly take another step. The pressure is akin to a tempest, suffocating us completely." "Indeed, advancing even a single step is exceedingly arduous," Xiao added. "Our soul power is perpetually being drained. It is utterly impossible for us to ascend to the peak," Zhu Zhiqing remarked. The consensus among the group was unanimous. After listening to the 7's accounts, Bofeng chuckled helplessly and explained, "The source of this pressure emanates from the crown I wear, known as the divine light of the sea god." "The divine light of the sea god?" The others responded with puzzled expressions. Wave Wind nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed, the light of the sea god will impose upon you an immense pressure. Likewise, have you all taken note of your current physical condition?" Upon hearing Wave Wind's description, the group began to channel their nearly depleted soul power. To their astonishment, they discovered, "I have reached level 29, just one level away from Soul Sovereign," exclaimed Ning Rongrong in wonder. Zhu Zhiqing concurred, "I, too, have attained level 29. Could it be attributed to the light of the sea god?" Others chimed in, "I have also advanced a level." Suddenly, Tang San interjected, "I comprehend now. My teacher once stated that pressure serves as the impetus for progress. Teacher Bo, could it be that the light of the sea god possesses the ability to enhance soul power?" Bofeng nodded and remarked, "Since my youth, I have been cultivating under the light of the sea god, which indeed possesses the capacity to enhance one's soul power. However, the benefits it bestows extend far beyond this. If you have merely practiced under pressure, the outcome could be quite dire." "Why do you gaze at me with such expressions?" Ning Rongrong chuckled and suggested, "Brother Bo, why not utilize the sea god's light once more? This time we assure you, had they known that the sea god's light could elevate their strength, they would not so carelessly squander it." "Enough." Bofeng cast a disdainful glance at the 7 individuals and continued, "Do you truly believe the sea god's light is something to be used at will? It can only be employed for half an hour a day. This afternoon's training concludes here. I shall grant you some time, and after dinner tonight, all of you will accompany me into the city for some wild hunting." Chapter 74. In the midst of cautious development. Wild hunting? What exactly are we hunting? Bofeng smiled wryly. For them, this was indeed an obscure term. Of course, it was a matter of sluggish development. As of now, your strength remains quite feeble. With such limitations, do you truly intend to participate in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition? In just a few rounds, you shall be defeated. I previously consulted the master, who initially planned to take you to the Soto Great Arena, which was to be your secondary training venue. However, this time we shall change the location, the Heaven Do Great Arena. I am aware that it is the largest arena on the continent, far surpassing the Soto Great Arena in scale." Ning Rongrong's expression shifted abruptly as she inquired, "Brother Bo, you cannot possibly mean for us to engage in soul battles there, can you?" "Indeed, my little sorceress, you are quite astute," Bofeng replied with a smile. "The Heaven Do Great Arena serves as the main venue for this year's competition, allowing you to acclimate to the combat atmosphere and the tendencies of the soul masters there, thus granting you a preliminary advantage of familiarity with the terrain. Perhaps you may even encounter some of your future adversaries." "Very well, no one is permitted to be late tonight, otherwise." The group shuddered at his words and promptly nodded in agreement. The night in Heaven Do City was exceptionally lively. For the Shrek 7 monsters, who were visiting a large city for the first time, the bustling scene was captivating, with the exception of Ning Rongrong. The streets were filled with a steady stream of vehicles, and under Bofeng's guidance, they made their way to the Heaven Do Great Arena. "Before the competition commences, each of you must acquire a golden soul badge," Bofeng stipulated. "A golden soul badge?" The group gasped in astonishment. Oscar hesitantly asked Teacher Bo, as auxiliary soul masters. Are Rongrong and I also required to obtain the golden soul badge? Ning Rongrong nodded. Among the 7, they possessed no combat prowess whatsoever. Bofeng suggested. You and Rongrong might consider teaming up with Tang San and his companions, thus enabling you to participate in the 2-on-2 battles and accumulate points. With a year and a half remaining until the competition commences, this ample time is sufficient for you to achieve your aspirations. The resources in Heaven-Do City are abundant, making it an ideal locale for the current training of the 7 monsters. In the Heaven-Do Great Soul Arena, the night marks the beginning of a joyful existence, being a favored venue for the affluent, who seek to indulge in exhilarating battles. As the Wind and the Shrek 7 monsters entered the arena, they were struck by the grandeur of Tiando City, a true testament to being the imperial capital, far surpassing the Soto Great Soul Arena in scale. You may partake in the soul battles at your leisure, whether it be 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, but refrain from engaging in team battles for the time being, as your soul power has yet to fully recover. Perhaps you can engage in those at a later occasion. Additionally, I recall that the Master has provided each of you with a mask. Don them to avoid attracting the attention of other soul masters. Tiando City is unlike any other place, teeming with spies and informants. Should any situation arise, notify me immediately. Also, ensure that your names are concealed to prevent anyone from discovering your presence. From this moment onward, you shall be known as the Shrek 7 monsters. Understood. With that, each individual proceeded to register, awaiting the forthcoming battles. Bofeng, feeling rather unoccupied, decided to make his way to the VIP section to observe the proceedings. Given Bofeng's unique status, he enjoyed considerable renown in Tiando City, and naturally, he possessed certain privileges within the Tiando Great Soul Arena. Among these privileges was the right to view the matches from the VIP area. The VIP section was a private room, sprawling over 200 square meters, equipped with all manner of amenities. It featured a layer of specially crafted glass, allowing those inside to have a clear view of the happenings in the arena while rendering them unseen by those outside, thereby ensuring a commendable level of confidentiality. As Bofeng traversed the path to the VIP section, he unexpectedly encountered 2 acquaintances. Master Ning? Duke of Sword Duel? What brings you here? Bofeng inquired with surprise, wondering how they had come to be in this place. Upon recognizing Bofeng, Ningfeng expressed his astonishment, saying, Mr. Bofeng, what winds have blown you to this locale? I recall that you were quite averse to visiting such places. Bofeng sighed with a wry smile. It is all for the sake of my disciples. Recently, I have taken on a significant task to train them to reach the Spirit Master level, preparing them for the upcoming prestigious Continental Senior Spirit Master competition. Oh, that sounds intriguing, Ning Fengji remarked, aware that Bofeng had become a teacher at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Which prodigious youths could possibly warrant your personal tutelage? Your daughter. Oh, my daughter? What? Ning Fengji did not quite catch the last part. The Wind once again spoke. Aside from your daughter, who else is there? She has now become one of my students. As you are aware, Shrek has relocated to Heaven-Do City, which I presume the esteemed Master Ning is already informed of. Ning Fengji nodded, having received news a few days prior regarding Shrek's move to Heaven-Do City. That Liu Erlong of the Blue Tyrant Academy was once a member of the Golden Iron Triangle and shared a long-standing friendship with Dean Flinder. It is quite surprising how swiftly they have integrated into the new environment. Together with Ning Fengji, the Sword Douluo joined the VIP section, where the 3 of them settled into their seats, observing the battle unfolding below. It appears that my little witch will require the esteemed Boss Bo's guidance more than ever, Ning Fengji remarked after grasping the situation. A year and a half for Rongrong to enter the Soul Sect seems rather challenging. The Sword Douluo expressed his concerns. Bofeng also comprehended the challenges within. The Eye of Ice and Fire beckoned him to seek an opportunity to venture forth. Below, the battle raged fervently, and in no time, the formidable duo of Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai made their entrance. The Scorpion and Serpent combination faced off against the White Tower duo. Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo focused intently, for this marked their first encounter with Ning Rongrong, engaging in combat before such a vast audience. Bofeng was utterly absorbed, his gaze fixated on the divine crown of the sea god adorned upon his head, which emitted a faint azure luminescence that momentarily pierced into his eyes. This granted Bofeng a fleeting effect akin to Tang San's purple extreme demon eyes. With a command from the referee, both sides commenced a new round of combat. The opponents consisted of a male and a female, mirroring the nature of their martial spirits. The male possessed a serpent spirit, while the female wielded a scorpion spirit, both imbued with venom. Their soul rings were characterized by one white, one yellow, and one purple. Given that Dai-Mu-Bai was a soul sovereign, it was reasonable to deduce that their adversaries were also of the same rank, accompanied by Ning Rongrong, a support-type soul master. This left Dai-Mu-Bai somewhat overwhelmed. At the moment the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower martial spirit unfurled, the arena fell into a profound silence. To witness a Seven Treasures Glazed Tower soul master in this location was unexpected, for it was renowned as the continent's preeminent support-type martial spirit. Boss Dai. Ning Rongrong exchanged a glance with Dai-Mu-Bai. Following this, she consumed a pink sausage, and to everyone's astonishment, a pair of transparent purple wings sprouted from her back, allowing her to soar into the air amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Chapter 75. Grandfather watches his grandson. Flight ability. When did the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower acquire such capabilities? The spectators were left in awe. In the VIP room, Sword Douluo remarked, Rongrong's ability to fly must be the result of consuming food crafted by a food-type soul master. Bofeng remarked, truly worthy of the sword-fighting Douluo. You discern the clues at a glance. Rongrong's ability to soar derives from the third soul skill of a food-type soul master among the Shrek 7 monsters. This skill is sourced from the Millennium Phoenix Tail Cockatrice, endowing her with the power of flight. Boss Bo, having heard so much from you, I am genuinely eager to discover just who are the exceptional talents among Rongrong's classmates, sighed Ning Fengji. Soon, you shall meet them, Master Ning, I assure you. It will be to your satisfaction. In the arena, soaring high above, Ning Rongrong tirelessly activated the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, its radiance unwavering, amplifying both speed and strength into Dai-Mu-Bai's being. Accompanied by a powerful tiger's roar, Dai-Mu-Bai, cloaked in the white tiger's spirit, charged forth with incredible swiftness. Fortified by the protective barrier of the white tiger, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, renowned as the foremost auxiliary martial soul on the continent, effortlessly aided Dai-Mu-Bai in overcoming their current opponent, despite them being a soul master of the same rank. However, in terms of age, soul ring configuration, and the rarity of their martial souls, Dai-Mu-Bai and Ning Rongrong far surpassed their adversaries. After the battle concluded, Dai-Mu-Bai and Ning Rongrong withdrew early from the stage. In the intricate and bustling city of Heaven Do, too many eyes were upon them, and they could not afford to draw undue attention. Master Ning, sword-fighting Douluo, let us depart. Now that Rongrong's battle has concluded, I believe the others must be nearing the end of theirs as well. With that, the three exited the chamber, the depths of Heaven Do City growing ever more profound. Outside the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, as Bofeng had anticipated, the seven had concluded their battles early and had gathered to discuss their recent exploits and moments of brilliance. You cannot imagine. I knocked my opponent out with a single punch, Dai-Mu-Bai boasted proudly. Oh, come now, big brother Dai. Would you have won so easily without my Seven Treasure Glazed Tower's assistance? Rongrong chimed in, playfully ribbing him. Upon witnessing Dai-Mu-Bai's embarrassment, the group erupted in laughter, reveling in their youth. Everyone performed exceptionally well today. At that moment, Bofeng approached, accompanied by Ning Fengji and sword-fighting Douluo. Grandpa Jian. Father. Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward. As the little enchantress of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect, everyone was well aware of her parentage. However, Oscar instinctively recoiled upon encountering Ning Fengji, his affection for Rongrong deeply concealed within. The current situation resembled that of a future son-in-law nearly facing his prospective father-in-law. Yet, given Oscar's current abilities and Ning Fengji's discerning eye, it seemed that none present, save for Bofeng, could truly be worthy of his daughter. What a pity. The winds of change have ushered in a new union. Ning Fengji, filled with affection, gently ruffled his daughter's hair and remarked, I witnessed your battle just now with utmost clarity. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she shyly collapsed into her father's embrace, smiled, and then turned to the crowd, saying, It is already late this evening. Everyone should return to the academy to rest. Let us reconvene at the same location tomorrow. Do not be late. Just as was preparing to depart, suddenly spoke up, Teacher, why? As Bofeng turned to look at Tang San, who appeared hesitant to speak, it seemed that the latter wished to inquire about his father. Is there something on your mind? Bofeng inquired. Teacher Bo, why do you regard me with such peculiar eyes? Although we share the same hammer martial soul, your gaze is distinctly odd, evoking an inexplicable sensation. Tang San felt a sense of unease. Possessing the same martial soul, there ought to be some kind of blood relation between them. Perhaps it was appropriate for Tang San to address Bofeng as grandfather. In an instant, Everyone turned their attention to the two of them, wondering if Bofeng harbored such inclinations. Curiosity sparked among the onlookers. Even Ningfengji could not help but ponder, having known Bofeng for quite some time. Could it truly be so? Bofeng, the feeling of a grandfather watching his grandson. We shall meet tomorrow. As soon as the words left his lips, Bofeng swiftly vanished from the sight of the crowd. A grandfather watching his grandson? What sort of response is that? Tang San scratched his head, perplexed, remaining rooted to the spot. Ningfengji, known for his discerning perspective, cast a profound glance at Tang San, whose surname was Tang. A grandfather watching. Well, I have a general understanding now. Who would have thought? The Shrek Seven Devils, truly a remarkable group. In the stillness of the night, Bofeng returned to the general store alone, while others had long since succumbed to slumber. This night marked the latest he had ever returned. He ascended the staircase quietly, then opened the long-sealed door, discovering Qian Rinxua resting peacefully in bed. For a pregnant woman, a good night's sleep is of utmost importance. Bofeng tiptoed beside Qian Rinxua, feeling the rhythm of her gentle breaths. Thankfully, all was well. Darling, you're back. Bofeng, I apologize for making such a commotion upon my return. I must have startled you. Qian Rinxua gently rubbed her delicate eyes, revealing a charming smile. It's nothing. I had only just fallen asleep for a short while when I heard the noise. After all, we have been together for so long that I can immediately recognize your footsteps. So you were merely teasing me. At that moment, Bofeng tenderly embraced Qian Rinxua, his hand resting on her slightly rounded belly, distinctly sensing the subtle movements within. Kaze no Kaze marveled. My dear, I used my soul power to investigate. And it appears there are two? Qian Rinxua joyfully nodded and replied with a smile. Today, Sister-Bai specifically utilized her soul power to check, and I am expecting twins. Twins. Just as Kaze no Kaze reveled in his happiness, the door was abruptly flung open, revealing. The winds of fate cast Bofeng out directly and subsequently. The door was firmly shut, leaving not the slightest crack. During Xiaoshui's pregnancy, you ought to exercise some restraint. The affairs of the department store are not your concern. I shall manage everything, and chaos shall not ensue. Indeed, Sister Bai is true to her word, providing genuine protection. Particularly today, when Xiaobai utilized her spiritual energy to ascertain that Xiaoshui is carrying twins, she immediately took action. Naruto was completely isolated. At this moment, Xiaobai's voice echoed once more. Until Xiaoshui gives birth, you are to return to the academy dormitory to rest, permitted to return only once a week. In the stillness of the night, Bofeng shuddered unexpectedly, pondering the triviality of his quarrel with Sister Bai, for the sake of their child. It seemed he had no choice but to relent. Chapter 76. The serpent speared Douluos' unemployment the following morning. The Shrek 7 arrived punctually at their designated training site on the back mountain, ready to embark on a new day of rigorous practice. The previous day, they had savored the sweet benefits of the sea goddess light, although their time was limited to merely half an hour each day. They were unwilling to forego such an advantageous method of cultivation. On their journey, they even devised plans for their future training endeavors. As they gathered at their familiar spot, the Shrek 7 were on time, yet it was their leader, Bofeng, who arrived late. Early in the morning, he trudged towards the back mountain, rubbing his dizzy head in a daze. Sister Bai had become excessively cautious since Bofeng's wife became pregnant. And rightly so, the legacy of Sea God Island was of paramount importance, leaving no room for error. Currently, Qian Rinxua had become the primary focus of Xiaobai's protection, her presence nearly constant for 12 hours each day. Consequently, the serpent spear Douluo, stationed at the periphery of the general store and concealing his aura, found himself utterly speechless. He had become unemployed, tasked with safeguarding the pregnant granddaughter, yet did she truly require his protection? A single Xiaobai was worth 3 serpent spear Douluos. Often, he contemplated the absurdity of spending so many days without even catching a glimpse of the young master. He had only seen her once and had just begun to poke his head out to greet her when she had appeared, nearly exposing his hidden presence. Good heavens! To guard against Bofeng and the serpent spear, the formidable king of the demon soul great white shark, was no small feat in a secluded corner. The serpent spear Douluo stroked his stubbled chin, shaking his head in a display of desolation. It had been several days since he had seen the young master. Should the Elder of Judgment inquire, how could he possibly respond? Surely he could not brazenly declare, Elder of Judgment, I am unemployed. Meanwhile, within Shrek Academy, Bofeng adjusted his appearance before the Shrek 7. Observing the neatly aligned 7 individuals, he nodded approvingly and stated with solemnity, Well done, everyone. None of you are late today. Yet, Oscar whispered, but Teacher Bofeng is late. The others gasped in astonishment. As it so happened yesterday, feeling a pent-up frustration that could not be expressed, I took a nap, during which someone kindly delivered a pillow, too good an offer to refuse. Everyone, run 10 laps around Shrek Academy, and then we shall commence today's training. Bofeng stated with an icy demeanor. The 6 individuals instinctively turned their gazes towards Oscar, who had not altered his penchant for speaking without thought. Nevertheless, as members of the same academy, we would inevitably cross paths, and those 10 laps posed no challenge to the current Shrek 7. Consider it merely an appetizer before the main course of today's training. No sooner had he finished speaking than the 7 promptly embarked on their circular journey. As the crowd receded into the distance, Wave Wind felt a wave of relief wash over him, exhaling slowly as he mused to himself. Oscar truly proves his worth in critical moments. With a light chuckle, he made his way to a nearby clearing, settling down cross-legged on the ground to utilize this precious time for meditation and training. Meanwhile, at Ocean God Island, one by one, the grand ships laden with cargo embarked on their journeys. Purple Pearl stood on the deck, offering a slight bow towards the distant Ocean God Temple before commencing yet another round of maritime trade. In recent years, due to the expansion of Wavewind's business, the island's unique products have begun to flourish on the mainland, making a significant impact. Naturally, the exquisite goods from the continent have also been well received by the inhabitants of Ocean God Island, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship that solidified their trade routes. With fully loaded ships gradually sailing away, within the Ocean God Temple, Poseidon sat upon his throne, staff in hand, a smile gracing her face as she observed the scenes unfolding within the water screen. Witnessing the residents of Ocean God Island thriving and content brought her considerable peace of mind as the high priestess of the island. It had been over a year since her son departed, marking the first time in 12 years that Wave Wind had left the island. Now, Poseidon found herself longing for her son, yet her thoughts were increasingly occupied with the prospect of future grandchildren. In the near future, the arrival of her grandson fills Poseidon with immense joy, as she is also the mother of Bofeng. The prospect of becoming a grandmother is delightful. Yet Poseidon finds herself restrained by certain matters to attend to on Oceanic Island. Otherwise, she would hasten to the mainland, eagerly awaiting the birth of her grandchild. As Poseidon was about to depart and commence his affairs on Oceanus Island, a handmaiden approached from outside the hall. "Great High Priest, here is a letter for you." Upon receiving the letter, Poseidon instructed the maid to depart. The letter bore the signature, Little White. Poseidon was momentarily taken aback. The last time he learned of his daughter-in-law's pregnancy was through the revelation of young Bai. His son had raised her and insisted that she should surprise him with the news after the birth. Well, it was too late now. One could not simply return a son born of one's own flesh. With a sense of anticipation, Poseidon carefully opened the envelope and began to peruse the contents within. In mere moments, a radiant smile illuminated his face as he absorbed the joyous tidings conveyed in the letter. It revealed that his daughter-in-law was expecting twins, too. This was indeed a momentous occasion for the island of the Sea God. For both the Angel clan of the Martial Soul Hall and the Bai family of the Sea God Island, offspring represented the soul legacy. Each was a dominant force in their respective realms, one unrivaled on land, the other sovereign of the seas. Would they be 2 girls, 2 boys? Or perhaps a pair of a dragon and phoenix? Poseidon began to indulge in delightful fantasies. The situation on the continent was tumultuous. And as for the present state of Heaven-Do City, the capital of a nation, various forces intertwined in complexity, all vying for the safety of their sons, daughters-in-law, and future grandchildren. With merely Xiaobai alone, it was unlikely that the safety of these individuals could be assured. A command was issued for Sea Spear Douluo to come and see me. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, the Shrek 7 had just completed 10 laps of running. And now they were sprawled on the ground, gasping for fresh air. Along the way, they had given Xiao Ao a good lesson and assured that Oscar would henceforth speak not a single word. Behold, the footprints left behind by Oscar were the sole evidence of this promise. With a clap of his hands, Bofeng signaled the Shrek 7 monsters to stand at attention, their spirits uplifted, prepared to engage in training under the divine light of the Sea God. Immediately after, Bofeng tossed the Sea God's crown into the air, where it landed steadily atop the mountain peak. In an instant, a resplendent blue-golden radiance illuminated the mountainside, its brilliance so dazzling that it rivaled the sunlight of day. Tang-san, join me for a moment. The rest shall immerse themselves in the Sea God's light for training. Keep track of time for half an hour, he instructed. Upon hearing this, Tang San scratched his head in confusion but followed closely behind Bofeng as they departed. In Chapter 77, Tang San personally trained alongside Bofeng. The two had arrived at a secluded area on the opposite side of the mountain, where the divine light of the sea god also enveloped a broader expanse. "Teacher Bo, why have you brought me here?" Tang San inquired, perplexed. Bofeng remained silent, the dark light flickering from his left hand as the Haotian hammer manifested. As he brandished the hammer, he declared that from this day forth, he would dedicate half an hour each day under the aegis of the sea goddess light, utilizing the pressure of this place. "Behold, Teacher Bo will personally demonstrate the chaotic wind hammer technique for you." Tang San, taken aback, wondered, "What did you say?" At times, he genuinely questioned whether he had such a young grandfather. Yet, in his pursuit of strength, he did not defy Bofeng's wishes. With a flash of dark light, the Haotian hammer appeared in his left hand as well. At Bofeng's signal, Tang San grasped the Haotian hammer and commenced his approach toward the sea goddess light. As the blue-golden radiance enveloped his form, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. The weight of the Haotian hammer in his grasp felt as if it had multiplied by a factor of 10. The hammer struck the mountain with a force that caused the entire structure to tremble. On the opposite side of the mountain, the other 6 companions, diligently training beneath the sea goddess light, sensed the commotion and instinctively turned their gazes toward the source, which was none other than Bofeng and Tang San. What could Teacher Bo and Brother San possibly be doing to create such a ruckus? Ning Rongrong pondered in astonishment. Who knows? Little San already possesses the greatest talent among us. To be personally instructed by Teacher Bo is hardly surprising, Dai Mubai replied, shaking his head with a serious expression. Aware that the pressure from the sea goddess light had yet to dissipate fully, he could even perceive his own soul power amplifying in a gradual curve. Seizing the opportunity, everyone resumed their training. Meanwhile, Tang San was drenched in sweat, his clothing thoroughly soaked, his fingers turning pale as he gripped the Haotian hammer tightly. Under the sea goddess light, even the lightest of objects would seem to gain considerable weight. What more could be said for the Haotian hammer, which, devoid of any soul rings, already weighed 500 pounds? Now, under the illumination of the sea goddess light, that weight had likely escalated to 5 digits, tons. "What? Can you not lift the Haotian hammer?" Bofeng remarked coldly. Gasping for breath, Tang San struggled to reply, "Teacher Bo, the weight of the Haotian hammer is overwhelming. I truly..." Bofeng, with a sense of resignation, shook his head before stepping alone into the radiance of the sea god. He stood tall, impervious to the influence of the Haotian hammer. "Behold, this is the true essence of the chaotic wind hammer technique." With the Haotian hammer in hand, Bofeng swung it with abandon under the light of the sea god, producing a series of thunderous sounds that echoed through the air. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. This pressure seemed ineffective against Teacher Bofeng. Could it be that the Haotian hammer he wielded was a mere imitation? After a vigorous display, Bofeng rested the Haotian hammer upon his shoulder and cast a sidelong glance at Tang San. "From this day forth, your task is to master the Haotian hammer. You possess twin martial souls, and your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. Dedicate half an hour each day to practice the chaotic wind hammer technique under the light of the sea god. How you allocate the remaining time is up to you. Furthermore, at any time, do not harbor any disparaging thoughts towards the blue-silver grass." To the untrained eye, the blue-silver grass may appear to be a useless martial soul. However, consider this. It is a martial soul that has been passed down alongside the Haotian hammer. Do you truly believe your blue-silver grass is so simplistic? With that, Bofeng withdrew the Haotian hammer and gradually departed from the scene. This conversation significantly altered Tang San's perception of Bofeng. Just as his teacher had stated, Bofeng was indeed a commendable mentor, imparting the knowledge of how to wield his hammer. Tang San recalled Bofeng's earlier assertion that he had trained under the light of the sea god since childhood. If Bofeng can achieve it, then so can I. Tang San struggled to rise from the ground, forcing himself to straighten his back. As he activated his Xiantian skill, he summoned the technique of controlling cranes and capturing dragons, managing to lift the Haotian hammer with great effort. Yet, the reality was harsh. With each swing, he found himself weakly kneeling on the ground, expending all his strength with just a single strike. After half an hour had passed, Tang San could barely swing the Haotian hammer 3 times before he was utterly spent. The moment the light of the sea god vanished, he returned the Haotian hammer to its resting place and collapsed onto the ground, his body aching to the point where he could hardly muster the will to rise. Above him, Bofeng shook his head in resignation. This was not even the true light of the sea god. If it were truly on Sea God Island, Not only would one strike be impossible, but even lifting the hammer would be beyond reach, regardless of possessing the Shantian skill. There is still much time ahead, and the journey of the 7 Shrek monsters is far from over. Bofeng swiftly returned to the location of the remaining 6 companions. Half an hour had quietly elapsed since he reclaimed the sea goddess diadem. At that moment, the 6 were seated cross-legged on the ground, diligently absorbing the fruits of their recent training. Having experienced their inaugural attempt yesterday and now partaking in today's endeavor, the 6 had managed, albeit with difficulty, to walk slowly within the radiance of the sea god. Noticing Bofeng's return, Xiaowu inquired, "Bofeng, where is my brother?" It was only upon her question that the others realized the absence of Tang San. Meanwhile, Tang San, feeling utterly drained, lacked the strength to move and could only barely support his body as he trembled and slowly made his way towards Xiaowu and the others. "Wolfing Dao, do not be anxious. Tang San will arrive shortly." After the warm-up exercises concluded, the next phase of training commenced in the mimicry training area, where 2-on-2 combat would take place, with each of you facing an opponent. Laziness will not be tolerated, for I shall be observing you at all times. The 6 individuals promptly dashed towards a nearby location, aware of Bofeng's capabilities. As they departed, Xiaowu occasionally glanced back, wondering why her beloved third brother had not yet returned. It was only after the 6 had left that Tang San staggered back, his forehead and hair drenched in perspiration. He surveyed the surroundings before turning to Bofeng and inquired, "Teacher Bofeng, where are Xiaowu and the others?" "Naruto, they have already gone to the metamorphic training area. You need not go." Bofeng swiftly called out to Tang San, who was about to depart. "I shall personally train you." Tang San felt a profound sense of despair. After enduring the arduous training of the sea god's light, how had he once again fallen into Bofeng's hands? Subsequently, Bofeng utilized the sea god's crown to project a faint beam of the sea god's light. As the radiance entered Tang San's body, a gentle power began to accelerate the rejuvenation of his weary form. In a remarkably short span of time, Tang San astonishingly restored a significant portion of his soul power, and his physical strength revitalized as well. He turned abruptly to Bofeng, overwhelmed by his enigmatic nature. "Do not regard me with such astonishment. Were it not for your father's trust in me, I would not be so attentive to your needs." Chapter 78. The Sea Spear Dad? Tang San's heart ached for Tang Hao. It had been several years since they had last parted. Ever since Tang San left the Holy Soul Village to embark on the path of a Soul Master, Tang Hao had vanished completely. Aside from a brief encounter with the Master and a moment when he had decisively dealt with Zhao Wujia's aggression, Tang Hao had remained in the shadows, safeguarding his only son's safety. Since Bofeng and Tang Hao had recognized each other, Tang Hao had returned to the back mountains of the Holy Soul Village, finding solace in the company of a single blue silver grass, entrusting his son to his younger brother, which brought him peace. The relationship between grandfather and grandson is exceedingly delicate, particularly between Bofeng and Tang San. To the untrained eye, it was nearly impossible to discern this familial bond. "Teacher Bofeng, could you divulge to me where my father truly is? What is your connection to our family?" The anxious expression on Tang San's face reflected a child's yearning for his father. "It is not that I am unwilling to tell you, but you have yet to meet my requirements. When the time is right, you will meet Tang Hao, and he shall reveal the truth to you. My only concern is that you may not be able to accept it." Bofeng chuckled softly. Tang San responded with a puzzled expression. "Enough." Bofeng cleared his throat, striving to maintain his composure. "Let me be your opponent. Possessing a twin martial soul is not solely your privilege." With that, Bofeng became imbued with the essence of the sea god, revealing a configuration of 2 yellow and 1 black soul rings beneath his feet, causing Tang San to shudder. Is he truly human? And does he possess such a soul ring configuration? Tang San pondered, wondering if his teacher's theories were fallacious. Do not adhere rigidly to conventions. Sometimes, the knowledge found in books cannot be fully trusted, such as the belief that plant-type martial souls must absorb plant-type soul rings. Tang San nodded in agreement. His blue-silver grass had indeed accomplished that. Although unaware of Bofeng's current martial soul, an instinct warned Tang San of the danger he faced. He could not afford to underestimate this battle. With 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings emerging beneath his feet, the purple-hued blue-silver grass, exuding a faintly sweet aroma, encircled him. The enhancements from the soul rings rendered his blue-silver grass toxic. In other words, Tang San was now cloaked in poison, and even the poison Douluo would need to tread carefully. What if misfortune were to befall him? First soul skill, bind. The violet blue silver grass emerged from the ground, surging towards the wind from all directions. This place, deep within the forest, allowed the blue silver grass to flourish, often yielding unexpected benefits. Tang San utilized this opportunity to test Bofeng, the robust vines resembling the arms of an infant, their multitude sufficient to obscure the heavens. Bofeng, wielding a trident, emanated a sudden blue light. The spear of the sea. Accompanied by a flash of azure brilliance in that instant, the blue-silver grass ceased its motion, and time seemed to stand still. The trident had already been pressed against Tang San's throat, the chilling intent to kill causing a shiver to course through him. He dared not even swallow, fearing a mere brush against the spear's tip. "You have underestimated me." Bofeng's gaze sharpened as he wielded the trident, striking Tang San in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. "You activated the first soul skill of the blue-silver grass to test me. And while that is true, you should never have belittled my trident, for it can pierce through all defenses. Do not assume that the blue-silver grass can restrain me. Setting aside the disparity in our soul rings and levels, in a real battle, you would have long since become a cold corpse." Upon hearing Bofeng's words, Tang San nodded silently, rising from the ground. Indeed, he had been careless. He had intended to use the blue-silver grass for a test. Yet what he did not anticipate was the astonishing speed and sharpness of Bofeng's trident. After speaking, Bofeng retracted the trident and casually sat upon a nearby boulder. Pointing towards a mountain path, he remarked nonchalantly, "Due to your earlier oversight, go climb the mountain. After 5 rounds, we shall continue our sparring." Tang San shook his head helplessly, the lesson of the day etched deeply in his memory. With a firm footing, he commenced the first round of his ascent. Repeating the cycle in determination, Bofeng gazed at Tang San, who was diligently striving to ascend. Had he been too harsh in his expectations? Yet upon reflection, it became evident that Tang San had not yet fully matured. He was merely a fledgling soul master, and his aspirations were indeed too modest. Yes, far too modest. With that realization, he removed the sea god's crown and cast it into the air. The radiance of the sea god began to envelop the entire mountain, as a resplendent blue-gold light instantly shrouded the vicinity, including the climbing Tang San. In that fleeting moment, Tang San's limbs collapsed beneath him, and he looked helplessly towards Bofeng at the base of the mountain, struggling to utter, "Teacher Bo, what is the meaning of this?" With a gentle smile, Bofeng remarked, "You possess a twin martial soul, and so do I. In the realm of cultivation, we are indeed experts. The light of the sea god envelopes you. This time, you need not wield the Haotian hammer. Instead, ascend under the radiance of the sea god. I have faith in you." Having spoken, Bofeng reclined upon a stone, plucked a leaf to shield himself from the sun, and propped his legs up, preparing to take a nap. Tang San was taken aback, pondering how he had ended up with such a training instructor. This was indeed a remarkable experience, surpassing even that of the master. However, upon reflection, he realized that the light of the sea god granted him a privilege that others could only enjoy for half an hour each day. Thus, he seized the opportunity within the light's embrace to engage in further cultivation, silently channeling his Shantian skill. Meanwhile, in the bustling city of Tiando, a stranger appeared. This individual was the sea spear Douluo, dispatched by the great patron Poseidon to safeguard Bofeng and Qian Rinshue's unborn twins. Cloaked in black, he navigated the crowded streets, following the information he had previously gathered. At last, he arrived at a bustling shop in Tiando City, where throngs of people filled his vision. The business was thriving. His immediate concern was to locate the young master and Xiaobai. With great effort, the sea spear Douluo pushed through the throng. After some investigation, he summoned his soul power. Inside the room where Xiaobai was tending to Qian Rinshue, she suddenly sensed the familiar presence of the sea spear Douluo's energy. She quickly informed Qian Rinshue before stepping outside. From her vantage point on the second floor, Xiaobai scanned the crowd below and immediately spotted the cloaked figure of the sea spear Douluo. Their eyes met, and she slowly descended the stairs to confront him. "Sea spear, what brings you here?" she inquired. The sea spear Douluo replied, "I have come at the behest of the great patron to ensure the safety of the young master and the young mistress." "Where is the young master? I cannot sense his presence." Xiaobai shrugged helplessly and responded, "He has gone to Shrek Academy. Feng is now a teacher there, and he is simply passing the time." "Teacher? The young master has become a teacher?" The sea spear Douluo was momentarily taken aback. From a young age, Bofeng was tutored in succession by the 7 sacred pillars Douluo, under the personal guidance of Poseidon. The 7 sacred pillars Douluo were indeed Bofeng's mentors, and the prowess of Bofeng was well understood by the sea spear Douluo. The announcement of his role as a teacher at the academy undoubtedly astonished the sea spear Douluo. "Xiaobai, Where is the young mistress? I must meet her, he inquired. Xiaobai nodded, and the two ascended the stairs. Upon opening the door, the sea spear Douluo lifted his hooded cloak, gazing at the figure lying on the bed, Qianrenxue. Truly, she was the young master, possessing remarkable discernment. Young mistress. The sea spear Douluo greeted with a bow, leaving Qianrenxue momentarily taken aback. Sister Bai, who is this? Qianrenxue asked. With a smile, Xiaobai introduced, this is the sea spear Douluo, one of the 7 sacred pillars protecting our sea god island. He has come primarily to fulfill the command of the grand offering to ensure your safety. Goodness. Qianrenxue couldn't help but smile wryly. With Xiaobai as a formidable ally, and the presence of the snake spear Douluo outside, now the sea spear Douluo had arrived. 3 titled Douluos were protecting her. When had she ever received such honor? With such a formidable entourage, which power on the continent would dare to act against her? You, a grown man, do not belong here. Why not go to Shrek Academy, stay by Wind's side, and protect his safety as well? Xiaobai suggested. The sea spear Douluo replied, but the grand offering instructed me to do what? Do you understand women? Do you know how to care for them? Xiaobai queried. The sea spear Douluo shook his head. Then it is settled. Go to Shrek Academy. I shall summon Wind back weekly, and you two shall return to me weekly. If any urgent matters arise, I will inform you via the conch of communication. Thus, the sea spear Douluo found himself dismissed at the door and, with no other option, proceeded to Shrek Academy. At Shrek Academy, on the back mountain, Wei Feng enjoyed a refreshing slumber, basking in the gentle warmth of the sun that enveloped him. Relishing this rare day, rubbing his drowsy eyes, he gradually rose. Instinctively, he cast his gaze towards Tang San on the mountainside. Why have you all returned? Wei Feng inquired. Puzzled, only to discover that the 7 members of Shrek Academy were fully immersed in their training under the divine light of the sea god, their expressions earnest and focused. It seemed they had not heard his words. As the divine light faded and the sea god's crown once again adorned Wei Feng's brow, the 7 practitioners gradually awakened. Brother Bo, you are truly biased, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, visibly displeased. How am I biased? Wei Feng asked, bewildered. Oscar shrugged and replied, Teacher Bo. We were engaged in combat training in the simulated area, and just as we finished, we saw Little San training under the divine light of the sea god. Is that not favoritism? The others nodded in agreement, while both Tang San and Wei Feng shared a wry smile. Go rest. We'll resume our training this afternoon. Upon Wei Feng's declaration that the training session had concluded, the 7 members scattered like wild horses set free, vanishing in the blink of an eye. With such stamina, it seems the afternoon training will need to be intensified. Just as Wei Feng prepared to depart, a sudden change washed over his expression. This aura, it cannot be mistaken. With a gentle smile, Bofeng remarked, Uncle Miao, there is no need for you to hide. Given the length of our acquaintance, your presence is unmistakable. Upon finishing his words, the figure of the cloaked Hai Miao Douluo emerged before Bofeng. Young master. The wind waved his head slightly and inquired, Uncle Miao. What brings you here? Could it be that my mother sent you? Or perhaps she has already arrived in Heavendo City? The sea spear Douluo slowly shook his head and replied, the grand offering did not come in person. Rather, I was entrusted with the duty of safeguarding you, the young mistress, and the safety of the twins in her womb. Then why did you not go to the general store, but instead come to my side? Has Sister Bai driven you away? The sea spear Douluo nodded in acknowledgement, feeling quite helpless. Little Bai had indeed changed drastically. This could not be blamed on her. As both the wind and the sea spear Douluo were men of considerable stature, unable to remain constantly by Qianrenxue's side. If Poseidon had dispatched a sea maiden Douluo, that would be acceptable, but most of the 7 sacred pillar Douluo were also men, and it would not do to send them all, otherwise the sea god island would be compromised. Thus, the wind deliberately made his way to the wooden cabin on the back mountain, seeking a room for the sea spear Douluo. Aside from returning to the general store weekly to accompany his wife, the wind would predominantly spend his time at Shrek Academy, for he had the training tasks of the Shrek 7 monsters to oversee. With the arrival of the sea spear Douluos, the training regimen of the Shrek 7 monsters would certainly become more diverse. As per usual, Flander was leisurely reclining in his chair, savoring moments of relaxation. Content in the knowledge that he had a sizable number of subordinates to manage, his role as the principal was quite gratifying. Principal, the wind addressed. Flander leisurely opened his eyes, gazing at the wind, and stretched comfortably. Boss Wind, you've arrived? Is there something on your mind? Kaze no kaze, while we toil diligently. You simply lie about. Dean, I request special privileges. Grant me a private chamber. Is that all? Boss Kaze can proceed directly. Do not disturb my slumber. With that, Flander once again succumbed to deep sleep. Bofeng shook his head helplessly, not out of discontent with Flander, but rather reflecting the sentiments of all the instructors at the Shrek Academy. In Soto City, you took the initiative to establish a shop specifically to alleviate the pressures on Shrek. Now that Shrek has firmly established itself, Flander's liberation is indeed warranted. However, as the head of the academy, he ought not to indulge himself so frivolously. Despite Lu Erlong's countless visits, Flander has grown thick-skinned, rendering her efforts futile, and naturally, she no longer pays him any mind. With some time remaining before lunch, Bofeng casually sought out a clearing approximately 50 meters from the wooden cabin. Uncle Meow, shall we engage in a friendly spar? It has been over a year since our last match. From within the forest, Sea Spear Douluo gradually emerged, wielding the Nonic spear, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black spirit rings atop the golden spear. Sea God, manifest. Blue ripples undulated around Bofeng as he donned the Sea God's crown, a golden halo lingering behind him, draped in blue and gold satin, wielding a golden trident, with a spirit ring of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black materializing beneath his feet. Young master, I beg your pardon. Bofeng has matured, and the black soul ring stands as the finest testament to his growth. The golden spear, intertwined with lightning, clashes with the golden trident, and in an instant, an immense surge of energy envelopes the entire Shrek Academy. Chapter 80, The 7th Soul Skill. True martial soul, the air is filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds as the golden trident and spear transform into streaks of meteors. Bofeng and the Sea Spear Douluo engage in a rapid exchange of blows, leaving behind only a series of golden afterimages. The shockwaves produced by their confrontation swiftly propagate through the surroundings, inadvertently toppling Flander, who had just slipped into slumber, to the ground with the force of the current. Crouched on the floor, Flander finds a chair fortuitously resting upon him. Who on earth is making such a racket during the day? Can't one enjoy a peaceful nap? Flander exclaims in indignation as he rises. Scanning the vicinity, he catches sight of Bofeng locked in combat with the Sea Spear Douluo. Flander removes his crystal glasses, rubbing his murky eyes in disbelief. 9 soul rings. 9. A title Douluo, he exclaims in astonishment, holding a golden trident. Bofeng swung it fiercely at the Sea Spear Douluo, each stroke of the golden blade slicing through the air, hurtling towards his opponent. The young master had grown stronger, and the Sea Spear Douluo smiled with satisfaction, positioning his golden spear across his chest as a powerful gust of wind surged towards him. Renowned for his formidable strength, the Sea Spear Douluo ranked among the top 3 of the 7 sacred pillar Douluos, his martial soul being the Nonic spear, later endowed with divine power by the sea god, making him one of the few weapon soul masters among the sea spirit masters. As he wielded the spear, golden lightning erupted, swiftly transforming into 3 spears that darted towards 3 distinct directions. The Sea Spear Douluo himself lunged forward, spear in hand, moving with the swiftness of thunder towards Bofeng. Being one of Bofeng's 7 mentors, he was all too aware of his pupil's next move. 2nd soul skill, Sea God's protection. As anticipated, the Sea Spear Douluo had correctly predicted the move, deliberately slowing his speed as the 3 spears collided with the Sea God's protection, stirring up clouds of dust. Amidst the haze, the Sea Spear Douluo, wielding his golden spear, emitted a glimmer of cold light. Then, suddenly, he vanished. The spear struck the ground where Bofeng stood, resulting in a deafening explosion. Uncle Spear, I am no longer a child. Prepare yourself. 3rd soul skill, Cage of the Sea. The golden trident split into 8 identical tridents as Bofeng waved his hand, sending them directly towards the Sea Spear Douluo. With a smile, the Sea Spear Douluo brandished his spear, knocking each of Bofeng's tridents aside. Young master, I must admit, you have grown considerably this year. Yet, even so, you cannot defeat me. Is that so? Bofeng replied with a mysterious smile. The once scattered trident suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light, erupting beside the Sea Spear Douluo in a breathtaking explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Bofeng gently descended, casting a glance at the dusty Sea Spear Douluo across from him, and smiled as he remarked, Uncle Spear, what do you think of my 3rd soul skill? Coughing slightly, Sea Spear Douluo brushed off the ashes from his attire, unaffected by the previous explosion. The clash between a soul sect and a title Douluo was akin to a fragile egg striking against a stone. You've become quite cunning, was the assessment given by Sea Spear Douluo regarding Bofeng. In response, Bofeng nonchalantly nodded, recalling the arduous training of his youth, where each day was meticulously scheduled with rigorous tasks. Occasionally, Bofeng would even skip classes, though this would inevitably lead to heightened responsibilities the following day. Most distressingly, he had to endure his mother's reprimands, leaving him utterly speechless. A child is always at a loss before their mother. Having spoken, Bofeng brandished his golden trident, dragging it along the ground as he quickened his pace towards Sea Spear Douluos' position. In a swift leap, he lifted the trident high, poised to strike just above Sea Spear Douluos' head. At that critical moment, Sea Spear Douluos raised his spear defensively, and suddenly, dust erupted around them, the intensity of their combined aura creating ripples in the air. Flender, hidden behind a wooden cabin, cautiously peeked out, feeling the forceful gust of wind sting his face, nearly dislodging his crystal glasses. "Flender, what on earth are you doing?" complained Lu Erlong, approaching Flender from behind as the entire academy trembled under the commotion. Upon turning, Flender was astonished to find the entire Shrek's 7 devils and their master present, all gazing at him with expressions of dismay. Flender hastily defended himself. "Don't blame me. It's Bofeng's doing. He is currently trembling against the title Douluo." "What?" Master exclaimed, urgently pushing Flender aside to cautiously peer out. Just as Flender had stated, Bofeng stood wielding the golden trident, adorned in blue and gold satin, facing an unfamiliar title Douluo who brandished a golden spear. The sheer energy radiating from the clash of the trident and spear was overwhelmingly formidable, rendering close observation impossible, which was precisely why Flender had chosen to conceal himself in that spot. With a powerful kick, Bofeng sent the spear flying, grasping tightly the golden trident in his hand. The sharp tip of the trident lunged fiercely toward the sea spear. The Sea Spear Douluo, however, was no ordinary opponent. As one of Bofeng's mentors, he wielded the spear with a proficiency that rivaled any on the continent, including the currently unemployed Snake Spear Douluo. The trident and the spear clashed head-on, their tips entwined, sparking golden lightning and vibrant sparks. Utilizing his 7th soul skill, the true form of his martial spirit, the Sea Spear Douluo broke free from the trident's grasp. As the 7th black soul ring wrapped around his feet, a jet-black radiance erupted forth. In the next moment, he began to transform into a golden liquid, completely merging with the spear. "The unity of man and weapon," the master exclaimed in astonishment. "Teacher, what does it mean to achieve unity of man and weapon?" Tang Xin inquired. The master elaborated. "The unity of man and weapon refers to the soul master merging with their martial spirit, thereby reaching a true oneness. It is akin to the sword Douluo of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, whose martial spirit, the 7 killing sword, is the foremost attacking martial spirit on the continent. I have yet to meet this individual, but their mastery of martial spirits is undoubtedly profound." Bofeng gazed at the Sea Spear Douluo, who had unleashed his martial soul's true form, and with a wry smile, he shook his head, saying, "Uncle Spear, is it truly necessary for you to display your martial soul in its entirety?" The Sea Spear Douluo replied, "Young master, it is your command that I exert my utmost effort. I dare not defy your orders. Come forth." With that, the spear whistled through the air, its velocity astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it had reached Bofeng's front, for the true form of a martial soul is no trifling matter. Fortunately, Bofeng evaded just in time. Where the spear had passed, not a blade of grass remained, and an explosion ensued, sending a billow of dust scattering in all directions. Oscar, with sympathy, remarked, "Should we not assist Teacher Bofeng? It appears he is on the verge of defeat." Daimu Bai struck Oscar lightly on the forehead, exclaiming in exasperation, "Little Oscar, are you foolish? With our numbers, we would merely be courting death by intervening. Did you not hear that title Douluo referred to Teacher Bofeng as young master? They must be acquainted, otherwise, their battle would not be so evenly matched." The master interjected, "Now, let us patiently observe. The clash of title Douluos is a rare spectacle. The extent of your learning will depend upon your own attentiveness. Commencing the manuscript, prior to the official release, I shall present 2 chapters daily. On the day of release, expect approximately 10 chapters. Let us persevere through these days. I have faith in you all. Following the release, there will be 3 to 4 updates daily, contingent upon circumstances." Chapter 81. The 7 Monsters Battle Sea Spear. Bofeng found himself increasingly overwhelmed, beginning to feel a sense of helplessness. The Sea Spear Douluo, deserving of the title of a title Douluo, exerted immense pressure on Bofeng under the influence of his martial soul's true form. In terms of spear techniques, Bofeng was not inferior to the Sea Spear Douluo, if they were to truly refrain from utilizing their soul power. The two would likely remain locked in a stalemate for countless exchanges based solely on their martial prowess. However, the Sea Spear Douluo was indeed taking advantage of the situation. Maintaining such a state, which significantly drained his soul power, would likely become unsustainable for him as well. The chaotic winds of battle surged forth. With a thunderous roar, Bofeng grasped the end of the trident with one hand, and a brilliant golden radiance erupted forth, channeling all his strength into the trident. He clashed against the oncoming spear. To everyone's astonishment, the spear was forced to retreat. Subsequently, the sea spear Douluo reverted from his martial soul form, standing in place with a slight breath, for the transformation had indeed drained an immense amount of soul power. The waves receded as Bofeng withdrew the golden trident, subsequently exiting the state of divine possession by the sea god. You must be feeling the strain of unleashing your martial soul's true form, Uncle Spear. The toll on your soul power must be quite unpleasant, remarked the sea spear Douluo with a wry smile. Young master, my hesitation stems from a desire to avoid causing you harm. Otherwise, I would have unleashed my ninth spirit skill directly. Your rapid progress is remarkable. In just a few years, you may very well surpass us old fellows. Bofeng shook his head with a smile, saying, it is not so simple. All the skills I possess have been imparted by you. Moreover, my techniques are quite familiar to you all, aside from Sister Sea Maiden. I cannot accept the Town Sea Divine Melody. As for the other 5 uncles, he sighed, recognizing the futility of the situation. Upon witnessing the cessation of combat, the onlookers who had taken refuge behind the wooden cabin gradually emerged. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, one of my 7 mentors, the sea spear Douluo. Bofeng proclaimed to the crowd. Flinder and the master exchanged wide-eyed glances, for this was a titled Douluo who would dare to act recklessly. As the academy's principal, Flinder steeled himself, casting a resentful glance at the master. Excuse me, I am Flinder, the principal of Shrek Academy. May I ask? The sea spear Douluo interjected. You need not concern yourselves with me. I am merely here on orders to ensure the safety of the young master. Continue with your own affairs. I shall not interfere. This was the essence of the sea spear Douluo's duty, having rushed tirelessly to the mainland upon leaving Sea God Island, where their loyalty as guardians of the sacred pillar was unwavering. At midday, after finishing their lunch, Bofeng and the sea spear Douluo arrived at the clearing on the back mountain where the battle had taken place. Young master, are you suggesting that I train these 7 individuals? The sea spear Douluo inquired with surprise. Bofeng nodded slightly and remarked, it is not merely a matter of training. Rather, it is about enabling them to fully comprehend what it means to be a titled Douluo. I have been entrusted by someone to look after one of them, and I cannot go back on my word. When the time comes to act, I shall strive to avoid causing them harm, for there remains a substantial training regimen awaiting us. After a lengthy wait, the Shrek 7 monsters finally arrived at this place, each harboring a sense of trepidation. Particularly Tang San. Following the events of the morning, he now harbored a modicum of fear towards Bofeng, apprehensive that Bofeng might devise some new trick. As Bofeng gazed upon the assembled 7, he could not help but nod in satisfaction, declaring, in recent days, I am quite pleased with everyone's performance. Time waits for no one. Those participating in this competition are undoubtedly the finest from each academy. You represent Shrek Academy, and you are the very visage of Shrek. This afternoon, there is but one training task. The Shrek 7 shall face the sea spear Douluo. As soon as the words left his mouth, the expressions of the Shrek 7 contorted in disbelief. For them to confront a titled Douluo, they had witnessed this morning's battle, where the formidable strength of the sea spear Douluo had left them in awe, as one of the strongest figures on the continent. The 7 felt utterly devoid of confidence in their ability to contend with the sea spear Douluo. Oscar swallowed hard and spoke. Teacher Bo, you cannot be serious. Are you truly asking us to face? With a slight smile, Bofeng inquired, what do you think? He granted them time to deliberate on combat strategies and tactics. This morning, my battle with Uncle Meow is witnessed by you all, and I eagerly anticipate your true performance. After speaking, Bofeng leisurely settled onto the grass, his gaze curiously directed towards the Slack 7, whose expressions were vacant and devoid of vitality. They faced their most formidable opponent since their debut, a titled Douluo no less. What kind of game was this? Every encounter with Bofeng promised a unique surprise. And now, standing before a titled Douluo, the 7 dared not display even an ounce of carelessness. Under the leadership of Tang San, they began to discuss their countermeasures. Is there something amiss with Teacher Bofeng? Ma Hongjun whispered, casting a sidelong glance at Bofeng's position. Undoubtedly, Ma Hongjun harbored the greatest dissent towards Bofeng. His innate laziness, combined with his corpulent physique, fostered a character that was indulgent and lethargic, possessing a remarkable martial soul, yet seemingly unfairly treated by fate. Daimobai swiftly kicked Ma Hongjun, admonishing him in a hushed tone, You glutton, do you wish to endanger us? Be cautious. Or Teacher Bofeng might just have you dealt with, he added. All right, Dai Lauda, Please refrain from scolding the fat one, Tang San replied, shaking his head in resignation. In truth, Ma Hongjun had articulated Tang San's unvoiced thoughts. Uncle Miao, aim for the one who is the most rotund first, Bofeng remarked with a mischievous smile. The sea spear Douluo brandished his golden spear, his piercing gaze fixed upon Ma Hongjun. In that moment, Ma Hongjun collapsed to the ground, his stout legs trembling uncontrollably. Panic etched across his face as he looked towards the sea spear Douluo. Damn it, how could he have heard that? We're finished. Bofeng has always been a person with a vengeful spirit, adorned with the diadem of the sea god. Even the faintest whisper from Ma Hongjun reached his ears with clarity. The crowd swiftly turned their backs, engaging in cautious conversation to prevent Bofeng from catching any discordant notes. Faced with the formidable title Douluo, they felt utterly powerless, offering silent prayers for the portly one in their hearts. Using the sea god's crown, Bofeng began to eavesdrop meticulously. Regardless of whether it was the entanglement of blue silver grass or the formulation of a series of tactics, all of it was futile for those who were truly powerful. It must be said that Tang San was a master strategist. In every critical moment, he consistently surprised Bofeng with something extraordinary. Perhaps this time would be no exception. After a prolonged debate, the seven of them finally managed to establish a strategy, approaching the sea spear Douluo with trepidation, centered around Tang San. The remaining six formed a circle. As Bofeng surveyed the lineup of seven, he noted their remarkably conservative approach. Tang San, as a control-type soulmaster, utilized the blue-silver grass as a conduit, reminiscent of their previous battles. The sea spear Douluo gripped his golden spear tightly, a brilliant light emanating as a heavy, imposing aura spread around him. The hearts of the seven trembled, instinctively retreating a few steps, unwilling to display any hint of carelessness. In the subsequent moment, the Shrek Seven unleashed their respective martial souls. As their souls manifested, the sea spear Douluo nodded slightly, recognizing the fire phoenix, the seven treasure glazed tile, the white tiger, and the exquisite sausage martial soul. The appearance of the blue silver grass caught his attention. It was often deemed a useless martial soul. And observing the configuration of soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, he realized the depth of the young master's teachings in cultivating the blue silver grass to such an extent. Following his gaze, the sea spear Douluo focused on Ma Hongjun, recalling the young master's instruction to target this plump individual first, transforming into a bolt of golden lightning. The sea spear Douluo dashed forward, arriving before Ma Hongjun before the seven could react. A smile curled on his lips, sending a chill down Ma Hongjun's spine. With the descent of the golden spear, Ma Hongjun's expression changed drastically as he was propelled away. It had barely been 10 seconds since the battle commenced, and they had already lost one member. Blue silver grass, entangle, Tang San commanded, a flash of blue light emanating from his palm as the purple blue silver grass surged forth from the earth, attempting to ensnare the sea spear Douluo. Despite the considerable manifestation of the blue silver grass, Tang San's soul power remained too feeble. Before he could approach the sea spear Douluo, the overwhelming aura crushed the blue silver grass, rendering it impotent. Dai-Mubai activated his white tiger barrier and the white tiger transformation, advancing towards the sea spear Douluo with his massive tiger claw poised to strike. However, the golden spear intercepted Dai-Mubai's full force attack, causing his claw to collide painfully against it. Seizing the opportunity, the sea spear Douluo kicked out fiercely, sending Dai-Mubai hurtling away, his body aflame with pain, as if his very organs had been displaced. Only 5 remained. Ning Rongrong clenched her palms tightly, cradling the 7 treasure glaze tile, which instantly radiated a splendid array of colors. The extraordinary supportive capabilities of the 7 treasure glaze tile were unmistakable to the sea spear Douluo. Before the light could descend, he swiftly approached Ning Rongrong, delivering a precise chop that rendered her unconscious. Without the enhancement of the 7 treasure glazed tile, the situation had turned overwhelmingly dire. The sea spear Douluo's gaze pierced through to Xiao Wu's true essence, recognizing her as a 100,000-year soul beast in human form. As a title Douluo, he could not be mistaken. Indeed, he had seen through Xiao Wu's true identity, and he slowly advanced towards her. Tang San's heart raced. He had promised Xiao Wu that he would protect her for a lifetime. Uncle Spear, this is where it ends, Bofeng's voice resonated. The sea spear Douluo halted his steps, casting a final glance at the trembling little rabbit before gradually retreating. Xiao Wu. After the departure of sea spear Douluo, Tang San hurriedly approached Xiao Wu, anxiously inquiring, Xiao Wu, are you unharmed? Did you sustain any injuries? Upon realizing that the adversary had left, Xiao Wu let out a sigh of relief. She turned to the visibly worried Tang San and reassured him, don't worry, brother, I am perfectly fine. With Xiao being unscathed, Tang San finally felt a sense of relief. The battle concluded with an overwhelming victory for Sea Spear Douluo. Young master, did you already know that this is a 10,000-year soul beast, the soft-bone rabbit? Wave Wind nodded slightly and remarked, indeed. The first time I laid eyes on Xiao, under the radiance of the sea god's light, her true form was revealed before me. A soul beast of 100,000 years is extraordinarily precious, not merely for its century-old soul ring and bones. Her emergence, never mind. Wave Wind slowly shook his head and continued, I find myself quite pleased with our granddaughter-in-law. Having said this, Wave Wind unleashed several beams of the sea god's light, enveloping the three unconscious individuals. In mere moments, Dai-Mu-Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong gradually regained consciousness, and, with the assistance of the others, approached Wave Wind. Only Xiao, with a face of terror, gazed at Sea Spear Douluo, for being recognized by a title Douluo was a fate more unbearable than death itself. Bofeng gazed at the terrified Xiao and offered a faint smile, reassuring her, Uncle Miao will not harm you. The others were perplexed by Bofeng's words, yet Xiao secretly rejoiced, feeling a sense of relief. Soon after, Bofeng remarked, having allowed you to grow complacent in your training, do you now comprehend the disparity in strength? The group fell silent, their expressions dark as they averted their gazes. It was astonishing to realize that their opponent had yet to unleash his soul abilities. One could hardly fathom the trials Bofeng had endured in his youth, as the might of Sea Spear Douluo was undeniably formidable. After a prolonged exchange of words, the seven finally dispersed one by one. The impact of today weighed heavily upon them, illuminating the vast disparity between their own capabilities and those of the formidable. Meanwhile, Bofeng made his way to Professor Flander's office. Professor Flander, please take a look at this, Bofeng said as he handed him a letter. Bofeng glanced over in surprise and remarked, the Heavendo Imperial Academy has invited us to participate in a social event? Flander solemnly nodded and replied, many esteemed academies have received invitations this time, including the Four Elements Academy and several other renowned institutions. Our Shrek Academy is also among those invited. Initially, I intended for Xiao Gang to attend, but given that Shrek is still in its infancy, he cannot easily leave at this moment. Therefore, I have decided to have Teacher Bo lead the 7 monsters of Shrek to the Heavendo Royal Academy to partake in the social gathering there. Bofeng glanced at the letter. The so-called social event was merely a preliminary competition among various academies, a mere opportunity for multiple parties to gauge one another. Nevertheless, since attendance was obligatory, we must elevate our stature to the highest level. I understand, rest assured, Dean Flander. This time we shall undoubtedly be the sole protagonists. Bofeng thumped his chest confidently. Early the next morning, Shrek Academy had prepared the carriage, and the 7 monsters were already waiting eagerly. They had spent the previous night in restless anticipation, having heard that the Tiendo Royal Academy was to host a social event. Everyone was determined to represent Shrek Academy with utmost pride and grandeur. They all meticulously adorned themselves, even Ma Hongjun, who was typically disheveled, had taken special care for this occasion, styling his fiery red hair into a slicked-back look that gleamed before everyone. Fatty, when did you become so adept at dressing up? Oscar inquired curiously, ruffling Ma Hongjun's round head. Little Oscar, do you think I'm like you, who neglects shaving and ends up looking like Uncle Sausage? Ma Hongjun retorted, slightly displeased, quickly pulling out a small mirror to refine his appearance. Oscar rolled his eyes at Ma Hongjun and struck a pose he deemed more handsome, complemented by the attire provided by the department store for the event. Admittedly, the outfit suited Oscar remarkably well, lending him an air of charm. After shaving, Oscar indeed appeared somewhat dashing. Oscar, rein in your flamboyance. Don't embarrass us at the Tiendo Royal Academy. Upon seeing Bofeng and Sea Spear Douluo arrive, the 7 of them quickly composed themselves. Chapter 83. Smite him, grandmother. Observing the Shrek's 7 monsters before him, Bofeng offered a slight smile and said, before we set off for the Tiendo Royal Academy, there are a few matters I must convey to you. Those invited to participate are all esteemed Soul Master Academies, renowned throughout the continent. Among them are representatives from the 7 great sects. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, stand ready. Bofeng cast a glance at the 2 and earnestly advised, refrain from your lewd demeanor. We are representing the entire Academy's reputation this time. Especially you, Ma Hongjun. When you encounter attractive female students, stand tall. Do not display that infatuated, foolish look. Dai-Mu-Bai, keep an eye on him. If he dares to misbehave, humph. Understood, Teacher Bo, Dai-Mu-Bai nodded. Then turned to Ma Hongjun with a knowing smile. My apologies, Fatty. Daimobai's words caused a tightening of Ma Hongjuan's resolve, and a wave of panic surged within him. This was a matter of the Academy's honor, and not a single issue could arise. Bofeng added, furthermore, when in someone else's territory, refrain from causing trouble or meddling in affairs. Of course, should others provoke us, how should we respond? We shall strike back fiercely. The 7 responded emphatically. Their fists clenched tightly. Go. With Bofeng's commanding call, everyone boarded the carriage in succession, embarking on their grand journey toward the Tiando Royal Academy. Nestled within the mountains outside the city, the academy is constructed against the hillside, boasting comprehensive facilities, as it is established by the royal family. Even if a student's abilities or character are lacking, their status remains unassailable within the empire. The carriage carrying Naruto and his companions approached slowly, and before long, they had arrived at the foot of the mountain, having exited the city. The 7 disembarked from the carriage, gazing at the exquisite surroundings of the academy, and could not help but marvel at the grandeur and opulence of the royal establishment. Wealth certainly has its advantages, and indeed, given Naruto's current financial standing, constructing an academy would be a task effortlessly within his grasp. As the wind and the spear descended from the sky, they cast their gaze upon the sole path leading into the mountains, preparing to ascend. At that moment, discord erupted. Just as the Shrek 7 were about to make their ascent, a group of robust individuals suddenly approached, one of whom seized Oscar by the shoulder with a powerful grip, effortlessly displacing him from the steps, leaving him unceremoniously sprawled on the ground. Get out of the way, bellowed the burly man. This action instantly ignited Daimobai's ire. As the leader of the 7, he could not stand idly by while his brother was bullied. With a swift stride, he summoned the might of the tiger's roar and delivered a punch that sent the man crashing to the ground. How dare you bully my brother? Do you truly believe that the Shrek 7 are an easy target? Daimobai glared at the group, exuding an air of dominance. Brother. The others hastily assisted the fallen giant to his feet, their faces etched with fury as they glared at Daimobai and his companions. It was evident that those who had come to this place had been summoned, yet the identity of the force behind this audacity remained a mystery. You have some nerve to provoke us, the Elephant Armor sect. Are you not afraid of death? The man, now recovering from Daimobai's blow, rose with indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at the Shrek 7. The Elephant Armor sect? One of the 7 great sects among the lesser 4. Bofeng stood quietly by the side, allowing the youth to resolve their own matters, as they did not intend to interfere, especially since it was the Elephant Armor sect that had acted unreasonably first. Daimobai's decision to intervene was entirely understandable. The 2 parties had been embroiled in a dispute for quite some time, and a stalemate ensued. What Shrek Academy? I see you as the Stinking Pile Academy instead. Before Huyin Li could react, Daimobai and Tang Xin struck simultaneously. Huyin Li, having been sent flying, clutched his bleeding nose and shouted in rage, charge at them. Wreck them. I will take responsibility for any consequences. With that, the remaining disciples of the Elephant Armor sect surged forward, collectively unleashing their martial spirits. The Diamond Mammoth, a spirit renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities, emblematic of the sect's depth. Tang San released his blue silver grass, and the 3rd soul ring beneath his feet shone brightly. With a swift activation of his 3rd soul skill, the spider web binding, it was evident that Tang Sen was incensed. A purple orb of light swiftly enveloped the disciples of the Elephant Armor sect. As the orb detonated, tendrils of blue-silver grass erupted forth, ensnaring several of the sect's disciples in a web-like embrace. After undergoing several evolutions, the blue-silver grass now possessed the ability to paralyze nerves. Those ensnared found themselves dizzy, and within moments, one by one, they collapsed to the ground, the toxin taking effect. Just as the Shrek 7 believed their troubles had been resolved and prepared to ascend the mountain, a towering figure, a man of 2 meters in height with a physique even more robust than theirs, approached slowly with his arms crossed behind his back, exuding an oppressive aura. Upon observing the state of the Elephant Armor sect disciples, and then glancing at the Shrek 7, it was evident that they were the culprits. The man snorted coldly, his formidable presence causing the Shrek 7 to struggle for breath. Which academy do you belong to, daring to injure a member of my sect? Bring forth your leader to explain, he demanded, his expression fierce and head held high, dismissing the 7 as inconsequential. Senior. Tang San stepped forward and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Your disciples instigated this. They attacked first. The man remained obstinate, retorting, what do you consider yourselves? My disciples of the Elephant Armor sect are far more valuable than you. Release them immediately and bring forth your supervising teacher to apologize. Otherwise, mark my words, This matter will not end here. Bofeng slowly stepped forward, gazing intently at the man ahead. Are you the instructor of these students? The man inquired solemnly. Bofeng nodded and inquired, Indeed, who are you? Listen well, I am the esteemed leader of the armored sect, Hu Yinjun. Hu Yinjun. I am unfamiliar with that name, Bofeng replied, intentionally mocking his adversary. Hu Yinjun, a formidable soul Douluo of celestial stature. You ignorant fool. Your disciple has injured a member of my sect. As their instructor, you cannot absolve yourself of this responsibility. Kneel and apologize at once. Hu Yinjun emanated a powerful aura that momentarily overwhelmed everyone present. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. The golden spear poised dangerously close to Hu Yinjun's throat. Mere millimeters away, prompting a flicker of alarm in his gaze as he sensed the intensity of his opponent's presence. The titled Douluo, Hu Yinjun, trembled in fear. He thought. The sea spear Douluo cast a chilling glance at Hu Yinjun, the spear in his grasp unwavering, exuding a cold, murderous intent that caused Hu Yinjun to falter. Although he was a soul Douluo, he felt insignificant in the presence of a titled Douluo. A surge of terror coursed through Hu Yinjun's heart as the spear pressed ever closer to his throat. Chapter 84, The Unsettling Snow Qinghe Tang San. Loosen the bindings of these individuals. As soon as Bofeng's words fell, the blue-silver grasp binding the disciples of the Elephant Armor sect was entirely retracted by Tang San. I kindly urge you, the leader of the Elephant Armor sect, to return and thoroughly question your esteemed disciples. Had they not instigated trouble, my student would not have acted first. I do not offend others unless provoked. Should one wrong me, I shall retaliate with formidable force. My student is not someone who can be easily bullied. With that, Bofeng waved his hand. The sea spear Douluo retracted his golden spear and accompanied Bofeng towards the Royal Academy of Tiando. Gazing at the disciples sprawled on the ground, Hu Yinjun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nearly succumbing to fate's grasp. Fortunately, no conflict ensued. Otherwise, the entire Elephant Armor sect might have faced utter annihilation. Yet, what kind of academy was this, to possess a title Douluo? The path into the mountains was rugged, yet the scenery was enchanting. Bofeng and the sea spear Douluo led the way. Wow, Teacher Bo was so impressive just now, Oscar exclaimed, his admiration for Bofeng's silhouette evident in his eyes. Thank goodness we have Teacher Bo. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble. What exactly is the Elephant Armor sect? Ma Hongjun queried, confused. Dai shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips as he patted the hefty Oscar, saying, I've told you to read more and avoid such places. Boss Dai, don't lecture me. Back in Soto City, how did that exquisite pair of twin sisters sense Zhu Zhuqing's icy gaze? Dai Mubai quickly covered Oscar's mouth, chuckling awkwardly at Zhu Zhuqing. He was now striving to maintain his integrity. While absolute purity was unattainable, he was endeavoring to uphold his reputation, reflecting on the past, which he would rather forget. Dai Mubai felt a flush of embarrassment as Ma Hongjun brought it up again. Pinching Ma Hongjun playfully, he explained. The 7 major sects are divided into the upper 3 and the lower 4, with the Elephant Armor sect belonging to the latter. That man earlier was Hu Yinjun, the leader of the Elephant Armor sect. It is said they will also participate in this competition, sharing the same competition region as us in Tiando City. We must be very cautious now that we have made an enemy of them. What is there to fear? Oscar declared, thumping his chest with a grin. With Teacher Bo Sea God's light aiding our training, we are sure to claim victory in this competition. While the Sea God's light is indeed beneficial, we must not become overly reliant. The enhancement of our soul power remains paramount. As they spoke, the group, led by Bofeng, proceeded slowly forward. The grand playground of the Tiando Royal Academy was bustling with a multitude of individuals, adorned in a myriad of attire, most of whom were aspiring participants in the forthcoming competition. In the Tiando City competition zone, there were over 20 teams, with only a few renowned academies, among which the 4 Elements Academy stood out, engaged in hushed conversations nearby. It was rumored that the Lamba Academy had undergone a name change, now known as Shrek Academy. Historically a rival, Lamba Academy had consistently demonstrated a level of competence above average in previous competitions. Yet, it remained uncertain what merits Shrek Academy possessed that warranted attention. This occasion presented an exquisite opportunity to gauge their capabilities and discern their true strengths. Before long, the Shrek Academy, led by Bofeng, arrived at the scene. The unfamiliar configuration of personnel, coupled with the vibrant green Shrek emblem emblazoned upon their shoulders, instantly attracted the gaze of onlookers, who cast curious glances in their direction. Is this truly Shrek Academy? They appear rather unremarkable, far from the formidable reputation they are said to possess. Oh, Let us not be so hasty in our judgments. Do you see the individual at the forefront? That is Boss Bo from the general store, rumored to have taken on a teaching role at Shrek Academy. Is it possible? A wealthy merchant becoming a teacher? Surely, he must have lost his senses. Ouch! Who just struck me? Kaze has always been rather petty. He is not one to let slights against himself go unpunished. As Bofeng meandered onward, he instructed the Shrek's 7 devils to explore freely, gathering vital information about the other academies, provided they did not cause any disturbances. Upon receiving Bofeng's command, the group promptly dispersed. However, Ma Hongjun, consumed by his desires, found himself encircled by a bevy of enchanting young women clad in azure garments, students from the Tianshui Academy, whose beauty was nothing short of extraordinary. Their slender, delicate legs were exposed to the air, complemented by their stunning visages and waists as supple as willow branches. Ma Hongjuan's comical expression elicited a flurry of startled reactions from these young ladies, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Damu Bai, shaking his head in disappointment, remarked on the unchanging nature of character. After offering an apology to the group of female students, he seized Ma Hongjun by the ear and led him away to a quieter corner. Upon witnessing the scene, Bofeng could only shake his head and smile helplessly. Little brother Bo, it is indeed snowing. I assenti it? Your Highness, it has been quite some time since we last met, Bofeng greeted. Shueqinghe nodded and remarked, Little brother Bo, have you not been keeping to our agreement? We had promised to meet at least once a month. Yet several months have passed without a glimpse of you. After Shueqinghe spoke, Bofeng smiled awkwardly and replied, Your Highness, I have been quite occupied with official duties. I am currently serving as a teacher at the Shrek Academy, overseeing numerous students. If I have been remiss in any way, I hope your Highness will forgive me. Something seemed amiss. Was this Shueqinghe a mere facade? His every action bore a stark contrast to the person Bofeng once knew. While outsiders remained oblivious, Bofeng could perceive the absence of a certain charm. Could it be that Qian Rinxue no longer played the role of Shueqinghe and had taken on some other task? Qian Rinxue, indeed. I am now your wife. Little brother Bo, what are you pondering? Bofeng quickly shook his head and replied, It's nothing, Your Highness. I am unaware of the details regarding this social gathering. Shueqinghe smiled faintly, his every gesture reminiscent of the previous incarnation, though lacking a certain essence. This subtle difference was perceptible to Bofeng. Reflecting on the moments shared with Shueqinghe, Bofeng was increasingly convinced that this was not the true Qian Rinxue, but rather an impostor. Where, then, had the genuine Qian Rinxue vanished to? In a room within the department store, Qian Rinxue reclined on a comfortable bed, her expression carrying the grace of her mother as she gently caressed her notably enlarged belly. With merely over 8 months remaining until the birth of her child, the thought of soon embracing motherhood filled her heart with longing and anticipation. She yearned to meet her future offspring. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue sneezed unexpectedly. Though a trivial act, it instantly captured the attention of Xiaobai. Sister, what's the matter? In the blink of an eye, Xiaobai appeared at Qian Rinxue's bedside. Xiaobai had become exceedingly sensitive to even the slightest disturbance. Chapter 85. Conflict resurfaces. Qian Rinxue shook her head, brushing her delicate nose with her hand. Sister Bai, I'm perfectly fine. There's no need for such alarm. Xiaobai promptly adjusted the blanket covering Qian Rinxue's belly, ensuring not a single gap remained. You are now my primary concern. We cannot afford any mishaps. How would I explain it to the grand offering? Fingdi has been under my care since childhood. My experience in this matter is quite extensive. You must be coming down with a cold. Wait here. I shall prepare some nourishing supplements. Woofing, not quite. With that, Xiaobai hurriedly dashed out. Watching Xiaobai's busy figure, Qian Rinxue felt a warm sensation envelop her heart. She truly sensed the warmth of home. At the Tiando Royal Academy, the position of president was held personally by the great Emperor Shuiyi. Additionally, 3 esteemed leaders, Mengxinji, Bai Bashan, and Jilin, served as the triad spirit Douluo. From the moment Bofeng arrived at the academy, Shueqinghe had introduced him to these 3 illustrious figures. Mengxinji clasped his hands and remarked, Boss Bo, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. To finally meet you today is indeed a tremendous fortune for us. Bofeng smiled and replied, Esteemed members of the Education Committee, you are far too gracious. I am merely a humble merchant, while you 3 are the true educators shaping the minds of the youth. I am but a shadow in your illustrious presence. Boss Bo, you are excessively modest. May I ask who this is? Mengxinji inquired, directing his gaze towards Hai Miao Douluo. Bofeng was momentarily taken aback. It would be too ostentatious to declare that Uncle Miao was a title Douluo. The only individuals capable of having a titled Douluo at their beck and call across the continent, apart from the Pope Bibidong and a select few, were none other than Bofeng. The sea spear Douluo remarked, "I am merely a subordinate." With that, he returned to a state of tranquility, promptly restraining his aura, which prevented the three Soul Douluo teaching committee members from immediately discerning his true identity. In this chaotic assembly, the sea spear Douluo could not afford to reveal Bofeng's status easily, as very few were privy to such knowledge. Dream Machine felt somewhat awkward in his elevated position, even deigning to inquire of a subordinate, which was unbecoming of his rank. The unusual expression in Dream Machine's eyes did not escape the notice of the sea spear Douluo. However, he chose to disregard it. His primary duty was to protect the young master, and as long as there were no ignorant individuals like the one from earlier, he would not readily intervene. Even the newly arrived disciples of the Elephant Armor sect, upon encountering the Shrek 7 monsters, could not help but bow their heads and divert their path, the recent lesson still vividly imprinted in their minds. Huyanjin dared not meet the gaze of Bofeng and the sea spear Douluo, despite having reached the 89th level of soul power. Just one rank shy of becoming a titled Douluo. Yet, to a titled Douluo, he was merely a larger ant. The disparity of a single soul ring was not something that could be easily compensated for, especially considering that the sea spear Douluo's nonic spear, blessed by the sea god, posed a significant counter to Huyanjin's martial spirit, the diamond mammoth. Teacher Qinming, Dream Machine called for someone. A figure of imposing presence who approached the three committee members and Bofeng with resolute strides. "Chief, you summoned me?" Dream Machine introduced, "Teacher Bofeng, this is Qinming, a faculty member of the Tiando Royal Academy, and he is an alumnus of your Shrek Academy." Qinming? Bofeng reminisced carefully and indeed recalled such an individual. Due to the early relocation of Shrek Academy, Qinming remained at the Royal Academy of Tiando, and of course, no such incidents occurred. "Teacher Qin, I am well aware," he said. "In my leisure time, I have heard Dean Flander mention it." Qinming smiled and responded, "You flatter me, Teacher Bo. I will always be a part of Shrek Academy. The teachings and kindness of Dean Flander and the esteemed instructors from back then are etched in my memory. I intended to visit the Dean recently, but regrettably, my official duties have kept me occupied, leaving me with no time. I kindly ask you, Teacher Bo, to convey my regards to Dean Flander and all the teachers upon your return." With a smile, Bofeng nodded and assured, "Certainly, certainly." Meanwhile, a considerable crowd had gathered nearby. "How could you possibly withstand my phosphorescent serpent venom?" A green-haired, green-eyed woman shouted at Tang San from a short distance away, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Tang San turned to face the woman, offering a slight smile as he replied, "I have already stated that your serpent venom is mere refuse in my presence. By employing Realgar wine alongside fierce flames, the venom can be effortlessly neutralized. Do you wish to test that theory?" The woman gritted her teeth, wishing nothing more than to tear Tang San apart. Her serpent venom was her most treasured weapon. With a surge of rage, she unleashed her third soul skill, phosphorescent purple venom. Her third soul ring illuminated beneath her feet, and a large green serpent materialized behind her, wildly flicking its tongue and exhaling a thick, purple venom that began to spread ominously. The toxic gas surged forth, prompting the crowd to quickly disperse. This was phosphorescent purple venom, and even the slightest contact could result in a gruesome demise. The venomous woman was known as Douluo Yen, wielding the martial soul of the phosphorescent serpent. Moments earlier, she had been boasting to some familiar peers about the prowess of her serpent venom. Unfortunately for her, she had crossed paths with Tang San. Who was Tang San? A disciple of the Tang sect in his previous life, he was an expert in the art of poison. In mere moments, he had dismantled Douluo Yan's venomous claims and dismissed her weapon as garbage. Douluo Yan, known for her fiery temperament, would not let Tang San's provocation slide. As her third soul ring flared to life, the formidable phosphorescent purple venom enveloped Tang San in an instant. The crowd gasped in shock. Most of them understood the true potency of the phosphorescent serpent venom, which was not only characterized by its intense toxicity. An even more crucial factor was the lineage of Douluo Yan, for her grandfather was none other than the renowned titled Douluo, the poison tyrant, Douluo Bo, with the martial soul of the phosphorescent serpent emperor. In order to assist his 7 disciples, Bofeng, as their mentor, must journey to the Eye of Ice and Fire to procure suitable celestial herbs for them. Without this endeavor, the Shrek 7 will have no chance of triumphing in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition a year and a half from now. This is not merely a matter of Bofeng's reputation. It is a task he must undertake. Sensing danger, Bofeng swiftly unleashed a ray of sea god light, which instantly dismantled the poisonous blue phosphor snake venom surrounding Tang San, thereby neutralizing the crisis with pure, radiant energy. Realizing that Douluo Yin nearly made a grave error, her instructor, Qin Ming, could not absolve himself of responsibility. Yin, did I not explicitly forbid the use of blue phosphor snake venom? Moreover, today marks a significant occasion. A grand assembly convened by His Highness the Crown Prince. How could you? Faced with Qin Ming's reprimand, Douluo Yin immediately shrank back, casting resentful glances at Tang San. Chapter 86. The Shrek 7 versus the Imperial Fighting Team Little San. Their brother. The Shrek 6 hurried to Tang San's side. United as one, upon sensing Tang San's peril, the remaining 6 rushed to his aid without hesitation. Brother, are you all right? Please do not frighten Xiaowu. Tang San smiled gently, ruffling Xiaowu's hair, and reassured her. Xiaowu, I'm fine, all thanks to Teacher Bosi Godlight. Even without Bofeng's intervention, Tang San, with his skills, could have evaded Douluo Yin's venom. Upon confirming that Tang San was unharmed, the other 6 members steeled their gazes. They were intrinsically linked, and having endured hardships together, they regarded one another as brothers. United in purpose, they directed their collective focus towards Douluo Yin. Yet, Douluo Yin was not to be underestimated. Instantly, 7 individuals emerged by her side, the leader gently draping an arm around her shoulders, inquiring about the situation with concern. Tension escalated, thickening the atmosphere with palpable hostility. Enough! Qin Ming bellowed, compelling the 7 students from the Tiando Royal Academy to stand down. You little rascal! Bofeng admonished as he playfully tapped Tang San on the head, his voice laced with frustration. Teacher Bo, Tang San replied, his expression perplexed. I was the one nearly harmed and was the target of the attack. Why do you seem to favor others? I have heard about the incident, Bofeng continued. I know you are adept with poison, and the blue phosphor snake venom is trivial to you. But, Bofeng quietly remarked, could you possibly tone it down? That girl is named Douluo Yin, and her grandfather is none other than Douluo Bo, the illustrious poison Douluo renowned across the continent. I have some matters to discuss with her grandfather as well, and your actions are putting me in a rather awkward position. Tang San gazed at Bofeng in astonishment. It was not that he lacked humility, but rather that he could not abide those who boasted about themselves. Indeed, the phosphorus snake venom was formidable. Yet in the presence of Tang San, a master in the art of poison making, it was easily manageable. However, in the world of Douluo Continent, where martial spirits abound, encountering a poison expert is a rarity, which piqued Tang San's curiosity. He had initially intended to engage in a mutual exchange, as Bofeng had instructed him to gather intelligence from the various academies to the best of his ability. Unfortunately, Tang San had mismanaged the situation, leading to the current predicament. Teacher Bo, I sincerely apologize. This oversight is entirely mine. I failed to properly supervise my students. I hope your student has not sustained any injuries. Qin Ming quickly expressed his contrition. The gentle breeze swayed as Bofeng shook his head, reassuringly stating, rest assured, my students are essentially unharmed. He then turned his gaze towards Douluo Yin and inquired, you are called Douluo Yin, are you not? Douluo Yin cast a glance at Bofeng, her brows knitting together in displeasure over the earlier incident that had left her quite irked. So you are the so-called teacher from Shrek Academy? I would appreciate it if you could manage your students properly and refrain from unleashing them to bite indiscriminately. No sooner had her words left her lips than Dai-Mu-Bai clenched his fists, a fierce roar resonating throughout the area. Simultaneously, the man standing beside Douluo Yin slowly rose, his right hand transforming into a blue dragon claw, crackling with a tempest of lightning. The intensity of their combined auras momentarily plunged the scene into chaos. Bofeng and Qin Ming exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing a sense of helplessness. Enough! They both shouted in unison, promptly intervening to prevent the imminent conflict between Dai-Mu-Bai and the man before him. Teacher Bo, how can you endure this? The other party could not help but exclaim. Bofeng cast a glance at Dai-Mu-Bai and inquired, if I am not mistaken, the opponents should be a well-organized 7-member team. Here lies an opportunity for you. Can you lead the Shrek 7 monsters to victory against their 7? Dai-Mu-Bai surveyed the opposing team with confidence and replied, rest assured. Teacher Bo, the Shrek 7 monsters are your proud disciples, and we have been diligently practicing these past few days. I have been eagerly awaiting this challenge. In response, Bofeng nodded, concurring with this approach. As Douluo Yin, a student of the Tiando Royal Academy, Bofeng, as a teacher of Shrek Academy, found himself in a position where he could not reprimand the other party. When the opposing student spoke disrespectfully, Bofeng, as an educator, felt constrained by his role. Had Bofeng been a student, the opposing 7 could have declared an early victory, lying on the ground without contest. Bofeng cast a glance at the haughty Douluo, a faint smile gracing his lips, before turning his gaze towards Qin Ming. Teacher Qin, may I inquire if these 7 are your personally instructed pupils? Qin Ming nodded, affirming. Indeed, they are my students, and they shall serve as the key participants in the forthcoming Senior Soul Master competition across the continent next year. He then shot a fierce glare at Douluo, admonishing her, Yen, do not hesitate to apologize to Teacher Bo. However, Douluo disregarded Qin Ming's command, emitting a cold snort. Teacher Qin, let us not forget, had it not been for the provocation from the other party, I would not have retaliated. Tang San furrowed his brow. Yet you could not unleash the blue phosphor serpent's poison. Had it not been for Teacher Bo's timely intervention, a disaster would have ensued. Qin Ming shook his head in resignation. As the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, Douluo prided herself on her unparalleled mastery of toxins. Today, she was publicly humiliated by Tang San's revelation of the antidote to her serpent's venom, and now she was confronted by this enigmatic Teacher Bo, whose astonishing blue-golden radiance had effortlessly neutralized her prideful poison. Teacher Qin, how about we resolve this matter through a duel between soul masters? What are your thoughts? Bofeng proposed. Before Qin Ming could respond, a man standing beside Douluo interjected, very well, I am in agreement. Let us proceed. Dai-Mu-Bai, ever eager for a challenge, displayed a formidable presence, as both sides stood ready for confrontation, 7 against 7, akin to a team soul battle. Given the gravity of the situation, Qin Ming refrained from making unilateral decisions and turned his gaze towards the 3 members of the Education Committee. They looked to Shueqinghe, the prince of the nation and the orchestrator of this gathering, who held a position of significant influence. Shueqinghe smiled and nodded, declaring, in that case, Chief Meng Xinji. Present, Meng Xinji replied respectfully. As Shueqinghe's trusted aide, he understood the gravity of the moment and promptly descended to make preparations. The Shrek 7 and the 7 led by Douluo were both primed for battle, having long harbored disdain for one another. The battleground was set upon the playground, and the students from various academies attending the event regarded this competition with great importance. Not only would they uncover Shrek Academy's hidden strengths, but they could also seize the opportunity to observe the combat styles of both parties, which could provide them with an advantageous edge in future competitions. Chapter 87. Fate. The opposing team was the Royal Battle Team, led by Yu Tianheng, the direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, a rank 39 Soul Master, with Douluo serving as the Vice Captain, a rank 38 Soul Master. The remaining 5 members boasted strengths of rank 35 and above. They were also a principal team in the upcoming competition, representing the Tiando royal family, and they would bypass the preliminary rounds to advance directly to the elimination stages. Thus, if one wished to contend with them, they must strive diligently in the preliminary rounds next year. The win continued in this group battle. Had it not been for your mischief, we would not have taken the initiative to declare war. Upon returning, you shall face the consequences. Tang San nodded helplessly. Teacher Bo, the fault does not lie with Xiao San. Had it not been for that Douluo unleashing the venom of the green phosphor snake, Xiao San would never have. Before Dai-Mu-Bai could finish, the wind interjected, what did I remind you all before coming here? Do not provoke trouble, nor fear it. If anyone dares to offend, we shall retaliate with overwhelming force. The others responded affirmatively. Bofeng Dao, I fear you might have forgotten. Tang San, I inquire, is your poison truly formidable? Teacher Bo, I, Tang San, am at a loss for words. Answer me. Bofeng commanded sternly. Tang San stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. After all, he could not reveal to Bofeng that he was a traveler from another world. Bofeng, what a coincidence. So am I. Tang San's mastery of crafting and utilizing poison surpassed even that of the poisoned Douluo. Douluo faced with the questions posed by Bofeng. Tang San genuinely found himself at a loss for an appropriate response. Bofeng understood Tang San's inner turmoil. He was deeply conflicted. Each individual harbors their own secrets. Yet Tang San's secrets were numerous. The memories of his past life in the Tang sect, along with various methods of crafting hidden weapons and poisons, were indelibly etched in his mind. Observing Tang San's bewilderment, Bofeng sighed and remarked, it is futile to question you further. Nevertheless, remember this, act with grandeur in your endeavors, but maintain a low profile in your personal life. There are many formidable individuals in this continent. Among them is Douluo's grandfather, Douluo, infamous for his merciless nature. Should you propose a remedy for her snake venom? There is a high likelihood she will inform her grandfather. Exercise caution, for Douluo may capture you. Brother Bo, there is no need for such alarm. If that Douluo dares to come, you are here to protect us, are you not? Besides, you have not only Sister Bai by your side, but also the sea spear Douluo. If necessary, I can summon Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Bone to teach that Douluo a lesson. Would that not suffice? Ning Rongrong declared with lofty confidence. Kaze no kaze, young lady. You exhibit a lack of martial virtue. In any case, I urge you to exercise caution in the coming days. Should any peculiar or enigmatic individuals pursue you, it is imperative that you inform me at once. Kaze no kaze specifically cautioned Tang San. Tang San nodded and replied, I will remember, Teacher Bo. What shall our strategy be against them? The 7 adversaries before us all possess levels exceeding 35. Among us, aside from Rongrong, Zhuqing, and the plump fellow who have yet to reach level 30, only 4 of us have attained that milestone. Furthermore, they are accompanied by the renowned beast martial spirit, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. With a gentle smile, Bofeng remarked, indeed, the opposing team is formidable. But you should particularly focus on 2 individuals. The first is Douluo Yin. Her phosphorescent serpent poison is exceedingly potent. Tang San, since you possess a method to counter her, do not hesitate to employ it. There is no need for concealment. This battle is of utmost significance for both of us. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. The second individual to heed is the support-type Soul Master, Yi Lingling. Her 9 hearts begonia martial soul is exceedingly rare, possessing a singular ability, area of effect healing. Regardless of the severity of injuries, as long as there is breath in the opponent, she can restore them entirely. Damu Bai and Tang San. Your foremost task at the onset of the battle is to neutralize their soul support-type Soul Master. Yi Lingling must not be allowed to unleash her soul skills. Understood? Both replied affirmatively. Moreover, do not underestimate Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. After you have dealt with the opposing support Soul Master, direct your attention toward him. His strength is perilously close to that of a soul ancestor, making him a dangerous adversary. Apart from Tang San, the only one capable of contending with him is Dai Mubai. Do you possess confidence? In response to Bofeng's inquiry, Dai Mubai thumped his chest and, with fervor, declared, Rest assured, Teacher Bo. In this battle, we shall demonstrate the prowess of the Shrek 7 monsters to all present. Observing the spirited resolve of the 7, Bofeng felt a sense of reassurance. The next step was to make their way to the Eye of Ice and Fire, while also meeting with Douluo, whose eccentric temperament was less than amiable. The celestial herb is of immense necessity for both the Shrek 7 monsters and Bofeng, as it greatly enhances physical attributes and may even facilitate a second evolution of certain martial souls. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Ming stood before the 7 members of the royal fighting team, arms crossed, his expression grave. Yanzi, this predicament arose because of you. How can you treat Teacher Bo with such disrespect? Douluo Yin dismissed his concern, stating, Teacher Qin, it is that Teacher Bo who has misguided his students. His pupil once exposed my weaknesses, which was a source of humiliation. How could I possibly endure such a slight? Now, I shall make them truly experience the might of my phosphorescent serpent poison. Yanzi, remember my warning. Do not unleash the phosphorescent serpent poison, Qin Ming cautioned earnestly. Teacher Qin, when did you become so timid? As you can see today, when has our Tiando Royal Academy ever feared Shrek Academy? Douluo Yin inquired, puzzled. The name Shrek held profound significance for Qin Ming. Were it not for Shrek, he would not have achieved such growth. The teachings of his teachers and the principle remained etched in his heart. Now, facing Shrek once more, he could not help but reminisce about those youthful days. Fleeting as time may be. Well, I have conveyed all that I needed to. Yanzi, remember my instructions. Qin Ming cast a stern gaze upon the 7 individuals and declared, in today's battle, I expect each of you to exert your utmost efforts, ensuring the safety of your opponents while striving for a flawless victory. He then addressed Tian Hong. You are the captain. The subsequent matters are for you to command. With a gentle sigh, Qin Ming departed, leaving behind a lingering sense of perplexity. I truly cannot comprehend why Teacher Qin favors this Shrek Academy. What merits do they possess that warrant our deference? Expressed Douluo Yin with dissatisfaction. Yu Tianheng, shaking his head in resignation, replied, Yanzi. Teacher Qin has his reasons for acting as he does. Chapter 88. The Clash of Dragons and Tigers. The grounds of the Tiando Royal Academy were vast, and at its center, a circular platform with a diameter of 100 meters gradually ascended. Surrounding it were throngs of students who had come to witness the event, along with those from other academies who had gathered to partake in the spectacle. Standing amidst the crowd, Bofeng reflected on the rigorous training of the Shrek 7 devils, which had now come to the moment of evaluation. Teacher Bo, I sincerely apologize, Qin Ming approached. Teacher Qin, there is no need for such apologies. In truth, Tang Xin bears some responsibility as well. The situation has escalated beyond our capacity to assess. Bofeng smiled wryly as he gazed upon the combatants preparing for battle. Their eyes sparkled with fervor, each one eager to engage, for a soul master often finds that combat is the most effective means of resolving conflicts. Yanzi's temperament was just so competitive and unyielding. Once she set her mind on something, there was no turning back. Qin Ming expressed his resignation. In truth, my group of students is no different. Who among the youth has not experienced a thirst for competition? Where there is strife, there lies the essence of true youth. To be frank, Bofeng yearned to join them in battle. Who has not been reckless in their youth? I had originally intended to lead them to Soto City for training. After all, it is a place where I once toiled, and the Soto Great Spirit Arena bears the imprint of my past. Qin Ming could not help but reflect, indeed. Who has not been youthful and impetuous? Is it not true that when Shrek relocated to Heavendo City, Teacher Qin abandoned the notion of journeying to Soto City? Bofeng cast a glance at Qin Ming and inquired. Indeed, Teacher Bo is correct. Currently, Shrek Academy has been officially established, fulfilling Dean Flanders' dream. I shall return to visit when time permits. Shuo Qinghe, along with 3 members of the Education Committee, occupied the elevated seats, surveying the entire battlefield. With a brief interval remaining before the commencement of the contest, Meng Shenji stepped forward and announced, the Royal Academy of Tiando will face off against Shrek Academy. I invite both teams to enter the arena. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted as all the gathered students fervently shouted in support of the Tiando Royal Academy, proclaiming their inevitable victory. This formidable team, comprised solely of soul masters at level 35 or above, had high expectations placed upon them after a year and a half of preparation. Their captain, Yu Tianheng, and vice-captain, Du Guyan, boasted impressive backgrounds. This team was beyond reproach, both in terms of soul master levels and the quality of their martial souls, deserving of the term exquisite. Soon thereafter, the 2 opposing teams entered the arena, each consisting of 7 participants. Intense battle fervor ignited in their eyes. What began as a conflict between Tang San and Du Guyan had now evolved into a showdown between the Shrek 7 monsters and the royal fighting team. Fate can indeed weave intricate connections. Tang San, await my demonstration of the true power of my phosphorescent serpent venom. Du Guyan glared at Tang San. Knowing that her earlier words had led to her embarrassment in front of so many, she felt compelled to reclaim her dignity. Your poison is nothing but refuse in my eyes. A mere sentence became the spark that ignited the flames of battle. In truth, Tang San's assertion held merit to him. The phosphorescent serpent venom was indeed trivial. As a master of toxins, Tang San's skill surpassed even that of the poison Douluo, Bo, rendering her techniques inferior. As the Royal Academy of Tiando faced off against Shrek Academy, Meng Shenji declared, you have 1 minute to unleash your martial souls. No sooner had he finished speaking than the 14 participants below commenced their preparations. Yu Tianheng was enveloped in crackling blue lightning. His right hand transformed into a blue dragon claw, and behind him loomed the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, the world's foremost beast martial soul, which instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure throughout the arena. Bofeng cast a glance at the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit on the field and couldn't help but shake his head, finding it inferior to Uncle Long's sea dragon martial spirit, which exuded an aura that could truly dominate the world. In the past, under the tutelage of sea dragon Douluo, Bofeng had felt a shiver run down his spine in the presence of that formidable aura. It took an immense effort for him to barely pass Uncle Long's test. The Shrek 7 monsters gazed at the massive dragon form, feeling a palpable sense of oppression. However, the current Shrek 7 monsters were accustomed to the baptism of the sea god's light daily, endowing them with extraordinary mental fortitude. They remained composed, unaffected by the pressure exerted by the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yu Tianheng, the owner of that martial spirit, wore a slightly grim expression, recognizing the strength of his opponent. Brothers, unleash your martial spirits. Daimu Bai erupted with a presence that was in no way inferior to Yu Tianheng's, his voice echoing like a tiger's roar across the sky. His muscles bulged, and with unwavering determination, he fixed his gaze upon Yu Tianheng, acknowledging him as the true rival in this battle. The others followed suit, one by one manifesting their martial spirits. Tanks and blue-silver grass spread across the battlefield, while the fire phoenix roared and the seven treasure glazed tile radiated its brilliance. The previously disdainful Douluo Yin and a few members of the Emperor fight team suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation at the sight of the seven treasure glazed tile and fire phoenix martial spirits. This battle would not be as easy as they had imagined. The seven treasure glazed tile was the continent's foremost support-type martial spirit, and possessing an exquisite phoenix martial spirit on the body of a chubby individual seemed rather implausible. Fight! Dai-Mu-Bai and Yu Tianheng advanced, their dragon claw and tiger fist colliding in earnest. The disparity in their soul power was a mere 2 levels, and neither was willing to yield in terms of momentum. The clash of dragon and tiger ensued. Blue-silver grass entwined around them as Tang San's right hand glimmered with blue light. The purple-hued blue-silver grass erupting from the ground with unprecedented swiftness, leaving the Emperor fight team in shock as they were momentarily restrained by its sudden onset. The target of the Shrek 7 monsters was clear, Yi Lingling. Below the arena, Qin Ming's expression shifted dramatically. Yi Lingling, as their most crucial support-type soulmaster, wielded the 9-heart sea pearl martial spirit, which, despite having only healing capabilities, meant that her absence would drastically reduce the Emperor fight team's chances of victory by 50%. Naturally, their captain Yu Tianheng was acutely aware of this fact. Shimo, you must protect Lingling. If anything happens to her, our defeat will be inevitable, he commanded urgently. Due to Dai-Mu-Bai's role in restraining the opponent, Yu Tianheng could not personally retreat to safeguard her. Want to retreat? Too late. Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, launch your attack immediately. Dai-Mu-Bai instructed hastily. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing exchanged glances. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, they possessed the swiftest speeds, their martial spirits being the phantom cat and the rabbit. The 7 treasures turned out to be both brilliant and swift. Ning Rongrong activated the 7 treasures glazed tower, and a resplendent light instantly enveloped every member of Shrek, bestowing them with a remarkable augmentation of both strength and speed. Ah, Dai-Mu-Bai exclaimed. And as he clashed with Yu Tianheng, the enhancement from the 7 treasures glazed tower gradually tilted the balance in his favor, causing Yu Tianheng to find himself at a disadvantage. Chapter 89. Yu Tianheng's pride. Yu Tianheng gritted his teeth. As the direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the 7 treasures glazed tower. The continent's premier auxiliary spirit, the 7 treasures glazed tower, was terrifying even with just 2 soul rings. What then could be said of its power once it transformed into the 9 treasures glazed tower? Boasting an even greater auxiliary capability, though he was merely 2 levels below Dai-Mu-Bai and possessed a slight advantage due to his martial spirit. The enhancement granted by Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower transformed Dai-Mu-Bai into a veritable deity of war. His attacks became increasingly ferocious as his tiger claws coalesced into a fist, striking swiftly against Yu Tianheng. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yu Tianheng was sent reeling backward. The Shrek 7 monsters were indeed formidable. It seemed they had underestimated them. Under the potent augmentation from Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing moved with astonishing speed, arriving at either side of Yi Lingling even as Yu Tianheng issued his commands. Tang San's blue-silver grass isolated everyone, and he manipulated it with remarkable finesse, while the members of the Emperor fighting team, trapped within it, were desperately attempting to resist. If anything were to happen to Yi Lingling, their match would be irrevocably lost. In the absence of a powerful auxiliary spirit master like the 7 treasures glazed tower, Yi Lingling's impact on the battle surpassed that of the captain, Yu Tianheng, by a considerable margin. The brothers Shimo and Shimo, whose martial spirits were the Xuanwu turtle, a defensive spirit comparable to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, clenched their fists, their bodies adorned with heavy turtle shells. Boom, boom, boom. Their fists struck the blue-silver grass, akin to pounding on cotton, rendering them incapable of promptly aiding Yi Lingling. Captain, this blue-silver grass is exceedingly resilient. Our attacks are proving ineffective against it. Shimo began to grow anxious. This battle was of utmost importance, not only for the reputation of the Tiando Royal Academy, but also because numerous other academies were watching intently. If they were to lose, how could they ever hope to continue? Damn it, Yu Tianheng muttered under his breath. His second soul skill, Thunderous Might, flared to life as the second soul ring beneath his feet illuminated. His right hand, adorned with dragon scales, unleashed a swift burst of blue lightning, and the sky gradually darkened with an ominous hue. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial spirit, upon reaching the 30th level, would undergo a transformation. manifesting dragon-like features throughout the body, with each subsequent 10 levels granting another such transformation, until reaching the 70th level. It is then that one truly embodies the essence of a dragon. The tremendous force of the lightning unleashed by Yu Tianheng created an oppressive pressure, uprooting vast expanses of earth. His intention was to shatter the constraints of the blue-silver grass, allowing his teammates to break free and rush to the aid of Yilingling. The crackling thunder struck the blue-silver grass with overwhelming might, yet, astonishingly, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The blue-silver grass absorbed the full brunt of the lightning, sustaining no damage whatsoever. This is impossible. Could it truly be the blue-silver grass? Yu Tianheng's demeanor shifted to one of panic. The thunderous assault was intended for area damage, meant to sever the bonds of the blue-silver grass that ensnared his comrades. What could have gone awry? Tang San smiled faintly and remarked, Teacher Bo had anticipated this. My blue-silver grass cannot withstand your lightning. Take a closer look. Following Tang San's guidance, Yu Tianheng noticed that a portion of the blue-silver grass entangling the members of the Imperial battle team was, in fact, embedded in the ground, and the majority of it was similarly positioned. This realization struck Yu Tianheng with astonishment. I understand now, Qin Ming exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. The blue-silver grass itself lacks the capacity to resist your lightning. Tang San's maneuver cleverly redirected a significant portion of the lightning into the earth, thus ingeniously diffusing its potency. Teacher Bo, you truly are an exceptional mentor. I never imagined you could foresee such a scenario. Bofeng smiled gently, shaking his head as he remarked, Yu Tianheng hails from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, inherently arrogant by nature, coupled with the presence of our three formidable soul masters, the strongest among them being Dai-Mu-Bai. It is only natural that Yu Tianheng becomes complacent. In group soul battles, heroics are of little value. What truly matters is teamwork and the harmony among teammates. Following this battle, I hope he gains some insight. As a captain, the essence lies in the cooperation among team members. Despite being ensnared by Dai-Mu-Bai, he could have easily relied on his own strength to break free. Yet, he was wholly absorbed in competing with Dai-Mu-Bai, neglecting the plight of his comrades. Tang San's blue-silver grass is no ordinary matter. To cultivate it to the level of a soul master signifies that one is not merely a simple individual. Was not Teacher Qin of years past a testament to this? Qin Ming bowed his head with a wry smile, saying, It seems my studies are still lacking. Thank you, Teacher Bo, for your guidance today. I shall remember it well. No need for thanks. Let us return to observing the match, replied Bofeng, as both turned their attention back to the arena. With her third soul skill, instantaneous movement, and her first soul skill, waist bow, Xiaowu appeared behind Yilingling, utilizing her supple form to drive her knee into Yilingling's back. Once ensnared by the waist bow, what hope did Yilingling, an auxiliary soul master, possess? Under the watchful eyes of all present, Xiaowu pinned Yilingling in midair, while Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a streak of black lightning, delivering a kick that sent her tumbling off the stage. To be cast off the platform is tantamount to forfeiting one's eligibility to fight. Within a minute of the match commencing, Yilingling of the Emperor Combat Team had already lost her combat capability. The Shrek's 7 monsters, with an average prowess at the Soul Master level, still had 3 members yet to reach that rank, and they appeared to be far from an easy adversary. From the moment they engaged the opponent, they had led them step by step into a meticulously prepared trap. By leveraging Yu Tianheng's character, they had adeptly exploited their knowledge of him, rendering the battle utterly devoid of significance. It was evident to all that without Yilingling's 9 Heart-Seed Butterfly support, and with the opposing team bolstered by the 7 treasure-glazed Tile Pagoda Soul Master, victory seemed impossible. The blue-silver grass was continuously shattered, and the members of the Emperor Combat Team began to spiral into chaos following Yilingling's loss. Among them, Yilingling, the soul-quiet girl, though often silent and seemingly cold, played a crucial role when it mattered most. First, the brothers Shimo and Shimo, clad in their turtle shells, unleashed a relentless barrage upon Xiaowu. Their resilient shells fused into an impenetrable shield, crashing to the ground and stirring clouds of dust. With her second soul skill, Bewitchment, Xiaowu evaded the brothers' attack, her eyes veiled in a soft pink hue, rendering her exceedingly adorable. This was perilous. One must not gaze into her eyes. Yu Tianheng roared, his right hand enveloped in the Thunder Dragon Claw, unleashing a deafening thunderous sound. Chapter 90, Crawl for Me. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng leapt into the air, launching an assault on Xiaowu, knowing that if her charm was interrupted, it would fail to manifest. At that critical moment, A blue-silver grass ensnared Yu Tianheng, forcefully dragging him down to the ground. It was futile to even consider harming Xiao Wu, for Tang San was there to protect her. With Yu Tianheng's interference eliminated, Xiao Wu successfully executed her charm. And the eyes of the Stone brothers were filled with a rosy hue, their lips adorned with an inexplicable smile. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu unleashed her waist bow and the 8-diagram explosive throw. The Stone brothers were mercilessly thrust into the air, while Xiao Wu transformed into a pink beam of light, delivering blow after blow, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. The anguished cries of the onlookers resonated with despair, highlighting the undeniable ferocity of the 8-diagram explosive throw. The plight of Soto City served as a poignant example. The first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Ma Hongjun exhaled scorching flames of the Phoenix, persistently disrupting the agile attack-oriented soul masters. With the Wind Bell Bird Spirit, Yu Feng found himself in a predicament. Bolstered by Ning Rongrong's enhancement and Oscar's continuous supply of sausages. At that moment, Ma Hongjun resembled a flamethrower, his phoenix flames never ceasing since the battle commenced. Oscar wore a sly grin, occasionally handing Ma Hongjun replenishing sausages. This battle proved to be easier than anticipated. As the team's support-type soul master, his sole task was to create sausages, leaving the fighting to others. Boom. The Stone brothers were violently slammed to the ground, their earlier grip on the turtle shell having left them without absolute protection. Thus, Xiao Wu's attack became the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. Consequently, with 3 members of the royal fighting team eliminated, the situation had turned dire. Meanwhile, the Guibao Soul Master was entangled with Zhu Xing, resulting in a stalemate. Zhu Zhuqing's inherent agility, combined with the support from the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, allowed her to deliver a powerful kick to the Guibao Soul Master's abdomen. Captain, what should we do? If this continues, we might lose Yu Feng and the situation will worsen, he anxiously conveyed to Yu Tianheng. Realizing his underestimation of the 3 formidable soul masters, Yu Tianheng regretted his arrogance. He had anticipated an overwhelming victory. After all, this was their home ground. And victory was imperative for the reputation of the Royal Academy, was it not? At that moment, the 3 committee members seated above wore grim expressions. Speechless and lost in thought, their hearts a tumult of emotions. The Royal Fighting Team, on whom they had placed great hopes as a major contender for next year's competition, was faltering. It must be a dream, surely. Shuqing, his gaze sharpened as he turned to Bofeng, recognizing that this individual was not to be underestimated. To be valued so highly by the young master, he is indeed a rare talent, excelling not only in mentoring students but also in business endeavors. Alas, the young master incurred a loss, compensating others while also acquiring an unexpected child. Hiki. The third soul skill, phosphorescent purple poison. Dong Gu Yin, filled with righteous fury. As the vice-captain, could no longer hold back. A torrent of phosphorescent serpent venom began to envelop the entire arena, prompting onlookers to flee to a safe distance. This substance was no trifling matter once it adhered to anyone. Observing from the sidelines, Qin Ming's expression darkened. She had unleashed the phosphorescent serpent poison again. What could be done? If any harm befell the Shrek 7 monsters, how could he ever face his mentors back at Shrek? Teacher Qin, take it easy. Bofeng gently patted Qin Ming's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Teacher Bo, Yin Zi has unleashed the venom of the phosphorescent serpent, Qin Ming remarked. Casting a glance at Bofeng, his eyes revealing a complex blend of resignation. With a dismissive curl of his lips, Bofeng remarked, "Isn't it merely the venom of the phosphorescent serpent? Watch closely, my students possess their own means to counter it." No sooner had he spoken than a fiery blaze erupted from the encased Shrek 7 monsters, intermingled with glimmering droplets of liquid. Upon contact with the flames, the liquid ignited spontaneously, disintegrating the green serpent venom in an instant, leaving only wisps of smoke behind. The Shrek 7 monsters stood proudly upon the arena, casting a triumphant gaze towards the visibly shaken Du Guyen. Tang San stepped forward, declaring, "I have already stated that your serpent venom is akin to refuse in my eyes. With the aid of realgar wine and fierce flames, it can be subdued. Now, what other tricks do you have? Feel free to reveal them." Du Guyen, unable to comprehend the situation, retreated several paces in disbelief, astonished that the phosphorescent serpent venom he held in such high regard was so easily vanquished. As the captain, Yu Tianheng felt a profound sense of helplessness. Shifting his gaze towards Qin Ming on the sidelines, silently seeking further instructions. This unforeseen turn of events had overwhelmed the captain, leaving him devoid of command. All his trump cards had been exhausted. Without Yu Lingling's support and the formidable defense of the Sher brothers, How could the royal fighting team hope to triumph over the Shrek 7 monsters? Meeting Yu Tianheng's imploring gaze, Qin Ming shook his head in resignation. The bond between teacher and student rendered their understanding clear. They had lost, and lost utterly. After a moment of silence, Yu Tianheng finally conceded defeat. In a setting where the crowd had high hopes, and this was their home ground, such an effortless loss was utterly disappointing. As the match concluded, Shuqinghe shook his head in frustration and exited in anger, ensuring that no incriminating evidence remained. The three committee members sat motionless, their expressions darker than that of the most despondent individuals, utterly drained. The victorious Shrek 7 monsters were elated. They had triumphed over a fully equipped team, all with soul power exceeding 35. Their recent rigorous training and hardships had not been in vain. Upon exiting the arena, the 7 approached Bofeng eagerly. Bai grinned, saying, "Teacher Bo, we owe you our gratitude for your brilliant strategy. Otherwise, we could not have concluded the battle so effortlessly." Indeed. Our Shrek 7 monsters managed to resolve the battle so easily thanks to your guidance, Oscar chimed in, his face beaming with joy and admiration directed at Bofeng. As praises flowed from his comrades, Bofeng felt a sense of elation swelling within him. Concealing his inner jubilation, he feigned seriousness, clearing his throat, and said, "Do not celebrate too prematurely. Do not think that because you triumphed over the royal fighting team today, your hellish training is at an end. Consider this a warning. In the days to come, be prepared. Alongside your regular training, I shall have Uncle Meow occasionally provide insights. Should you falter in any regard, each of you shall be made to crawl." Chapter 91. The poison duel. To receive guidance from a titled Douluo is a privilege that the 7 could scarcely hope for. And how could they possibly complain about the arduous training that followed? Meanwhile, the defeated royal combat team appeared utterly despondent. Qin Ming approached them, offering words of consolation. "Enough. The battle has concluded, and you all performed admirably. Teacher Qin, please do not comfort us," Yu Tianheng replied, his fist pounding the ground in frustration. "This loss is entirely my fault." "No, Tianheng," Dong Guiyin said, embracing him tenderly, shaking her head. "This is not your fault. It is the cunning of Shrek Academy that led to this outcome. Not only did they counter my snake poison, but they also eliminated Lang Lang first. Had we engaged in one-on-one combat, would they truly have been our match? Yin, let me ask you, what did I say before the competition began?" Qin Ming suddenly turned stern, questioning Dong Guiyin. "Teacher, Dong Guiyin stammered, unsure of how to respond. "You are well aware of the terrifying power of the biphosphorus snake poison. Why did you choose to unleash it, especially under my strict instructions?" In response to Qin Ming's inquiry, Dong Guiyin retorted, "Teacher Qin, this concerns the honor of our academy. If I had not released the snake poison, how could we have emerged victorious? Besides, did our opponents not face their own challenges? What purpose does dwelling on this serve?" Alas, Dong Guiyin's character mirrored that of her grandfather, and thus Qin Ming found himself at a loss for words. Seeing that Qin Ming would not pursue the matter further, and given that there were no casualties on Shrek's side, Dong Guiyin steeled herself, glancing at Tang San. If he could neutralize her snake poison, it stood to reason that Tang San could also counter her grandfather's poison. If she were to inform her grandfather of this, he would undoubtedly be quite intrigued. Without hesitation, Dong Guiyin concocted an excuse and departed the group, setting off on her own. With the battle concluded, the victorious Shrek 7 monsters naturally garnered the attention of other academies. The moment the gathering commenced, renowned institutions flocked to them, eager to engage. Each person, wineglass in hand and adorned with gentle smiles, conversed with the Shrek 7 monsters. Beneath those smiles lay hidden daggers. They were incessantly probing for secrets from various academies. For the Shrek 7 monsters' performance in battle had been exceptionally remarkable. To be candid, could any random team here defeat the Royal Combat Team? The answer is a resounding no. Setting aside the presence of a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul and a biphosphorus snake, coupled with the formidable defense of the Xuanwu turtle, which rivals that of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the potent healing abilities of the 9-heart Sea Tang. How could one hope to win against such a team? With all members above level 35, this configuration is already considered top tier. And what of the Shrek 7 monsters? Among them, 4 have reached the rank of Soul Sovereign, while the remaining 3 are merely great Soul Masters. Achieving victory is by no means guaranteed. Apart from the extraordinarily rigorous training regimen established by Bofeng, the majority of their success stems from their own relentless efforts. Their opponents are formidable and as little monsters. They should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, Bofeng finds himself seated with 3 committee members from the Tiando Empire, chief of the Dream Machine, Where has His Highness the Prince gone? Bofeng inquired, surveying his surroundings. The moment he entered, he discerned that Shuqinghe was no longer the same individual he once knew. The audacity required to execute such a ruse could only be attributed to the Spirit Hall's considerable influence. No one else would dare to take such a bold step. The chief of the Dream Machine responded, Teacher Bo, His Highness had urgent matters to attend to in the Imperial Palace, and he departed immediately after the battle concluded. The implication was that the Royal Combat Team had suffered a significant loss of face, and even if the prince were an imposter, he would need to play his role convincingly. Moreover, Bofeng had already noted the disguised Shuqinghe. Certain expressions cannot simply be mimicked. After all, Bofeng had spent nearly a year in close proximity to the original Qian Renxue, and the differences in demeanor and speech are starkly apparent. This observation is confined to Bofeng. Whether others can discern it remains uncertain. Teacher Bo, we wish to extend an invitation for you to become a faculty member at the Royal Academy of Tiando. Of course, considering your esteemed position as the proprietor of a bustling establishment, we can negotiate the terms of your remuneration, the chief of the Dream Machine proposed. Bofeng's teaching prowess is best exemplified by his disciples, the Shrek 7 monsters. In previous grand tournaments, the Spirit Hall or the Star Luo Empire has consistently claimed victory. This year holds particular significance for the Tiando royal family, as they have invested considerable effort into forming their royal combat team, with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the granddaughter of Douluo. Alongside the Black Tortoise and Nine-Heart Begonia, the royal family has poured their heart and soul into this endeavor. However, today's battle has left the 3 committee members profoundly disheartened, as a team consisting of 4 soul sovereigns and 3 great soul masters managed to defeat their pride, the royal combat team. The impact of this defeat is nothing short of devastating. Bofeng smiled faintly, understanding the predicament faced by the 3 members of the Education Committee. As representatives of the Royal Academy of Tiando, the pressure they bore was indeed formidable. Bofeng appreciated their goodwill. The 7 members of the Imperial Combat Team were exceptionally talented, and their mentor, Qin Ming, was likewise a commendable instructor. I am aware that the outcome of this battle may be difficult for the 3 committee members to accept. However, they must not forget that we are all here representing the Tiando Empire. Regardless of who emerges victorious, it is the honor of the Tiando Empire that prevails. We cannot allow personal circumstances to overshadow this reality. Sighing, Dream Machine remarked, Bofeng is correct. This matter was indeed compelled by us. Each member of your esteemed Shrek 7 monsters is remarkably gifted. I wonder, is the soul master from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School not the beloved daughter of the esteemed sect leader Ning? Kazuki nodded and remarked, Indeed. She is the treasure jewel of Master Ning. Could it be that the 3 esteemed committee members are acquainted with her? Beside him, Bai Bashan chuckled. When this little girl was but a child, she accompanied Master Ning to your esteemed institution. I had initially anticipated that Master Ning would send her to the Royal Academy of Tiando for her studies. However, it seems his vision is far-reaching. Shrek is indeed an excellent choice. When the opportunity arises, we must certainly pay a visit. I shall eagerly await the esteemed committee member's visit, he concluded. Bofeng added, 3 members of the Education Committee, may I inquire if you are acquainted with Dugu Yan's grandfather, Douluo? Douluo, the 3 exclaimed in unison. Meng Shinji gently inquired, Might I ask, Teacher Bo, what matters you wish to discuss with the poisoned Douluo? Oh, it's nothing significant. Merely some matters I wish to confer with the poisoned Douluo about. Chapter 92, Father. Meng Shinji continued, to be frank, ever since our last encounter with the poisoned Douluo, which was a year ago, he has remained a solitary figure. We are aware that he resides in the Sunset Forest, but beyond that, the 3 of us have our own challenges. The wind, too, found it difficult to articulate much. After uttering a simple thank you, it departed. As the sun dipped below the western mountains, casting a crimson glow, the 7 heroes of Shrek descended the mountain alongside Bofeng and the Sea Spear Douluo. Bofeng instructed Mu Bai, as their leader, upon entering the city, you shall return directly to the academy. Mu Bai inquired, Teacher Bo, what about you? Will you not accompany us back? A hint of awkwardness crossed Bofeng's face as he replied, Your mother is expecting. I must return to check on her. Mustn't I? Tomorrow morning, wait for me at the usual spot. Make sure to rest well. Today has been quite exhausting. With that, the group nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the carriage glided towards the city of Tiando. As night fell, the stars twinkled and the full moon hung high in the sky. Bofeng and Sea Spear Douluo dismounted from the carriage at the bustling shops, bidding farewell to the Shrek 7 monsters before returning to a long-awaited home after a week. My dear wife truly insists on returning every week, Bofeng mused, his thoughts consumed by his beloved and their soon-to-arrive child. My wife. The sound of the wind was quite loud. Approaching the room, I noticed Xiao Bai wearing a sullen expression. Xiao Bai gently whispered, "Please be quiet for a moment. Xiao Shui has just fallen asleep." Bofeng cautiously peered in, and as Xiao Bai had mentioned, he and Rangshu was indeed fast asleep, and she appeared to be sleeping soundly. To avoid disturbing her slumber, the two descended the stairs with utmost care. "Sister Bai, how has my wife been these past few days?" Bofeng inquired anxiously. Xiao Bai rubbed her forehead and replied, "Rest assured, your beloved is in perfect health. Ever since Xiao Xue became pregnant, her appetite has greatly improved, and she has become even more inclined to sleep, spending a third of her day in slumber. How are the students you are mentoring faring?" Naruto took a sip of water to soothe his throat. "Let's leave it at that, Bai Jia, to be honest." After a moment of silence, Bofeng declared, "I wish to journey to the city of slaughter." Xiao Bai's gaze sharpened. "Have you lost your mind?" "Before your departure, the grand offering emphatically cautioned against your venture to the city of slaughter. What manner of place is that? Should you proceed, can you truly hope to return unscathed?" Bofeng smiled helplessly and said, "But I miss my father." As he spoke, tears involuntarily streamed down the sides of his cheeks. Since his birth, apart from his mother, his father had become Bofeng's sole obsession. In Bofeng's heart, family held paramount importance above all else. The reason he refrained from acquiring the heart of the sea god was the reluctance to undertake the 9 trials of the sea god, which would jeopardize his mother. The only course of action now was to bring his father back. Bofeng would spare no effort to see his father inherit the title of the god of Azura. Only in this manner could his mother evade sacrifice, allowing their family to truly be together. Xiao Bai's eyes glistened with a veil of mist as she gently patted Bofeng's shoulder. "Enough now. You are soon to be a father yourself, and you must not weep in front of your child," she comforted. "As for the city of slaughter, that is for you to decide. The future of Sea God Island rests in your hands. Sister Bai has lived for 100,000 years. Though she may not comprehend the vicissitudes of human life, for the sake of Sea God Island's future, you must survive. This is the only prerequisite. The High Priest holds you in great esteem, and his reluctance to allow you to venture to the city of slaughter is also for the sake of Sea God Island." With an air of helplessness, Bofeng spoke, tears welling in his eyes. "My father has become the king of slaughter. How can I stand idly by?" "The king of slaughter? What is this king of slaughter? Do you know something?" Xiao Bai inquired. The wind brushed away the tears from the corners of my eyes, and instinctively, I pressed my lips together, quickly shaking my head and saying, "No, Sister Bai, you misunderstand. A few days ago, the High Priest conveyed in a letter, urging you to retrieve the heart of the sea god as soon as possible. That is a sacred artifact of our Sea God Island, long lost to the outside world. And should anything happen," Little Bai cautioned. The waves fell into a moment of tranquility as he asked, "Sister Bai, are you aware of what the heart of the sea god is?" Bai replied, "How could I possibly be unaware? It is, after all, the core component of the sea god's divine artifact, the trident of the sea god. The Grand Priest informed you of this initially. Have you truly forgotten? The heart of the sea god is not merely the core of the trident, it is the singular, crucial element acquired through the 9 trials of the sea god, which encompasses the vast power of the sea god himself." "The 9 trials of the sea god," exclaimed by Xiao Bai, her excitement palpable. "Then you must hurry and retrieve it. I remember you once mentioned knowing the location of the heart of the sea god. With the heart in your possession and the completion of the 9 trials, you would ascend as the next sea god." Her enthusiasm grew with each word. Yet, only Bofeng sighed restlessly, his heart in turmoil. With eyes aflame, Wave Wind spoke in a trembling voice. "Once I obtain the 9 trials of the sea god and complete the 9 challenges set forth by the Lord of the Sea, what then? As the mother of the grand offering, I cannot escape the fate of sacrifice. How could I bear to seize the heart of the sea god?" Bai, once the steed of the sea god, understood these truths profoundly. Wave Wind was indeed correct. "I am truly sorry, dear Wind. I failed to consider your feelings." Bofeng gently shook his head and remarked with a wry smile, "It's all right, Sister Bai. Your intentions for Sea God Island are commendable. As for the heart of the sea god, I shall retrieve it, but not at this moment. My priority is to journey to the city of slaughter and bring my father back. I will exert every effort to assist him in overcoming the trials of the Azura god, for only in doing so can my mother evade the sacrifice." In the depths of his gaze, Bofeng exuded a resolute determination. His father had not only transformed into the king of slaughter, but also harbored within him the essence of a dark golden 3-headed bat king. The divine light of the sea god's crown had the power to restore his father to his former self. Yet, what would ultimately transpire? his father would inevitably succumb to the overwhelming force of the Shura god's power, leading to a self-destructive backlash, mirroring the events depicted in the original narrative. Should the high priest oppose such actions, it would give rise to concerns for you, Xiaobai. Yet, I am unperturbed by such matters. For the sake of my father, and for my mother, I am willing to do anything. Little Shuer is already with child. These two offspring represent the hope of Sea God Island. In truth, Sister Bai, I owe you my gratitude. Gratitude for what? Xiaobai inquired, perplexed. With a smile, Bofeng gazed at Xiaobai and said, Thank you for creating the opportunity for me to be with Xiao Shuer. Otherwise, I would never have encountered such a wonderful girl to accompany me throughout my life. Once this competition concludes, I shall journey to the city of Slaughter, where I will not only bring my father out but also, to the best of my ability, assist him in completing the Shura God's trial. Chapter 93. Tang San has been captured. Bofeng intended to journey to the Eye of Ice and Fire, seeking the celestial herbs found there to aid his father, although he was uncertain about the quality of these herbs and the effects they might have. He had Tang San by his side, who possessed knowledge of the Eye of Ice and Fire. He hoped to discover a herb that could alleviate the poison afflicting his father. Meanwhile, the 7 members of the Shrek Academy had returned after a day at the Tiando Royal Academy, having engaged in a thrilling battle that left them utterly exhausted. Consequently, they each retired to their dormitories for an early rest, with the exception of Tang San. Alone, he wandered the academy, reflecting on Bofeng's words. By chance, Tang San noticed his teacher and Vice Dean Lu Erlong, seemingly engrossed in conversation. From Flinder, he learned that the two had once been deeply in love, but circumstances had led them apart. In truth, Tang San envied Bofeng. Having a caring sister at such a young age, his parents must have adored him. Regrettably, Tang San yearned for paternal affection in the presence of a mother he had never met. He decided to return and rest, as training would continue the following day. At that moment, the temperature around him plummeted, causing Tang San to shiver involuntarily. What could be happening? He had cultivated his Xiantian skill to the point of being impervious to cold, especially during summer. To his astonishment, a verdant figure materialized before him, adorned in green garments with a flowing robe, a bushy white beard, and eyes as cold and serpentine as a python. Who was this individual? Sensing danger, Tang San instinctively attempted to summon his blue-silver grass to retaliate. However, the old man swiftly closed the distance, and before Tang San could react, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, leading him to lose consciousness. The sudden surge of soul power startled Lu Erlong, who was nearby. Who is it? She exclaimed, breaking free from Master S' embrace and hastening toward Tang San's location. The soul power emanating from the figure was even more formidable than her own, indicating an extraordinary strength. Could it be the sea spear Douluo, or perhaps? No, the aura of the sea spear was entirely different. This presence was suffused with a suffocating power. Could it be a tidal Douluo? Erlong, what happened? Master arrived, breathless and anxious. Lu Erlong's expression was grave as she replied, Someone just came by, and their strength was tremendous, even surpassing my own. Is there truly someone stronger than you? Could it be the sea spear? Master speculated. Lu Erlong slowly shook her head, asserting, It cannot be the sea spear. I am far too familiar with his aura. Moreover, Teacher Bo has already returned to the shop, and I encountered Rongrong and the others when the little monsters returned. Hearing Rongrong's words, Master realized that Teacher Bo had returned to the department store to accompany his wife, and that Hai Miao Mian was inherently obedient to Teacher Bo, making it impossible for him to remain at Shrek Academy. Who could it be then? The master furrowed his brow, deep in thought. At that moment, something glimmered in his peripheral vision. He stepped forward and parted the grass. What is this? He stood rooted to the spot in astonishment. Xiaogang, what happened? Just then, Lu Erlong also crouched down, and what came into view was a flying dagger, cold and sharp. Aside from Tang San, no one in the entire academy could possess such an item. The master trembled as he picked up the dagger, his eyes moistening slightly. Tang San could not encounter any mishap. Otherwise, how could he explain it to Tang Hao? Xiao San, something has happened. The master tightly gripped the flying dagger left behind by Tang San. As Tang San's teacher, he understood precisely what his disciple was thinking. This was a message left by Tang San. Xiaogang, how can you be certain that this is indeed left by Tang San? What if the master abruptly shook his head? I know Xiao San's character very well. Erlong, didn't you say there was a powerful fluctuation of soul power just now? Coupled with the dagger in my hand, it is sufficient proof that Xiao San is in trouble, likely abducted by someone. This dagger is the message he left before his abduction. Time is of the essence. We must hasten to rescue him. Also, call on Flander. We shall go together. Wait. The master halted the anxious Lu Erlong. Erlong, you go notify Flander. I will personally go to the department store to inform Teacher Bo. The enemy is still unaware. And with just the three of us, we are far from a match for them. With Teacher Bo and Hai Miao Mian, I believe our rescue efforts will be greatly enhanced. With that, the two took separate actions. Within the department store, Bofeng and Xiaobai were preparing to rest when suddenly, a series of urgent knocks on the door disrupted their peace. Both were displeased, wondering if the department store was not already closed at this late hour. Xiaobai impatiently opened the door, grumbling, "What is it? If you wish to purchase something, come back tomorrow. May I ask, is Teacher Bo here?" The sound was remarkably familiar to Bofeng. "Master, what brings you here?" The visitor was indeed the master, and his anxious demeanor suggested that something grave had transpired. Upon seeing Bofeng, the master hastily exclaimed, "Teacher Bo, Xiao San has been abducted by a mysterious figure." "What?" Bofeng gasped in astonishment. Just returning from the Douluo Royal Academy, could it possibly be that poison Douluos doing? No, it can't be. Such efficiency is improbable. My goodness. This is truly exasperating. Kaze no Kaze pressed his forehead, feeling that this day was anything but peaceful, and he could not sleep soundly. "Teacher Bo, do you know who exactly has abducted the third party?" The master inquired with great urgency. Bofeng's expression turned grave as he speculated. Earlier this morning at the Douluo Royal Academy, a confrontation occurred between Xiao San and Dugu Yin. Dugu Yin is the granddaughter of Dugu Bo, a renowned figure whom even the master is aware of. That poison Douluo is infamous throughout the world for his deadly toxins. Coincidentally, Xiao San managed to dispel Dugu Yan's green phosphor serpent poison, and I fear the master could not help but gasp in astonishment. Dugu Bo. The poison Douluo, Dugu Bo, a name that resonates with notoriety, known for his dominance through poison and his ruthless nature, unflinching in the act of killing. What will become of him now? How will he account for this to Tang Hao? Bofeng let out a gentle sigh. This Dugu Bo, despite his advanced age, moves with remarkable swiftness. In just a day's time, he has already taken Tang San away. It seems tonight presents a perfect opportunity to pay a visit to that venerable elder. Bofeng Dao, master. Please return for now and ensure the safety of the remaining 6. As for Tang San's disappearance, do not disclose it to them, especially to Xiao Wu. I will bring Tang San back safely. Chapter 94. The light of the sea god breaks the serpent's venom in the sunset forest. Towering mountains rise majestically. Within a cavern, Tang San stands in confrontation with an elder clad in green robes. "Young man, are you the one who has broken my granddaughter's poison?" "Merely using wine to aid the flames is likely far from sufficient," said Dugu Bo, his gaze sharp and menacing, resembling a swift serpent, exuding a chilling demeanor. Tang San replied nonchalantly, "Elder, is your granddaughter Dugu Yin?" Recalling the events of the day, Dugu Bo affirmed, "Indeed, Yin Yin is my granddaughter." "Now, answer my question. How did you manage to counteract my granddaughter's serpent venom?" Dugu Bo's impatience began to surface, and the aura he emanated momentarily placed Tang San in a precarious position. "In my eyes, the phosphorescent serpent's venom is nothing but refuse." Tang San scoffed disdainfully. "This is the truth. You seek death." Dugu Bo's eyes glimmered with a green light as he made a slight motion with his hand. Suddenly, Tang San felt an overwhelming force that sent him crashing against a nearby rock, the searing pain in his back nearly rendering him unconscious. "Do not think that having countered my granddaughter's poison grants you any privilege. If you consider my venom to be trash, then I shall ensure you suffer a painful demise within its grasp. Should I choose, there will be no living creature within 1,000 meters." This was not mere bluster. Dugu Bo was indeed capable of such acts. Despite the excruciating pain, Tang San forced himself to rise slowly. "Must I deceive you? I still do not know who you truly are." Dugu Bo coldly regarded Tang San. "I am Dugu Bo." Tang San smirked, realizing that Teacher Bo's assessment was correct. Dugu Bo was a titled Douluo, possessing a mastery of poison that far surpassed that of his granddaughter. It was likely that after Tang San had dispelled Dugu Yan's serpent venom this morning, she had informed him, prompting Dugu Bo to personally capture Tang San. "Very well. I have lost interest in you. Prepare to die." With that, Dugu Bo raised his hand, and a continuous stream of green light began to coalesce as he prepared to unleash the phosphorescent Serpent King's venom, intending to demonstrate to Tang San that this venom was anything but trash. "Wait." Dugu Bo paused momentarily, then smiled mockingly. "What is this? Are you begging for mercy now?" "It's too late." Soon after, a dense wave of phosphorescent serpent king's venom surged forth. Under Douluo's proud gaze, the venom began to envelop Tang San. And in no time, he would be reduced to a pool of blood, vanishing from this world. Enveloped within the phosphorescent serpent king's venom, Tang San felt no sense of despair. Rather, a mysterious force silently shielded him. This warm sensation, the light of the sea god. It was indeed the divine light of the sea god, which this morning cast a remarkable aura upon Tang San, remnants of which still linger. The proud poison of the emerald phosphor serpent king, wielded by Douluo, appeared to have little effect. Gradually, Douluo's expression shifted from initial disdain to profound astonishment. Before his very eyes, the lethal poison began to dissipate, and Tang San emerged unscathed. "What have you done, young man? Why does my emerald phosphor serpent king poison have no effect on you?" Douluo's gaze turned sharp, for in this realm of spirit masters, only a few ancient figures could withstand his serpent's venom. The individual before him, named Tang San, indeed posed a significant threat that must be eliminated swiftly. Feeling emboldened, Tang San straightened his posture and declared, "You, old monster, I have already stated that your serpent's poison is utterly ineffective against me. Is that so?" Douluo retorted with a cold smile, "Then I could very well end your life right now. With your demise, this world would be rid of one less threat to me."